Who the hell is so inconsiderate as to throw things from a high-rise building? Chen Luo angrily rubbed his forehead, which was throbbing from being hit, and picked up the pen from the ground. Chen Luo was so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Today was the worst day ever. First, he lost his wallet when he went out. Then he was laid off at the company, and now disaster struck again as soon as he left the company. Chen Luo picked up the murder weapon to search for the culprit, but he soon realized something was wrong, because this was a main road with no tall buildings nearby, so there was no possibility of objects being thrown from a height. Could it be that someone deliberately hit me with this pen? Chen Luo looked around suspiciously, only to find that the vast sea of people rushing by seemed to be from a different world, and no one paid any attention to him. Chen Luo was speechless. Just as he was about to accept his bad luck and leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The pen, stained with his own blood, had mysteriously disappeared. Chen Luo rubbed his eyes. He had clearly seen the pen smash his head open, and there was blood on it. How could it have disappeared? Chen Luo picked up the pen in disbelief and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was completely clean. There wasn't a single drop of blood left. Just as Chen Luo was in shock, a booming sound suddenly came to his mind. The blood analysis successful. Identifying divine offspring genes. Detection successful. Divine descendant genes match. Divine soul matches. Binding to the primordial brush successful. Oh, who? Chen Luo looked around in surprise and doubt, only to find that the crowd was staring at him as if he were crazy, and then quickly kept their distance from him. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, and also felt a little embarrassed. He immediately quickened his pace and hurried back to his home. Chen Luo is a native of Jiangcheng. His parents passed away a long time ago, leaving him this house, which is his only property. When Chen Luo's parents passed away, several relatives wanted to fight for custody of him, as well as the 60-square-meter house and his parents' inheritance. After several years of this commotion, Chen Luo turned 18. No one benefited at all, but Chen Luo saw through the true colors of those relatives and gradually cut off all contact with them. After returning home, Chen Luo first cleaned the wound on his forehead from being hit, then collapsed on the sofa, feeling lost and unable to find his purpose in life. Thinking about it, my life seems pretty boring. I'm 25 years old now, and I haven't done anything outrageous or good. I can only describe it as mediocre. Aside from losing both parents at a young age, he was like a puppet on a string, led by people, by society as a whole, and by the inertia of fate. The process involves studying, going to university, dating, breaking up, finding a job, and then being laid off due to poor company management. As Chen Luo was pondering his next move in a daze, a strange light suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked over in astonishment and saw that the pen that had been on the table had turned into a white light and entered his forehead. Boom! In an instant, Chen Luo's mind was filled with a roar. He felt countless pieces of information drilling into his brain, but because his brain capacity was too small, these pieces of information were constantly lost after passing through. And in the end, only a small but crucial part was imprinted deep in his mind. When Chen Luo woke up, it was already dark. He remained unusually calm because he already knew what had entered his body. The pen that entered Chen Luo's mind was called the Hunyuan Pen, its origin unknown. The reason it hit him was because it was originally a gift from his future self to his present self. It was absurd, but Chen Luo didn't suspect a thing. Because this pen contains the soul imprint of future Chen Luo, it has now completely merged with him. However, this part of the memory is too vast, and an ordinary person's brain cannot store so much information. Therefore, all of the other memories of future Chen Luo are sealed away, and he can only unlock that memory after he becomes stronger. The most important information he knows now is that there is great terror in the future, and he must unlock the third-level gene lock within 3 years, or he will surely die. Chen Luo's heart sank. The voice from his soul and a mysterious feeling made him absolutely certain of the news. Chen Luo immediately got up, quickly went back to his room to find a notebook, and with a wave of his hand, the pen appeared out of thin air in his hand. Besides the impending threat, what was also in my mind was how to use the Hunyuan brush. Chen Luo picked up his pen and began writing in the notebook the instant he put pen to paper. Chen Luo's vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself holding the Hunyuan brush in his hand, stepping into a chaotic darkness. A light. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated this, and calmly wrote out the first character. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth from the chaotic darkness, and a sun appeared in the darkness, instantly illuminating the entire world. A water, a land, layer, is stars. As Chen Luo wrote these words in succession with the Hunyuan brush in his hand, a vast and boundless sea appeared out of thin air in this world, followed by towering waves and howling winds. At the edge of the sea, countless towering peaks stretch endlessly into the distance, their length seemingly unreachable. As soon as those 2 words were written in the notebook, the sun immediately began to move, shining upon the earth in a pattern of a round sky and a square earth, until night fell and a new moon rose, thus beginning the cycle of day and night. Life. Suddenly, many bacteria and blue algae appeared in the ocean, quickly filling the sea and bringing life to this otherwise lifeless place. At this moment, Chen Luo's body suddenly went limp, and he disappeared from this world, returning to his room where he fell straight to the ground. Chen Luo didn't wake up until dawn the next day. He felt completely drained, unable to muster any strength, and also felt dizzy and had chest tightness, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The burning hunger in his stomach, in particular, was driving him almost insane. Chen Luo struggled to his feet and rushed to the refrigerator. He took out all the edible food and devoured it in no time, as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. After finally filling his stomach, Chen Luo felt a little better, but he was still very weak and would be out of breath after walking just a few steps. Chen Luo couldn't help but give a wry smile. I never imagined creating a world would be so incredibly expensive. The primordial brush is an innate spiritual treasure with the ability to create a world. No matter what is written on it, that substance can be created in the corresponding world. For example, when Chen Luo wrote light on a piece of paper, the world produced a sun, and he directly became the creator. However, such extraordinary feats come at a price. They deplete the user's vital energy and spirit, or, to put it simply, their lifespan. Chen Luo was so exhausted that he needed a full week to recover. He estimated that it would take at least another month to fully recover. As for how much of his lifespan he lost, Chen Luo couldn't confirm, but judging from his physical sensations, it was at least 5 years. During this time, Chen Luo was also surprised to find that the notebook that had been written on with the Hunyuan brush had 3 ancient seal script characters that read Genesis on its cover. By opening this book, Genesis, Chen Luo can sense the circumstances of the creation of the world, and even enter that world with a single thought. Because Chen Luo set the time flow rate to be 1 day in the real world, and 10,000 years in the created world. Now 7 days have passed, but 70,000 years have passed in the created world, and earth-shattering changes have taken place. In addition to the initial sky, ocean, sun, and moon, there are now countless stars, gravity on the earth, air, clouds, and wind. Over tens of thousands of years of evolution, bacteria and algae have spread green across the entire land. There are thousands of species of algae on the seabed, which have evolved into shelled invertebrates, and even some fish with blue stripes on their bodies. He couldn't name it either, so he simply named it blue-striped fish. Chen Luo immediately began to pay attention to the evolution of these blue-striped fish, because the second function of the Hunyuan brush was to extract the genes of creatures that created the world. By integrating the genes of creatures in creation world to complete their divine genes, they can ultimately unlock their genetic lock. Because of the different flow of time, Chen Luo felt as if he were watching a documentary that was constantly fast-forwarding when he watched the sun and night constantly alternating in Genesis in the real world. In just one day, a new generation of blue-striped fish has been born on the seabed. By the second day, the number of blue-striped fish on the seabed had increased, and the population had grown larger. Gradually, a leader fish emerged, which was 3 or 4 times larger than the average blue-striped fish. It led the blue-striped fish population to become the overlord of the ocean world. On the third day, as the blue-striped fish population began to grow explosively, other sea creatures became food for the blue-striped fish, and the first generation of leader fish died, with the second generation taking over. On the fourth day, due to the continued surge in the number of blue-striped fish, the microorganisms and algae in the ocean could no longer sustain them, and they began to devour each other. As spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycled and time flew by, in just one day, the blue-striped fish split into dozens of groups. Led by different alpha fish, they began to hunt their own kind for food in order to survive. As a result, they evolved larger bodies, sharper teeth, and stronger execution capabilities. As long as the leader fish gives an order, all the fish in the group must obey unconditionally, just like a military organization. On the 5th day, 2 groups that had lost out in the competition for ocean dominance fled the area with the remaining blue-striped fish, heading towards the deeper sea to seek a way to survive, and gradually evolved into deep-sea fish. Meanwhile, another race began to approach the mainland, evolved limbs, and moved towards the land. On the 6th day, the struggle for ocean supremacy that had lasted for tens of thousands of years finally came to an end. The largest, most numerous, and sharpest-toothed group, which Chen Luo named the blue demon fish, became the ultimate victor and the sole overlord of the ocean. On the 7th day, the blue-striped fish that had entered the land had evolved into amphibians and began to reproduce and grow rapidly, developing into different groups and enriching the species in the world of Genesis. Having witnessed the entire process, Chen Luo was deeply shocked. In order to survive, a group of blue-striped fish rapidly evolved generation after generation, undergoing natural selection and frantically adapting to the environment. Although life in this world is still in its early stages, it is flourishing and has infinite possibilities. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but marvel at the tenacity and wonder of life. Next, Chen Luo made a mental command: analyze the blue demon fish's genes. The key to unlocking the gene lock is to enhance the divine descendant gene in the body. At this time, Chen Luo's divine descendant gene is only 0.1%, which is still a long way from the 5% required to unlock the first stage of the gene lock. Creatures created within the Hunyuan brush world can have valuable genes extracted using the Hunyuan brush and integrated into their own divine genes. If it is valuable, it will complete the divine offspring's genes and promote their growth. Analyzing primitive life form evolved to its peak, low genetic value, unable to integrate into divine genes rating, ordinary. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Chen Luo was immediately disappointed. He hadn't expected that the world's first overlord would be utterly worthless. Even the most powerful blue devil fish is worthless now, let alone other species. When Chen Luo disappointedly exited Genesis, he was astonished to find an extra line of text on the first page. During the Precambrian period, ancient life emerged from hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Bacteria and cyanobacteria flourished, evolving into shelled invertebrates. History transitioned from the Cryptozoic to the Phanerozoic, and the blue devil fish became the dominant species of this era. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo quickly understood that after he finished writing those words, the world automatically evolved into its current form. If Chen Luo still wants to create something in this world, he can only write it after this text from now on. Of course, if he wanted to change this text, such as turning the blue demon fish into the green demon fish, it wouldn't be impossible, but the price would be extremely high, at least enough to leave him exhausted for several months. Chen Luo was starting to have a headache. These blue demon fish had no value, which meant he would have to create a valuable species from scratch. But he wasn't a biologist, so how would he know which species' genes were valuable and which weren't? Chen Luo suddenly realized that there were many people in the world who knew this. His wisdom is ultimately limited and too narrow. Even if he creates a species, it will be within the scope of his own cognition, and its value should not be very high. It would be better to pool ideas and bring in thousands of people to help create species. As long as the base is large enough, countless valuable species can naturally be created. He recalled a sandbox game he had played before called Spore, where players start as spores, evolve and reproduce, and eventually become all sorts of bizarre creatures. So, how can I get more people to come in and help me create a new species? After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since the inspiration came from games, why not turn Genesis into an online game? Let the consciousness of others enter the Genesis world, treat the evolution of species as a game, and evolve new species for yourself. The primordial brush possesses the ability to create worlds. Even its physical form can directly enter the Genesis, let alone a mere consciousness. This function is a piece of cake for it, so Chen Luo acted immediately. With existing technology, VR gaming glasses were available, which could be used as a medium to draw the player's consciousness into Genesis. A month later, when Chen Luo's physical condition recovered, he set up a teleportation channel using the Hunyuan brush. Then, using the Hunyuan brush's advanced technology, he bypassed the review process and launched the game on major popular gaming platforms. Second Life, a casual simulation game, has been meticulously developed over 10 years, achieving near 100% realism. Come and begin your species evolution, creating your own Second Life. Jiang Junhao is a veteran user on the Steam platform, a passionate gamer, and also a game reviewer. As a rich second generation, he has no worries about food and drink, and his daily pleasure is to find some fun games to pass the time. When Jiang Junhao saw the introduction to the game, Second Life, which claimed to be 100% realistic, he couldn't help but laugh. VR movies are all the rage right now, but he's played a few VR games online, and they were terrible. The technology is far from mature. It's important to know that the higher the authenticity, the larger the data packet. Data packets with an authenticity of 50% or higher are measured in terabytes, TB, while slightly smaller ones are measured in tens or hundreds of gigabytes, GB. This little game claims to be 100% realistic, but it's only 1 GB in size. It's practically treating people like idiots. This advertising slogan is so fake. However, while Jiang Junhao was complaining, his hand unconsciously clicked the download button. It's only 1 gigabyte anyway, and with his internet speed, it'll only take a few seconds to download. There's no harm in taking a look. After downloading the app, Jiang Junhao registered an account called Starting with a Kun, put on his VR glasses, the ones he usually uses for watching movies, and started playing the game. Such exquisite visuals. As soon as Jiang Junhao logged in, his eyes lit up. Unlike the usual poorly made VR games, he found himself in a realistic rainforest world. The scene was just like real life. He could feel the rain, the temperature, and even see all sorts of strange and wonderful animals. Jiang Junhao stared at it in surprise for a while, only to find that the game interface had only one option. Please create your own species to begin your adventure. Creation method. Generate directly using your thoughts. Jiang Junhao was completely bewildered. He had played at least hundreds of games, and most games would directly provide a race or character for the player to choose from. This game is so hardcore, you actually have to create your own creature. Jiang Junhao immediately became interested. Without thinking, gave the command in his mind, Kun. Sorry, the genetic sequence of this species exceeds that of the player and cannot be created directly. Please select another species. Jiang Junhao was stunned for a moment, but he quickly tried all sorts of divine beasts, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Xuanwu, and without exception, they all exceeded the player's gene sequence. Jiang Junhao knew that continuing to try would be futile, so he had no choice but to try a different species. Human beings. Sorry, the player's current knowledge level is insufficient to create this species. What the hell? They won't even let me be a human being. The game did not respond. Jiang Junhao gritted his teeth and changed the word again. Sorry, the player's current knowledge level is insufficient to create this species. Damn it, tell me what level of knowledge is needed to create a species. There was no response. Lion. Sorry, the player's current knowledge level is insufficient to create this species. We suggest starting with the lowest level, the ant. Seemingly tired of constantly prompting Jiang Junhao, the system directly gave him a suggestion. What the fuck? Jiang Junhao was furious. What kind of stupid game is this? I need a knowledge level to play a game. Are you looking down on people? Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. Jiang Junhao was about to quit the game, but when he saw the realistic scene around him, he gritted his teeth and gave up. Damn it, ants it is. They can evolve infinitely, right? I'll evolve into a chimera ant, and then eat this stupid little game clean. Build an ant colony. Congratulations to the player for successfully establishing an ant colony. You will begin your evolutionary journey from the current game scene. When Jiang Junhao heard the notification, all the creation interfaces in front of him disappeared, and he appeared directly in that dense rainforest. How is this possible? There's actually body sensation. Jiang Junhao was stunned for a moment. He tried to crawl forward a few steps, and his senses clearly returned. He can now not only perceive everything in the outside world, but also clearly know his identity as the queen ant. He can also send out a signal to hundreds of ants that follow him, and they will quickly obey his command. What kind of cutting-edge technology is this? How can it feel so realistic? It turns out that the game's claim of 100% authenticity was not just false advertising. Jiang Junhao found it somewhat unbelievable, but he quickly became excited. This was absolutely something terrifying that was currently unimaginable. As a veteran player in the industry, he clearly understood the uproar this thing would cause in the entire gaming circle if it were to spread. What happened to Jiang Junhao also happened to 1,000 players in the closed beta at the same time. The first thing they did after entering the game was to spout nonsense about mythical beasts and all sorts of other random things, just according to their own whims. Even if Chen Luo possessed the ability, he wouldn't dare to create these things carelessly. Firstly, the depletion of his lifespan was too severe, and he was already somewhat afraid of falling into a weakened state again. Secondly, he was also afraid that what he created would be worthless, and in the end, he would suffer more losses than gains. However, among these 1,000 closed beta testers, Chen Luo discovered quite a few interesting talents. Like Jiang Junhao, most people were stumped when it came to creating their own race, and in the end, they had no choice but to accept the system's advice and start with lower-level creatures such as ants, plants, and fish. However, about 1%, or about 10 players, refused to accept the system's suggestions, and relying on their biological knowledge, actually created the Homo sapiens species, which is only one step away from becoming modern humans. Some people have even gone so far as to mix human genes with various animals to create strange creatures such as Ant-Man, Rat-Man, and Werewolf. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Luo immediately focused his attention on these players. Chen Luo did not immediately analyze the genes of these races, because they had just appeared and were far from evolving to a perfect state, requiring further observation. In fact, Chen Luo only waited one day for the results to come out. Because one day in the real world is equivalent to 10,000 years in the game, the bizarre species created by these players have already undergone the first round of natural selection over the course of 10,000 years. Of the species created by the initial 1,000 players, fewer than 100 remain. The first thing most players do when they enter Second Life is to marvel at its realism. Their first reaction is not to think about survival, but to experience the game world. For example, players who choose to start as low-level fish do have a lot of fun when they first enter the game, because the realism is 100%, and they really enjoy the magical feeling of becoming a fish and swimming freely in the ocean. But before they could enjoy it for long, they became food for the ocean's overlord, the blue devil fish. After they die, they are given a message that they have 2 more chances to create species. If they use up all their chances, the closed beta will end. When they created the species a second time, they were much more careful, avoiding the ocean and choosing forests, land, and other areas that seemed relatively safer. But they discovered that there were no safe zones in this world at all. Most of them, lacking relevant biological knowledge, are forced to start with lower organisms, resulting in them being at the bottom of the food chain, either killed by native species or by players with stronger evolutionary capabilities. So after the intense competition and elimination on the first day, the vast majority of ordinary players used up their 3 chances and were forcibly kicked out of the game. At this moment, the Second Life game forum was filled with cries of despair. Damn developers! Why only 3 lives? This hellish difficulty requires infinite lives. I don't want unlimited lives. I just want the developers to give me another chance. I still want to play. This game is amazing. It really has a tactile feel. What kind of alien technology is this? I'm blown away. I've never seen such a hardcore game before. Does this mean I have to go back to school and relearn biology before I can even play it properly? But I'll take it on for the sake of playing this game. The most fun game ever, and also the most difficult game ever. Despite the forum's popularity, many people were angrily calling it a shill. Soon, players began posting screenshots and videos of the game, as well as the bizarre creatures they had evolved, completely igniting the frenzy. A large number of players rushed in, wanting to register accounts, but at this time, they discovered that only the first 1,000 people to register had closed beta accounts, and the rest could not log into the game. Only 1,000. Countless people were heartbroken, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The first group of players who successfully logged in during the first test were secretly overjoyed and incredibly excited. But their excitement didn't last long before they discovered that the game had an astonishing elimination rate, eliminating 90% of the players in just one day. At this rate, wouldn't the game be deserted in just a few days? Live broadcast. Watch how I, the Ant Emperor, will dominate the world. This post immediately attracted hundreds of replies, most of whom were players who had been eliminated in the closed beta test. Second Life has a live streaming feature, which allows players to enable and share their gameplay with others via a link. Since this was the first live stream post, the players who had just been eliminated clicked on the link almost immediately. Those who were curious about the game but hadn't gotten an account also clicked in and started watching. In just a few minutes, the number of people watching Jiang Junho's live stream exceeded 2,000. Jiang Junho became excited upon seeing so many people in the room. Welcome everyone to my live stream. Enough with the small talk. Please witness the rise of the Ant Emperor. As time accelerated, viewers of the live stream saw the ants rapidly begin to move, their colony quickly expanding until it covered a small hill. The constant alternation of sun and night makes it feel like watching a documentary that keeps fast-forwarding. In less than an hour, 400 years have passed, and the ant colony has gone through 4 or 5 generations. To everyone's surprise, the ants that Jiang Junho created, which he named chimeric ants, have an unusually long lifespan, with each ant living for over 100 years and the queen ant living for over 400 years. Under Jiang Junho's control, the ant colony's civilization was quickly established. Each ant had a precise division of labor, just like human society. They were welded to the entire colony, maintaining the normal operation of the colony. Any ant that left the entire kingdom would quickly perish. To some extent, the entire ant civilization has controlled the life of every single ant from the very beginning. Time flies, and another 400 years have passed. The game has entered its second hour. With the death of the first queen ant, Jiang Junho transferred his consciousness to the second queen ant and continued to lead the entire colony in evolution. At this moment, the ant colony split into several groups, each led by a queen ant, and began to reproduce and multiply in different directions. These groups also have many subtle differences. Some groups began to burrow deep underground and established a vast underground kingdom, while others began to build nests on the top of mountain peaks and even collectively evolved wings. Jiang Junho named them flying ants and earth ants respectively. Others ventured into the forest and evolved powerful bites. They are incredibly strong, eat almost anything, and even wild animals in the forest are no match for them. These ants were named blood ants. In the fourth hour, which is 1,600 years after the start of the game world, these races underwent even greater changes, and their forms also became different. Originally, they were a group of several species, including worker ants, soldier ants, male ants, and queen ants. Gradually, a more detailed division of labor emerged, and flying ants gradually took over the sky. If you didn't observe them closely, you wouldn't be able to tell that they were the same species of ants. The evolved blood ants are much larger, almost the size of half a baby's fist, and are entirely red. They are responsible for the entire colony's external battles. Flying ants gradually evolved into something resembling bees, while ground ants began to fade in color, turning golden yellow and burrowing deeper underground. At this time, several clans began to split again, becoming more than a dozen clans, but all of them were under the control of Jiang Junho, the ancestor of the entire race. Various ant colonies gradually spread across more than 10 mountain peaks, becoming the absolute rulers of that area. Any enemy that dares to invade this area will be instantly devoured by the frenzied soldier ants. In the 6th hour, some of the ants began to approach the sea. These ants' limbs began to degenerate, allowing them to live in the water. The whole world suddenly felt like 100 flowers were blooming. A small ant colony had actually given rise to all sorts of strange life forms. The 2,000 people in the live broadcast room were so engrossed in watching a small species grow from its birth to its current strength, which filled them with a sense of witnessing history. That's amazing. Being an ant can be so much fun. Mom, I really want to play this game. I can't take it. Why do I only have 1,000 closed beta test slots? When will the second closed beta test start? I can't wait any longer. You damn game designer, give me another chance. I want to be the Ant Emperor too. Just as the live stream was filled with envious murmurs, the world in the game suddenly changed. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and everything went dark in an instant, as if the world had ended. Then came a massive tsunami that seemed to reach the sky and engulf the earth. Before the audience could react, more than a dozen mountain peaks were swallowed up by the raging waves. As for the Ant Emperor, Jiang Junho's entire clan, they all disappeared, and a message popped up on the game interface. Your people were caught in a once-in-a-millennium natural disaster, a tsunami, and your race was unable to withstand it, resulting in extinction. Author's note: praying for silver coins on this. New day, you have died 3 times. Please wait for the second closed beta test to start again. Jiang Junhao was completely dumbfounded. I evolved perfectly well, finally becoming a respectable super ant, building a world-ruling army, and was just about to conquer the world when you tell me that the once-in-a-millennium natural disaster has suddenly disappeared? Go to hell. Jiang Junhao felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hello! Hey, you damn game planner! Get out here. I'll chop off your dog head. Not only was Jiang Junhao so frustrated, he was about to vomit blood, but the viewers watching the live stream were also completely bewildered before bursting into laughter. Haha, I feel sorry for the Ant Emperor for 1 second, no more than that. 1 second in there is equivalent to several months. As expected, no matter how powerful you are in a game, you can't beat the game planner. They can make your race go extinct, and it's perfectly reasonable. This attrition rate is terrifying. How can the game company not make money by kicking out players one by one like this? Hey, are there any players still streaming? I want to see other species. While the forum was abuzz with discussion, Chen Luo mentally ordered, analyze the queen ant's genes. Analyzing. Primary life form evolved to the peak of this race. Low genetic value can produce 0.1 to 1% divine genes. Rating: ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Finally, a valuable genetic species had been created. Should we integrate the queen ant's genes to complete the divine offspring's genes? Upon hearing the notification from the primordial chaos brush, Chen Luo immediately said without hesitation, Fuse, it's currently being integrated. Integration begins. A mechanical sound came from inside. Instantly, a tearing pain shot through every part of my soul. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Chen Luo's forehead, and then he collapsed onto the bed, his whole body twitching slightly, until he could no longer bear it and completely fainted. By the time Chen Luo regained consciousness, half a day had passed. He got up from the ground and saw that his body reeked of a foul stench and his skin was covered in blackish-gray grime, as if he had been soaking in silt. Chen Luo quickly took a shower and changed his clothes before returning to examine his body again. He felt noticeably different from usual. He not only felt energetic, but also seemed to have inexhaustible strength. Chen Luo never expected that simply supplementing 0.011% of the divine descendant genes would produce such a tremendous change, which suggests that unlocking the first-order gene lock would grant immense power. His soul memories told him that he had to unlock the third-order gene lock within 3 years, or he would surely die. What kind of terrifying enemy will he face in the future? Upon realizing this, Chen Luo's initial excitement instantly cooled down. He felt he needed to recruit more players. So far, we've only found 1,000 people who have already contributed 0.101% of the divine genes. If we could bring in 100,000 or even 1 million people, the larger the base, the more valuable species would naturally emerge. Chen Luo channeled his consciousness into the Genesis world. It was already the third day, and the players had been eliminated, leaving only 1/5 of them, or 22 races. Those that survive in such fierce competition are beings of a relatively high biological level. Species like ants, plants, and fish either become food for other species or become extinct in natural disasters. For example, the tsunami that happened to Jiang Junhao was actually an automatic evolution of this world, not something Chen Luo deliberately tried to trap him with. The surviving races are the orcs and Homo sapiens. The orcs, thanks to their wild animal genes, are well adapted to the environment of primitive society and are stronger than Homo sapiens in both numbers and individual strength. Today, the orc race is divided into wolf, fox, tiger, cat, dog, bear, sheep, and so on, plus rat and ant races, making a total of 21 races. 21 races each occupied a region on this continent, continuously growing and expanding. Although their creators are depicted as orcs, they are actually all human, each building their own tribe according to their own ideas. By the 4th day, because orcs' vocal cords were inherently different from humans, they were unable to use human language, and the various orc races actually developed their own language systems. Furthermore, as the orc population continued to grow explosively, large areas of tribal settlements emerged, and the first orc city began to take shape. The orc civilization had begun its nascent development. Soon, the first city-state established by the wolf tribe emerged. They developed their own culture and language and began trade and exchange. At this point, the development of the race was no longer under the control of the founders of each group and had completely entered the historical process of free evolution. Because by this time, the players who created these groups had already died of old age. However, they did not leave the game. Instead, they gained the perspective of observers, watching the development of the race they created from a godlike viewpoint. They all turned on the live streaming system, allowing more people to witness with them the magnificent history of racial development. This is a true history of racial development, even more exciting than Jiang Junhao's ant colony, because each of these races has its own independent soul, just like real people. They have their own emotions and the ability to think independently, unlike AI-generated NPCs. These races did not perish because their progenitors were gone. Instead, they developed faster and faster. The orcs gradually became the overlords of this era's continent, while the humans were relegated to the southernmost part of the continent. When they saw this, not only were the players amazed, but even the viewers watching the live stream were shocked, and their jaws almost dropped. The level of realism is already incredible, but the fact that the NPCs have such advanced AI and can interact freely, and that the entire world develops in a reasonable and orderly manner, according to the historical process, is simply unbelievable. Everyone can feel a profound sense of history, It's so captivating that you can't stop watching. On the fifth day, after 50,000 years of development, Homo sapiens had completely transformed into modern humans. The earliest Homo sapiens have long since passed away, and modern humans seem to live on this continent from the distant past. The human population has grown from hundreds to tens of thousands, and from a few small tribes to the entire southern region, spreading like wildfire. In the northern orc tribes, city-states and civilizations have begun to emerge, and humans, through continuous expansion, have already made contact with these orcs. Various bronze artifacts began to appear in tribal civilizations. The advent of the city-state era accelerated the evolution of orc civilization, and they began to have their first king. The orcs have entered the city-state era. The wars and annexations between various races are becoming increasingly fierce. The cultural conflicts and integration among the races are constantly sparking the flames of civilization. Originally, the first orc king of Kiro City was a rat, but by the fourth generation, it had changed to a tiger. Afterwards, the Beast King was succeeded by the Dog Clan, the Minotaur, and the current Beast King is the 12th, Alistar of the Bear Clan. In other places, the prototypes of several city-states have begun to appear. The tribes are transforming into city-states, and the integration and annexation between the beastmen has begun. Regardless of which race is merged or absorbed, its founder loses the right to stand by and is forced offline and kicked out of the game, leaving only 4 players in the game. Players come from the wolf, tiger, lion, and human races respectively. The first 3 races have a great advantage in terms of size, while the human race, although the weakest in both numbers and strength, has survived because it is located in a remote corner and far from the core area of the beast race. However, the orcs developed too quickly, while the humans were still in a primitive stage, just beginning to be civilized. Even their language had just emerged, and they were still in the stage of slash and burn agriculture. If this trend continues, the human race will be wiped out by the orcs before it can even develop, eliminated by the law of the jungle. Just then, a notification sounded in the minds of all the players. The first closed beta test has ended. The second closed beta test will begin in 3 days. Please stay tuned. At this moment, all 4 players were live streaming, and each of their live streams had tens of thousands of viewers. When they saw the system notification, some of them were very disappointed. They thought they were going to see an epic war, but the closed beta test ended suddenly. Other players cheered, because it meant they also had a chance to enter the game. When they logged out and opened the game forum, the official announcement was pinned to the top of the forum with a large red title. The 0.1 beta version of Second Life has officially ended. Thank you all for your anticipation and support for this game. Thanks to the ingenuity of each player, many creatures with growth potential have been created, and the basic biological framework of the Western fantasy world has been completed. The 21 orc players and 1 human player will receive the game title, Ancestor, and each race will cast bronze and stone statues in their honor for future generations to admire. These 22 players will automatically qualify for the second closed beta test. Equipping this title in the game will grant them special bonuses. Please explore the specific effects yourself. The forum exploded as soon as the official announcement was released. Holy crap! The official team really knows how to play this game. Even the races and humans are created by the players. Doesn't that mean that the world has nothing and everything has to be created by the players themselves? Just thinking about it is so exciting. Is this game really that free-form? Players can directly become the progenitor of a race, so can we just create a god? Even creating a race is so difficult, yet you want to be a god? Do you even know what gods are made of? I'm so envious of those players who became progenitors. They're practically the living ancestors of the orcs. Wow, that's incredible. There are truly endless possibilities. What if we incorporated things from reality into it? Like developing gunpowder, building airplanes and tanks to dominate the world. I just want to know how many spots are available for the second closed beta test. While the players were discussing it wildly, Chen Luo had already begun to have the Hunyuan brush analyze the genes of the orcs and humans. Bear people race, rudimentary life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race, low genetic value. It is recommended to wait for further growth. Currently can produce 0.1% divine genes. Rating: ordinary. When Chen Luo heard that the genes of the remaining 21 races received the same evaluation, he thought about it and decided to suppress the idea of fusing these genes right now. Since the Hunyuan brush is judged to have a higher value after growth, we can only wait for now. The reason he stopped the closed beta test now is, of course, because he saw that the situation of the human race was very dangerous, so he had no choice but to pause it first. A world where only one intelligent race dominates can easily lead to extreme imbalance. He wanted to create a world with many races to check and balance each other. Therefore, Chen Luo plans to give the human race a cheat code, allowing them to first possess the ability to protect themselves. At this time, thanks to the widespread promotion by players and the release of in-game test photos and videos, Second Life suddenly became a sensation across the internet. 100% realism, near infinite freedom, and highly autonomous NPCs capable of perfect interaction with players have become the key features of Second Life. Numerous media outlets and news outlets reported on the event, attracting a large influx of players who discovered that the second closed beta test had not yet begun and could only watch game videos posted by players from the first closed beta test on forums. At this time, many game guides and closed beta test experiences from first test players were posted and pinned to the top of the game forum homepage. Hello everyone, I'm starting with a kun. I'm very lucky to be the first person to enter this game. I'm also a veteran player and game reviewer. Now, I'm going to do a simple game review. First, and this is the point that everyone is most concerned about, is it really true that we actually have the 5 senses? My answer is that it is an absolutely real sensory experience, exactly the same as your senses in the real world. It's worth mentioning that whatever creature you evolve into, you will have the real feelings of that creature. For example, if you become an insect, you will have all the feelings of an insect. The first species I evolved into was the ant colony, and I possessed all the ant's senses, such as being able to lift things several times my own size, a perfect replica of the real world. In this game, we can fully experience the world and perceptions of other species. I've confirmed this with players who started with fish. After selecting fish, they indeed gained the ability to swim underwater and their perspective. There was also the terrifying pain response. The first time I was eaten was by an animal that looked like a pangolin. The feeling of dying was absolutely horrific. From then on, I only dared to adjust my pain sensitivity to around 30%. If I increased it even slightly, the pain would be unbearable. Secondly, this game is touted as a casual game, but it is actually incredibly hardcore. When you first log in, there is no character customization or race selection like in other traditional online games. There is only one option: create your own race. You might not believe it, but creating a race requires a certain level of biological knowledge. I asked those bigwigs who have the title of progenitor, and each of them has relevant biological knowledge. Even if they are not experts in this field, they generally know about the origin and evolution of species. Furthermore, this game only gives you 3 lives. If you die, you have to start over. There are no save points or respawn points. Once you die, all the abilities you've evolved are wiped out, and you have to start over by creating a new species. Once all 3 chances are used up, you will be forced to quit the game. High degree of freedom, endless possibilities, 100% virtual touch, just like a real world. It's incredibly fun. Finally, I want to send my regards to the entire family of the dog-like planner. Just when I had reached the pinnacle of evolution and was preparing to emerge and conquer the world, a once-in-a-millennium tsunami struck, resulting in the extermination of my entire race. It's absolutely outrageous. The comments section exploded during this lengthy and detailed review, reaching over 1,000 posts in just 1 hour. The leader of the Women's Sorrow Alliance stopped posting game guides and videos. It's so frustrating to watch, but not play. The Alibaba Acquisition Discussion Group. Haha, the Ant Emperor has appeared. I feel sorry for the Ant Emperor for a minute. Everyone except me is an idiot. Praying online for a spot in the second closed beta test. A student who couldn't get into the University of Science and Technology of China said, "It's hardcore, but I would never study evolutionary theory just to play games." Sleeping camp. I'm already reading on the origin of species. I'm starting to have knowledge of evolution, comparable to a university biology professor. All I need is an account to practice and test my evolutionary theory. Waiting online. It's urgent! Time flew by, and it was already the 3rd day. The second closed beta test, which many players had been eagerly anticipating, began, and Chen Luo also uploaded the update log to the forum. Second Life Beta version 0.2 is officially launched. The update includes the following. 1. 10,000 test slots will be available. Each player has only 1 life, and will be forcibly logged out upon death. 2. How to allocate closed beta test slots. Please log into the game directly. Whether you will be granted closed beta test access will be determined based on the species you create. First come, first served. The test will end when all slots are filled. 3. An achievement system will be launched. Players who evolve into special and powerful potential species will be recorded in history and receive special rewards. IV. As the orc race gradually increases in strength, it begins to put increasing pressure on the human race. Players can choose to join one of the factions or create their own race to compete with them for dominance of the continent. 5th, the new race will be granted a unique period of protection and will not come into contact with other races until they have gained the ability to contend with them. VI. The time-flow ratio between the real world and the game world is 1 day in the real world is 100 years in the fantasy world. After an official update log was released, the entire forum erupted in chaos. I originally thought that more slots would be available for the closed beta test, but I didn't expect that although there were more slots, everyone only had 1 life left. This means that from now on, everyone must cherish their lives above all else, otherwise they will have to wait for the next test. The way they gain access to the game is also quite terrifying. It's essentially a direct test of a player's biological knowledge. If they can create a new species, they can enter the game. If you fail to create a new species, you will lose your eligibility once the quota is filled. I've never heard of a game being so hardcore that you have to take an online knowledge test to even enter the game. Absolutely terrifying. However, even with such a high level of difficulty, it did not stop a huge number of players from joining. At this moment, Chen Luo was surprised to find that the number of players testing online at the same time was as high as 3 million. In less than an hour, all 10,000 test slots were distributed, and millions of other players were forcibly logged off. These 10,000 new races were all judged by the Hunyuan brush to have certain potential and could evolve and grow in the Western fantasy world. At a glance, Chen Luo saw only strange and unusual creatures, with very few normal ones, such as big-eyed creatures, slimes, goblins, and so on. Although Chen Luo defined this world as a Western fantasy world, when he saw the orcs, he didn't expect that the players would also see the clues from his naming method and create some creatures from the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo discovered several interesting creatures among them, such as elves and dwarves, as well as birds that could fly and electric eels in the ocean. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo created 3 new continents in the Western fantasy world, and set the birthplaces of these nascent races on them to avoid contact with the orcs and humans at this time. Interestingly, some of the players who created these new races abandoned them and chose to join the human or orc races instead. For example, orc players who obtained the title of progenitor directly chose to join their original race. Looking at the slime he had created, Han Fei saw the prompt asking whether to enter the game. Without hesitation, he decisively chose to give up and rejoin the human camp. As someone who had earned the title of ancestor, he didn't actually need to take this test. He could have directly chosen his race and entered the game. However, he couldn't resist giving it a try. After seeing that he had actually created a slime, Han Fei was satisfied with his curiosity, but he didn't want to start with this kind of soft, slime-like creature. Han Fei created the body of a young human. He didn't care about his appearance, made some minor adjustments, and then entered the game. At the southernmost point of the continent of Yani, named by Chen Luo, lies the fertile Lyca Plain. Here, there are vast forests and fertile land, where wild beasts roam freely, and the forests are filled with all kinds of fruits and food, making it a paradise for humankind. Rows of round, thatched huts, resembling felt tents, stand at the foot of the mountain, where a group of primitive humans, dressed in animal skins and carrying their prey, live as they return from afar. When Han Fei emerged from a thatched hut, he saw this scene, which resembled a paradise on earth. Han Fei looked at the tribe with curiosity, only to find that the level of human development was still the same as when the first closed beta test ended. Language, clothing, and lifestyle had not changed. Han Fei glanced at it silently and knew that only 3 days had passed for humans in this world. When he walked to the square in the middle of the tribe and saw the huge stone statue standing in the very center, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Because the stone statue resembles himself, only in the form of a Homo sapiens, and looks somewhat like a primitive man, at this moment, an old man was leading a group of tribesmen in a ritual. "Great progenitor, please bless your descendants to defeat those wicked orcs." Han Fei was taken aback when he saw this, because he noticed that most of these humans were the elderly, weak children, and even the young men were mostly missing limbs and had become disabled. Han Fei's heart sank. From the old man's words and the tribe's situation, he guessed what the tribe had gone through. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, and all the people in the tribe looked into the distance in terror. Han Fei was startled. He followed the crowd's gaze and saw an army of orcs rushing out of the forest, covering the entire mountainside. The attacking orc army was the werewolf tribe, currently the most powerful among the orcs. The ferocious werewolves rode dire wolves and shouted in Harlem, the language of the orcs. With their speed increased, the dire wolf riders rushed to the center of the tribe in the blink of an eye, and what followed was a one-sided massacre. Werewolves possess immense strengths and reflexes. Wielding sharp bronze swords and spears, and with ferocious war wolves as their cavalry, They are practically demons. In contrast, the strong and able-bodied soldiers of the human tribes had already been slaughtered in previous conflicts, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They didn't even have decent weapons. They could only fight back with stones and wooden guns. In just over 10 minutes, the entire tribe was almost wiped out after being attacked and killed several times by the wolf cavalry. These ferocious orc tribes spared no one, not even women and children. The wars between these races were exceptionally cruel and bloody. After completing their mission, the wolf riders cleaned up the battlefield and left. Before departing, they threw down torches, turning the entire tribe into a sea of fire. Then, laughing wildly, they rode away on their wolf beasts. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly pushed aside the corpse on his body and staggered out of the tribe that was being burned by the raging fire. Han Fei ran to a safe distance, looking at the sea of fire behind him, trembling all over. Although he created the Homo sapiens race, he was just an ordinary person here and in the outside world, and had never seen such a horrific scene. Seeing the humans being slaughtered one by one, Han Fei was terrified. His only thought was to escape. At this moment, the human tribe's village was engulfed in flames, billowing black smoke. The smell of burning corpses and roasted meat made Han Fei vomit without hesitation. Han Fei clenched his fists tightly, looking at the burning tribe before him. He hated his own incompetence and cowardice, and he hated the beastly werewolf cavalry. Just then, a golden light plummeted down from the sky. The light was so dazzling, like the sun, that Han Fei could not look directly at it. As the light faded, a man with a full head of blonde hair appeared before Han Fei. He wore a white cloak, a short shirt and trousers, and boots. He also wore a white mask with red patterns on it, making it impossible to see his face. "Who are you?" Han Fei stared in astonishment at the man before him, a shiver of fear rising within him, a feeling even stronger than when he faced those werewolf cavalry. Through the mask, Chen Luo glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "This world was created by me. You can think of me as the creator god or the maker." Han Fei's eyes widened instantly, and his mind went blank for a moment. Creator god, creator? But the next moment Han Fei realized that the guy in front of him, who claimed to be the creator god, was probably an NPC, and this was a quest triggered. "Since you are the creator god, why don't you save my people?" Han Fei suddenly stared at Chen Luo, his tone revealing a hint of anger. Werewolves are living beings, and humans are living beings. The law of the jungle is that the strong prey on the weak. Why should I save you humans? Chen Luo's tone was calm, without a trace of emotion. Han Fei was speechless. From the god's perspective, there was indeed no difference between humans and werewolves. They were both just ants. Why should the god care about their lives? "Then what are you doing here now?" Han Fei showed no reverence for the gods, but rather a surge of anger. Chen Luo snorted coldly. "How dare you?" A buzzing sound filled Han Fei's mind as a terrifying pressure swept over him, causing his knees to buckle and he to kneel on the ground. Han Fei was filled with rage and desperately tried to stand up, but he had no strength at all and was unable to do so. "I am here to give your human race one last chance," Chen Luo said indifferently. Most human tribes do not have the ability to fight against the orcs. What you see today is just a microcosm of the future fate of the human race. If this trend continues, within 3 years, all humans will be wiped out, either becoming slaves or food for the orcs. Han Fei's anger subsided as he recalled the hellish scene he had just witnessed, realizing that the god before him was not speaking nonsense. "What opportunity are you talking about?" Chen Luo's sharp, arrow-like gaze fixed on Han Fei, causing the latter to tremble slightly. Han Fei instantly understood what the other party meant. His mind raced, and soon his attitude changed to be extremely respectful. Please, great creator, grant me a way to save humanity. Chen Luo smiled faintly, raised his hand and waved slightly, and Han Fei's body flew over uncontrollably. Han Fei was initially startled, but quickly calmed down, because he sensed that if Chen Luo wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning his head, and there was no need to go through all this trouble. Chen Luo looked at Han Fei, who flew in front of him, and immediately stretched out his finger and touched his brow. I bestow upon you the bloodline of a warrior, granting you the inheritance of combat skills, and the blood of rage, enabling you to unleash powerful combat strength when enraged. Han Fei felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, and then countless memories of battle flooded in, causing his body to become stronger at a visible speed. With another wave of his hand, Chen Luo conjured a long sword out of thin air. The sword had an ancient and simple design and looked extremely domineering. It also had special patterns and a blood groove on it. This sword is called Judgment. It is incomparably sharp and can cut down all things, and I bestow it upon you as well. Han Fei was still in shock from the changes in his body when he saw the imposing longsword that reflected light like a mirror. He was instantly excited and immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully accepting the longsword named Judgment with both hands. Thanks to the great creator for the blessings. After Han Fei knelt on one knee to accept the verdict, he received no response for a long time. He cautiously raised his head to look, only to find that the creator was no longer there. Chen Luo had already returned to the real world. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. Acting was really damn tiring. The reason he personally took to the field was to give the human race a cheat code, allowing them to grow rapidly. Han Fei was a modern man who also possessed the title of ancestor. With the abilities bestowed upon him, he could easily become the lord of a tribe, and establishing a human city-state civilization would be no challenge for him. As for resisting the orc invasion, once civilization is established and the two sides form a basic balance of power, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, although the orcs are powerful, they are not a monolithic entity. Han Fei's genes have been partially activated by Chen Luo, awakening his warrior bloodline. Coupled with the judgment sword bestowed upon him, taking on 100 enemies single-handedly is definitely not a problem. If even Han Fei cannot lead the human race to rise under such circumstances, then we can only blame ourselves for misjudging him, and then we can simply replace him with someone else. Han Fei felt power surging within his body, and he was astonished because he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. With a slight movement of his feet, Han Fei darted out like an arrow, as fast as a cheetah. After several trials, Han Fei was pleasantly surprised to find that his speed was now at least 4 to 5 times faster than that of a normal person, almost like lightning speed. This superhuman feeling instantly captivated him. Han Fei took out the judgment sword and examined it for a moment. He then closed his eyes and began to recall the combat skills that had just been inherited from him. After standing still for a moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly swung his sword forward. A faint white, holy light appeared on the judgment, streaking out with a dazzling light and a sharp whooshing sound before remaining still. At that moment, a crack silently appeared in the ground in front of them. Han Fei was stunned. This power, it truly is a divine sword. He only used less than 10% of his strength just now. If he used his full strength, how powerful would this judgment be? The first thing Han Fei did was turn on the live stream. I met the Creator God, and then I became Superman. The moment this title was published, it immediately attracted countless players. At this time, millions of players had just been forcibly kicked out of the game. Some people uninstalled the game indignantly and stopped playing, but many more lingered in the game forums and live streaming rooms, reluctant to leave. These millions of people experienced the highly realistic scenes in the Western fantasy world. Although they did not enter the game, the login screen alone gave them 100% sense of realism. When Hanfei displayed this eye-catching title, countless viewers clicked on it. In just 1 minute, tens of thousands of people entered Hanfei's game live stream room. Hanfei became excited when he saw so many people coming in. I won't waste any more time. Let me show you the power of this divinely bestowed sword. As Hanfei spoke, he brandished the Judgment Sword and unleashed a powerful slash forward. A dazzling light burst forth from the Judgment, transforming into a sword aura over 10 meters long, which then slammed down onto the ground. Boom! The ground trembled violently, shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. After all the light and dust dissipated, a crack 3 meters wide and of unknown depth appeared on the ground. Hanfei was dumbfounded, and so were the viewers in the live stream. They never expected that this sword strike would be so terrifying. Terrifying! Terrifying! A neat string of text appeared on the screen. The number of viewers in the live stream also surged at this time, exceeding 100,000 in the blink of an eye. Wow, so it's a big shot who obtained the title of Ancestor. Boss, you're awesome. Wow. How did you manage to do something so insane? Did you really encounter the Creator God? Holy crap, I just saw a guy who joined the Beer Clan get captured by the werewolves and enslaved as soon as he joined. How did you manage that, bro? That's the difference between a pro player and an average player. Boss! Wolf riders are coming from behind you. Run! Boss, run! It's over. The big boss was awesome for less than a minute, and he's about to be killed by the orcs. Hanfei didn't need any prompts from the comments to realize that the wolf riders had returned. The sound of a dire wolf running was like thunder. How could he not notice it? Hanfei knew without a doubt that the commotion he had caused had alerted the wolf riders, who had already left, prompting them to return. Although Hanfei was still somewhat flustered, he did not run away, because he now had confidence. When the first wolf rider to charge looked down with his long sword raised, Hanfei's pupils seemed to light up. The wolf rider's lightning-fast, deadly attack seemed to slow down rapidly in his eyes. Next, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times, Hanfei quickly bent down and swung his sword. The next moment, the judgment in his hand pierced through the wolf rider's armor as easily as piercing a block of tofu, and plunged into his neck as smoothly as a top-notch swordsman. The wolf rider's eyes widened in utter terror. Then he let out a blood-curdling scream and fell backward to the ground. Hanfei's judgment was covered with a layer of spiritual light, and he rushed into the wolf riders like lightning. He felt that the sword in his hand was like his closest companion, as if he had been practicing swordsmanship for decades, and using it had become an instinct. With each strike of his sword, a wolf rider fell to the ground. In just 5 minutes, at least 30 wolf riders died by Hanfei's sword. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, watching one wolf rider after another being slain by the judgment, and for a long time no one uttered a word. Hanfei's sword strikes were swift and decisive, never hesitant or cumbersome. He practically turned killing into an art. While making the audience feel anxious, they also experienced the excitement of watching an action blockbuster, with their adrenaline surging. This is terrifying. Could this big shot have actually killed someone? His movements are so practiced. I totally agree. Could he be an assassin? I think what should be shocking is the game's graphics. Whether it's this expert or those werewolves, they all look so real. Didn't you guys notice? Damn, I also think the realism is questionable. Look at that spurting blood and the screams of the dead. It scared my legs so much my legs were shaking. Ah! I don't care about any of that. I really want to play this game. I want to become Superman too. My God, he single-handedly took on a whole squad of wolf riders. At this moment, the situation on the field changed again. Han Fei was covered in blood, which looked terrifying, but he himself had no wounds, because the blood was from the wolf riders. The wolf riders also realized something was wrong. This human was terrifyingly strong, and a sense of fear involuntarily arose in their hearts. When did humans become so powerful? Previously, no human could stand up after a single charge from them, but now, the most powerful 100 or so wolf riders couldn't even scratch a hair on the enemy's head. How is that possible? Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the lead wolf rider immediately ordered a retreat. At his command, the remaining half of the wolf riders immediately turned and fled into the distance. Just when the wolf rider leader thought it was impossible for this human to catch up with them, he suddenly felt a strange palpitation coming from behind him. The wolf rider leader and all the wolf riders turned around in astonishment. A white light appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun, and transformed into a sword beam 20 or 30 meters long, slashing down at them. This was the last scene they saw before they died. As the sword flashed, all the wolf riders and their dire wolves vanished into thin air. 66666. Is this the legendary sword energy? This is a Western fantasy world. Shouldn't it be about fighting? Spirit? Now I believe that the big shot has encountered the Creator God, and this must have triggered a hidden quest. In the time that followed, witnessed by hundreds of thousands of spectators, the continent of Yanni underwent dramatic changes. With extraordinary power, Han Fei wielded the divine sword Judgment, and with the intimidating and subjugating power inherent in his title as the ancestor of the human race, he quickly subdued his first tribe. Then began the path of conquest. In just 1 hour, or more than 4 years in the game world, they conquered the surrounding tribes, large and small, and established the first human city-state, the imperial capital, on the Laika plain. All humans were united as one to resist the powerful and ferocious orcs. Han Fei claimed that the monarchy was divinely ordained, and that he was a descendant of the gods. Based on this, he established the first dynasty of mankind, the Xia dynasty. Using knowledge from the real world, he thoroughly organized the language and writing of the human race into a system, leading mankind into the agricultural era and teaching them how to cultivate farmland and tame wild animals. Holy crap, that's a real big shot. He can even establish a country. This is terrifying. If things continue to develop like this, does it mean that the world will evolve into the civilization we have now? Once I get in, I'll establish a Shang dynasty and overthrow the Xia dynasty. My God, what did I just see? Hey bro, can I play your account for a bit? Wow, I really want to be an emperor for a game. Keep dreaming, this game account cannot be shared. The moment Han Fei established his kingdom, the live stream chat exploded. Nobody expected him to go so far as to establish a kingdom. It would have been very difficult for Han Fei to achieve this, because even with his vast knowledge, he was still just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly know everything. However, with the establishment of Han Fei's regime, there are now more than 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, and everyone is giving him advice. Even those who don't know can search on the search engine and tell him what to do. This sense of participation, witnessing the rise of a civilization firsthand, and contributing ideas during its development gives viewers a feeling of pride. even if they aren't actually in the game. In the next hour, the number of viewers in Han Fei's live stream doubled again, reaching a staggering 400,000. Han Fei divided humanity into several classes. Those who, like him, awakened their abilities were called divine descendants of noble blood, and were the ruling class, the high and mighty nobles. Other ordinary people were the poor, and below them were a large number of conquered people, who were the lowest-ranking slaves. Even lower than slaves were orcs who became prisoners of war. Killing them only required paying a fine, without any punishment. The fact that orcs and humans have a blood feud spanning nearly 10,000 years is unanimously agreed upon by the human race. However, it sparked a heated debate in the live stream, and people quickly split into two camps. They believed that all people are born equal, and even in the early, unenlightened times, people should not be divided into different classes. The other side argues that we should respect the course of history. Humans in the Western fantasy world are not yet able to understand what democracy and freedom are. Bringing in these modern things will only cause humanity to quickly fall apart and eventually be wiped out by orcs. This controversy propelled Second Life to the top of the trending topics list, making it incredibly popular and bringing the game to the attention of a wider audience. Countless curious people entered the game forums and game live streaming rooms, and when they saw the live streams that looked just like the real world, everyone was incredibly amazed. It's so realistic that it feels like watching a live broadcast. Meanwhile, Han Fei's live stream attracted an astonishing 1 million viewers. Following suggestions from many anthropologists and sociologists in the audience, Han Fei established gold and silver as currency for humankind, initiating trade between people and completely ending the barter system. Humanity emerged from the primitive tribal era, and civilization and order descended upon humankind. At this time, no matter how people outside debated whether to establish democracy or slave-owning aristocracy, Han Fei paid no attention to it. Instead, he enjoyed the offerings of everyone as the king of the divine lineage. He commanded a large number of human and orc slaves to build his palace, dress them in magnificent clothes, and even paved the floors of his palace with gold. Supported by Han Fei's powerful personal strength, the human race united as one, and the orcs dared not easily invade human territory anymore, ushering in an era of rapid development. In the 4 hours of the real world, which is equivalent to 17 years in the Western fantasy world, the human race rapidly multiplied and exceeded 200 million people. In the 21st year of the Great Xia dynasty, the conflict between the orcs and humans intensified further. The first major conflict broke out between Luo City and the capital of the emperor, with each side mobilizing more than 100,000 people to launch the first large-scale war between the two races. When viewers in the live stream saw the organization's massive human army and over 200,000 orcs, the number of viewers surged to 3 million. What shocked everyone even more was that more than 3 million people watched this epic battle online at the same time without any lag or stuttering. But at this moment, no one had time to pay attention to the game company's servers, because the epic battle on site had already begun. At the forefront of the Orcish ranks were wolf riders riding mighty wolves, followed closely by bearmen heavy cavalry wielding giant axes, and then came tiger men, lion men, and other ferocious-looking races. 1,000 meters away from the orcs, Han Fei sat astride a tall and mighty dire wolf, wearing golden armor and holding the judgment sword, looking like a god. Behind him followed all the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. Although there were only 100,000 of them, none of them showed any fear. Because all humans know that if they lose this battle, they will likely face extermination by the orcs, and their wives, children, and families will not be spared. Therefore, we can only win this battle and cannot afford to lose. Hundreds of thousands of troops faced off without making a sound, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield. The might of the army sweeps across the desolate desert, and the killing intent soars to the heavens. This must be the scene described. This is what war is all about. Compared to this, the wars depicted in TV dramas and movies are like children playing house. I got goosebumps. Now I finally understand what hundreds of thousands of people mean. It's triggering my trypophobia. That was terrifying. I could actually feel what murderous intent was like. Han Fei drew his judgment sword, its dazzling light instantly enveloping his entire body. Then he swung the sword forward and shouted, "In the name of the gods, glorify my race." Han Fei only said 2 short sentences, yet they seemed to be taken as truth by everyone. All the human soldiers had red eyes as they looked at Han Fei, who seemed like a god, their eyes filled with tears of excitement, and their bodies trembled. "In the name of God, glorify our people." A roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Han Fei's gaze was calm as he swung his longsword downwards, shouting, "Follow me to slay the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" After Han Fei finished speaking, the dire wolf beneath him charged out first. The human cavalry and soldiers behind him shouted battle cries and followed closely behind Han Fei. Meanwhile, the orc army, under the command of the wolf King Nalula, transformed into a torrent of steel and clashed fiercely with the human soldiers. In this racial war, everyone risked their lives, with warriors on both sides charging forward fearlessly. The 2 torrents of steel intertwined, instantly turning into a meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere like goose feathers, vividly demonstrating the cruelty of war. No one spoke in the live stream. Everyone held their breath, nervously observing this epic battle that would determine the fate of the 2 races. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with blood and flesh, and corpses were everywhere, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The visuals are so realistic. Whether it's the screams of humans or orcs as they die, or the pained expressions on their faces, it doesn't look like a game at all. It's just like the real thing. As humans and orcs fell one after another, their blood quickly stained the entire land red, and even weapons floated in the blood. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. The most eye-catching figure on the battlefield was undoubtedly Han Fei, the human king. He was enveloped in white spiritual light and charged back and forth in the enemy ranks, unstoppable. Upon seeing this, the human soldiers were filled with renewed courage. Coupled with the morale boost from the title of ancestor Han Fei, they unleashed a fighting force twice as strong as usual. They followed Han Fei, charging left and right on the battlefield, becoming a sharp blade that pierced straight into the ranks of the orc army. The battle raged from morning till dusk, leaving the fields littered with corpses. However, humans were far behind the orcs in terms of manpower and weaponry, and their individual combat capabilities were completely no match for the orc soldiers. At this point, the human army of 100,000 had dwindled to less than 10,000, while the orcs had also paid a heavy price, with their 200,000 elite soldiers reduced to less than 30,000. As the army was on the verge of defeat, in a critical moment, Han Fei led one of the most elite human war riders to raid the Orc King's royal camp and killed the 10th Orc King, the Wolf King Nalula. With the death of the Wolf King, the Orc army was thrown into chaos, while the human soldiers, upon hearing the news, were energized and unleashed even greater fighting power. Even more astonishingly, quite a few humans activated their bloodline abilities at this time, awakening extraordinary combat capabilities, just like Han Fei. Seeing that the situation was not good, The orcs, under the command of several players with the title of progenitor, quickly led the remaining orc soldiers to retreat, ending this epic battle. Upon seeing the human race's victory, the viewers in the live stream room immediately erupted in cheers, each one as excited as if they themselves had won a battle. After all, they had watched the human race rise step by step, and the human king Han Fei was one of their players, so naturally they would not want the orcs to win. At that moment, the live stream chat was flooded with comments like, "The King of Men is awesome! May he live forever!" The live stream chat went wild, with everyone excitedly spamming the chat with comments. Not long after, a news item quickly became a trending topic. The epic battle has been won by the human race. Many people were confused and didn't know why this was trending. After clicking through, they discovered it was a game called Second Life. When they saw the various battlefield battle scenes posted by players and viewers, those who were unfamiliar with the game were immediately stunned. The visuals are like something out of a Hollywood blockbuster. How could it possibly be just a game? As a result, more and more people were attracted to this game, and the name Second Life quickly became known to the world. Meanwhile, in the Western fantasy world, Han Fei was covered in blood, with almost no intact parts of his body, covered in wounds of all sizes. Han Fei laughed heartily as he watched the orcs leave, then fell headfirst off his dire wolf. Countless human soldiers rushed over and rescued the critically wounded Han Fei. The history of the Great Xia dynasty records, Yan Fei, the founding monarch of the Great Xia, received the sword judgment bestowed by the Creator, awakening the bloodline of warriors. He established the nation and made the capital at the imperial capital. In the 21st year of the Great Xia calendar, King Han Fei of Great Xia led the elite human army in a decisive battle against the orcs on the Lika Plains. He slew the 10th Beast King, Nilura, with his sword, and the humans returned with a Pyrrhic victory. Meanwhile, the orcs were thrown into even greater chaos due to the death of their wolf king, Nilula. Of the 20-odd orc players who possessed the title of progenitor, most died on the battlefield. The 5 survivors then began vying for the title of Orc King, resulting in a fierce internal conflict. Humans also began to retreat to the south to recuperate and rebuild their lives. At this point, nearly 10 hours had passed since Han Fei entered the game, which is equivalent to 40 years in the Western fantasy world. The number of viewers did not decrease. On the contrary, it surged again, reaching a terrifying 5 million. Moreover, Han Fei had been broadcasting for 10 hours at this point, and the number kept rising without any sign of decreasing. Many people felt regretful for missing that epic battle and stayed in Han Fei's live stream, not wanting to miss what was to come. But what happened next surprised everyone. In that battle, Han Fei was seriously injured and lost the courage to fight. Instead, he began to build palaces on a grand scale and indulge in the pleasures of women. It was now the 45th year of the Great Xia dynasty, and Han Fei had become an old man in his 60s. Han Fei, who awakened extraordinary abilities, lived much longer than ordinary people. Even in his 60s, he still looked like he was only in his early 40s. However, Han Fei had lost his former ambitions, especially after the epic war ended. He was worshipped as a god by the human race, which gradually made him feel that he was a god and could do whatever he wanted. But as time went by, Han Fei truly felt that his life was slowly coming to an end. He began to fear death. He was afraid of the feeling of his body slowly weakening away. Death was drawing ever closer, filling Han Fei with increasing fear. He reflected on his glorious life and was unwilling to let it end like this. So the audience saw Han Fei send people everywhere to search for elixirs that could prolong life and offer a large reward for the whereabouts of the Creator God. Now I finally understand why Qin Shi Huang was looking for the elixir of immortality. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Boss Han now has endless authority, so of course he wants to keep it for as long as possible and let this sense of satisfaction continue. I would do the same. After all, who wouldn't want to have that kind of life with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines for a lifetime? Unlike Qin Shi Huang, our King Han Fei has seen the Creator God and knows that there are indeed gods in the Western fantasy world. Since there are gods, it is natural to extend lifespan. This game is terrifying. No wonder it's called Second Life. Han Fei is clearly trapped in the game and has probably forgotten that he is a modern person. At that moment, Han Fei suddenly turned off the live stream. The live stream chat erupted in an uproar. Soon, someone realized why. Many viewers were urging Han Fei to wake up, not to try to achieve immortality, and to continue strengthening the human race to avoid being threatened by the orcs again. At this time, Han Fei had ruled the human race for more than 40 years, holding a high position for a long time. In the Western fantasy world, he was the supreme king, enjoying unparalleled power. He could do whatever he wanted, had endless wealth, and countless women wanted to sleep with him, and all of this was true. Han Fei had dozens of sons, most of whom inherited his bloodline, awakened their warrior bloodline, and became powerful warriors. Decades have passed, and Han Fei can no longer distinguish whether he is a modern person or the founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty in the Western fantasy world. However, compared to his identity as an ordinary person outside, he was clearly more concerned about the Western fantasy world. Now Han Fei only wants to regain his youthful body so that he can enjoy the taste of power for as long as possible. Han Fei thought of the Creator God who bestowed the bloodline of judges and warriors. He felt that his current power had reached the pinnacle of the world, and he had the hope of becoming a god and becoming an immortal being like that man. Han Fei began to build a temple to the Creator God on a grand scale, and he himself, like a devout believer, knelt before the statue of the Creator God every day and prayed. He took out all the gold from the national treasury and ordered his most skilled craftsmen to cast a pure gold statue of the Creator God. He even mobilized the entire nation to build a temple more luxurious than his palace, declared the Creator God religion as the state religion, and claimed to be the most devout believer of the Creator God. Although Han Fei shut down the live stream, his crazy act was still known to viewers in the real world. Because among those 10,000 players in the second closed beta test, a few also joined the human race. However, they were all ordinary players who had not awakened any power and could only remain at the bottom. But Han Fei shut down the live stream, and that's their chance to become famous. At this point, the audience was eager to know how the great Xia dynasty was doing, since 1 hour in the real world meant several years had passed there. The fact that these players started a live stream perfectly satisfied their curiosity. The millions of viewers, whose emotions had been left unexpressed, immediately flooded into the live streams of these few human players. Han Fei's actions over the past decade have also been exposed to the public eye. Everyone thought Han Fei had gone mad. He hardly did anything productive. Instead, he devoted the entire nation's resources to searching for the Creator God and constantly expanding the temple of the Creator, making it more and more magnificent every day. To build the temple, Han Fei began to levy exorbitant taxes and levies, pouring all the resources into what he considered a great undertaking. This led to widespread poverty among ordinary people, with their lives getting worse day by day, and even some people starting to starve to death. Even though Han Fei's prestige was comparable to that of a god, protests still arose among the common people and nobles. After all, They were struggling to survive, and no god could save them. However, Han Fei completely ignored the suffering of the people and suppressed any resistance without hesitation using violent and bloody means. Han Fei has become the tyrant known to all, who disregards the lives of others for his own selfish interests. While the people were starving and naked, the temple of creation did not stop expanding. Inside, there were many priests dressed in white robes, as well as pure goddesses serving the gods. Han Fei prayed for decades and tried every means, but he still could not see the gods. Meanwhile, a popular post appeared on the game forum, a method for crowdfunding to overthrow a tyrant. The Han Emperor we watched grow up has become a tyrant. We call upon those of goodwill to overthrow his rule and rescue the people of this Western fantasy world from their suffering. As soon as someone named SenseTime posted on the forum, their thread was immediately pushed to the top. Mundo can go wherever he wants. Covers face. Bro, your name is really cool. Are you really planning to establish a great Shang dynasty? Lemon Spirit. Thumbs up. Holy crap, bro, I've watched your stream. Your ID is the same as your in-game, right? If I remember correctly, you're just a nobody among the human race. Even though Han Fei's old, he still has a god-tier weapon. He could kill you in a heartbeat. Where did you get the courage to go and throw your life away? I give you a thumbs up. My king, don't even mention going to fight Han Fei one-on-one. You probably can't even get into the palace. Happy every day replied to my king. Don't even mention the palace gate. I bet this guy doesn't even know which way the palace gate faces. Shangtang replied to Kiwojujia Dawang. Poor thing. That's why I called on everyone to come up with a solution. The assassin, somewhat arrogantly, replied to Shangtang, I'll teach you a method. Just say you have the secret to immortality to offer to Emperor Han, then secretly bring in a dagger and assassinate the king of Qin like Jing Qi. I guarantee you'll be remembered for eternity. Lost triumphantly. At the start, a Kun replied to Shangtang, smirking, don't listen to him. You can find the formula for gunpowder, research it in the Western fantasy world, blow up the temple of creation first, and Han Fei will definitely bring people. Then you can launch another attack and send him to the Western paradise. In just over 10 minutes, hundreds of outrageous ideas appeared below, but upon closer examination, none of them seemed reliable. Holy crap, I saw the creator god. Just then, another post on the forum was quickly pushed to the top. Everyone who saw this post clicked on it in surprise. The post begins with a high-resolution screenshot from the game, showing a spacious palace, with a roaring fire in the fireplace and carpets made of rare animal hides on the floor. Han Fei, wearing a crown inlaid with jewels, sat on a recliner, and before him stood a majestic figure dressed in white robes and wearing a mask. The figure resembled the creator god found in the numerous temples dedicated to the creator gods throughout the human race. I am currently in the game. Welcome everyone to come and admire the majestic figure of the creator god. A link to the game livestream was posted below the photo. In that instant, countless people clicked on the link and flooded into the live stream of a player named, Whoever Gives Me Milk is a Wolf. When the audience surged in, they were all stunned because the player who believed whoever gives milk is a wolf wasn't a human player, but a bat. He was currently hiding on a beam in the temple, secretly peeking down. The audience was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that given the temple's tight security, it was impossible for an ordinary person to get in. However, what they were more concerned about at this moment was what would happen to the creator god and Han Fei. When they looked down following whoever feeds me is a wolf mentality, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Fei now had a full head of white hair, His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were covered with a layer of white film. Beside the throne was the Judgment Divine sword. The once dashing and invincible king who conquered the world is now old and frail, seemingly unable to even lift a sword. Han Fei, what is the point of all this? Chen Luo looked at Han Fei indifferently. After the epic battle, he paid little attention to the human race, because he thought that at least for a short period of time, the orcs and humans should develop peacefully, and there would be no major troubles. If Chen Luo hadn't stumbled upon the forum, he would never have known that Han Fei had orchestrated such a farce. The entire human race is now suffering because of Han Fei, all to satisfy his selfish desire for immortality. If this trend continues, the orcs might make a comeback, and the balance will be broken again. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Human greed was indeed endless. Han Fei, an ordinary person in reality, began to covet things that didn't belong to him after obtaining everything in the Western fantasy world. It's you! The great creator god, have you really come? Han Fei's voice was a little hoarse, but incredibly excited. Chen Luo looked at Han Fei with a hint of pity in his eyes. The boy from back then had grown so old. The gentle knife of time is the most terrifying. You want to live forever? Chen Luo's expression quickly returned to calm, and he asked a question indifferently. Excellent. Great creator god, I have now led humanity to rise again. Please grant me immortality. This is the reward I deserve. Han Fei's excited voice echoed in the temple, leaving countless viewers in the live stream with extremely mixed feelings. From the founding of Han Fei's kingdom to leading the human army in the epic war to defeat the orcs and become a hero of the human race, all of this was witnessed by millions of viewers. During this process, Han Fei gained quite a few fans, at least the vast majority of whom admired him. But now, with Han Fei pleading and weeping, he begs the gods for immortality, and everyone feels that the hero in their hearts has collapsed. I suddenly understand him a little. If I were given great power by the gods and became the founding emperor, I would also be greedy for this world. Yes, which of our founding fathers in history didn't search for the way to immortality? Himph. Even so, those founding monarchs didn't drag the entire country and its people down with them, did they? Don't forget, the human race is still weaker than the orcs, and the orcs are watching us like hawks. If it weren't for those few orc players vying for the leadership position, the human race would probably be finished by now. Do you think the creator god will extend his lifespan? I don't think it's going to work. The creator god's attitude is so indifferent. You seem to have forgotten that this is a game world. The so-called creator god is just an NPC. It should be said that the planners do not want Han Fei to continue living. People in the live stream started arguing about whether Han Fei was right or wrong, and some were debating whether the planners would let Han Fei continue to live. Chen Luo chuckled and said indifferently, "A reward you deserve. You seem to have misunderstood something. From the beginning, it was out of pity for your human race that I bestowed upon you power to protect humanity. Indeed, you did a great job, allowing humanity to finally gain a foothold. You also became humanity's first king, and your name will be forever etched in history. Power, status, fame, beautiful women, money, you have it all. What more could you want?" Han Fei cried out, "But this is not what I want." Han Fei stood up from the throne, his body trembling, and walked a few steps to Chen Luo. Although the mask concealed Chen Luo's face, Han Fei could sense that the creator god before him was no different from when they first met. So many years have passed, yet time has left not a single trace on God. Han Fei gazed fervently at Chen Luo's youthful body and exclaimed excitedly, "As my body gradually aged and my inner strength began to wither, I realized that all power and strength are illusory. They are meaningless. Only by becoming a god like you can one achieve eternity. I want to be like you. I want to live as long as the heavens. Chen Luo chuckled. Human greed is indeed true. But why should I grant you eternal life? Han Fei was stunned for a moment, then glared at Chen Luo and said, "No, I have completed the mission you gave me. You should reward me." Chen Luo shook his head. "I didn't give you any mission. On the contrary, I gave you the power to choose. With the power I bestowed upon you, you could choose to protect humanity and gain supreme power. You could also choose to use this as a starting point to break through the limits of human power and thus continuously extend your lifespan. But you chose power and eventually died of old age. Now you want me to satisfy your unreasonable desires and demands." Han Fei was startled. He finally realized that something was wrong. The method to immortality had always been right in front of him, but he had been blinded by power and had not noticed it. Only by continuously evolving and breaking through the limitations of power can one extend their lifespan and become as powerful as a god. Great Creator, I was wrong. Please give me a little more time. Chen Luo glanced at Han Fei indifferently. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of species are natural laws. Since you have chosen power, you must bear the consequences of your choice. Han Fei's body trembled slightly, and soon a look of madness appeared in his eyes. I will exchange everything I have now. Whether it is money, power, or beautiful women, anything is fine, as long as you give me another 10 years. No, 5 years will do. I will definitely be able to break through my current realm. Chen Luo chuckled and said, "What does everything you have mean to me?" Han Fei was stunned, and the viewers in the live stream also fell silent. Yes, everything Han Fei has now is the result of exchanging power obtained from the Creator God. Now he wants to exchange what originally belonged to the Creator God for his life. It's utterly absurd and laughable, and do the gods need the things Han Fei mentioned? Seeing Han Fei's frenzied state, the viewers in the live stream could hardly bear to watch any longer. "Since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself." As Han Fei roared these words, his body shot back to the throne, where he grasped the judgment sword in his hand. Han Fei roared, and his originally frail body seemed to suddenly regain its youth. The age spots and wrinkles on his face quickly faded, and he returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised this time. His eyes gleamed as he quickly scanned Han Fei's body. "Interesting. It seems you haven't wasted your time all these years, managing to completely fuse the blood of rage with your own genes." Chen Luo chuckled faintly, "Completely activating the blood of wrath will only restore your youth for half an hour at most. After that, your genes will collapse and disintegrate, turning you into a pool of blood." "So, planning to take me down with you? That's right. I will slay a god." When Han Fei uttered these words, the audience was stunned and speechless for a long time. Even the live chat was silent. This guy is so insane, he wants to kill a god. The next moment, the entire live stream exploded. Holy crap, holy crap. Emperor Han is a master of disguise, isn't he? He's been hiding this for a long time. Was he just waiting for the Creator God to deliver it to his door? Is Emperor Han going to change his name to something even more awesome, like the God-slaying Emperor? However, I don't quite understand Emperor Han's logic. Does killing a god grant eternal life? So here's the question, can he kill the Creator God? If he really does kill him, then he's still the Creator God? What Creator God? I think he's just a final boss created by the game designers. If Emperor Han really defeats the final boss prepared by the designers, then this game will be unplayable. While the live stream was buzzing with discussion, that player, always ready to lend a hand, immediately changed the stream title to Battle Against Gods. Can Emperor Han challenge the Creator God? As soon as the title was posted on the forum, hundreds of thousands more viewers flocked in, and the number of viewers in the Whoever Gives Me Milk is a Wolf live stream room instantly exceeded 1 million. Moreover, the number of participants continues to rise, comparable to the spectacle of a live broadcast of the epic battle between humans and orcs. Inside the temple, Han Fei raised the judgment high, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped his entire body. An invisible aura emanated from him, causing his robes to flutter in the wind. His eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and he arrogantly declared, "My people, follow me to slay the god and ascend to the throne." As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, a group of people wielding weapons rushed into the temple. Each of these people exuded a powerful surge of energy, clearly indicating that they were warriors with awakened bloodlines. Chen Luo laughed silently. Judging from the situation, Han Fei was well prepared. There were about 100 people in this group, all of whom had awakened their bloodlines and possessed extraordinary powers. This was practically all of humanity's top combat power. Han Fei was truly going all out, completely unaware of what fate humanity would face if he failed. Since you're so well prepared, let me see just how powerful you are that makes you so arrogant as to think you can kill a god. Chen Luo watched with great interest as the light emanating from Han Fei grew increasingly intense. Kill! At Han Fei's command, everyone who'd awakened their warrior bloodline charged toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained motionless, letting their weapons fall onto his robe. Just as the group was astonished, thinking they had succeeded so easily, a tremendous force of recoil erupted from Chen Luo's body, instantly blasting away the 7 or 8 people who had first touched him. Bang, bang, bang! Their bodies, like tattered cotton in a storm, crashed violently into various corners of the temple. Some smashed through the walls, while others tumbled down the high steps in front of the temple gates. Without exception, they all lost the ability to resist and fainted one by one. Interesting. You all possess the power of the blood of rage. Did you help them awaken it? Chen Luo looked at the people lying on the ground, unable to get up. He had only casually unlocked some genes in Han Fei's body, allowing him to awaken his power. He never expected that this guy would use some unknown method to help others awaken the blood of rage as well. Although Chen Luo could sense that half of these people possessed Han Fei's bloodline, namely his sons and daughters, the other half had no blood relation to him. Chen Luo reached out and grabbed at the air in confusion. A bloodline warrior who was still standing suddenly felt his body fly uncontrollably toward him. The bloodline warrior immediately erupted with a dazzling red light, trying to break free from this power. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Upon seeing this, the remaining bloodline warriors fearlessly charged forward again. Chen Luo ignored him, instead grabbing the flying bloodline warrior and scanning him up and down with a divine light bursting from his eyes. Wow, you're quite the talent. You actually extracted your own bloodline into a potion to help them awaken their blood of rage. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. He had kept this matter very secret, and only he knew about it. He never expected that the Creator God would see through it at a glance. Watching his bloodline warriors, whom he had poured his heart and soul into, charge forward only to be blasted away by an invisible force, Han Fei felt no fear, but rather excitement. Is this the power of God? These are the most powerful bloodline warriors among humans, and they don't even have the ability to make the other side make a move. After studying the bloodline warrior, Chen Luo suddenly began to ponder. Although Han Fei's method was somewhat crude, its advantage lay in creating a powerful species without consuming lifespan or essence. He could easily extract the bloodline power of some powerful life forms and integrate it into other species, allowing them to evolve and become stronger. Chen Luo thought for a moment, and there just happened to be a species that he could experiment with. With a casual pinch, Chen Luo turned the bloodline warrior in front of him into a mass of blood without warning. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, including Han Fei and the viewers in the live stream. Then they saw the blood gushing and twisting, growing smaller and smaller, and its color changing from pale red to deep red. Chen Luo then waved his hand, and the wolf on the temple beam let out a shriek, and its body plummeted uncontrollably. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, because they saw the camera constantly shaking and rotating. By the time the camera finally stabilized, the whoever gives the money is the wolf scenario had already fallen into Chen Luo's hands. Holy crap, what's going on? I'm just a bystander, someone yelled in the live stream. Haha, now you know what it means to suffer an undeserved disaster, right, streamer? Congratulations. You possess the potential to become an emperor. The Creator God has taken a liking to you. You will be the next one to establish a nation. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering an epic quest and becoming the pet of the Creator God. Streamer, you've triggered a hidden quest. Keep it up. Haha, it's okay. You're just a little bad anyway. You're not worth much. Streamer, you can't die. If you die, we won't be able to see the battle to slay the gods. Wow, is this really a miraculous encounter? What is the Creator God doing? Just as the viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably, the Creator God injected that drop of crimson blood into the body of the wolf that produces milk. The bat, which was as big as a wolf, froze in midair. Then everyone saw the small bat, no bigger than a palm, begin to swell rapidly, growing to half the size of a human in an instant. Its eyes turned blood red, and its claws and teeth became incredibly sharp, transforming it into a ferocious beast. Chen Luo frowned, reached out and grabbed at the air again, and a bloodline warrior. Inside the temple exploded silently into a cloud of blood mist, which then rapidly twisted, deformed, and shrank. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo sent the purified drop of blood of anger flying into the bat's body. Where there is milk, there is a wolf trembled, feeling an incomparably powerful force surging within his body, causing his bat-like form to continue to swell. Is it still too thin? Chen Luo muttered to himself, then casually pointed again, and two more bloodline warriors exploded into a blood mist, which then merged into the bat's body. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the wolf with milk twisted and turned into a completely naked man. Holy crap, this is the true Creator God. He can conjure people up like that. Amazing, my Creator God. Pieft, streamer, your little ding-ding has been exposed. Wow! Emperor Han and his cronies are completely dumbfounded. They weren't just confused, they were completely terrified. Forget it. Let's disperse. Emperor Han's slogan of killing gods was loud and clear, but the ending was already decided long ago. Where there is milk, there is a wolf covered his genitals with both hands, his face full of embarrassment and fear. He didn't know what had happened, how he had suddenly become a human. I bestow upon you the blood of immortality. From this day forward, feed on the blood of the descendants of the blood of wrath, and your lifespan will be extended. In return, you must not be active during the day. You will turn to ashes if exposed to light. Chen Luo's words stunned everyone once again. The method of immortality that Han Fei desperately sought was casually given to him by Chen Luo, who also required the bat to feed on Han Fei's offspring. This is like stabbing Han Fei with a knife, then sprinkling salt on him, and then stomping on him. Hey, God of creation, I know you're awesome, but this won't do. You turned into a human without my permission. I protest. I won't accept this. I'm going to be a happy bat. Whoever has milk is a wolf, he said, raising one hand with a defiant expression. Protest invalid. Chen Luo glanced at him indifferently, then with a wave of his hand, whoever feeds me will be a wolf, transformed back into a bat. I will grant you the ability to transform at any time. Whether you want to be a bat or a human is up to you. The viewers in the live stream instantly went wild again. Hey streamer, you're really cheeky. Watch out, the creator god might crush your little ding-ding at any moment. Holy crap, isn't this just a vampire? We have witnessed the birth of the first vampire. See, I told you so. This whole killing a god thing is a complete farce. This creator god doesn't even consider Emperor Han a big deal. Emperor Han is probably going to cry. Han Fei was more than just about to cry. He was so angry, he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He had been holding back because he wanted the bloodline warriors to test Chen Luo's strength. Now that Han Fei saw the long-desired blood of immortality being bestowed upon a bat, he could no longer contain his anger. The judgment in his hand shone brightly, and his figure rushed towards Chen Luo like a streak of light. Han Fei moved so fast that ordinary people only saw a blur before he rushed in front of Chen Luo and swung his judgment blade down on his head. Chen Luo gave a light snort, then suddenly stretched out his palm and slapped Han Fei with increased speed. Your speed has reached the first stage of the genetic lock. In terms of the current power of this world, you can indeed be considered a superhuman. But I created this world, and the power you are so proud of is of no use to me. Bang! Han Fei's expression changed drastically. He had no time to react and was sent flying backward, like a mosquito swatted by a hand, spitting out a large amount of blood. The next second, Chen Luo took a step forward, covering more than 10 meters, and arrived in front of Han Fei, reaching out to slap him down again. Han Fei was shocked, knowing that this was a life-or-death situation, and could only react in a split second. He channeled all his strength into the judgment, unleashing a stunning sword strike to block what lay before him. The palm strikes the sword. Boom! Han Fei was blasted into the ground. He coughed up blood and his bones were shattered, but he did not die instantly. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Chen Luo looked at his hand in surprise. Han Fei's sword had cut a wound on his hand, and golden blood was slowly seeping out. Indeed, the human race is a race with great potential. They have already gained such powerful strengths after unlocking only the first-order gene lock. Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. In this world, he could control all power, but in the real world, he was just an ordinary person. If he could unlock his genetic potential in the real world, he would be able to possess Han Fei's power in the Western fantasy world. Then one could truly be like Superman, possessing terrifying speed and strength, an even longer lifespan, and such powerful vitality. This already demonstrates the initial powerful abilities of a transcendent species. Looking at Han Fei, who was vomiting blood continuously but had not yet breathed his last, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a slight sense of admiration for this outstanding man. Han Fei had already lost, but he never showed any fear from beginning to end. Even in the face of invincible power, Chen Luo didn't feel anything special. After all, would a person feel proud of stepping on an ant? Ultimately, Han Fei's contributions outweighed his faults for the human race in the Western fantasy world. At least he brought the human race together and gave them the power to protect themselves. Han Fei smiled bitterly and spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. So the gap is that big. Before I die, can you tell me exactly how much our strength differs? Chen Luo laughed and said something that left everyone speechless. Don't you understand yet? With my background music playing, you can never defeat me. These words caused the live stream to explode once again. How did the creator God know this? No need to think. It's definitely that bastard planner. You dog planner, you're such a rascal. Ha ha ha. I want to know what the background music for the creator God. Can you play it out for us, you lousy game planner? So that's how this game is set up. The creator God is invincible? Han Fei coughed up blood and burst into laughter. I don't believe it. Since this game has such a high degree of freedom, why can't we kill gods? You wait, I will come back, and I will definitely kill you. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, unsure whether to admire him or mock his overestimation of his abilities. This guy was still unwilling to give up, thinking of re-entering the game and opposing him again. Very well, I'm waiting for you to challenge me. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at the bloodline warriors who were still not far away and dared not step forward. He casually pointed to one of Han Fei's sons and said, "From today onwards, you are the king of Great Xia." The man trembled, glanced hesitantly in Han Fei's direction, unsure how to react. Upon seeing Han Fei finally breathe his last, the man immediately knelt down excitedly before Chen Luo. I will obey the divine decree, after witnessing the power of the gods, Han Fei's other sons. And bloodline warriors no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. They all knelt down and shouted in unison, "We will obey the divine decree." At this moment, a ripple emanated from Chen Luo's body, and he disappeared from the temple in the blink of an eye. The History of the Great Xia Dynasty records. In the 75th year of the Great Xia calendar, the founding monarch, Han Fei, sought immortality and, disregarding the suffering of the people, lavishly constructed a temple to the creator god, intending to gain the mercy of the heavens. The heavens, moved by his sincerity, descended upon him, but Han Fei, arrogant and conceited, attempted to kill the god and obtain eternal life through divine blood. Ultimately, he angered the heavens and was executed in the temple. His son, Han Yu, was chosen by the heavens as the new king, becoming the second emperor, and in the 75th year of the Great Xia calendar, the gods, enraged by the actions of the founding monarch Han Fei, unleashed divine punishment, creating vampires that could gain immortality by feeding on the blood of the royal family. This marked the beginning of a nightmare for the royal lineage. The instant Chen Luo disappeared, Han Yu, designated as the second prince, immediately picked up the judgment sword that had been knocked away, pointed it at the bat flapping its wings in midair, and shouted sharply, "Slay this fiend! Whoever gives milk is a wolf," was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't help but curse, "Fuck your ancestors! What did I do to you? Why are you trying to kill me?" The other bloodline warriors were stunned at first, but then they reacted at the same time and immediately grabbed their weapons and attacked the bat. "Ha ha ha, streamer, are you really brain dead like a bat? You have the blood of immortality, and you need to absorb the blood of their royal family to maintain your immortality. If they don't kill you, who will they kill? Streamer, if you don't run, you're going to get gang raped. My God, this streamer is not only cheeky, but also incredibly stupid. I think the first vampire in history was going to die as soon as it was born." When he saw dozens of bloodline warriors rushing towards him, he suddenly realized what was happening and flapped his wings to soar into the sky. Although these bloodline warriors were not as powerful as Han Fei, they still possessed immense strength. Even if he flew into the sky, the weapons and arrows thrown by the enemy could still hit him. Whoever gives milk as a wolf was now in a sorry state. dodging left and right in the air, and finally managed to escape from the temple. However, the bloodline warriors did not give up. They not only chased after the monster, but also gathered all the soldiers and began to hunt it down. Just then, a person suddenly appeared in the empty temple. He rushed to Hanfi's body in a few strides, carefully squatted down, picked up a small pebble that had fallen to the ground, and then quickly slipped away. Haha, everyone, did you see that? This is the stone stained with divine blood. The player named Shang Tang proudly held up a small pebble, waved it in front of him, and showed it to the audience. A drop of golden blood stained the stone. It was the blood that dripped from the wound when Chen Luo was cut by Hanfi. Han Yu's first thought was to obtain the Judgment Sword and kill the vampire to seize the blood of immortality and eliminate future troubles, completely forgetting that there was still a drop of divine blood. Since Time was also watching the live stream of Whoever Has Milk is a Wolf on the forum, when he saw the drop of divine blood fall, he immediately realized that this was an opportunity. So he immediately took control of his character and slipped outside the temple to hide. When he saw Han Yu leading bloodline warriors and half the city's soldiers to hunt down the wolf whoever offered the milk, he immediately slipped in and stole the stone stained with divine blood. At this time, he was also streaming games, but he only had a few hundred viewers in his stream, far fewer than the millions in the If There's Milk, There's Wolf stream. Of the 9 righteous men, how outstanding are you? Awesome, streamer. It's a shame there's no tipping function, otherwise I'd tip you 6666 yuan right now. That's fucking awesome. Ha ha ha. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Didn't they realize that the divine blood is the real treasure? Host, quickly swallow that stone. Let us see what happens. That's right. Once the divine blood dries, it'll be useless. Shang Tang hesitated for a moment, but seeing the viewers in the live stream urging him to swallow the pebble, he thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed the pebble stained with golden blood. In that instant, Shang Tang felt a surge of power well up in his abdomen, and then quickly spread throughout his body. To the astonishment of the audience, Shang Tang's originally thin body suddenly began to develop muscles, and in a short moment, he transformed into a muscular man, tearing his original clothes. Even more outrageous, his hair turned blonde, and even his eyes turned golden. I'm amazed. This divine blood actually works. Super Saiyan? Holy crap, this works? I even typed out words to mock the streamer. And you show me this? That game designer is really something. It actually makes you stronger. Are you kidding me? The audience was shocked, but most of them were incredibly envious. What could they do when the other person was so lucky and had the guts to break into the temple? Looking at his perfect body, Shang Tang felt as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Moreover, even though it was late at night, he could see everything around him as clearly as if it were daytime. Tang was thrilled. This physical enhancement was so pleasurable. Shang Tang lifted his foot and ran forward. As soon as he lifted his foot, he was startled, and even the viewers in the live broadcast room were surprised. Because he took a step that was several meters long, his body seemed to be out of control of gravity, gliding in the air for quite a distance before landing. Tang was caught off guard and, in his haste, bumped into a stone house in front of him. Bang! Shang Tang smashed the wall open and burst into the room. Then, to the astonishment of the homeowner and the others, Shang Tang's body darted out like lightning, crashing through another wall and disappearing from the homeowner's sight. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I couldn't control myself. The strange cry of Shang Tang drifted over from afar. The viewers in the live stream burst out laughing as they watched Shangtang crash through wall after wall before finally stopping outside the city. Pa! Shangtang brushed the dust off his body and finally figured out where he was. As Shangtang was padding, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He had just crashed through so many walls, yet his body was completely unharmed. Holy crap! Another Superman has arrived. Brother, I think you have the potential to be an emperor. Go and establish a nation, King Tang. The next great emperor will be you. With 2 more prodigies emerging, I fear the human race will never be at peace. Ah! Give me a number. This is so exciting to watch. I really want to play the game. At this moment, Chen Luo also saw Shangtang's live stream on the forum. When he saw that this guy swallowed the stone stained with his blood, and his body underwent a strange change, his face immediately showed a strange expression. Even Chen Luo himself didn't expect that. His blood could cause mutations in people's bodies in the Western fantasy world. Analyzing sense times genes, humans, rudimentary life forms, have not yet evolved to the peak of this race and have low genetic value. It is recommended to wait for further growth. Currently, they can produce 0.5% divine genes. Rating: ordinary. Chen Luo was speechless upon hearing the prompt. This Shangtang could actually produce 0.5% divine genes, which was 5 times higher than that of the Ant Emperor. That's interesting. If he were to use his own blood to merge with existing species, wouldn't he be able to continuously create high-value species? The only thing to consider is that he might not have enough blood, and how to replenish it. Chen Luo glanced at Shangtang's current genes, pondered for a moment, and decided to nurture it for a while to see how far this guy could evolve. I hope you can bring me more surprises. Chen Luo smiled and suddenly thought of Han Fei. Analyzing Han Fei's genes. Human race, rudimentary life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race, has unlocked the first-tier gene lock. Target is dead, currently can produce 0.1% divine. Gene, immediate fusion recommended. Rating: ordinary. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Luo was overjoyed and chose to merge without hesitation. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he saw that his height had suddenly increased dramatically from 1.75 meters to at least 1.85 meters. His skin, which had some blemishes before, had now become as white and delicate as a baby's, and his muscles had become more streamlined. Having incorporated 0.1% of the divine genes, it wasn't as painful as the first time. Apart from feeling extremely hungry and tired, there were no other discomforts. Chen Luo knew this was due to the body modification consuming a lot of energy, so he immediately found the last bit of food in the refrigerator, quickly cooked it, and ate it. After finally filling his stomach, Chen Luo returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. He slept for a full day and night. When Chen Luo woke up the next day, he felt like the whole world was different. He seemed to have become more sensitive to the world around him. Knock, knock. Chen Luo could even hear his own heartbeat and feel the blood surging through his body like a raging torrent. The previously vague sensations became increasingly clear. At that moment, Chen Luo understood that the 0.1% of divine genes had enhanced all 5 of his senses. As Chen Luo felt his body growing stronger, he was greatly encouraged. At this rate, he would be able to unlock the first-tier gene lock in no time. The only pity is that each species can only be fused once. He has now fused with the human race that has unlocked the first-order gene lock, so in the future, he can only fuse with the human race genes that have unlocked the second-order gene lock. Han Fei's potential at this time should not be comparable to that of Shangtang, but Chen Luo has no time to wait. 3 years is neither short nor long, and he must seize every opportunity to become stronger. After washing up, Chen Luo realized that he had been staying at home for more than a month, and that the food at home had long been gone. It's time to fill the fridge, otherwise eating takeout all the time will get boring. Chen Luo originally planned to go directly to the supermarket to buy some things, and then go back to continue observing the valuable species in the Western fantasy world. The 10,000 players had created quite a few things that interested him, but after a month of not leaving the house and having no one to talk to, the world felt much stranger to him. Chen Luo thought about it and decided that he should still experience the warmth of the crowd. Otherwise, he might become withdrawn over time. Chen Luo sat down at a coffee shop downstairs. It was afternoon, and there were still quite a few people out having afternoon tea. He ordered a coffee, did nothing but observe the diverse crowd outside. It felt like he was silently observing the evolution of species in a Western fantasy world. As Chen Luo watched, he suddenly became distracted, his thoughts drifting back to the Western fantasy world. He thought of the immortality that Han Fei in the Western fantasy world desperately sought but could not obtain. It's just that the flow of time in the Western fantasy world is different from the flow of time in the real world. Chen Luo doesn't have the immortality that Han Fei imagined. If he grows old in reality, he will also grow old in the Western fantasy world. Han Fei was not afraid of the invincible power of the Creator God, but he was afraid of dying of old age. Seeing how vulnerable Han Fei, who had unlocked the First Order gene lock, was in the face of time, Chen Luo was also shocked and terrified by life and death. Can I live forever? Chen Luo silently asked himself this question. Based on the memories of my future selves, I unlocked the First Order gene lock. If nothing unexpected happens, my normal lifespan will be around 100 years. The Second Order gene lock allows for a lifespan of up to 200 years, while the Third Order gene lock doubles that, allowing for a lifespan of up to 400 years. As for how long those at the third rank or above can live, Chen Luo's strength is currently insufficient, and the memories in his mind have not been unlocked, so it is unknown. However, one thing is certain: the more genetic locks are unlocked, the longer one can live. Therefore, in the final analysis, it still comes down to continuously improving our strength. Chen Luo? Just as Chen Luo was lost in thought, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from beside his ear. Chen Luo looked up in surprise and saw a beautiful girl with long, flowing hair looking at him in astonishment. This girl has a delicate oval face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, a high and straight nose, and a pair of bright and captivating eyes. She is breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, but in that brief instant, he recognized who the girl in front of him was. Tang Qingyu. Chen Luo stood up in surprise, unable to help but laugh. When did you return to China? Tang Qingyu and Chen Luo were classmates from junior high to high school, but they were in different classes in junior high and became classmates in high school. Unlike Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu was a prominent figure in junior high school, having won the National Math Olympiad Championship. He was also the captain of the school volleyball team, and in high school, he led the school's women's volleyball team to win the provincial championship in the high school league. In addition to these, Tang Qingyu has many other nicknames, such as Piano Goddess, Super Academic Star, and Language Genius. In short, she was the kind of other people's child that parents always talked about. Not only did she have good grades and a good family background, but she was also beautiful and worked harder than others. She was the kind of outstanding woman that you couldn't be jealous of. When it came time for the college entrance exam, Tang Qingyu didn't attend university in China. Instead, she went to Harvard with a full scholarship. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Luo never expected to run into Tang Qingyu here, his former dream girl. At that time, Chen Luo was very ordinary and insecure. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Tang Qingyu, so he suppressed his feelings deep in his heart. Even though they had been deskmates, Chen Luo never showed any affection for her. Especially after learning that Tang Qingyu had gone abroad to study, Chen Luo completely severed that lingering affection. "I've only been back for a week." Tang Qingyu smiled and carefully looked Chen Luo up and down a few times. It seems you've gotten more handsome after all these years." Before Chen Luo could speak, another female voice suddenly came. "Qingyu, your friend?" Chen Luo turned around and saw a pretty girl walking over with 2 cups of coffee in her hand. "Jimo, let me introduce you. This is Chen Luo, my classmate from junior high and high school." After introducing her, Tang Qingyu pointed to the pretty girl and said, "This beautiful lady is Zhao Jimo, my college classmate, best friend." While Chen Luo was looking at Zhao Zhaiming, the other party was also sizing up Chen Luo. Zhao Zhaiming looked at him for a moment. Chen Luo, besides being handsome and having a calm and outstanding temperament, didn't seem like an ordinary person. She immediately smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence, I can run into a classmate here." "Yes, I didn't expect such a coincidence. I just got back to the country and ran into a classmate." What could be happier than this? Tang Qingyu smiled and glanced at Chen Luo, saying, "You don't mind if we go together, do you?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "I couldn't ask for more than 2 beautiful women to accompany me." After Tang Qingyu and Zhao Zhaiming sat down together, she immediately asked with a smile, "It's been almost 7 years since we last met, hasn't it?" Chen Luo smiled and nodded, saying, "I was exactly 18 when I graduated from high school, exactly 7 years ago." "So, our goddess should have graduated by now, right? It's been so many years, and you're still using that outdated nickname." Tang Qingyu rolled her eyes at Chen Luo and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Luo laughed heartily. "No matter how many years pass, you will always be the goddess of all the boys in our school. If you don't believe me, just post a message in our high school class group, and I guarantee a bunch of bastards will jump out and call you goddess." Tang Qingyu shook her head and smiled. "Forget it. Every time I speak in that group, messages keep flashing. I don't know whether to reply or not, so it's better to just pretend I don't exist." Zhao Zhaiming couldn't help but laugh as he stood to the side. "Is Qingyu this popular in high school too?" Chen Luo said with a smile. "She's more than just popular. Goddess Tang is the dream girl of every boy in our school. It's not as exaggerated as you say." Zhao Zhaiming looked at Chen Luo with a smile. Asked, "Does this include you, Chen Luo?" Chen Luo was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Of course, I've been dreaming about Goddess Tang for many years." Chen Luo's open admission made people think he was joking and didn't take it seriously at all. "Pa, I don't believe it. You were my deskmate for a year. How many words did you actually say to me?" Tang Qingyu glanced at Chen Luo sideways. Chen Luo didn't dare to speak to Tang Qingyu at all. He would get nervous as soon as he tried to talk to her. "Do you know how many warnings, both overt and covert, I received back then?" Chen Luo chuckled. "I don't know what it was all about, but every suitor of yours would come over and warn me not to talk to you, making it seem like they were threatening me. That was the first step in pursuing you. Tell me, wasn't I wronged?" Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyu and Zhao Zhaiming burst out laughing. The 2 beautiful women laughed so hard that they shook their heads, attracting the attention of many men around them who looked over with shining eyes. "No, how come I've never heard of this before?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Would those people who threatened me tell you on their own initiative? I got used to it later and didn't take it seriously, so naturally I wouldn't tell you about it. Later on, didn't that incident happen where I became your scapegoat?" We didn't speak to each other until you went abroad. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingyu burst out laughing, becoming happier and happier until tears streamed down her face. Zhao Zhaiming was stunned, wondering what Tang Qingyu was laughing at so happily. She felt that Chen Luo hadn't done anything particularly funny. Is she crazy? Zhao Zhaiming glanced at Tang Qingyu with a puzzled look, but then noticed that Chen Luo, sitting opposite her, had a wry smile on his face. She immediately realized that there must be a story between the two of them. Hey, stop laughing. What's going on? Tang Qingyu finally managed to stop laughing. She looked at Zhao Zhaiming, panting, and said, "Do you know why, even after 7 years, I can still recognize him at a glance? Isn't it because he's good-looking?" Chen Luo had fused with the genes of the divine offspring twice. Although his appearance did not change much, his skin was fair and tender like a baby's, and his eyes were bright and clear, which made his overall appearance several levels higher. Tang Qingyu shook her head, suppressing a laugh, and said, "He took the blame for me once when we were in high school." Next, Tang Qingyu recounted what happened in high school. It was a math self-study session during their senior year of high school. The math teacher, Yang Gufan, came in and copied the problems onto the blackboard. At that time, Chen Luo had been playing online games all night and was so tired that he fell asleep on the table. Meanwhile, her deskmate Tang Qingyu was listening to music with headphones on, and then using her math textbook to hold down a romance novel while reading. When she got to an exciting part, she couldn't help but hum along with the song playing in her headphones. The classroom was quiet during evening self-study, but Tang Qingyu was so engrossed in her studies that she forgot where she was. Tang Qingyu hummed a few words, then noticed that all her classmates were looking at her, and she realized something was wrong. Tang Qingyu was quite clever. She quickly stuffed the earphones back into her desk and then covered the novel with her textbook. When Yang Gufan turned around, Tang Qingyu was already nonchalantly watching Chen Luo, who was asleep, along with her classmates. Yang Gufan immediately spotted Chen Luo sleeping on the table. He walked over, picked up a textbook, and slapped Chen Luo hard on the head. Tang Qingyu couldn't help but laugh again as she recounted this. "Do you know what the math teacher said when he slapped him back then?" Zhao Zhaiming asked curiously. "What did you say?" Tang Qingyu mimicked Yang Guofan's tone from back then, suppressing a laugh as she said, "Just go to sleep. Why are you humming like that?" Zhao Zhaiming was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, panting. Between laughs, "Ha ha, so your math teacher thought he was talking in his sleep." Chen Luo shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Yeah, the key is that I was woken up by the beating, and I thought I deserved to be caught sleeping in class." It wasn't until after evening self-study that my deskmate behind me told me the truth. Zhao Zhaiming and Tang Qingyu burst into laughter, and it took them a while to calm down. "Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I haven't laughed this happily in a long time." Zhao Zhaiming gasped for breath, completely exhausted from laughing, after the two women finished laughing and chatted. For a while, Chen Luo learned that Zhao Zhaiming was not from Jiangcheng, but from Beijing, and that he was visiting Tang Qingyu's home. Both of them have earned their MBAs from Harvard and are preparing to return to China to pursue their careers. When the two women learned that Chen Luo had just been laid off and had been unemployed for more than a month, they didn't look down on him at all. Instead, they offered to help him find a job. Chen Luo smiled and politely declined. He could tell that the two girls genuinely wanted to help, and they were clearly capable of doing so. However, Chen Luo didn't want to owe anyone favors, and besides, making money was very easy for him now. Given the current popularity of Second Life, Chen Luo doesn't need to do anything. Even if he just sells game test qualifications for tens of thousands of yuan each, he believes there will be plenty of people willing to buy them. After Chen Luo refused, Tang Qingyu naturally changed the subject and suggested that they go out to eat together. Chen Luo already had a great liking for Tang Qingyu, so he didn't refuse and agreed with a smile. After the meal, Chen Luo exchanged contact information with the two women, and then politely said goodbye. Chen Luo was self-aware. He knew that the gap between him and Tang Qingyu was too great, and she hadn't shown any particular interest in him. Perhaps after today, they would become two parallel lines again, never to intersect again. Moreover, Chen Luo knew that a major calamity would befall him within 3 years, making it even less suitable for him to pursue women at this time. Therefore, Chen Luo was very decisive and did not dwell on the matter. Little did they know that Chen Luo's behavior would pique the interest of Zhao Zhaiming and Tang Qingyu. Qingyu, your old classmate doesn't seem to be playing hard to get. He really doesn't seem interested in you, Zhao Zhaiming said with a light laugh. Tang Qingyu rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhaiming and said irritably, "Do you think I'm a 100 yuan bill, loved by everyone? Pfft, don't you know you're cuter than RMB?" Zhao Zhaiming suddenly leaned in to kiss Tang Qingyu. Tang Qingyu pushed Zhao Zhaiming's face away with a look of embarrassment and annoyance and said angrily, "Stop it! Haha, you're even cuter like this. Come on, baby, give me a kiss." Zhao Zhaiming grinned and pretended to kiss her. Tang Qingyu screamed, shoved Zhao Zhaiming aside, and ran away. The two women laughed and joked for a while, then went out and drove off quickly in a bright red Ferrari, with the license plate 11111. Chen Luo first went to a clothing store and bought several sets of clothes. He had suddenly grown taller, and his old clothes no longer fit. Then he went directly to the supermarket and bought a bunch of food, carrying large and small bags back home. After returning home, Chen Luo didn't rush to explore the Western fantasy world. Instead, he felt he should find a way to make some money. He now has less than 20,000 yuan in savings, and he definitely won't be going back to work. Even if we calculate based on the minimum living standard, this amount of money will only last him for a maximum of 2 years. Chen Luo thought for a moment and suggested that in addition to directly selling game test qualifications, he could also open up a recharge function to allow players to spend money, or open a video reward function and split the profits 50-50 with the streamers, etc. However, Chen Luo quickly abandoned most of his ideas, fearing that given the popularity of Second Life, it would likely attract attention very soon. This game claims to be 100% realistic, but it's actually only 1 GB in size. This kind of technology is something that both major game companies and countries would want to obtain. Chen Luo currently lacks the ability to protect himself. Once he attracts the attention of gaming giants and the national government, he will be unable to control his own destiny. Therefore, he needs to keep a low profile for now. If you enable recharge channels or tipping, the money will eventually flow into your bank account no matter what, and it can't withstand scrutiny. After thinking about it, Chen Xuan realized that the simplest solution was still to sell game testing qualifications. During the first test, someone offered 10,000 to buy it, but the Western fantasy world is bound to the player's soul, so it cannot be transferred at all. So in the end, the price skyrocketed 5-fold, reaching 50,000 each. In fact, those buyers also knew that even if they offered a higher price, they wouldn't be able to buy it because there was no way to make a transaction, so of course no one would sell it. The reason those buyers are still asking for such high prices is to entice people from the game company to try to make an inside deal, which is why they are still making all sorts of crazy hints in those acquisition posts. However, their attempts to win him over were in vain, because the so-called game company only consisted of Chen Luo alone. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo used the backend of the game forum to find the registered mobile phone numbers of those who had purchased game testing qualifications. Then Chen Luo selected 5 mobile phone numbers in Jiangcheng and went to a newsstand in a relatively remote place to contact each of the 5 people using a landline. These 5 people were clearly not short of money. Without any hesitation, they immediately agreed to meet with Chen Luo and to pay in cash. Just to be on the safe side, Chen Luo bought sunglasses and a mask, and then went to the first agreed meeting place. In less than half an hour, Chen Luo arrived at a place called Shenlin Internet Cafe, where the buyer was the owner, Zhang Lesheng. This internet cafe has a great location and the interior is decorated in a high-end and classy style. You can tell at a glance that it is a top-notch internet cafe. Chen Luo couldn't help but glance at the internet access prices. The minimum charge was 20 yuan per hour. After Chen Luo told the network administrator his purpose, Zhang Lesheng quickly rushed out. Hello. Zhang Lesheng was taken aback when he saw Chen Luo fully armed, but he quickly seemed to understand something. He greeted him with a smile and then invited Chen Luo to his office. No need. The account you provided has already been activated. You can go and confirm it first. Zhang Lesheng was overjoyed and immediately said, "Then wait a moment, brother. I'll be right there." Zhang Lesheng left Chen Luo behind, turned around and went back to his office, took out his VR device, and then opened Second Life on his computer to test it out. Just as Chen Luo said, the accounts that were previously marked as inactive can now log in and create characters normally. Zhang Lesheng was overjoyed. He had been following the game since the first test, but the game was so popular that not only was it hard to get an account, but you also needed to have some knowledge of biology, which gave him a big headache. I posted on the forum just hoping for the best, but I never expected to actually be able to buy an account from inside. Zhang Lesheng realized that many of his brothers also wanted to be testers for the game, so he immediately quit the game, took out a paper bag he had prepared beforehand from his desk, and rushed out. "Brother, may I speak to you in private?" Chen Luo glanced at Zhang Lesheng with a puzzled look, but nodded and followed him into the office. "Here's the money. Please count it first." Chen Luo took the paper bag, glanced at it briefly, and then put the money away. "Is there anything else?" Zhang Lesheng rubbed his hands together and said with a big smile, "Brother, is there any way to get a testing qualification? I have a few more brothers who want to buy it." "Money is not a problem, and we can even raise the price." Chen Luo hesitated for a moment. He could sell a few more test qualifications without any problem, but he couldn't be too decisive. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can't make that decision. I'm just a gopher." Chen Luo paused for a moment, then continued, "However, I can pass on the message that I will contact you again if they agree." Zhang Lesheng, thinking he understood the situation, said with a look of sudden realization, I understand. It's best to be careful, in case your company finds out." Chen Luo coughed lightly. Then Mr. Zhang, wait for news. "Goodbye. Hey bro, leave me your contact information. Otherwise, how am I supposed to find you? I know your address and number." "I will contact you if they agree to the transaction." Zhang Lesheng didn't expect the other party to be so cautious, but there was nothing he could do. Chen Luo had already said that he was just a gopher, and even if he forced his way to get the phone number, he couldn't make the decision. "Brother, whether they agree or not, you must let me know." Zhang Lesheng looked at Chen Luo with reluctance. Chen Luo got goosebumps from the guy's eager gaze. He nodded quickly, stuffed the money into a travel bag he was carrying, and left Deep Blue Internet Cafe. Over the next day, Chen Luo traveled across most of Jiangcheng and successfully completed the transaction. Like Zhang Lesheng, The other 4 people immediately requested to purchase more test qualifications after confirming that their game accounts could log in. Chen Luo's answer was the same as Zhang Lesheng's, neither agreeing nor refusing, only saying that he needed to ask for instructions. Some buyers couldn't wait and asked him to call and ask in person, offering to pay 10,000 yuan just for making a phone call. After inwardly marveling at how rich and capricious this person was, Chen Luo refused again, saying that he didn't know the other person's contact information. They always met in person, and the other person was wearing a mask, so they needed to meet in person to confirm. Not content with this, the man even sent someone to follow Chen Luo after he left. However, Chen Luo's 5 senses were greatly enhanced at this time, and he discovered the person after following for a short time. Chen Luo quickly shook off the person who was following him, then blacklisted that person, vowing never to do anything with them again. Chen Luo went to the bank and deposited all 250,000 yuan in cash before returning home. Just as he was about to enter the Western fantasy world, he found the forum bustling with activity. Wow! I learned to swim in the game, and now I've learned to swim in the real world too. When Chen Luo saw the post, he was immediately alarmed because he knew he was in trouble. However, he quickly calmed down and clicked on the post by the person named A Little Sparrow to read the details. Because I nearly drowned when I was a child, I've always been afraid of water and haven't learned to swim yet. I was lucky this time, and my creation, a flying bird, got me a spot in the second closed beta test, but I still chose to experience life in the primitive era and chose the human race. Now comes the important part. Because our Emperor Han built temples everywhere and in his quest for immortality, he began to levy exorbitant taxes. As a poor, low-level player, I was struck down with bad luck. Because I couldn't afford to pay enough taxes, I was captured and sold into slavery to a native nobleman. From then on, I tragically began a hellish life of waking up earlier than the rooster, sleeping later than the dog, never getting enough to eat, and being whipped at the drop of a hat. Several times I thought about committing suicide and quitting the game, but then I remembered that this was the life I had chosen, and even if it meant enduring tears, I had to experience it properly. One day, I went to the river with my nobleman, and his gold ring fell into the water. He then kicked me into the water and made me retrieve the ring for him. That bastard was threatening me from the shore with a knife, saying that if I didn't retrieve the ring, he would kill me even if he came ashore. I figured I was going to die anyway, so I tried swimming from a video tutorial I'd seen before. After a few splashes, I got the hang of it. Driven by a powerful will to survive, I discovered that I had actually learned to swim. When I retrieved that bastard's gold ring and handed it to him, he complained that I was too slow and tried to chop off my hand with a knife. This is intolerable. If I keep tolerating this, I'll become a ninja turtle. So I snatched that bastard's knife and killed him first. As a result, I was hacked to pieces by that bastard's henchmen. My death was gruesome, and they even made me lower my pain sensitivity to 0. Okay, I've rambled on for so long, and I still haven't gotten to the point. The key point is that even after I quit swimming, I still had that memory of swimming, so I immediately went to the swimming pool and found that I could actually swim again. Therefore, it can be inferred that skills learned in the game world can be brought back into reality. However, these skills are the kind that are acquired through practice and experience. Things like playing soccer, cooking, and drawing should be no problem. But superhuman abilities like Emperor Han's can't possibly be taught. Now, here comes the most important part. The time difference between the real world and the game world is 1 day versus 100 years. Even if you practice inside for 100 years, only 1 day will have passed in the real world. Do you know what this means? This means that our national football team has a chance to win the World Cup. Think about it. If our national football team can get into the World Cup for just one day, then when they come out, it's equivalent to others training for 100 years. If they still can't qualify for the World Cup, then I think we should try using a bunch of pigs. I finally understand why this game is called Second Life, because this game truly allows you to live a completely different second life. I'm absolutely blown away by this game company. Since I've been promoting this so enthusiastically, shouldn't the operations team give me another test qualification? When Chen Luo saw this, he couldn't help but start to get a headache. The Western fantasy world is a real world, and the experience gained from learning skills there can certainly be taken out. Moreover, not only can items from the game world be taken out, but items from the real world can also be created in the game world, provided the conditions are met. He just didn't expect to be discovered by these players so quickly. What a little sparrow says can be easily verified, since there are many players in the game, and a few simple experiments can confirm it. Next, the game, Second Life, will likely attract even more attention, especially at the national level. Thinking of this, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and hadn't exposed any personal information during today's transaction. Otherwise, he feared he would have been confronted very soon. At this point, the post by Little Sparrow had received nearly 10,000 replies. Simba, wow, if it's really as the original poster said, then this game might very well become a training ground in the future. The climb so beautiful I can't die. I can already foresee countless painting geniuses, athletic geniuses, and calligraphy masters emerging. The Mei Chuan Nei Ku. This game absolutely cannot be open to foreigners. It must be exclusively for us Chinese. Then everyone in our country will be a genius. A 2G's little fanboy. You guys are just fantasizing without even knowing if it's true. I want to say, damn official. Why don't I have a test qualification? Can the official pay to sell first test qualifications? I'm writing this in blood. A leader of the Women's Sorrow Alliance. Count me in. Upstairs. 2 people write this in blood. Hava, to a falling flower. All I care about is when the third closed beta test will be. I used my dad's, mom's, brother's, and cousin's ID cards to apply for a spot. Please select me for the third closed beta test. Crying, what did I do to you? At Flowerfall, wait a minute. Why a third test? I strongly suspect your IQ is negative. Oh, I'm so disappointed in you. Please, just open beta. I'd be happy to let you have a slow internet connection and wait in long queues. I'd be happy to be a pay-to-win pig, a Han-Feezy. I can vouch for the truth, what the original poster said. The leader of the Women's Sorrow Alliance, at Han-Feezy. Wow, Emperor Han himself is here. Why aren't you all kneeling in worship? A Mei Chuan Nei Ku, at Han-Feezy. Damn it, Emperor Han, you still dare to come to the forum. Do you know how many people are ready to tear you apart? They playing Yasuo is a disgrace. At Han-Feezy, someone come here with my 40-meter-long sword. I'm going to destroy the Emperor. Han-Feezy's appearance immediately caused a stir among the forum's players and viewers, who frantically tagged him. Han-Feezy sighed softly at home. He had only recently quit the game and hadn't quite adjusted yet. He had only been gone for a day, yet everything around him felt completely unfamiliar. Han-Feezy's mind was still stuck in the Western fantasy world, as if he were the true founder of the great Xia dynasty, and had now transmigrated into a modern, technological civilization. In that world, he lived to be nearly 100 years old, possessing formidable personal martial prowess and supreme authority, while in this world, he is only 20 years old. Nearly 100 years of memories had a greater impact on him than the 26 years of his life in the real world. Han Fei's eyes had become much more weathered, and his temperament had also changed significantly. He had actually lived for 100 years in the Western fantasy world, which made his thinking more mature, as if he were a wise man who had seen through many worldly affairs. No, I need to calm down and readjust to the modern world, and get rid of the influence of the game world as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might develop a mental breakdown. Throughout the day, aside from necessary eating, drinking, and relieving himself, Han Fei rushed into the game world as soon as possible. The time flow rate between the two worlds was too different, and he didn't want to miss a single second in that world. Now that he could finally catch his breath, the first thing he did was take a shower, change his clothes, and get ready to go out. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Han Fei walked over and opened the door, only to see the fat landlord standing there with an impatient look on his face. "Hey, I called you all day yesterday, and you didn't answer." "What does that mean?" "Does not answering the phone mean you don't have to pay rent?" Han Fei paused for a moment before remembering that yesterday was rent payment day, and he was in the game world, so he didn't have time to answer the phone. In just one day, the fat landlord's attitude changed drastically, as if he owed him millions. Han Fei said calmly, "I'll transfer it to you later." "Right now, immediately," the fat landlord shouted aggressively. "If you don't have money, then hurry up." The fat landlord stopped abruptly as he felt a chill run from his feet to his head. Han Fei's expression was icy, and he was staring at him with narrowed eyes. It was Han Fei's gaze that gave the fat landlord the illusion that he was being stared at by some monstrous beast, which felt extremely dangerous. "I said I'd transfer it to you later." The chubby landlord shuddered and hurriedly exclaimed, Sure, no rush at all. It's fine to do it a little later." After the fat landlord finished speaking, he turned around and left. On his way downstairs, he tripped and almost fell flat on his face. After going downstairs, the fat landlord finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his wildly beating heart and said, "Damn, that kid's eyes were so scary." Han Fei was initially puzzled by the fat landlord's reaction, but he quickly understood. In the game world, Han Fei possesses supreme power over life and death, and over time, this naturally creates an awe-inspiring aura. The fat landlord's aggressive attitude just now triggered Han Fei's unconscious reaction, causing him to unleash his in-game aura, which frightened the fat landlord so much that he ran away in fear. Han Fei was stunned, never expecting that the game would have such a big impact on him. So Han Fei lost interest in going out and immediately opened the game forum, where he saw the post made by a little sparrow. Han Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw so many people tagging him, and immediately posted another reply below. "I, Emperor Han, am here to pay." After Han Fei posted this reply, he was immediately tagged by countless people, but most of them were not malicious, and were just making fun of his whereabouts. Actions in the game world. Han Fei wasn't angry. He just looked at it and let it go. But soon, he saw a popular live stream post on the forum, and the streamer was the player named "Whoever Has Milk is a Wolf." Han Fei was slightly taken aback, not expecting this guy to be live streaming. This guy got the blood of immortality that he couldn't have. Let's see what tricks you can play with it. When Han Fei clicked into the live stream and saw the content, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because whoever provides milk is a wolf, the first vampire in this game world is being relentlessly hunted down by his offspring. Han Fei checked the time. An hour had passed since he returned to the real world. In other words, the wolf in sheep's clothing has been hunted down for 4 whole years. Han Fei was speechless for a moment, but he quickly understood. After hearing what the Creator God said, he knew that as long as the person who succeeded him wasn't stupid, they would definitely try their best to get rid of this vampire. Han Fei was now curious about who had succeeded him. The second most captivating aspect of this game is that the sensory experience is completely realistic. Whether it's eating, drinking, relieving oneself, or engaging in sexual activity, it's exactly the same as in real life. Even his concubines and descendants had their own independent personalities, desires, and thoughts. They were not emotionless, two-dimensional characters. This inevitably led Han Fei to develop feelings for the people in the Western fantasy world, and to wonder if the empire he had built would have any successors, although some of the viewers in the live stream were diverted to Sense Time's live stream. The number of viewers was still a staggering 2 million. The wolf, now in human form, was running wildly with milk in its mouth, pursued by 6 bloodline warriors. Although Han Yu did not personally come to hunt them down, he sent 20 bloodline warriors, divided into 3 waves, to relentlessly pursue them for 24 hours a day. For the past 4 years, it's been a case of whoever provides the milk is the wolf. There hasn't even been time to catch my breath. Whoever offers milk is a wolf. He even dared to confront the Creator God. But Han Yu's relentless pressure only fueled his determination, making him determined to challenge the royal family. After being transformed by the blood of immortality, he did not gain powerful combat strength like Han Fei, but instead gained 2 very powerful abilities: extremely fast movement speed and the ability to recover by absorbing blood. Whether he was a bat or in human form, his speed was at least 5 or 6 times faster than an ordinary person running at full speed. After being injured, it can recover by drinking the blood of ordinary people and wild animals, and does not even need food. With these 2 abilities, they managed to survive the relentless pursuit. However, he has a fatal weakness. He cannot appear during the day, because if he does, his body will automatically burst into flames. Helpless, they could only hide in dark places during the day to avoid the scorching sun. In this way, no matter how fast he runs, he will soon be caught up by the royal bloodline warriors. In the past 4 years, he has gone to great lengths to survive, or rather, to deliberately provoke the royal family. He could handle a bloodline warrior alone, but his opponent was never alone. Once he spotted him, they would swarm him, leaving him no chance at all. Sure enough, not long after dawn, "Whoever feeds me is a wolf" was caught again, and the viewers in the live stream were all giving him advice. "Streamer, you can't just keep running away like this. You need to find a way to fight back, otherwise they'll catch up with you sooner or later. Streamer, you're supposed to be the first vampire. How can you be so pathetic? There's a cesspool in front of you. Jump in and hide. Dude, that's too ruthless. Are you trying to make the streamer eat shit online? Brother Wolf, I am Rakoba, the progenitor of the Bear Clan. I have now become the chieftain of the Bear Clan again. If you are willing to join our Bear Clan, I will lead a large army to rescue you. Time is short. If you agree, jump into the cesspool and hide for a while. I am already at the border of the human race. Holy crap, are you serious upstairs? Or are you trying to scam our progenitor of vampires? Brother Wolf, I am Lei Dajun, the progenitor of the Lion Man clan. I have now become the patriarch of the Lion Man clan again. Our great clan urgently needs talents like you. If you are willing to join our Lion Man clan, I will immediately lead a large army to rescue you. Time is short. If you agree, jump into the cesspool and drink a few mouthfuls of excrement, and I will immediately lead the army to set off. Calling out to Brother Wolf. I am Lai Feng, the progenitor of the leopard people, And I have now become the patriarch of the leopard people once again. Next, a bunch of people started imitating the first Bearman chieftain's speech, spamming the screen like crazy. Without exception, they all encouraged anyone who offered benefits to jump into the cesspool. Hey, stop messing around. I really am the chieftain of the bear clan. Pa. I'm the real deal too, you imposter. Exactly. How can you prove you're real? The person who claimed to be the chieftain of the bear clan quickly posted several game screenshots in the chat box. The live stream. Those screenshots showed the appearance of Rakoba, the chieftain of the Burman tribe, with a group of heavily armored Bearman knights standing behind him, all ready to go. Holy crap! It's actually true! We have spies here. Are there any humans? Quickly inform your king that there are orcs with malicious intentions. Haven't you guys noticed something? The streamer isn't human either. A beast saving another beast, no problem. Whoever provides the milk as the wolf was hiding behind a large tree. The sun was shining brightly outside, and taking one step forward meant certain death, while the bloodline warriors were chasing after them. He was truly at his wit's end, with nowhere to turn but a cesspool. Just then, whoever offers milk as a wolf glanced at the game screenshot posted by Rakoba. His eyes flashed, he gritted his teeth, and actually jumped into that cesspool. The moment he jumped in, the stench was so overwhelming that he almost vomited. OMG! This streamer is truly the most amazing person in the world. He actually jumped. I just want to spam 66666. Stunned. That's ruthless. If it were me, I would just commit suicide. At worst, I'd just die. It's just a game anyway. I'm speechless. PF'd. I only have one thing to say. Streamer, that expression of yours seems to suggest you've forgotten you can turn off your 5 senses, hasn't it? Haha, now that you mention it, I do remember. When the streamer jumped down just now, his expression clearly showed that he had forgotten. Whoever gives milk as a wolf was already deep in the cesspool, so he naturally couldn't see the contents of the chat box. But while feeling extremely disgusted, he suddenly remembered that this game could not only reduce pain, but also block out all the senses. He cursed inwardly and immediately brought up the game options, blocking out all 5 senses. The 6 bloodline warriors rushed to the vicinity of the cesspool in an instant, but soon they covered their noses and moved away from the cesspool. That's strange. I could clearly sense his presence, so how could he have disappeared so quickly? There was nowhere to shade him in front of him, so he could only escape from these 3 directions. We came from the east and didn't see him. There's none to the west either. Nothing was found to the south either. Where did he run off to? Before long, all 6 bloodline warriors focused their attention on the cesspool in the distance. 19th brother, go and take a look. One of the young men, who looked to be in his early 20s, turned cold and said disdainfully, 13th brother, you can't order me around. Go by yourself if you want to. You! The 13th brother glared at the 19th brother. Father is gone, and you dare to show no respect for your elders. I'll teach you a lesson today, the young man sneered. 13th brother, with your strength, it's not certain who will teach whom a lesson. The man called 13 brother flew into a rage. Charged straight at 19 brother. 13th brother, 19th brother has always been like this. Calm down, and don't forget the king's orders. Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, the other 3 men and 1 woman immediately stepped in to stop them. After finally separating the 2, the question of who should explore the cesspool became a problem. These 6 people were all direct descendants of Han Fei. They had lived a life of luxury and ease since birth, and they would never be willing to do such a dirty thing as cleaning latrines. After a stalemate, they unanimously decided to stay outside the latrine for a while. Even if that vampire really hid in the cesspool, it couldn't hold its breath forever. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Han-Fei's children seemed to think it was about time. They swiftly left the latrine and searched in different directions. A moment later, the wolf quickly crawled out of the dung pit. But as soon as he wiped the stuff from his eyes, he froze in place, because the 6 bloodline warriors charged back. "Damn it!" he cursed, instantly realizing that those bastards had deliberately left to see if he would crawl out. "I admire you, you beast, for being able to tolerate this," the 13th brother sneered, already drawing his long knife. Whoever gets milk is the wolf was so frustrated he was about to vomit blood. He wasn't afraid of dying, since it was just a game, but he just couldn't swallow this insult. He was just a bystander, and hadn't done anything yet, but he was being relentlessly hunted down by these bastards. It was infuriating. "Whoever feeds me is a wolf," glared at the 6 bloodline warriors, ready to fight them to the death, when suddenly a deafening roar, as if the earth were shaking, came from afar. Everyone present looked in the direction of the sound. Raging bear cavalry. The 13th prince's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm. The bear riders and wolf riders are the most elite troops of the orcs. The bear riders are naturally tall and strong, twice the size of ordinary humans, and possess immense strength. An ordinary bear rider soldier can easily take on 10 human soldiers. The most elite furious bear soldiers can fight 20 enemies single-handedly. In fact, the standard for selecting furious bear soldiers is to go to the battlefield and kill at least 20 human soldiers by themselves. The more they kill, the higher their status in the furious bear soldiers. Now, at least 1,000 angry bear soldiers stood neatly before them. Not only did the 13th prince's expression change, but the other 5 also looked extremely grim. Each of them was strong enough to handle about 10 angry bear soldiers at most, but with 1,000, they barely hesitated, ignoring the fact that anyone who offered them food was a wolf in sheep's clothing and simply turned and ran. But they wanted to leave, and the wolf in sheep's clothing wouldn't have it. He was forced into a corner, so how could he not make them pay a price? "Whoever provides the milk is a wolf," flashed and rushed back into the cesspool, raising a pile of excrement with both hands and scattering it towards the 6 bloodline warriors. The 6 bloodline warriors never expected that the vampire would jump into the latrine again and throw excrement at them. Caught off guard, they were drenched before they could even dodge, and the stench assaulted their nostrils, causing them to vomit. "Holy crap! Wolf bro, you're incredibly sassy. Ha ha ha. This is what they call what's the use of trying. The streamer is awesome. A counterattack by excrement. Excrement disregarding its own safety. A bloody battle of excrement? PF'd? So that's how idioms are used? But it's really damn descriptive." The 6 bloodline warriors, driven by their insane desire for milk, scrambled to dodge the flying droppings, slowing their escape considerably. It was precisely at this moment that the angry bear soldiers, led by a tall bear man, rushed over and surrounded the 6 bloodline warriors. "Kill!" At Rikoba's command, all the angry bear cavalry charged forward. After a few charges, the angry bear cavalry separated the 6 bloodline warriors, turning the fight into a desperate struggle. The 6 bloodline warriors fell one after another, but the angry bear soldiers seemed to have received orders and did not kill them, but instead captured them all alive. "Brother Wolf, come up and wash up." Rikoba laughed and walked over, not caring that the wolf was covered in feces and milk, and pulled him out of the latrine. Whoever has milk is a wolf glanced at Recoba with surprise and couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. No wonder this guy was able to become the king of the bear men again. Such methods are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even though Recoba had blocked his sense of smell and couldn't smell the stench, the sight of feces was enough to make him want to vomit. But Recoba remained calm and unconcerned, as if he hadn't seen anything at all. Bring the water up. At Recoba's command, 2 angry bear soldiers quickly came over carrying 2 buckets of water. Thank you. Where there is milk, there is wolf. Upon seeing water, it quickly shed its clothes, transforming into a bat and diving into the first bucket of water. After he was cleaned up, Recoba had someone bring him a set of clothes to change into. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Wolf, this is still human territory. Why don't you come with me to visit the bear clan and avoid them for a while? I have no other choice now, so I'll go with you." He agreed without much thought, knowing he could no longer stay among humans and would have to go to the orcs' territory. Moreover, Recoba personally led his troops deep into human territory to rescue him. Such sincerity was bound to move him. "Ha, Brother Wolf, why don't you join our bear clan? As long as you help me ascend to the throne of Beast King, your position will be second only to mine." Recoba made the suggestion with a big laugh. Whoever offers milk is a wolf, paused for a moment. He had been hunted by human bloodline warriors for 4 years, and was only thinking about revenge. He never expected that Recoba would offer such a high position. Joining the Bearmen is fine, but forget about that position. I only have one request. Whoever feeds me is a wolf, he said, his gaze fixed on the 6 captured bloodline warriors, his eyes filled with deep hatred. The relentless pursuit over the past 4 years has made them utterly despise the "whoever feeds me" mentality. Seeing the wolf's expression, Recoba knew exactly what he was thinking. They can be given to you, but before that, I need to extract all their value from them. Whoever has milk is a wolf, paused slightly. You want to use them to negotiate with the human race? Off. Course not. We are mortal enemies with the human race now, so there are no conditions to negotiate. You'll understand when we get to Luo City. We'll need your help then, Brother Wolf. The man who believed in "whoever provides the milk is the wolf" didn't understand, but he still nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Recoba led his angry bear cavalry back to Luo City as soon as it got dark. When the man who believed in "whoever gives milk is a wolf" arrived at the Beast King's capital, Luo, he was immediately awestruck by the magnificent city on the horizon. Since the game had only been running for 2 days and no orc players were streaming, many people didn't know what the orc capital city looked like. After thousands of years of weathering and the struggles and battles of more than a dozen kings and various races, Luo City laid the foundation for its royal city. After hundreds of years of continuous expansion and renovation by successive beast kings, it has become an incomparably magnificent city. The outer city wall alone is at least a dozen stories high, and it stretches for at least 30 or 40 kilometers from east to west, with no end in sight. The sheer grandeur of this magnificent city left all the viewers in the live stream in awe of its magnificence, calling it nothing short of a miracle. This is a rip-off of the wall setting from Game of Thrones. Even the Great Wall isn't this magnificent. Compared to the human capital, it's utter trash. There's nothing we can do. Humans have only been building cities for a few decades, while orcs have been building cities for almost 1,000 years. They simply don't have the necessary foundation. My goodness, this city wall must be at least 100 meters high. I just want to know, is this special effects or a real scene? No matter what it is, it's all built with money. I think it looks more like the wall from Attack on Titan. Quick, take a screenshot. Use it as wallpaper. Given the orcs' current level of productivity, they shouldn't be able to build such high walls, right? The viewers in the live stream were instantly blown away when they saw the magnificent orc capital city, and they all screamed in amazement. The main reason is that the visuals are so realistic that you can't see any special effects at all. Then, countless viewers began taking screenshots and saving them. Recoba, with the help of anyone who would give him milk, continued forward into the city of Quiro, where the scene inside the royal city was immediately revealed to everyone. This magnificent city stands high above, overlooking all directions. Within the royal city, a large number of orcs come and go, including leopard-headed humans, minotaurs, dog-headed humans, and so on. At first glance, it's like entering a zoo, except these animals can walk upright, speak various languages, and have lifelike facial expressions, distinguishing them from other animals. In the royal city, you can see squads of fully armed soldiers patrolling, but when they saw the raging army entering the city, they all respectfully stepped aside to let them pass first. Even the city guards were like this, not to mention the ordinary civilians, who hurriedly made way for Recoba at the front, looking at him with awe. Of course, many more people cast surprised glances at the whoever offers the milk is the wolf mentality, because there were no free humans in the city of Chen Luo. All humans were slaves. The fact that this human could ride alongside the king of the bear men surprised everyone, and they all stared at the human. Whoever gives milk is a wolf was also silently observing the situation in the city of Chilo. The common people here wore very simple clothes, basically just a few pieces of cloth wrapped around their bodies. Only nobles could afford gorgeous clothes made of tanned animal hides. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that the social hierarchy in the royal city was even more distinct than in the capital of the emperor, with nobles, merchants, commoners, farmers, hunters, soldiers, artisans, and slaves, among others. Construction is underway everywhere in the city, and all the buildings appear to be high-rises. Moreover, judging from the structure of those buildings, the craftsmanship is clearly superior to that of the current human race. It's not surprising that people will flock to any source of milk. After all, the orcs have more than 20 human player ancestors and developed city-state civilizations nearly 1,000 years earlier than humans. The entire city stretched as far as the eye could see, with towering streets, bustling markets, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, as if countless orcs lived within it. The game where there's milk, there's wolf was extremely impressive. Besides the magnificence of the city, the game scenes were incredibly realistic. He couldn't sense any trace of fiction at all, and he couldn't imagine how the game company had managed to achieve this. When Recoba arrived at the Bear Clan's encampment in Quiro City with the milk-loving wolf, he was warmly received, and many beautiful Fox Clan women were invited to accompany him. The Fox Clan is the closest to humans. Most of them are women, each with a charming appearance and outstanding looks. Their only flaw is that they have a fox tail. Wow, a legendary fox spirit. Drooling JPG. I'm so envious as I'm drooling. Oh God, please give me a Fox Clan lady. I don't mind the tail. You beast streamer. Let go of that fox spirit lady and let me have her. Erotic image. I want a 9-tailed fox. One tail isn't enough to play with. Why? Why are you being so cruel to me? I can only look, but not play. Recoba was extremely sociable. In just a few words, he would become sworn brothers with anyone who offered him milk. After a few rounds of drinks, the two got along very well and felt like they had known each other for a long time. They almost became sworn brothers on the spot. Brother Lai, what kind of wine is this? It's so strong, it's making me feel all hot and bothered. Where there's milk, there's a wolf. His face was flushed red, and he felt as if his whole body was being roasted by fire. Even his little brother below was excitedly standing up. Recoba laughed heartily, saying with a suggestive look, "Impressive, isn't it? This is tiger penis wine brought by the tiger people. Its aphrodisiac and tonic effects are the best in the world. Where there's milk, there's wolf," was dumbfounded. He never expected that Recoba would give him tiger penis wine. No wonder his little brother reacted so strongly, and his eyes kept glancing at those Fox Clan beauties. "Brother, they'll treat you well, so I won't bother you any longer." Recoba chuckled, patted the man who believed in "whoever feeds me is a wolf" on the shoulder, and then left. When only 4 beautiful foxes remained in the room, "If there's milk, then there's wolf," couldn't help but swallow hard. He understood what Recoba meant, of course. Wolf has no reason to refuse milk, nor does he want to, because at this moment the Fox Clan ladies have already surrounded him with smiles. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. The man, clearly blinded by greed, forgot to turn off the live stream. Is this meant to show them a live sex show? All the male viewers got excited, their eyes shining as they stared at the screen, afraid of missing a single moment. But at that moment, a message popped up on the game screen. The live stream contained pornographic content and has been automatically blocked. Then nothing could be seen on the screen, and even the sound was automatically muted. "Since it's pornographic, how dare you broadcast it? It seems like we could actually go for real. Emperor Han already has a son, so why can't it be true? Fox Clan lady, let go of that man. Come at me if you dare. Fuck you. You son of a bitch. We're all adults here. Can't we even watch this? I'm changing the channel." "Changing the channel? You damn official team. I'm reporting your game for being pornographic and violent. But if you give me a test qualification, I'll consider letting you go, do you understand? Damn it, this streamer got off too easy. I'm not happy about it. 1 against 4? Can you handle that, streamer? He. What's the use of harmony? I can use my imagination. Ha ha ha." The male audience erupted in wails, their resentment towards the game's official team reaching its peak, but what they really wanted was a game test account. The fact that you can actually have sex in this game has given many people the wrong idea to try it out. However, the harmonious scene ended quickly because the flow rate between the real world and the game world was too fast. 1 minute in the real world was equivalent to 24 days in the game world. When the screen returned to normal, viewers discovered that half a month had passed in the game world. Big brother, please let me go. It's been half a month. I really can't take it anymore. Whoever gives me milk is a wolf," Recoba pleaded desperately, while in front of him stood a neat row of beautiful foxes. Recoba patted the shoulder of "whoever gives me milk is a wolf" with a "I believe you can do it" expression and said, "Brother, I'd believe anyone else who says it's impossible, but your physique is already beyond that of ordinary people. You can definitely do it. Come on, drink this bowl of tiger penis wine and keep trying. Where there's milk, there's wolf." Turned green with rage, but seeing Recoba's expectant look, he gritted his teeth and downed the bowl of tiger penis wine. Then the game popped up a message. The live stream contains pornographic content and has been automatically blocked. The audience immediately groaned, but soon they were filled with envy. Recoba was too enthusiastic, entertaining them with beautiful foxwoman girls every day. When the footage was restored, another 2 weeks had passed. He lay motionless on the bed, his face as pale as paper, looking like he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. "Brother, come here. I've prepared another jar of super tiger penis wine for you. I guarantee you can sleep with 10 women in one night without any problems." "Big brother, Please let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Seeing Rikoba come in with a jar of wine, the man who believed in the power of milk burst into tears. For the past month, he has spent all his time breeding except for eating and sleeping. That's right, it's breeding. Rikoba made it very clear to him that he would borrow his seed to help the orcs have hybrids with extraordinary bloodlines, thus strengthening the orcs' power, and so that they would no longer have to fear human bloodline warriors. Brother, 7 Fox clan women are already pregnant, which shows you have great potential. Keep up the good work. This is related to the future of our orc race. Once they give birth to their children, you will be a hero of the orc race. Rikoba earnestly advised him that anyone who offers milk is a wolf, and took out a bowl to pour him some wine. Big brother, it's been a month. It's been a month! Tears streamed down her face as soon as she heard the words. I've been grinding an iron rod into a needle. At least let me rest for a day. Rikoba stroked his chin, then suddenly sighed and said, Brother, do you know why I didn't let you drink the blood of those 6 bloodline warriors? Whoever has milk is a wolf was taken aback upon hearing this, and his legs quickly trembled. They were also taken away for breeding? Rikoba nodded. But they don't get the same treatment as you. They don't have foxwoman beauties to enjoy. They only have women from powerful races like the Tiger Man, Lion Man, and werewolves. So do you understand? The phrase, whoever provides milk is a wolf, immediately sent a chill down my spine when I imagined the scene. It was terrifying. Not only was the saying, whoever has milk is a wolf, a shock, but the millions of viewers in the live stream were also stunned at first, and then they all burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. Turns out she was dragged off be a stud. Holy crap, I couldn't help but think of that scene. It was really something. Human animal. That image is too beautiful. I don't even dare to think about it. Are there any envious people? After a month of this, even if the Fox Clan lady is the most beautiful, the streamer is probably sick of it. I suddenly realized that Rikoba is a real big shot with far-reaching plans. He actually wants to use this method to create bloodline warriors to fight against the human race. He may very well be the next Emperor Han. Rikoba's skills are truly amazing. He'd probably be a big shot in real life too. Brother, I know you're tired, so I brought you a great tonic today. After Rikoba finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and 2 Bearman soldiers brought in a royal bloodline warrior and threw him in front of the wolf-like figure. This human bloodline warrior looked even worse. His face was almost transparently white, devoid of any color. He lay motionless on the ground, his breathing barely perceptible, as if he were about to die at any moment. He has already impregnated 5 bear men, 3 lion men, and 2 tiger men women. He's about to die, so he's leaving it to you, brother. His eyes gleamed with desire for milk. As time went by, his thirst for royal blood grew stronger. Instinct from the depths of his soul told him that only by consuming royal blood could he become stronger. Whoever offers milk will be a wolf. It bit down on the bloodline warrior's neck without hesitation and began sucking his blood. The bloodline warrior screamed and struggled violently, but he was unable to break free, watching his body drain of blood in an instant, turning him into a shriveled corpse. Immediately afterwards, all the viewers in the live stream saw that he who is willing to be fed will be wolves, quickly regained his rosy complexion, and even his eyes shot out 2 sharp beams of light, forcing people to look directly at him. So this is the power that comes with royal blood. The wolf, drawn by the promise of milk, licked the remaining blood from the corner of its mouth, its eyes revealing a deep longing. The gaze was so intense that even Rakoba felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously stepped back a distance. Brother, I can give you the other 4 bloodline warriors except for that woman, but you still have to help me out. Without a second thought, whoever offers the best deal, I'll take it, he immediately said, okay, but we can't keep going like this indefinitely. I'm getting tired of it, Rakoba said calmly, then let's set a limit. As long as you get 20 fox women pregnant, the remaining 4 bloodline warriors are yours. Make a deal! Over the next month, thanks to his relentless efforts, whoever provides milk is wolf. He finally got 7 more Fox clan beauties pregnant. However, it is still 6 short of the number set by Rakoba. Whoever offers milk is a wolf, was about to vomit. He had been doing this one thing every day for 2 months, and he felt that he would lose interest in women for a long time. Fortunately, Rakoba kept his word and gave him another human bloodline warrior this month. With milk, the wolf's strength surged again. He continued to work hard and finally, in the 3rd month, he reached the 20 he had agreed upon beforehand, thus ending his painful stud life. Rakoba kept his word and immediately gave the remaining 2 bloodline warriors to whoever provides the milk is the wolf. After consuming the bloodlines of these 2 royal warriors, his strength increased significantly, becoming comparable to that of an ordinary bloodline warrior in both speed and power. Brother, judging from your expression, you're probably not planning to stay in Quiro City, Rakoba chuckled, seeing someone willing to take advantage of him. If I'm not mistaken, you're planning to go back to the imperial capital, right? Author's note. Anyone interested in a character? If so, leave a comment in the book review section with the character's name and race, and I'll make arrangements. Indeed, those royals have been hunting me down for 4 years. It's time for them to pay the price. Rakoba nodded, then suddenly chuckled and said, Brother, I'll support you in going back to take revenge, of course. But when you get to the human race, if it's convenient for you, could you do me another favor? Whoever offers milk is a wolf looked wary. He was genuinely afraid of this cunning big brother now. Ahem, big brother, you're not planning to trick me again, are you? Brother, I haven't treated you badly these past few days, have I? I've given you whatever you wanted, and I've even arranged for so many beautiful Fox Clan women to keep you company every day. Where have I cheated you? Rakoba said, with a dissatisfied look. Where there is milk, there is a wolf. You make such a good point. I'm speechless. Actually, it's not a big deal. Do you remember when I told you about the Shang Tang incident? Whoever provides the milk is the wolf, nodded. He had heard from Rakoba some time ago that Shang Tang had consumed divine blood and become a powerful bloodline warrior. Ever since Shang Tang turned into a golden-haired, golden-eyed king, the nobles on the human side who were dissatisfied with the royal family have been spreading rumors in private, saying that he is the Golden King who has swallowed the blood of the gods and is the person chosen by the creator god to replace the royal family of the great Xia dynasty. Thanks to their instigation and propaganda, King Hanyu, the 2nd king of Xia, has now issued an edict to execute all those who spread these rumors, and even implicated 3 entire clans. King Tang of Shang has also been declared a traitor who blasphemed the gods and is now wanted throughout the country. If you reach human territory and encounter Shang Tang, tell him you welcome him to join our Bear People tribe. Whoever offers milk is a wolf, he said, his expression turning extremely strange. He gave a dry laugh and said, Big brother, you don't mean you want him to come too, do you? Haha, you know what I mean, bro. Rakoba chuckled and winked at him. Whoever has milk is a wolf had a constipated look on his face. After a long while, he chuckled strangely. I understand. When I go to the human race, I will definitely find Shang Tang first, and have him come to seek refuge with my elder brother. Recoba and Yunai were wolves. They exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter, their laughter full of cunning. Damn, this reeks of conspiracy. This is what you call colluding with each other. I can already see poor Shang Tang about to become a stud. But can I take his place? Recoba's performance gave me goosebumps. It's impossible for someone like him not to succeed. Should we go to Sense Time's live stream and warn him to be careful of the streamer? Let's go. Let's all go to Sense Time's live stream. Minute later, hundreds of thousands of people flooded into Sense Time's live stream, all at the same time, leaving Sense Time, which was on the run for its life, completely bewildered. At this moment, Shang Tang was covered in blood, both from pursuing soldiers and his own men. Xia Shiai offered a reward of 10,000 gold coins for the head of Shang Tang, an astronomical sum that ordinary people could not imagine. In the Great Xia dynasty, 1 gold coin was enough for an ordinary person to live a comfortable life for a year. This led to a miserable 3 months for Shang Tang, who was relentlessly pursued and killed. Although he didn't have the weakness of wolves being afraid of light because of milk, his golden hair and eyes were just too eye-catching. There's no hair dye in this world, so even if he wears a hat to completely cover his hair, he can't hide his eyes. Wherever Shang Tang went, he was discovered and then faced pursuit by the local bloodline warriors and soldiers. Fortunately, after being transformed by divine blood, Shang Tang's physical abilities were extremely amazing. 3 or 4 bloodline warriors were no match for him, but he was no match for the sheer number of his opponents, who were all fearless in their pursuit of gold. Shang Tang was exhausted from all the trouble and was thinking of escaping to a deserted place when he saw nearly 1 million people flooding into his live stream, which left him completely bewildered. Then, the screen was flooded with comments. Brother Shang Tang, the Bear clan has sent a large army to pick you up and invite you to join the orcs. Run to the orc territory quickly. Yes, the Bear clan's king is currently extremely eager to recruit talent. He's very enthusiastic. He's been hiring a lot of Fox clan ladies to drink with him. Even sleep with him. Look at the pictures I posted. Then came countless images of people eating, drinking, and having fun in the Bear Man territory, surrounded by women. Brother Shang Tang, I guarantee what the person upstairs said is true. I've also taken screenshots. You can see for yourself. Image. 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 The hospitable Bear King Recoba not only provided food and lodging, but also entertained the wolf brother, who was having such a wonderful time. See this screenshot of them touring the magnificent city of Kilo? Brother Shang Tang, hurry to the Bear clan. The Fox clan ladies are all so beautiful, they're making my mouth water. Brother Shang Tang, since you can't stay in the human race anymore, why don't you go and join the orcs? It's a lot of fun there. I guarantee you won't regret it. We've come to recruit you on behalf of the Bearman King. Hurry and run towards the orc territory. They'll send an army to meet you. Shang Tang was completely bewildered and still didn't understand what was going on, but after seeing the game screenshots on the public chat, he roughly understood. The king of the Bearman tribe was eager to find talented people and warmly welcomed those who shared his plight, including the wolf in sheep's clothing. Shang Tang felt something was off. The tone of these viewers' voices had a hint of conspiracy, but looking at the screenshots, there was nothing wrong with them. After thinking it over, Shang Tang decided to go to the orcs. Since humans had no place to stand anyway, he might as well try his luck among the orcs. If the orcs really send a large army to meet him, then it wouldn't hurt to go and see. Encouraged by a group of spectators, Shang Tang immediately changed direction and ran towards the territory of the orcs. He traveled non-stop for 3 days and finally reached the border between the orcs and humans. Just as the viewers in the live stream said, Rikoba was indeed there with his angry bear cavalry to meet him. "Brother Shangtang, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." Rikoba laughed excitedly as he went to greet Shangtang. When Shangtang heard that Rikoba was speaking Chinese, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because in this world, both humans and orcs have their own language systems, and only the players speak Chinese. There is no conflict of interest between SenseTime and Rikoba, and they are both players, so they can talk things out openly. Sigh, I have to thank Brother Lei for coming all the way to pick me up. I've been having such a miserable time lately, I haven't even been able to get a proper meal. Haha, now that we're here with the orcs, this is nothing. Let's go, come back to the royal city with me first, and we can talk on the way. At Rikoba's enthusiastic invitation, Shangtang followed him to Luo City without really understanding what was going on. Haha, it's the same recipe, the same taste. Brother Shangtang, the Bear Clan's hospitality is very warm and welcoming. Enjoy it. Good luck, Brother Shangtang. I believe in you. You will definitely break Brother Wolf's record. Another young man about to be drained dry. My poor fox girl sisters are going to be turned into juicers again. Pieft, you're really something. Upstairs. The juicer image is so damn accurate. 66666. At this moment, Shangtang was also seeing the orcs' royal city for the first time and was in awe of the city's magnificence, completely ignoring the comments on the screen. When the chieftain of the Bearman tribe warmly offered him wine and meat and even sent a beautiful fox woman to keep him company, he realized that what the viewers of the live stream were saying was true. Then, a scene all too familiar to the audience occurred again. Shangtang drank several jars of tiger penis wine and soon couldn't hold on any longer. Then the live stream content was automatically hidden, and by the time the viewers could see the camera clearly again, another half-month had passed. As everyone expected, Shangtang looked exhausted from excessive indulgence, not much better than he had been back then, where he would do anything for money. At this moment, he finally understood why the audience had been urging him to come to Quirrell City. They were clearly trying to make him a stud. These bastards. Brother Shangtang, I've found you 3 more top-quality Fox Clan beauties today. They've just come of age and are still virgins. Half a month ago, Shangtang would probably have been excited to hear this, but now he only feels that he has no will to live and has an impulse to die. Brother, I really can't hold on any longer. Please let me go, Shangtang cried, looking at the 3 stunningly beautiful Fox Clan women who walked in from outside. He immediately burst into tears of despair. Rikoba laughed heartily and patted Shangtang with great gusto, saying, "Brother, a man can't say he can't." Brother Wolf enjoyed himself here for 3 months and successfully got 20 Fox Clan beauties pregnant. You can't even do one. Your fighting power is lacking. After Rikoba finished speaking, he glanced meaningfully at Shangtang's lower body. Shangtang looked distressed. He really wanted to say yes, but he was powerless to do so. The little brother's work, day and night, was unbearable for anyone. Brother, I really can't go on. How about you let me rest for a while, and I'll go to the human race and capture a few bloodline warriors for you to help you. Rikoba chuckled. How can those bloodline warriors compare to your divine bloodline brother? Don't worry, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. Last time Brother Wolf came, I gave him 4 bloodline warriors. This time, you successfully got a Fox Clan woman pregnant. So I'll give you 10,000 RMB. SenseTime was stunned, and the viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Damn it, Shang Tang, you're no good. Let me take your place. That's a real boss. Damn it. Why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Living the life of a stallion and still making money. Boss, I can do it. Just give me an account, and I'll help you every day. $10,000. I could easily challenge a millionaire. A million? I'm gonna bankrupt Boss Lai. Shang Tang hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head. He was middle class and didn't care about the money. 50,000 each. Without a second thought, Rikoba immediately spoke up. Sense Time was truly astonished by Rikoba's extravagant behavior. If one costs 50,000, then 20 would be a million. Even though Sense Time is not short of money, it was still shocked by this figure. Seeing that Shang Tang's expression showed signs of interest, Rikoba spoke again, offering a number that was impossible to refuse. 100,000 each. I can transfer 2 million to you now. Once you confirm receipt of the money, you can come back to complete the agreement. Sense Time was truly stunned this time. He hadn't expected Rikoba to be so generous, willing to spend 2 million for a game. Not only Sense Time, but even the viewers in the live stream were so surprised that they could only spam 666666 in the chat. This outrageously extravagant behavior made everyone realize that Rikoba must be a very important person in real life. Otherwise, no ordinary tycoon would dare to do something like this. Okay, I agree. Sense Time first turned off the live stream before agreeing immediately. It would be foolish not to agree to such a good deal. After Sense Time gave him his bank card number and name, the two of them logged off at the same time. Soon, in less than a minute, the two of them logged on one after the other. They clearly knew that time was precious here and didn't want to waste even a quarter of an hour. Has the money arrived? Received. Then, Brother Tang, do your best. Rikoba laughed heartily and left the room. Soon after, a group of beautiful foxes entered the room, and then the scene was automatically cut off. Shang Tang stayed in Luo City for half a year and finally completed Rikoba's order. When Rikoba asked him if he wanted to continue making money, he firmly refused without any hesitation. That's fucking terrifying. This guy is really treating me like a stud. Half a year has passed, and Shang Tang's originally robust body has shrunk by half, becoming the size of an ordinary adult male, and his once golden hair has become dull and lifeless. These fox spirit beauties were all incredibly seductive, relentlessly draining him dry every day, which caused him to rapidly lose weight. He even suspected that if he continued to stay in Quirrell, he would be the first person in the game to die from exhaustion. Although he had already turned off the live stream, there were still quite a few players in the orc race. Once this matter got out, he probably wouldn't dare to use that name in public anymore. After recuperating among the orcs for a period of time, Shang Tang returned to the human race. At this time, the human capital was in complete chaos, caused by the desire to seek revenge. After absorbing the power of 5 bloodline warriors, his strength had already surpassed that of ordinary bloodline warriors. Coupled with his unpredictable speed, he continued to kill royal bloodline warriors in the capital. Enraged, Hunyuan abandoned all state affairs and gathered all the bloodline warriors together to hunt down whoever offered the best food. However, at this time, the wolf with milk had increased its strength by continuously drinking the blood of the bloodline warriors in anger, far surpassing the strength of the nascent vampire. The royal family suffered repeated losses, and the bloodline warriors were killed or wounded, while those who had milk became stronger and stronger with each battle. Hunyuan had no choice but to personally deal with the wolf in sheep's clothing. As soon as he saw Hunyuan appear, he immediately fled into the distance, because he knew very well that with the judgment sword, he couldn't possibly defeat him. Hunyuan was furious, but he was powerless against the wolf who would give him milk. The other party was too fast, and he couldn't do anything about it either. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, Tang of Shang returned to the capital, further escalating the chaos in the royal city and ushering in the second round of dynastic change. The Book of Orcs, later hailed as the first historical record of the orcs, states, King Recoba of the Burman was a man of great talent and ambition. He captured a human warrior and used his blood of rage to create a beastman warrior. The extraordinary power of the beastman began to manifest, and Recoba became the 11th beast king of the beastmen. In the same year, Recoba met the king of gold, Tang, when he was still a nobody. The two hit it off immediately and became close friends. When Tang and the Xia dynasty were vying for the throne, Recoba contributed greatly. Tang eventually overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the second dynasty of mankind, the Shang dynasty. Thus began a period of peaceful development for both humans and orcs, during which extraordinary powers emerged and became the decisive force dominating the history of both races. While a new round of dynastic changes was taking place within the human race, Chen Luo arrived at the sea that had been named the Endless Sea, the very sea where the blue demon fish was born. A very interesting species had appeared there. 2 days in the real world, or 200 years in the Western fantasy world, have passed. 2/3 of the 10,000 players have been eliminated, leaving less than 3,000 species. Although the Hunyuan brush determined that the initial species they created had the potential to evolve, most of them perished along the way, dying in all sorts of strange ways, such as drowning, being trampled to death, or being killed by natural disasters or man-made calamities. Chen Luo stood on the sea, his hand reaching out to grab the turbulent surface. From the seawater, a dark, muddy creature shot out and hovered in front of him. A mutated electric eel. That's interesting. Chen Luo touched the electric eel, and the eel's growth history appeared in his mind. This electric eel was created by a player named Super Electric Eel Clone. This player seems to have studied electric eels in detail, as the electric eel swarm he created is similar to the electric eels in reality. Electric eels are freshwater animals that can release electricity of up to 300–800 volts, enough to kill a cow, let alone a human. Therefore, they are also known as the high-voltage lines in the water. However, the electric eel swarm created by this player is different from the real one. It can not only survive in the ocean, but also devour other species and evolve continuously, and its ability to generate electricity also increases with evolution. The appearance of this group of electric eels disrupted the balance of the ocean. At this time, the dominant species in the Endless Sea was still the blue demon fish. They ruled the entire Endless Sea with their sharp teeth and huge size, but unfortunately they encountered a group of electric eels with special abilities. The ocean has a high salt content, low electrical resistance, and extremely strong conductivity, which is a perfect match for the electric eel's abilities. This player, known as the Super Electric Eel Clone, utilizes this abnormal ability and has virtually no natural enemies, as most animals lack resistance to electricity. The electric eel swarm quickly dominated a section of the ocean, and then he set his sights on the ocean's overlord, the blue devil fish. Because at this point, apart from the blue demon fish, all other species in the ocean had already been devoured by him, and there was no longer any value in him to devour. Blue demon fish are not resistant to electricity. If they encounter an electric eel alone, they will be stunned and eaten. However, this won't work if you encounter a group of blue eels, because each super electric eel has a limited amount of electric discharge capacity, and the duration is extremely short, usually only about 15 seconds. Once it has discharged, it takes 7 or 8 hours to replenish it. Therefore, an electric eel can only stun one blue demon fish at most. Once it is unable to discharge electricity, it will be torn to shreds by a group of blue demon fish. This player, known as Super Electric Eel Clone, was extremely cunning. He began to develop stealthily, specifically targeting lone blue demon fish and gradually eroding smaller blue demon fish groups. Today, this player has grown the population to nearly 10,000, and their short-term electric discharge capability has reached an astonishing 50,000 volts, making them the absolute overlords of this sea area. Analyzing the genes of the super electric eel. Analyzing. Primary life form, evolved to the peak of this race, low genetic value, currently can produce 0.05% divine genes. Fusion has a chance to produce lightning ability. Rating. Ordinary. Seeing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He hadn't expected that this electric eel had already evolved to its peak. He had originally planned to try to integrate his blood into these electric eels to see if they had any chance to advance further. It seems unnecessary now. They have evolved to their peak and will soon replace the blue devil fish as the new rulers of the ocean. There are still too few species in the ocean. It seems that I have to take matters into my own hands and create a powerful species. Otherwise, once this player unifies the endless sea, other species will have no room to evolve. Chen Luo muttered something to himself, and then heard the notification from the Hunyuan brush. Should we integrate the super electric eel gene to complete the divine offspring gene? Chen Luo tossed the electric eel, which was struggling in the void, into the sea, and quickly returned to his house. He immediately said, "Merge with the electric eel's genes. Integration begins." A familiar mechanical sound came from inside. At this moment, although Chen Luo's body did not undergo any drastic changes, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness had improved significantly and that there seemed to be something extra inside his body. Chen Luo suddenly extended his index finger, and a tiny blue bolt of lightning burst forth from his fingertip. Sizzle! The flash of light lasted for less than 5 seconds before disappearing instantly. Chen Luo was speechless, and the joy in his heart instantly faded a lot. The lightning power brought by this fusion was still too weak. This amount of battery power is probably only enough to cause a slight, prickling sensation at most. It's far from being sufficient for an attack. However, Chen Luo quickly calmed down. At least he had gained something, which was better than nothing. Moreover, he currently only possesses 0.16% of the divine genes. As long as he continues to replenish his genes, his lightning powers will also so continuously grow stronger. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo moved his mind and returned to a desert in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo extended his right index finger again, and a blue bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip, soaring straight into the sky. Boom! The once bright and sunny sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a continuous stream of lightning appeared. As Chen Luo pointed his finger, all the lightning in the sky suddenly paused, as if it had found a target, and suddenly gathered together into a beam of light as bright as stars, which fell straight down. Boom! The desert began to shake violently, followed by a tremendous tremor. A bottomless crack appeared in the ground, and countless grains of yellow sand slid down the crack into the abyss. The land around the crack was charred black by the lightning. Chen Luo himself was shocked by the power. Although he knew that the Western fantasy world would enhance his power, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. In reality, he can only generate a small amount of electricity, but in the Western fantasy world, he possesses world-destroying power. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo casually posted a system announcement. The announcement: congratulations to player Super Electric Eel clone. Your evolved species, the Super Electric Eel, has shown considerable potential, earning you this achievement reward. This sudden announcement surprised not only all players in the game, but also caused a huge uproar on the game forums. The first player to receive the achievement reward since the game's second closed beta test, Liang Xiaoyu, was also stunned. He was a doctoral student in the Department of Biology at Zhejiang University, and his main research direction was bioelectricity, which he applied to medicine and energy. Therefore, he has a very good understanding of the structure of biological and electrical organisms, such as electric eels, electric fish, and electric rays. After entering the game, Liang Xiaoyu chose the electric eel without much thought. However, 200 years had passed in the game world at this time, and the lifespan of the super electric eel created by Liang Xiaoyu was only about 100 years. Even as the creator, he only lived 50 years longer than an ordinary electric eel. The super electric eel is a far more advanced biological species than an ant, and it cannot transfer its consciousness to the next queen, ant like Jiang Junhao did. Therefore, Liang Xiaoyu eventually died of old age. After leaving the game, Liang Xiaoyu, still feeling unsatisfied, posted an article on the forum titled, "The Road to Ocean Domination for the Super Electric Eel." He posted numerous videos and screenshots, revealing details such as the development of the super electric eel population, and predicted that the super electric eel would become the next ocean overlord. This post immediately attracted considerable attention. Because Liang Xiaoyu's post was so detailed and knowledgeable that it was impossible to understand without a certain level of biological knowledge, it was extremely hardcore. However, not understanding it doesn't prevent people from making the judgment that Liang Xiaoyu is a true academic genius. Hey genius, log into the game and see what the reward is. Wow, you're awesome. Although I can't understand your technical paper, I'm sure I can understand the reward. Go claim your prize. Wow, this is amazing. The game planner is being kind for once. Please announce the reward, or I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. A brilliant idea flashed into my mind. What if I caught an electric fish or an electric ray? Wouldn't that also give me a chance to get an achievement reward? The comments are refreshing at an insane speed. Liang Xiaoyu was also extremely excited. He immediately put on his glasses, logged into the game, and started a live stream on the platform. Change the room name to Mysterious Achievement Reward. Live stream begins. The name had only been released a short time before hundreds of thousands of people flocked to it with great interest, the vast majority of whom were cloud gamers, who couldn't actually play the game. Many players who were eliminated from the game could only chat on the forum. They all went into Liang Xiaoyu's room to catch a glimpse of him. Liang Xiaoyu logged into the game and saw that the game interface was different from the previous prompts. There were 3 options, and he could choose one of them as a reward. 1. The Super Electric Eel race will be permanently retained. Apart from the races that can be publicly selected by humans and orcs, the Super Electric Eel will be a race exclusive to players. 2. You will retain your game eligibility permanently, and will no longer participate in the preliminary elimination rounds. 3. Customize your second life. The 3 options left everyone envious and sparked a flurry of discussion. These 3 options are all amazing. This game really seems to be designed to use player-created races. What's amazing is that this species is exclusive, which means that only top students will be able to play with this super electric eel in the future. So, In the future, some brilliant academic geniuses will continue to evolve valuable races, and these races will become their exclusive races. Damn it, do they look down on us? Academic underachievers? If we don't study well, we can't evolve into powerful species, so we can only start playing as ants and plants. The game experience is terrible. This is too hardcore. We can't mess with them. We really can't mess with them. The second one isn't really that valuable. Once it goes into public beta, anyone can enter, so it doesn't seem to make any sense. The third one is very interesting, customizing your own second life. What does that mean? You damn game. Planner, come out and explain yourself. It's also incomprehensible, a mysterious option. Soon, everyone on the forum ignored the first two options and began to discuss and study the three options. Liang Xiaoyu frowned as he stared at the three options, pondering which one to choose. The first one won't be too bad. Based on his understanding of the super electric eel, even if he enters the game again next time, he can quickly become the overlord of the ocean. Furthermore, while the evolutionary potential of the super electric eel is limited, it can continue to advance to the species level, making the electric current it emits even more powerful. It is not impossible that it will eventually evolve into a magical beast in a Western fantasy world. The second one, Liang Xiaoyu quickly rejected without much thought. With the knowledge he had now stored in his mind, being eliminated in the preliminary selection was not difficult for him at all. The third option, customize your own second life. What does this mean? Liang Xiaoyu quickly thought it over. The first option, exclusive race, was cool, but with his strengths, if he wanted to play with the super electric eel, he could easily create another one. Although he didn't know what the third option meant, Liang Xiaoyu thought it would be interesting. He hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose the third option. The game login screen gradually changed. The previous three choices disappeared, and three new options appeared. 1. The Marvel Universe. 2. The Naruto World. 3. Hunter x Hunter World. Liang Xiaoyu was completely bewildered, not understanding what this meant. At this moment, a prompt pops up on the game interface. Please select a world as the background world for your custom design. Liang Xiaoyu was still confused, but this time he couldn't help but ask directly, what does this mean? Regardless of which world the player chooses, a secondary plane will be automatically generated on the main plane of the Western fantasy world. This secondary plane is the world selected by the player. Liang Xiaoyu immediately realized what was going on and excitedly asked, does this mean I can choose one of these three worlds and turn it into a 100% realistic world, like a Western fantasy world, such as the Marvel Universe, where Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Hulk really exist? Yes, after choosing a background, players can freely create their race, gender, and set basic abilities in this world. They can also choose the time and location, making it truly personalized. Liang Xiao was stunned. He never expected that this game company would be so monstrous, actually able to create a virtual world that was just like the Western fantasy world. This level of technology was simply heaven-defying. When the game notification appeared, it was like a bomb had been dropped into deep water in the live stream, with an amazing effect. What the heck did I just see? They actually created a Marvel universe. What's the background of this game company? Are they aliens? You know what? I even went to search for this game company, and there was nothing there. No developer, not even a company name. It's so damn mysterious. I don't care about this game company. I just want to know if it's true. I really want to go to the Naruto world. I want to get my idol Itachi's autograph. I want to be Iron Man? Pah! What's the use of Iron Man? Go steal Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and snap your fingers. Ah, you damn game planners. You damn official team. When will the open beta be released? I can't wait any longer. I'm begging for the open beta to start. The live stream chat was flooded with hundreds of thousands of comments in an instant, and more people kept pouring in. Of these three worlds, Hunter x Hunter is slightly less popular and has a smaller audience, but Naruto and Marvel are absolutely world-renowned. Marvel, in particular, launched the Marvel Cinematic Universe with the first Iron Man movie, reaping countless fans and dollars worldwide. Most people have fantasized about becoming a Marvel superhero, saving the world, and becoming a world-famous figure. This game company can actually generate a Marvel world and let players experience a second life, which has completely overturned everyone's worldview. Liang Xiaoyu quickly glanced at the three options and soon selected the Marvel Universe. World background successfully selected, generating subplane, just as Liang Xiaoyu and millions of viewers in the live stream were holding their breath, staring at the game interface. The system suddenly popped up another notification. It is estimated that the generation will take 10 days. Please be patient. Liang Xiaoyu? Viewers in the live stream? Liang Xiaoyu instantly felt a sharp pain in his groin, filled with resentment, and he felt completely awful. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Hey, why do we have to wait 10 days? Cancel world generation. Liang Xiaoyu was startled when he heard this. He was just venting. How could it be cancelled so easily? Is this system's behavior pattern really that high-tech? No, please no, System Daddy. I was wrong. I'll wait 10 days. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter when they saw Liang Xiaoyu decisively admit defeat. Haha, you academic genius. You actually dared to mess with the system. I'll teach you a lesson in no time. Hey, top student, don't panic. It's just 10 days. If you can't, give it to me. I can wait. To be honest, I was eating just now, and when I saw this, I couldn't help but spit out all the food from my mouth onto the screen. Never mind. I'm going to wipe the screen now. Brother, good things come to those who wait. Just a little longer, and remember to let us know on the forum as soon as the world opens. I have a feeling that the game company wasn't prepared. Are they going to have to work overtime for the next 10 days to build the Marvel Universe? Seeing the laughter and teasing in the live stream, Liang Xiaoyu quickly calmed down. He knew these people were just jealous, and he didn't bother with them. He simply said, I'll be back in 10 days. Stay tuned. Chen Luo was quite relaxed at this moment, because just as the viewers in the live broadcast room had guessed, he was firstly unprepared for the structure of the Marvel Universe. And secondly, he felt that it would be a waste for one person to go in alone. Chen Luo planned to select a few players and release them into the Marvel Universe together, which is why he deliberately left a 10-day waiting period. In fact, building a Marvel Universe is much simpler than creating a Western fantasy universe. The Western fantasy world is the main world, and its rules of time and space are the same as those of the real world. Therefore, creating something out of nothing requires too much energy. But the Marvel Universe is different. It is a fictional world where nothing exists in reality. Chen Luo only needs to copy it exactly as it is, as a subordinate secondary plane to the main plane of the Western fantasy world, and then adjust its rule level to be lower than that of the main plane, so that there will not be too much consumption. The only downside is that when the rule level is lowered, the realism of the world will decrease to about 80%, but this will not affect the game experience. Chen Luo opened Genesis, found the page about the Western fantasy world, and folded the edge of the paper to make a crease about 1 centimeter long. Immediately afterwards, he reached out and gestured towards the void, and the Hunyuan brush appeared in his hand. Chen Luo picked up his pen and wrote the 4 words, "Marvel World," on that crease. At the same time, Chen Luo's figure suddenly disappeared from the house and entered the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo stepped into the void, and he flew towards the sky. Soon he passed through the atmosphere and arrived in the universe. Chen Luo looked down at the Western fantasy world from his high vantage point, observing its external world. From the outside, the entire Western fantasy world, like Earth, is a giant sphere that rotates around the sun in the universe. The planet was enveloped in a hazy halo, which was the plane wall. The Western fantasy world is like an egg, wrapped in a thick dimensional wall. At the top of the world, a sun shines with boundless light, illuminating the entire Western fantasy world. Its light not only shines into the interior of the Western fantasy world, but also penetrates through layers of dimensional walls and reaches into the universe. These dimensional walls are not made of matter, but rather are a layer of spatial walls that naturally formed on the outside when Chen Luo created the Western fantasy world. Ordinary people cannot get close to or touch it at all, because this spatial barrier will block all creatures that want to leave the Western fantasy world. According to Chen Luo's estimate, breaking through this dimensional barrier would require unlocking at least a 7th-order gene lock. Given the still immature power system of the Western fantasy world, it would be impossible for an existence to unlock the 7th-order gene lock to be born in less than tens of thousands of years. Of course, Chen Luo, the creator, is not included in this category. At this moment, the universe was completely empty, except for the Western fantasy world and the sun, moon, and stars that existed around it. It was pitch black, with no light, and no matter what it was. But soon, a blue halo began to spin, blooming like a magnificent flower in the boundless darkness. It kept spinning and attached itself to the plane wall of the Western fantasy world. The rules of the Western fantasy world began to absorb and accept this newly born secondary plane. As the world's rules were adjusted, Chen Luo could sense that the Marvel world had been fully generated, and the blue halo was its plane wall. With a thought, Chen Luo broke through the blue dimensional barrier and descended into the Marvel universe. The Marvel universe is set as a parallel world to Earth, meaning that everything that exists on Earth will exist here. The only difference is that there are various powerful alien races and superheroes, etc. Chen Luo looked down at the blue planet beneath his feet, which was exactly the same as Earth. With a thought, he appeared on a street in New York City. He stood at a crossroads, watching people come and go, vehicles flow endlessly on the road, and tall buildings all around him. The most eye-catching building was undoubtedly the one in front of him. On the top floor of that building, a sign reads, "Stark," in English. A smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he snapped his fingers. The year is 2013. Originally, the Marvel Universe was set to be in the same year as Earth, 2019. However, with Chen Luo snapping his fingers, time began to reverse rapidly, instantly returning to 2013, the timeline of the movie, Iron Man. Chen Luo had mysteriously disappeared from the spot and appeared in Tony Stark's house. At this time, Tony Stark had developed a terrible anxiety disorder after the Battle of New York. He couldn't sleep at night and buried himself in research on the armor, wanting to become stronger and protect Pepper. By this time, he had already frantically developed over 30 types of mechs, including models adapted for space travel and deep-sea diving. By this time, the model had reached the Mark 42, which could be remotely controlled and automatically assembled using sensors. Chen Luo came here specifically for the Iron Man suit. He wanted to see if he could bring it into reality. Tony was trying to control the Mark 42 with his mind to assemble automatically on his body, but unexpectedly an Asian man appeared in front of him. Tony watched Chen Luo warily. Having witnessed the gods and alien races, he was no longer surprised by these superhumans. Who are you? Although Chen Luo passed the CET-4 college English test band 4. In college, he has never used it since graduation and can only understand the everyday conversational phrases. But in this world he created, he could be said to be omnipotent. English was of course no problem for him. He could learn it automatically with just a thought. Chen Luo ignored Tony's wary expression. He looked the man up and down, who looked exactly like the one in the movie, and suddenly smiled and said, "This appearance is not very convenient to appear in the game world. From now on, all superheroes will look like the characters in the comics." Chen Luo snapped his fingers again. The next moment, the entire Marvel universe seemed to pause, experiencing a brief stillness. It felt like an eternity had passed, yet also like only a second had gone by, before everyone snapped back to reality and resumed what they had been doing. However, the Tony Stark before Chen Luo had become the comic book character, quite different from the one in the movies. Tony had also been momentarily distracted, but when he regained his senses, he immediately shouted, "Jarvis!" In the basement, all the Iron Man suits lit up simultaneously, shattering the glass of the storage cabinets and rushing out in unison. Another Iron Man suit quickly flew to Tony and was assembled onto him. Chen Luo smiled, seemingly disdainful of answering, and reached out to grab at an Iron Man suit in midair. The Iron Man suit then flew into the air and headed towards Chen Luo. Upon seeing this, Jarvis immediately activated the thrusters at the bottom of his suit, attempting to break free from this invisible force. Tony rushed over and threw a punch at Chen Luo. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Luo sent Tony, armor and all, crashing through the wall with a loud bang. Ultimately, the Iron Man suit could not resist Chen Luo's power and flew in front of him. All the Iron Man suits in the room raised their wrists and fired white beams of energy at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's figure seemed to vanish again, and he instantly reappeared above the villa, wearing the Iron Man suit. Tony then flew over with more than 40 Iron Man suits, surrounding Chen Luo in the middle. "Are you here to steal it?" Tony asked in a deep voice. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Luo stepped into the void, looking at the rather spectacular group of mechs in front of him with great interest. "I guess so. I'll take one back and play with it." "You can't take this," Tony suddenly ordered. "Jarvis, blow it up." As soon as he finished speaking, the Iron Man suit that Chen Luo had been controlling exploded instantly. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the sky. After the flames from the explosion subsided, Tony was astonished to find that Chen Luo was completely unharmed. Even his hairstyle was unchanged, and he was still standing in the air with a nonchalant expression. "You're really giving me a headache. I just want to do an experiment, so please stop being naughty." As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot again, and the next second he appeared in front of him. Tony's expression changed drastically. He couldn't see how Chen Luo moved at all. He didn't know if it was teleportation or if the other party's movement speed was too fast to exceed the limits of his vision. However, before Tony could react, Chen Luo gently tapped Tony's forehead with his finger. "Go lie down for a while." Tony plummeted from midair like a shooting star, crashing into the ground and creating another huge crater. Just then, the 40-odd Iron Man suits raised their hands again and shot out dazzling blue laser beams toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo calmly raised his hand and waved it again, without any haste. All the blue laser beams vanished into thin air at the same time, as if they had never existed. Tony struggled to his feet, but after struggling for a while, he found that his whole body felt like it was falling apart, and he couldn't muster any strength at all. In the end, Jarvis controlled the suit and rescued him from the ground. "Sir, his strength is too great. We are no match for him. I suggest we retreat first." Tony coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over his armor. He took a deep breath and said, "Destroy all the suits." At this moment, Chen Luo's lazy voice suddenly came from the sky. Wait a minute. Chen Luo's voice wasn't loud, but it came down clearly from the sky. Let's see who this is first. Chen Luo snapped his fingers again, and little Chili appeared out of thin air. She looked around blankly, not knowing what had happened. When little Chili realized where she was, she immediately started waving her arms and screaming in surprise. Tony was shocked. He couldn't figure out what methods Chen Luo had used. He had just snapped his fingers and brought Pepper over. It was simply incomprehensible. Seeing that Tony was no longer making any rash moves, Chen Luo immediately waved his hand and grabbed an Iron Man suit from a distance, then disappeared from the world without a sound. Chen Luo looked at his empty hands and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. So it really doesn't work. When Chen Luo returned to the real world from the Marvel Universe, the Iron Man suit in his hand disappeared silently, without leaving a trace, just like ice and snow melting away. Chen Luo wasn't disappointed. He had anticipated this might happen. First, the dimensional barriers automatically intercept anything leaving that world. Second, the Marvel Universe is a secondary dimension. Once people and objects within it enter the primary dimension, they are automatically assimilated by the rules of the primary dimension, meaning they are destroyed by the power of those rules. It's a bit of a pity. I was hoping to get an Iron Man suit to play with. Chen Luo sighed with a smile. After a while, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the room again. In less than 10 seconds, Chen Luo was back in the room, this time with a gold brick the size of a palm in his hand. Ha ha ha, it really works. We're rich now. We won't have to risk selling accounts anymore. Chen Luo patted the gold brick, which weighed about 1 kilogram, in his hand and couldn't help but burst into laughter. This gold brick was taken from the Western fantasy world. The treasuries of the imperial capital and the city of Kilo, as well as the Temple of Creation, contain a large amount of gold. To Chen Luo, this is as good as his own home. He can take it whenever he wants. When the Iron Man suit disappeared, Chen Luo realized that things from the secondary dimension could not be brought into reality, but this was not a problem in the primary dimension. The Western fantasy world and the real world are on the same level of prime plane. Items taken from it will not be destroyed by the power of rules. The only problem is the plane barrier. This would be an enormous problem for ordinary people in a Western fantasy world, but it's not a problem at all for Chen Luo. As long as things are around his body, they won't be blocked by the dimensional barrier. The only problem is that this thing cannot be too big. At most, it can only occupy 10 centimeters of space outside his body. Once it exceeds this space, it will also be blocked by the dimensional wall. After his initial excitement, Chen Luo casually tossed the gold brick onto the table, returned to the Western fantasy world, caught a rooster in the capital city, and then returned to the real world. As soon as he returned to the room, the rooster that had been jumping around in his hand just moments before became completely still. Chen Luo picked it up and glanced at it, only to find that it was already dead. As expected, even living things won't work. Although this rooster could leave the dimensional barrier, It could not withstand the terrifying power of the rules that allowed it to traverse dimensions and was killed instantly. Chen Luo doesn't have this problem because he has the Hunyuan brush protecting him, but other creatures can't do it. Chen Luo conducted several more experiments and finally came to the same conclusion. It was impossible to bring out living creatures. After confirming his suspicions, Chen Luo immediately returned to the Western fantasy world, retrieved 4 more gold bricks, packed them together with the original one, and then left. Xinqiang Road is located in the Hanjiang district of Jiangcheng City. It is an old urban area that has not been demolished or renovated. The road is not wide, and there is a lot of traffic and pedestrians. But these old urban areas are more vibrant and have a more lively atmosphere than the well-planned, wide roads of the new districts. Along Xinqiang Road, colorful shop signs line the roadside. The more accurate name for these shops should be jewelry processing shops. These are all small, privately owned shops that usually help older people make necklaces, rings, and other jewelry, and also buy back some gold ornaments and other items. Chen Luo chose this place instead of those big gold shops, because those places require ID cards and registration for selling gold, and he didn't want to leave too many traces to avoid being traced. As Chen Luo walked down the street, he secretly observed the appearance of the shop owners. The saying, "Your appearance reflects your heart," has some truth to it. When he encountered someone with a face full of fat, a body full of muscles, or a lewd look and thin lips, he immediately chose the next person. After a short while, Chen Luo found a gold shop with a sign that read, "Yanji Gold Shop." The shop was quiet and there were no customers yet. Behind the counter sat an old gentleman dressed in a blue traditional Chinese robe. He had refined features, graying temples, and wore glasses. He was looking at a scroll of ancient book, gently waving a folding fan in his hand, completely absorbed in his reading, and didn't even notice Chen Luo entering the room. Hearing someone come in, the old man looked up. He calmly put down his book, stood up, and smiled gently, his voice warm and gentle. "Welcome, young man. What would you like to buy?" Chen Luo calmly replied, "Hello, boss. I'd like to ask if you buy and sell gold here." The old gentleman was somewhat surprised to hear this, but quickly nodded and said, "Of course our shop also buys back gold and silver. I'd like to ask, how much do you charge per gram for the gold you buy back?" The old gentleman said politely, "It's 290 yuan per gram, but the exact price depends on the purity of the gold." Upon hearing the price, Chen Luo had a good idea of what to expect. He had been asking for prices along the way, and each gold shop was only willing to offer around 250 or 260. This old gentleman's offer was already the highest. Chen Luo carefully took out a gold brick from his bag. "Then please have it appraised, boss." Upon seeing the gold brick, the old man's expression turned even more surprised. He could tell at a glance that it was quite heavy. Such a large gold brick. These days, they are really rare. "Where did you get it?" Chen Luo immediately said, "It was passed down from my ancestors and has always been kept in the old house. I found it by chance while cleaning the room." The old man smiled and glanced at Chen Luo, but did not ask any further questions. He took the gold brick, weighed it in his palm, and then examined it with his naked eye. He quickly took out a toolbox from under the counter, pulled out a variety of small tools, and began the testing. The gold isn't 24K gold. It only contains 93% gold. "Young man, are you looking to sell it?" The boss put down the gold brick, slowly wiped his hands with a towel, and then asked with a smile. "Yes, can it be recycled?" "The gold is pure gold, that's fine, but since it's not 24K gold, the price can't be the usual." "Boss, name your price. These gold pieces were made using ancient alchemy." methods employed in the Western fantasy world. The craftsmanship in that world was not as advanced as it is in modern times, so it's normal that the purity of the gold didn't reach 24K. So Chen Luo didn't waste any more words and immediately interrupted the old man, asking directly, 260 yuan per gram, how about that? Chen Luo pondered for a moment. This price was acceptable. He would only be offered a lower price elsewhere. Can? The old gentleman smiled slightly and immediately asked, then there's another question. Yanji Gold Shop has always abided by the law, and we don't touch things of dubious origin. Do you have any proof of the gold's legal origin? Invoices, receipts, or anything like that? Facing his boss's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Luo remained unfazed and said, as I just said, this was found inside the old house, so I can't provide any proof. The old man shook his head regretfully. Without legal proof, there's nothing we can do. You'd better look for something else. He sighed, handed the gold back to Chen Luo, and said earnestly, young man, you are still young. It's okay to make a mistake once, but don't make the same mistake again. Chen Luo was taken aback, then realized that the boss seemed to be treating him like a thief trying to sell stolen goods. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh and cry. He said helplessly, boss, many people have antiques and gold passed down from their ancestors. I've never heard of needing any certificates to buy or sell them, have I? Where do you get proof for these kinds of antiques? The old man chuckled and said, young man, you can neither prove that this thing is an heirloom from your ancestors nor that its origin is legitimate. There is indeed a great risk in accepting it. Seeing Chen Luo's disappointed look, and as he turned to leave the gold shop, the old gentleman immediately said, well then, young man, you look honest. And don't seem like a bad person. I'll take the risk and accept this gold brick, but since you don't have legal proof, it'll only be worth 230 yuan per gram. You can decide for yourself. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. He realized that the boss had gone around in circles, but it was all about haggling over the price. However, Chen Luo didn't care. Ever since he learned that gold could be extracted from the Western fantasy world, it was as easy for him as paper. If Chen Luo wanted, he could extract tons of gold from the Western fantasy world, though it would be quite troublesome. However, Chen Luo didn't show it on his face. He pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, boss, isn't this price cut too drastically? The old man smiled and shook his head. Young man, there's a risk in accepting gold of unknown origin like this. If you don't believe me, go all over Xinqiang Road and see which shop dares to accept it. Chen Luo feigned a conflicted expression, then quickly put on a reluctant look and said, well, all right then. Chen Luo didn't want to waste his energy haggling over things he didn't care about. If he went to the next company, he might ask too many questions and attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Once the price was agreed upon, the rest was simple. The old gentleman weighed the gold, which totaled 1,003 grams, and the total price was a little over 230,000 yuan, cash or bank transfer. Without a second thought, Chen Luo replied, cash. You're not afraid of trouble, are you? The store doesn't have that much cash. I'll have someone bring it over. The old man made a phone call, and less than 10 minutes later, a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes walked in, carrying a backpack. Uncle Yan, I've brought the things. The old man nodded, pulled the young man to the back room, whispered a few words to him, and then came out again with the school bag. Come on, young man, order it in front of me. Chen Luo took the school bag, opened it, and sure enough, there were dozens of neatly stacked red banknotes inside. Chen Luo didn't count it carefully, since people were coming and going from time to time. He counted and found that there were indeed 23 bundles. He quickly flipped through them with his fingers and roughly confirmed, that there was no problem with the money inside. Then, the old man took out a money counter and checked it again in front of Chen Luo. After confirming the exact amount, Chen Luo put the money back into the bag, where he kept his gold and zipped it up. "No problem, I'll be going now. Young man, take care. This is my business card. If you have any more gold, just give me a call and I can arrange for someone to come and buy it." Chen Luo nodded, took the business card, and glanced at it. The old gentleman's name is Yan Tingsheng, and his business card lists him as the chairman of Tingsheng International Trade Group. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised, so it's Chairman Yan. Don't take it seriously. I'm not some chairman. It's just that I also do some antique business. Without a prestigious title, people will think you lack ability and won't want to associate with you. Yan Tingsheng quickly waved his hand with a smile. Then we'll have the chance to work together again in the future. Chen Luo smiled, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out of the shop. At the door, the young man who brought the money exchanged a glance with Chen Luo. For some reason, the young man's gaze made Chen Luo feel very uncomfortable. It was the look of someone looking at some kind of prey. Watching Chen Luo's departing figure, Yan Tingsheng suddenly revealed a sinister sneer. Chen Luo kept saying that he found it by chance in the old house. Such a crude lie might fool a child, but an old hand like him wouldn't believe a word of it. This gold is very new. It couldn't have been cast more than a year ago. The edges haven't even been removed, and it still feels rough to the touch. It hasn't oxidized or turned black. How could it possibly be a family heirloom? Is everything arranged? The young man hurriedly and respectfully replied, "I've already sent old Hai to follow him. We should be able to find out his background soon. Although this kid pretends to be very distressed, his eyes don't show any emotion. This batch of gold is probably something that can't be brought to light. Moreover, he looks very young and doesn't seem to have any powerful connections or background. Investigate him thoroughly. Yes, Uncle Yan, have you heard of any bank robberies or jewelry store thefts lately? These gold bars are usually only available from banks and large gold shops, as only they store gold bars and gold bricks. No, that's strange. Where did he get the gold? Yan Tingsheng muttered to himself, then suddenly revealed a cold smile. Forget it. Tell Lao Hai that if he loses track of him, he'll have to pay the 230,000. The young man chuckled. With Lao Hai's tracking skills, he shouldn't lose him. At this time, Chen Luo left. Xincheng Road first went to the bank to deposit the money into his card, and then went to several other districts to find 4 places that buy gold, and sold the remaining 4 gold bricks. The prices offered by these places were not much different from those at Yanji Gold's shop, but when Chen Luo said that he did not have his ID card and could not register, the owners of these gold shops all seemed to know what was going on and tacitly did not ask any more questions, but simply tried to lower the price again. Chen Luo didn't care. Anyway, it didn't take much effort, and he could get it for free no matter how much he sold it for. At this point, Chen Luo received another 800,000 yuan, which he deposited into the bank. Having earned over 1,000,000 yuan in a single day, Chen Luo's initial excitement had worn off, because it had come too easily, and felt effortless. However, Chen Luo no longer plans to sell gold. He currently has 1.3 million in his account and has no other expenses, so he won't need the money for the next 5 or 6 years. He is now preparing to focus all his energy on the Western fantasy world and rapidly improve his strength. After all, one's life is more important than money. When Chen Luo got home, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. After making dinner, he went straight into the Western fantasy world. At that moment, downstairs in Chen Luo's apartment complex, a dark-skinned man saw the lights on the 10th floor and immediately picked up his phone to make a call. Uncle Yan, Now that we've found out where that kid lives, what's the next step? Have you figured out where it came from? He lived in an ordinary neighborhood that looked quite old, so he probably didn't have any connections. However, he had more than one gold bar. After leaving the shop, he went to 4 different places and sold about 4 more bars. Then he went to a bank and probably deposited all the money from the sales. Oh? Heh, I knew I was right. This kid probably still has a lot of gold on him. Keep a close eye on him and find out his identity in the next few days. Yes, Uncle Yan. However, this kid is very vigilant. The first time I followed him, he almost discovered me. Later, I was afraid of getting into trouble, so I asked Gangzi to follow him for me. But Gangzi also said he was discovered, so I asked another brother to follow him, and that's how we weren't discovered. Then be careful, lest this piece of fat flies away. I see, Chen Luo was unaware that he was being watched. He was currently above the endless sea, pondering how to enrich the marine life. A day passed in his reality, but 100 years had passed in the Western fantasy world. Just as he had predicted, the super-electric eel had become the new overlord of the ocean, and no creature could rival it. Given the high voltage released by the super-electric eel, it's likely that no marine creature capable of challenging them will emerge for a long time. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Such a monopoly was not conducive to ecological balance and species evolution. It was necessary to create natural enemies for these super-electric eels. Chen Luo's eyes flickered. Since that's the case, he might as well go all out. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo summoned the Hunyuan brush and the Genesis book into his hands. A giant dragon. As Chen Luo wrote those 2 characters, he felt a portion of his life force being forcibly drawn away by the Hunyuan brush. After several gene fusions, Chen Luo could now clearly sense that the life force that had been extracted was equivalent to 1 year's worth of life force. Although Chen Luo felt a little heartbroken, there was nothing he could do. If they waited for the species created by the players to evolve into dragons, who knew when that would be? Therefore, he now has no choice but to personally bring the dragon into the Western fantasy world. There are countless legends about dragons. Heroes fighting evil dragons, dragons being giant beasts guarding treasures, dragons being the embodiment of demons and Satan, and many other moving and epic tales of slaying dragons. This leads to the situation where a Western fantasy world without dragons seems like it's not a Western fantasy world at all. Roar. When Chen Luo retrieved the Hunyuan brush, a deafening roar of a giant dragon resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Soon, a giant western dragon, 200 to 300 meters tall and entirely red, appeared before his eyes. It has a ferocious appearance, a long and thick neck, horns on its head, sharp teeth, and a long tail. Each of its powerful limbs is covered with sharp claws, and it has a pair of huge wings like bat wings. Its entire body is covered with scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen. The red dragon had 4 eyelids, the inner 3 of which were transparent. It was glaring at Chen Luo and roaring at him. A strong fishy smell and a fierce wind swept in, making Chen Luo's clothes flutter loudly. Chen Luo stared indifferently at the red dragon, which resembled a small mountain, and uttered 2 words indifferently, "Lie down," just as the red dragon was about to bite off the tiny creature in front of it with its huge jaws. It suddenly felt a terrifying force strike down, violently pulling its body into the seabed. Roar! A ball of fiery red dragon flame erupted from the seabed, boiling the surrounding seawater before bursting through the surface and heading straight for Chen Luo. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chen Luo caused the red dragon flame to quickly transform into white, chilling air, which then swirled back and disappeared into the seabed. Wherever the cold air passed, large areas of seawater froze into ice blocks, which then spread to the depths of the sea, freezing the red dragon that was about to break out of the water inside. Chen Luo landed on the ice and casually waved his hand, causing the red dragon that had been frozen in the ice to fly up from the sea. Inside the ice, the anger in the red dragon's enormous eyes vanished, replaced by pure terror. At first, it couldn't sense any power from Chen Luo, but as soon as Chen Luo made his move, it immediately felt a fear that came from its very soul, as if the other party could take its life at any moment. The red dragon finally realized that Chen Luo was an invincible being, and its eyes immediately turned into pleading. Just then, the ice on the red dragon's body suddenly shattered and disappeared instantly. Red Dragon was freed, but it lay obediently on the ice, not daring to move, because Chen Luo was slowly walking over. Chen Luo was only 1.8 meters tall, barely reaching the red dragon's upper jaw, but the red dragon trembled, not knowing what this terrifying being was going to do to it. Chen Luo reached out and touched the red dragon's scales, beginning to set the dragon's abilities. Dragons can inherit their lineage through bloodlines and use dragon language. They possess dragon might that can suppress lower-level creatures and can use dragon language magic upon reaching adulthood. After making the initial settings, Chen Luo began to specifically classify the types and abilities of the dragons. The golden dragon is the most powerful dragon species. The black dragon's breath attack is strong acid, the white dragon's breath attack is cold air, the red dragon's breath attack is dragon flame, the blue dragon's breath attack is lightning. Green dragon's breath attack is poison gas. As Chen Luo's design was perfected step by step, giant dragons of 5 colors gold, black, white, blue, and green began to emerge one by one on the ice blocks of the sea. When these 5 giant dragons first appeared, they, like the red dragon, were about to attack Chen Luo. As a result, they were quickly turned into obedient children by Chen Luo, and one by one they lay down at Chen Luo's feet, their eyes filled with fear and fawning. After setting the basic abilities, Chen Luo began to set the personality and intelligence. He added traits such as the dragon's greed and love of treasure to their genes, and then set up these dragon advancement templates. From the hatching of the dragon egg, the dragons evolved from juvenile dragons to young dragons, then to adult dragons, then to ancient giant dragons, and finally to the ancient dragon gods. Ultimate goal of dragon evolution. After Chen Luo felt there were no problems, he waved his hand again, and 6 more giant dragons of different colors appeared above the endless sea. The dragons currently lying on the ice are all males. To ensure the continued reproduction of the dragon race, they will naturally need to be paired with a female dragon. 12 giant dragons appeared simultaneously on the endless sea. They're terrifying. Dragon might causing all kinds of marine creatures to flee the area in panic. Chen Luo thought for a moment, and then began to allocate the territories of the 6 dragons. The pair of black dragons that could control water were thrown into the endless sea by Chen Luo to become the new overlords of the ocean. The red dragon, which controlled fire, was thrown into the volcanic lava of another continent called Roman. The green dragon was thrown into the eternal night forest of the second continent, Alvin. The white dragon was thrown into the northernmost ice and snow continent, and the blue dragon was thrown into the desert environment they preferred. As for the most powerful golden dragon, Chen Luo created a new island outside the 4 continents, named it Dragon Island, and sent the 2 golden dragons there. These places are all far from the human and orc races, and Chen Luo has given them orders that the reproduction of their races should be the top priority, and they are not allowed to leave their respective territories for 1,000 years. Over the next 3 months, which is less than 5 minutes in real time, Chen Luo conducted tests and observations on these dragons. After confirming that they were developing according to his plan, he stopped paying attention to the development of the dragon race. Analyzing the dragon's genes. Unable to analyze the creatures it created. Chen Luo. What the hell? I spent a year of my lifespan to create a giant dragon, and it can't even be analyzed. Could you have told me sooner? Chen Luo was so frustrated, he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Chen Luo sighed. It was too late to regret now. He could only wait and see if other species would have the chance to evolve into dragons in the future. He reluctantly returned to the surface of the endless sea and began working on the next step of his plan. Now we have the giant dragon at the top of the food chain and the super-electric eel at the bottom, but we are still missing a large number of mid-range species. After thinking for a while, Chen Luo decided to create magical beasts. Chen Luo reached out, and a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. He then slashed his wrist. The sharp dagger instantly sliced open a long gash, and a large amount of golden blood gushed out, falling into the endless sea. When Chen Luo felt that it was about time, he put down the dagger, reached out and wiped his wrist. He then saw that the wound on his wrist healed quickly, without even a scar. Chen Luo closed his eyes and began to sense the golden blood that had fallen into the sea. With a thought, all the golden blood decomposed into cells, and then the cells decomposed into divine genes, which were then integrated into the thousands of marine creatures in the ocean. At that moment, the sea seemed to be boiling over, bustling with activity. A large number of marine creatures that had incorporated the genes of the gods began to mutate and evolve, and many large creatures began to appear in the sea, which were called sea monsters. There are terrifying giant sharks, octopus monsters with countless tentacles, and highly venomous jellyfish, but what they all have in common is that they are all very large, with the smallest being tens of meters long. Even more extreme are the mutated abilities. Some can release ice or fire, some can control lightning, some can control temperature, and some have abnormally hard bodies. Seeing the changes in the ocean, Chen Luo couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Over tens of thousands of years of development and evolution, marine life has evolved into more than 10,000 species. Chen Luo didn't have the time to analyze their genes one by one, so he had to use a broad-based approach to screen them. Those with evolutionary potential will naturally become stronger by integrating divine genes, while those without growth potential will not change much. It now appears that at least 1,000 of these marine organisms have the potential to grow. Chen Luo stayed in the endless sea for another month, witnessing firsthand the birth of countless powerful magical beasts that had fused with the genes of the gods. In this way, the marine ecosystem is complete. However, these magical beasts are currently completely insurmountable for ordinary humans and orcs. Even bloodline warriors who have unlocked the first-tier gene lock may not be able to deal with a mid-tier magical beast. Moreover, these magical beasts will give rise to a large number of races and can also devour the divine genes of different magical beasts to evolve. If nothing unexpected happens, in less than 100 years, the monsters in the ocean will become so powerful that neither humans nor orcs can contend with them. We shouldn't worry about the oceans for now. Let them evolve for a while, and then we can go and see the other continents. Chen Luo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the icy continent at the northernmost part of the Western fantasy world. Half of this continent lies within the Arctic Circle, with long winters and short summers. Snow falls for most of the year, so the area is covered in snow year-round and cold throughout the year, especially the ice sheet regions, which are almost always covered in ice and snow, making it a typical polar climate. Chen Luo is here because the first intelligent race to emerge on this continent, the polar dwarves, is on the verge of extinction. The player who created the polar dwarves has clearly played many Western fantasy games, as the dwarfs they created are almost identical to those in games and movies. But that player either lost their mind or had never seen snow before, and when choosing their birthplace, instead of selecting a resource-rich area at the southern end of the icy continent, they chose an icy world near the Arctic Circle. The harsh climate here results in very few plants and animals. Those that can adapt to this environment are mostly cold-resistant plants and animals with thick fur, such as snow wolves, snow deer, and polar hares. However, the nascent race of the Arctic dwarves fared poorly. Born into this extreme environment, they were completely unaccustomed to the frigid climate. Therefore, on the day they were created, of the Hunyuan polar dwarves, 15 froze to death, accounting for nearly 1/7 of the total population. And that unfortunate player was on the list of 15 who froze to death. At this time, the dwarves' tenacious and indomitable racial character came into play. They quickly elected a dwarf named Teklan as their leader, who led them to survive the harsh conditions of the icy world. However, the climate here is harsh and the environment is severe, so the polar dwarfs are basically struggling on the brink of death. They had to face months or even half a year of darkness, withstand sub-zero temperatures and blizzards, traverse the surging sea in summer, struggle on drifting ice floes in winter, and fight for their lives against the enormous whales in the icy ocean with only a small boat and simple tools. Fighting the polar bear, the fiercest animal in the icy world, with a spear or even bare hands, meant that if the warriors went out hunting and failed to catch any prey, the entire tribe would starve. After learning about the development history of the polar dwarves over the past 200 years, Chen Luo couldn't help but sincerely admire them. These dwarves were undoubtedly the most powerful, tenacious, brave, and resilient race in the Western fantasy world. It is truly a miracle that they have survived and multiplied to this day. Chen Luo was equally amazed by the dwarves' stubbornness, which was as hard as stone, because they never even thought of heading south to explore a more suitable environment for their survival. A group of polar dwarves once suggested that they look for a new home to the south, but this was rejected by the vast majority of the tribe. Most of them believed that this place was the birthplace of the dwarves, and that their ancestral land should not be abandoned. It is precisely because of this stubbornness that the number of Arctic dwarves is still less than 300, even though they have existed for more than 200 years. Besides the harsh environment of the icy world, dwarves are also considered to be a semi-long-lived species, with a lifespan that can reach up to 400 years. Long-lived races share a common drawback: low fertility, which has made it difficult for the Arctic dwarves to prosper. But now the polar dwarves are facing a catastrophe, and the cause of it all comes down to Chen Luo. Plants struggle to survive in the northern part of the icy continent, making agriculture impossible. Therefore, the polar dwarves can only survive by hunting and fishing. However, land animals are already scarce, and their main food source is various fish in the icy sea. A month ago, Chen Luo drastically altered the marine ecosystem, making the ocean the strongest force in the Western fantasy world. A large number of marine monsters began to develop a sense of territory and started to carve out their own domains in the ocean. They began to spread from the endless sea to the surrounding oceans. Among them were many magical beasts that had awakened ice-type abilities and came to the frozen ocean, where the ice and snow continent was located. This place is difficult to survive in for ordinary magical beasts and humans, but it is like a fish in water for these magical beasts, and it is the most suitable place for them. The polar dwarves, who were completely unaware of this situation, ran into trouble when they went out to sea to fish. These magical beasts, of course, showed no mercy in eliminating any enemies who invaded their territory. When the first monster appeared, the dwarf fishing team of more than 10 people was completely wiped out. The polar dwarves, oblivious to their impending doom, are determined to avenge their fallen kin. Today, they have gathered over 100 of their most elite warriors to fight the giant squid that killed them at the edge of the icy ocean. Odo, throw the spear. Philip, get out of my way. Don't block the people behind you. Teclin is a dwarf who is 1.5 meters tall. He is strong and thick, and looks like a wall of flesh. At this moment, Teclin, wielding 2 giant axes almost the same size as himself, was on a huge block of ice, directing more than 100 warriors to attack a squid that was over 70 meters tall in the icy sea. These polar dwarfs are generally only 1.2 to 1.5 meters tall, but they are very broad and sturdy, so their average weight is almost the same as that of humans, and their strength is several times greater than that of ordinary humans. Their typical skin tone is tan or light brown with black eyes, and their hair is usually black, gray or brown, and is quite long. Chen Luo had already arrived in the sky, looking down at the battle below and observing the polar dwarves. The dwarves wore animal skin clothing and carried axes or hammers. Besides their robust physiques, the most striking feature was their meticulously trimmed beards, with almost everyone having a different beard and hairstyle. The battle on the Arctic Ocean was quite obvious. The squid's skin was incredibly tough, and although the polar dwarf was extremely strong, the weapons he threw couldn't even scratch its skin. When the squid's tentacles reach out, they can easily pull the polar dwarf into the icy sea and drown him. It can also exhale cold air, freezing any polar dwarf who gets close into ice blocks in an instant. This wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. To Chen Luo's dismay, these dwarves, whether stubborn or simply ignorant, showed no sign of retreating and continued to charge forward fearlessly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the polar dwarves had died, and now only about 30 people were left struggling desperately. Chen Luo sighed helplessly. He had finally witnessed the stubbornness of these polar dwarves. If he didn't make a move soon, they would really fight to the last man. With a thought, Chen Luo quickly adjusted his body shape and transformed into the appearance of a polar dwarf, except that he wore a golden helmet, a golden heavy armor, and held a black iron hammer. Something's missing. Chen Luo looked at his imposing figure. Let's add some special effects. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, a faint golden light began to emanate from his body, a light that was gentle and full of warmth. Immediately afterwards, strange patterns appeared on his golden heavy armor, and the black iron hammer in his hand was surrounded by a layer of blue lightning, making him look extremely mysterious. Add some more entrance effects. A dazzling golden light pierced through the clouds and instantly shone onto the ice surface. All the polar dwarves stopped attacking and stared in astonishment at the golden pillar of light. The squid's enormous eyes also stared in their direction, a hint of fear in them. It felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the beam of light, making it want to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Just as the squid was about to sink into the icy ocean and escape, the golden pillar of light vanished without a trace, and a tall and mighty dwarf appeared before all the polar dwarves. Indeed, Chen Luo was only a little over 1.5 meters tall at the time, but all the polar dwarves thought he was like a god, so tall that they couldn't look him in the eye. Your Majesty Oli, Teclin stared at Chen Luo in shock, his whole body trembling with excitement. Upon hearing Teclin's exclamation, all the Arctic dwarves realized what was happening and remembered the myths and legends circulating among them. The dwarves were created from rocks by the dwarf god Oli. Seeing the golden light emanating from the man before them, radiating an aura that shook even their souls, the remaining polar dwarves believed what Teklin had said. It is His Majesty Oli. Our gods have not forgotten us. Chen Luo turned his gaze to the squid. He raised the black iron hammer, which was crackling with lightning, and a blue bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the squid directly with a terrifying aura of destruction. The squid didn't even have a chance to fight back before it turned into a pile of charred remains and vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing such immense power, all the polar dwarves, led by Teklin, knelt down, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Chen Luo strolled up to Teklin and spoke in a majestic voice like thunder. I created you not to confine you here. The world is vast. Why not go out and see it? With tears streaming down his face, Teklin prostrated himself on the ice, kneeling before Chen Luo. Great Lord Aoli, this is our birthplace. To abandon it is to abandon your grace, Chen Luo said calmly. This is not a reason for you to restrict yourselves. What I want to see is the dwarves prosper and become the masters of this continent, not this life of starvation and struggling to survive. Teklin trembled slightly. He straightened up from his knees and looked at Chen Luo with a mixture of awe and doubt. Your Majesty, are you asking us to abandon this ancestral land? Chen Luo nodded slightly. Your birth in this environment was an accident, but I have witnessed your courage, resilience, and diligence over the past 200 years. These qualities will become the opportunity for your rise in the new world, and I will also grant you the ability to establish yourself in the new world. Chen Luo closed his eyes, and his magnificent voice resounded in the souls of all the polar dwarves. I bestow upon you superb combat skills, great endurance, and outstanding architectural and metallurgical craftsmanship. When Chen Luo uttered those words, he wrote these genes into the racial genes of the polar dwarves. At the same time, all the dwarves felt that they had gained a lot of knowledge, including knowledge about combat skills, as well as knowledge about forging and building. They could even clearly sense that their bodies had become stronger, able to withstand hard labor, trekking, hunger, and physical pain, and their resilience had also greatly improved. This change wasn't limited to Teklin and his companions on the ice plains. Even the elderly, women, and children in the camp were becoming stronger. At the same time, the polar dwarves in the camp also knelt down, each one trembling with excitement, shouting in unison, "Thank you for the blessings of the Almighty and Great Lord All." After Chen Luo finished doing all this, he looked at Teklin, who was still kneeling on the ground, and handed him the black hammer in his hand. I also bestow this storm hammer upon you. It possesses the power of storms and thunder, which will enable the dwarves to be fearless of the threat of magical beasts. Teklin knelt upright, staring at the storm hammer, surrounded by lightning. So excited he almost fainted. He trembled as he raised his hands high to receive the black iron hammer. Thank you again for your grace, your Majesty Our. Go south, where the prosperity of the dwarves will begin. We obey your Majesty's divine decree. Teklin and all the polar dwarves knelt down and thanked the gods for their blessings. When they looked up again, Chen Luo was no longer there. The Epic of Oral Records. In the first year of Oral's reign, the great dwarven god, the storm god Oral, descended upon the icy continent, bestowing upon Teklin, the first chieftain of the polar dwarves, the artifact Stormhammer, and granting his people many talents. Teklin accepted the divine decree and led his people to migrate to the plains of Anando in the south of the continent. Thus began the rise of the dwarven race, marking the beginning of the first year of Oral's reign. After Chen Luo disappeared, he first analyzed the dwarves' genes. The results were similar to those of the orcs, only 0.01%. They had not yet reached their peak and needed time to evolve. Chen Luo gave up on gene fusion and was preparing to go to another continent, Alvin, to observe the elves that had also been born not long ago. At this moment, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, saying with some delight, "You actually unlocked the second-tier gene lock so quickly." Chen Luo moved swiftly and arrived in the capital of the emperor. Chaos reigned in the royal city as human soldiers from two opposing factions engaged in fierce street fighting, the battle raging fiercely. Chen Luo's gaze, however, was directed towards the direction of the royal palace, where a great commotion was taking place, with bursts of various colored lights erupting from time to time. Chen Luo looked back at this period of human history and quickly figured out what had happened during the time he hadn't been paying attention to. In the 77th year of the Xia dynasty, after his stud life in Kuluo City ended, Shangtang returned to the capital of the capital. Instead of continuing his escape, he prepared to fulfill his boast and overthrow the Great Xia dynasty to establish the Great Shang dynasty. At this time, Sense Time also started a live broadcast, and the room name was Witness the Rise of a New Generation of Emperors. Sense Time's live stream already had over 1 million viewers due to the stud incident, and this eye-catching title quickly attracted a large influx of viewers. Moreover, at this time, when Second Life turned the Marvel Universe into a game world, it had already attracted the attention of major domestic media outlets, and even many major foreign media outlets knew about the news. If it's really as Second Life describes, then this cutting-edge technology will undoubtedly be a revolutionary invention. One day in reality is equivalent to 100 years in another world, which is tantamount to extending human lifespan in a roundabout way. A day is like living 100 years, and a year is equivalent to someone else living 36,500 years. Anyone would be excited just thinking about it. This is simply defying the heavens. Everyone knows this game is going to be a hit. It's just a matter of when it will be released for public testing. Countless people will surely flock in then, and it might even change the course of human history. With the influx of a large audience and follow-up reports from major domestic and international media outlets, Second Life became a huge hit, bringing fame to Sense Time and Recoba. At this time, although there were still about 100 players streaming Second Life, only Sense Time and Recoba had the most viewers, with one reaching an astonishing 3 million and the other 2 million. The reason Sense Time has received so much attention is twofold. Firstly, due to the influence of the stud incident, and secondly, due to a series of outrageous actions in the game. The reason Recoba is attracting so much attention is the same as the first reason for Shangtang's popularity. The second reason is that Recoba is currently vying for the title of Beast King, which makes many people very curious. After returning to the capital, Shangtang first sought out the ruthless opportunist who had turned the city upside down. The two men shared a common, miserable life and a common enemy, and immediately hit it off and decided to cooperate. At this time, after the tyranny of Han Fei, many nobles and commoners in the Great Xia dynasty were already secretly dissatisfied. After ascending the throne, the second emperor not only failed to abolish Han Fei's tyrannical policies, but instead intensified his exploitation of the people, inventing countless cruel methods of killing to intimidate the public and further fueling the people's discontent. At this time, Shangtang secretly spread the news that the royal family intended to kill the gods to obtain immortality, which immediately cast a big question mark on the divine right of kings. The Han family had been shouting all day long. The second king took the most extreme measures to deal with the various rumors circulating in the capital. Anyone found to be spreading such rumors was immediately executed, or even their entire family was exterminated. However, it is easier to dam a river than to silence the people. The second emperor's actions not only failed to achieve any effect, but also made more people believe that the royal family was indeed plotting to kill the gods. At this time, Tang of Shang claimed to be the Golden King who had merged with divine blood and was appointed by heaven to overthrow the tyranny of the great Xia dynasty, calling on all people of ambition to rise up together. As soon as the slogan of the Shang-Tang uprising was proclaimed, people from all over the country responded. Some went to submit to Shang-Tang, while nobles from various places declared their independence from the great Xia and became separatist forces. Then, Tang of Shang published the list of nobles who had previously spread the rumor that he was the king of Huangji and pretended to call on them to join him in resisting tyranny. This series of actions immediately drove the opposing nobles to a dead end. The second emperor had long suspected these nobles of plotting something sinister. Regardless of whether it was a scheme by Shang-Tang to sow discord, or even whether the list was genuine, he ordered troops to be dispatched to suppress the rebels organized by Shang-Tang while simultaneously eliminating these nobles. These nobles, of course, would not sit idly by and wait for their doom. They immediately fled the capital, began to gather their forces, and publicly declared that the royal family were god-slayers who should be punished by the whole world. In an instant, turmoil swept across the human realm. Everyone could see that the Great Xia dynasty was on the verge of collapse, and various forces were eager to make their move, all eyeing the supreme throne of the human race. In the 79th year of the Great Xia calendar, nobles from all sides united and organized an army of 100,000 to launch the first war to quell the rebellion. The Allied forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, and cities everywhere surrendered without resistance, marching all the way to the royal capital. The noble alliance besieged the city. The second prince, wielding the divine sword of judgment, went out of the city alone, without a single soldier. With the unparalleled power of the judgment sword, the second emperor charged into the enemy ranks and beheaded the 7 noble families leading the Allied forces, causing the 100,000-strong army to collapse and flee on its own. It seems that Tang of Shang had anticipated this situation, so he did not join the Allied forces beforehand. Instead, when the army was in disarray, he led his troops to meet them, gathered up the remnants of these nobles, and in one fell swoop possessed a military force second only to the royal family. After this battle, everyone gained a new understanding of the power of the judgment sword and realized that they could not defeat the second prince when he possessed it. Over the next 3 years, the second emperor purged all opposition forces in the capital, solidifying the internal structure. He then personally led his army to conquer separatist nobles, recovering lost territories one by one. During this period, various noble families and the Shang dynasty, including the orcs, sent people to try to steal the judgment sword. However, the second emperor never let go of his sword, even sleeping with it in his arms, which ultimately led to the fact that none of the people he sent out survived. In the 83rd year of the Xia calendar, Tang of Shang saw that the second emperor had recovered most of the territory, and that his army was aimed at his Shang kingdom. So he took the initiative to launch the Second War of Punishment. Both sides amassed hundreds of thousands of troops and engaged in a decisive battle beneath the vast mountains. The war lasted for a day and a night, with casualties on both sides exceeding 80,000. On the battlefield, King Tang and the second king faced off, but in the end, King Tang was no match for the judgment sword. Just when he was about to be defeated, the wolf with milk launched a sneak attack and severely injured the second king. However, he was also injured by the judgment sword and fled the battlefield with Shang Tang. The second battle against the rebels ended in a draw, with neither side gaining an advantage. The Xia and Shang dynasties then divided the world, ushering in a brief period of peace. After the war, Shang Tang felt the divine power of the judgment sword up close. Through the divine power aura remaining in his body, he merged with divine blood in his body, unlocked the first order gene lock, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. In the 85th year of the Xia dynasty, Tang of Shang went alone to the capital of the capital and fought against the second emperor in the palace. In the end, Shang Tang was no match for the power of the divine sword and fled severely wounded. The ministers of the Shang dynasty advised Tang not to act rashly and risk his life. Shang Tang smiled without saying a word, and after recovering from his injuries, he began to focus all his efforts on breaking through. In the 90th year of the Great Xia calendar, Shang Tang once again comprehended the divine power within the judgment, raising his strength to the peak of the first rank, and launched the third war against the rebellion. Only then did people realize that Tang of Shang had taken such a risk to break through in order to enhance his strength. Not only were the humans shocked by Shang Tang's boldness, but the viewers in the live stream were also full of admiration. They witnessed firsthand how Tang, an ordinary man, rose step by step from courage and resourcefulness to become the founding monarch of the Shang dynasty. At this point, the number of viewers in Sense Time's live stream had exceeded 5 million, breaking Hanfi's previous record. Was I a prophet? This brother really has the potential to be an emperor. It looks like he's going to succeed this time. This brother Shang Tang is quite ruthless. He uses the enemy's weapon to enhance his strength. How terrifying! It looks like brother Shang Tang is about to realize the boast he made. Emperor Han, have you seen this? Your great Xia dynasty is probably doomed to perish in its second generation. How do you feel about this online interview? I am Emperor Han, and I am preparing to enter the game during the open beta to re-establish the great Xia dynasty. I need some money to recruit soldiers and horses. Send me 5,000 coins, and after I overthrow the great Shang dynasty, I will appoint you as the vice emperor. Pa! Don't you understand history? If you're going to establish a country, you should establish the great Zhou dynasty. That way you'll have a chance. Wow, it's trending. Just as the barrage of comments was wildly mocking Han Fei and praising Shang Tang, they realized that the top trending topic had now become the battle of Xia and Shang. Who will be the ultimate king? Now, after several days of overwhelming coverage, Second Life is almost universally known, and many fans know what it means at a glance. Moreover, everyone now knows that Second Life is 100% realistic, and the battlefield battles in it are incredibly realistic. The first epic war between humans and orcs, as well as the first and second wars against rebellion, all depicted the brutality of the battlefield. Modern people have never seen such a real battlefield before. At most, they've seen it in TV shows and movies, but most of those are special effects, which can't compare to the realism of Second Life. As a result, more people flock to Sensitime's live stream, watching this tense and exciting war of dynastic change as if they were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. For more than a decade, both nobles and commoners of the great Xia dynasty lived under the tyranny of the second emperor, only forced to submit due to his personal military power. Compared to the second emperor, the Shang dynasty not only abolished all harsh laws and punishments, but also implemented policies of light taxes and levies to allow the people to rest and recuperate. The world praised the Shang kings for their benevolence. When they learned that Shang Tang was leading a large army to attack again, they marched on the land without bloodshed, reaching the capital city. Unwilling to engage in further bloodshed, Tang of Shang made a pact with the second emperor to fight one last battle to determine the fate of the world. The second prince had complete confidence in the divine sword in his hand and readily agreed. This earth-shattering battle was fiercely contested and lasted for half a day. The audience watched as the sword energy bursting from the judgment sword flew across the sky, cleaving the city wall, which was tens of meters high, in two. Then they saw Shang Tang, who was radiating golden light like a Super Saiyan, take the sword energy with his bare hands, and then punch the second prince. The huge force smashed a huge crater more than 10 meters in diameter into the ground. When the battle ended, the ground looked as if it had been plowed over, completely turned upside down, a scene of utter devastation. In this duel, both the second emperor and Tang of Shang were seriously injured, and the battle ended in a draw. Although it was a draw, the morale of the Shang dynasty was greatly boosted, because it meant that the invincible myth of the Judgment Sword had finally been shattered. The morale of the army in the Great Xia was wavering, and the people in the capital city were all hoping that the Great Shang would enter the city as soon as possible. After more than a decade of war, both soldiers and civilians began to yearn for peace and for an end to the war as soon as possible. A month after the Shang dynasty besieged the city, Shang Tang made another breakthrough and finally unlocked the second stage of the Jin Lock. Tang ordered his men to shout from below the city walls that he wanted to fight the second emperor again, but they received no response. The second emperor hesitated to fight, and the morale of the Xia army plummeted. Led by an officer, they opened the city gates to welcome the Shang army into the city. When Chen Luo arrived in the capital, he witnessed the Shang army storming the palace. By this time, the royal palace had long since given up resistance, but Tang of Shang searched the entire palace and could not find any trace of the second emperor. Soon, they learned from the surrendered palace guards that the second king had not been seen in the palace for 3 days. Shang Tang immediately realized that the second prince had actually fled when he saw that things were not going well. Enraged, King Tang immediately ordered a massive search for the second prince in the palace and throughout the city. In the end, of course, they found nothing except a secret passage leading out of the city within the palace. At this point, everyone understood that Xia Shai had already fled 3 days earlier. Shang Tang didn't care about the life or death of Xia Shi, but the loss of the Judgment Sword made him very depressed. Shang Tang had fought the Judgment Sword several times and knew how terrifying it was. The second emperor hadn't even been able to unleash 1% of its power. If he could master that divine sword, although he couldn't guarantee he could unleash its full power, he could at least achieve 10% of it. Even if it were only 10%, Shang Tang felt he would be invincible in this world, and even eliminating the orcs and unifying the continent of Yani would be a piece of cake. The history of the Shang dynasty records, Di King Han Yu, the second king of the Xia dynasty, was licentious and cruel, indulging in endless wars, plundering the people's wealth, and even attempting to kill the gods, thus being abandoned by them. The gods chose the Golden King Tang of Shang, bestowed upon him divine blood, and led a righteous army to overthrow the tyranny of the second king, establishing the Shang dynasty. The second king, carrying the divine sword of judgment, disappeared without a trace, and the Golden King searched the entire land but could not find him. The dynastic change came to an end. Shang Tang emerging as the ultimate winner, causing a stir among viewers in the live stream. This game is not only incredibly realistic, but its challenge and fun are also unforgettable. Players can establish a nation, and they can also be overthrown by other players. No one can guarantee that their dynasty will last forever. This also means that each of them has the opportunity to experience the life of a battlefield conquest and become a founding emperor. Just as SenseTime began to clean up the mess in China and stabilize the situation, the people in the live broadcast room shouted in unison. Brother Shangtang, Boss Lai, has led his troops to invade the human race. Shameless orcs, how dare you take advantage of someone in distress? Boss Lai is up to something again. I knew Rakoba wouldn't stay idle. After all, he's still an orc player. Is the battlefield of dynastic change about to become the battlefield for unifying the continent? When Shangtang saw the comments in the live stream, he couldn't help but frown. The human race had been engaged in civil war for the past few years, which had led to the devastation of the country's people and made it imperative for them to recuperate. He could understand why Rakoba chose this time to launch an invasion. Rakoba had just ascended to the throne of the Beast King and needed a victory to consolidate his position. Moreover, the human race has lost the Judgment Sword and has experienced a brutal civil war, making it the weakest point in their lives and a golden opportunity for the orcs to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Someone, please deliver this letter to the Beast King. Shangtang quickly wrote a letter, handed it to a soldier, and sent it to the front lines as fast as possible. Second Life completely simulates reality, and there is no function to add friends and send secret messages. SenseTime can only use the old method of sending messages manually. But after Shangtang sent the message, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said to the void, "Viewers in the live stream, please pass on a message to Rakoba's live stream and ask him what he wants to do." The viewers in the live stream were all stunned for a moment, then realized that there was no delay in watching the Western fantasy world in reality. As long as they went to deliver a message, it would only take a few seconds to return, which was much faster than running on foot. This is actually quite amazing to the viewers in the live stream, because the time difference between the game and reality is 1 day versus 100 years. Even if only 1 second passes outside, about 10 hours have passed in the Western fantasy world. However, these two worlds can be synchronized, and the game world can see the text content they send in real time. This has baffled everyone and sparked much discussion, becoming as unsolved a mystery as the origin of the mysterious game company. As Rakoba led his 300,000-strong orc army toward human territory, the number of viewers in the live stream began to increase exponentially. In just 1 hour, the number reached 3 million. This number is still fluctuating. Some people who are paying attention have noticed the commotion and are rushing to SenseTime's live stream to report it. Some were observing the movements of the humans and went to tell Rakoba. Unlike the first epic war, Rakoba is a player, and he is also a very capable leader. Coupled with a series of clever moves, he has attracted many fans. Unlike the first time, there wasn't an overwhelming majority supporting the human race. The King of Gold has come to propose marriage. The idiot upstairs, that's clearly a question. It's a marriage proposal. I'm just asking you, Boss Lei, are you willing to marry me? If you two get together, you can unify the continent and last for generations. Bah! Our Emperor Tang of Shang is asking you, why aren't you keeping your tail between your legs and behaving like a bear in Kaluo City? Why are you coming to the human race to seek death? Don't cause trouble, just relay the original message. But nobody listened. This group of spectators, eager for a good show, were hoping for a fight between the two sides. They started spreading rumors and completely ignored what Shangtang had said. Rakoba noticed the messages flooding the live stream. but he didn't take them seriously at all. He laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Open everything up." A Bearman general behind him respectfully responded, took out a command flag, and waved it at the hundreds of thousands of troops behind him. Immediately afterwards, rows of messengers behind him raised their command flags and waved them in unison. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of huge flags fluttering in the wind were raised among the hundreds of thousands of troops. These flags are all white, about 5 or 6 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide, with rows of Chinese characters written on them in bright red. What's going on? Is this a surrender? Holy crap! What does that flag say? Life is extraordinary and carefree. Let your living space and dreams go hand in hand. Asia Real Estate is your most professional consultant. Customer service hotline. 4-1-2-3-4-56. What did I just see? What did I just see? My God, he was advertising in the game. I have already knelt down. Boss Lei, please accept my bow. I've seen flirtatious people, but I've never seen anyone this flirtatious. Boss Lei, you're clearly from the Fox clan, aren't you? When the hundreds of thousands of orcs unfurled their banners, they were all covered with advertisements for Asia Real Estate and their customer service phone numbers. 10,000 advertising flags fluttered in the wind, creating a spectacular sight that drew everyone's attention. Millions of viewers in the live stream were completely stunned by Recoba's outrageous moves. So, he mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the human race just to create a big spectacle, attract attention, and then do some advertising. What else can I say? I can't express my emotions except by shouting 66666. Mr. Lai is probably the owner or major shareholder of Asia Real Estate. Otherwise, why would he be working so hard? Why don't we just check it out? Boss Lai even left his customer service number. Let's go tease his company's customer service. Seriously, aren't the authorities going to do anything about this? Chen Luo also noticed Recoba's bizarre actions. When he saw the advertising flags covering the mountains and fields, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Recoba is truly a business genius. He's incredibly talented. No wonder he's become a big shot in real life. Chen Luo had noticed the stallion incident before, but he just found it amusing, laughed it off, and forgot about it. Now this guy has gotten the better of me. If we don't teach this rascal a lesson, I'm afraid more people will follow suit. At that time, the Western fantasy world will probably become the domain of advertisers, just like those annoying flyers on telephone poles. Chen Luo's purpose in letting players enter was to allow them to create and evolve species, not to make them rich. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, thinking about how to teach this rascal a lesson. To simply eliminate them. It doesn't seem very friendly, considering there are millions of people watching. Then let's do something like the Ant Emperor and cause some natural disasters. Chen Luo made his decision and snapped his fingers. On the Leica plane, Recoba looked smugly at the neat rows of advertising flags behind him, very satisfied with his actions. Although I might get banned by the game's official team, it doesn't matter. There are several million people in the live stream right now, so the advertising effect has already been achieved. What made Recoba even prouder was that, after a series of arduous and intriguing power struggles, along with military conquest and monetary bribery, he finally won over several other Orcish progenitors, making him the new Beast King. Even though Recoba's company is already listed on the stock exchange, and he is a successful tycoon in reality, becoming a king of a country and having the power of life and death is something he cannot experience in reality. Looking at the 300,000-strong army behind him, Rakoba felt an extreme sense of accomplishment and satisfaction, which even the moment the company went public could not compare to. Just then, three huge black shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. These three dark figures, each hundreds of meters tall, blocked out the sun in the sky. Roar! A tremendous roar resounded through the heavens and earth, causing the orc army below to cover their ears and look up at the sky in utter terror. At this moment, a huge black shadow rapidly rose into the live stream, and all the players watching the live stream held their breath and looked up at the orc army. To their astonishment, three monsters, one gold and two white, each hundreds of meters long, appeared in the sky. The golden one radiated brilliant light, the intense golden light almost engulfing half the sky, and from this light, a colossal creature appeared. This is a golden dragon, with a slender body covered in golden scales. It has horns on its head, two whiskers that writhe as if they were alive, and sharp claws under its belly, exuding majesty. The two white dragons were only slightly smaller than the golden dragon, but they also exuded a terrifying aura. The moment the dragon appeared, the hearts of all the orcs on the battlefield clenched, feeling a kind of pressure on a life level. Dragons are born at the top of the food chain, and their awe-inspiring dragon might made the orcs present feel like they were suffocating. The Orcish mounts, including dire wolves and furious bears, trembled and lay prostrate on the ground, staring in terror at the giant dragon in the sky. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move an inch. All the players watching the live stream were shocked. Even through the live stream, they could feel the extremely domineering pressure. Holy crap! A dragon has appeared! I'm shocked! Could this have been created by some big shot? Holy crap! This is so realistic! I feel like I'm gonna piss myself just looking at the screen. Finally, we see a dragon. A Western fantasy world without dragons is incomplete. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot right now. Orc warriors, what are you waiting for? Go and slay the dragon. Your time to prove yourselves has come. Upstairs. Are you stupid? These orcs aren't even a match for one dragon. It's just a dragon, right? Give me an account, and I bet I can fight it for a round. I believe the commenter upstairs. Get eaten in one round? Loss? Just as everyone was awestruck by the dragon's terror, the golden dragon opened its mouth and spewed golden dragon breath at the two white dragons. The two white dragons were not to be outdone, and they unleashed two streams of white dragon breath. The three dragon breaths collided violently and then suddenly exploded, the terrifying shockwave spreading out and blowing the orcs below off course. Then, the three giant dragons began to fight in the sky, spewing dragon breath as they did so. The audience watched with great interest. This was a battle between dragons, and the spectacular scene was far superior to any of those lousy Hollywood special effects. But as the audience watched, they noticed something was wrong. Although the three dragons seemed to be fighting fiercely, none of them were injured after a long time. Moreover, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they unleashed a barrage of dragon breath, lightning, and dragon language magic, which they easily dodged, resulting in a large-scale barrage of damage skills falling on the orc army below. The power of dragon breath was far beyond what orcs could withstand. They were either charred into charcoal by the lightning spewed by the golden dragon or frozen into blocks of ice by the white dragon's wide-range freezing magic. The orcs couldn't escape even if they wanted to. With a flap of its wings, the dragon could fly nearly 100 meters. Their mounts trembled under the dragon's might, so how could they outrun the dragon? As the battle intensified, the orcs had suffered 40,000 to 50,000 casualties. Rakoba was completely dumbfounded. He was full of ambition and ready to wipe out the human race, but how could he have run into such bad luck? After a brief moment of distraction, Recoba quickly regained his composure and hastily ordered his army to retreat. However, the battlefield of the three dragons moved in perfect unison with the direction they fled, and the orc army suffered tens of thousands more casualties before finally shaking off the three dragons. The three giant dragons seemed to have lost interest in them, continuing their pretentious fighting as they roared and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. A massive battle between dragons resulted in over 100,000 orc casualties. While not devastating, it was enough to cause Recoba considerable pain for a while. Moreover, such heavy casualties brought about another consequence. The orcs' morale plummeted, and they no longer had any intention of heading south. Recoba was originally full of ambition, ready to make great achievements and become the first emperor to unify the continent. However, he did not expect to encounter such bad luck before even setting foot on human territory. He was extremely depressed. Even if Recoba were to force the orcs to continue south, it would be useless. Orcs and humans are different. Human rulers like Tang of Shang and Han Fei, who were the founders of their own kingdoms, could have their words carried on as law. However, the orcs were different. They were divided into different races, and when the orders of the orc king and the tribal king conflicted, they would only obey the orders of the tribal king. Strictly speaking, the Orcish kingdom was just a rather unstable alliance, and the orc king was merely the leader, jointly elected by the various Orcish races, far from possessing the supreme power of a human king. Now that the people are longing to return home, if Recoba dares to order a southward march, I fear this beast king will be overthrown immediately. Recoba felt increasingly frustrated and something was very wrong. How did he end up in a dragon battle all of a sudden? What a coincidence! It wasn't just Recoba who thought so. All the viewers in the live stream felt there was something wrong. Because the three dragons fought so fiercely, not a single scale actually fell off. I think Boss Lai got scammed. I can smell a conspiracy too. It's probably because Lai Jun's shady tactics angered the game company, so they created a dragon battle to teach him a lesson. I also think it's the scheming planner behind the scenes. Poor Boss Lai. Serves you right. Let's see if you bear, dare to mess with us humans again. Leaving aside the frustrated Recoba, Shang Tang was gathering all of the human forces to prepare for battle against the orc army when he discovered the content and screenshots being posted by viewers in the live stream. He then learned that Recoba had led his army back the way they came due to the dragon attack. Shang Tang was stunned. Game screenshots couldn't be faked, but he had been tricked by the viewers in this live stream before, so he didn't dare to trust them easily now. Only after Shang Tang sent his men to the border to confirm that the orcs had indeed withdrawn their troops did he finally feel completely relieved. The human race has been suffering greatly from years of war, and Tang of Shang is unwilling to start a new war unless absolutely necessary. The history of the Great Shang Dynasty records. In the first year of the Great Shang Dynasty, the orcs mobilized an army of 300,000, attempting to take advantage of the internal strife among humans to annihilate them and unify the continent. The humans, favored by the gods, were annihilated by a dragon before the orc army even entered their territory, suffering heavy losses. Orc historians, of course, do not accept this history. They say that the 11th Orc King was sent by Recoba to help his close friend eliminate the great Xia royal family that killed the gods, not to exterminate the human race. Moreover, the Orcish alliance was not attacked by dragons, but was innocently caught in the crossfire of the dragon battle. Human historians naturally scoffed at this, and the two sides argued for decades before each writing their own version of events into the histories of their respective races. After teaching Rakoba a lesson, Chen Luo returned to the real world and began analyzing sense times genes. Humans, rudimentary life forms, have not yet evolved to the peak of their race. They have unlocked the second-tier gene lock and can currently produce 0.5% divine genes. Rating: ordinary. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Luo was overjoyed. Shangtang had indeed not disappointed him, increasing the percentage from 0.05% to 0.5%. The value provided by a creature that had unlocked the second-order gene lock was too high. Chen Luo quickly became conflicted, considering whether or not to integrate sense times genes right now. Shangtang has both talent and courage, and may even have a chance to go further. If they merge now, even if he unlocks the third-order gene lock later, they won't be able to merge again. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. Fusion gene is. As the fusion began, Chen Luo felt a jolt in his body, and an impact even more intense than before swept over him. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger, with his strength and endurance greatly improved, but the biggest change was not physical, but mental. At this moment, Chen Luo's 5 senses were further enhanced. He could feel the flow of blood and even sense every part of his body. He could even sense the sound of his neighbor unlocking the door with a key. This feeling is very magical. It's not just hearing, but sensing, and he can even visualize the scene in his mind. At this moment, some of the memories that were originally sealed in Chen Luo's mind were unlocked. He understood the reason for this in an instant. It was because he had fused with a certain amount of divine genes and had awakened his spiritual power. With this spiritual power, his control and perception of his body became more accurate, which enabled him to sense the flow of qi and blood and the situation outside. With a thought, Chen Luo began to release his spiritual power and let it seep into his body. Soon, a diagram of human anatomy appeared before his eyes. This picture contains no color, only a simple structure. This is Chen Luo's body structure. He can sense data such as the thickness of his skin, the length of his bones, and the size of his internal organs. However, his current mental strength is too weak to penetrate to the level of cellular structure. As his mental strength grows stronger, he can further adjust cells and even genes to enhance his superpowers. Just like he did in the Western fantasy world, he broke down his blood into cells, and then broke down the cells into divine genes. In the world of Western fantasy, it can be done with a thought, but in reality, you have no chance of doing this unless you reach the 5th level. At this moment, a strong feeling of hunger struck, and Chen Luo walked a few steps to the refrigerator, took out some food, and started eating. As he ate, he reached out his right hand and released a bolt of lightning. Sizzle! The blue lightning suddenly exploded. Not only was it darker in color than when Chen Luo first released it, but it also looked completely different. If the first one was a small flame, this one is a torch, with both its quality and duration greatly increased. Chen Luo looked excitedly at the electric light in his hand and casually tapped it on a wooden chair next to him. Snap! A burst of blue lightning erupted, and the chair abruptly disintegrated into a pile of scrap wood. Now we should be able to use electric fishing and things like that. Chen Luo casually extinguished the electricity in his hand. He was quite satisfied with the current power of his lightning ability. Chen Luo almost all the food in the refrigerator before he could relieve his hunger. However, although he ate more food, the fatigue from gene fusion disappeared as his mental strength awakened. After cleaning up the trash and the wooden stool, Chen Luo took them to the garbage station, downstairs to throw them away. When he returned to the neighborhood, he suddenly felt a strange tightness in his chest, as if someone was watching him. Chen Luo frowned and turned around to look behind him. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was not completely dark yet. Down in the residential area, there were either groups of elderly people playing chess, taking walks and chatting, or many housewives chatting with their children about topics related to children. Chen Luo was familiar with all these people. They were all his neighbors of several decades, and he saw them all the time. Some of them even greeted him warmly when they saw him, so he didn't notice any strangers. Chen Luo searched for a moment, then quickly turned around and continued walking towards the elevator as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Chen Luo's face darkened. He had awakened his spiritual power at this moment, and his senses were greatly enhanced. He was absolutely certain that he was being watched, but he just couldn't find anyone suspicious. That leaves only one possibility. The other party is observing them from a distance using something like binoculars. Once Chen Luo entered the elevator and the feeling disappeared, he became certain that someone was indeed secretly watching him. After returning home, Chen Luo frowned and began to ponder where the problem lay. When he sold the account, he wore a mask and glasses and was very careful, leaving no trace. So the only possible problem was when he sold the gold bars. Chen Luo recalled that when he was selling gold bricks yesterday, someone did follow him for a while, but the person quickly changed direction. He assumed they were going the same way and didn't think much of it. Now he realized that he must have been targeted at that time. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Most of these people probably realized there was something wrong with the gold, which is why they had such wicked ideas. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He thought he had been careful enough, but he still ended up being targeted. He was still too inexperienced in the ways of the world. "You'd better not mess with me." Chen Luo snorted coldly, returned to his room, drew the curtains, and entered the Western fantasy world. Whether it's dealing with the great terror of the next 3 years or dealing with those eyeing the gold right now, we need to improve our strength first. Now, less than 2 months after acquiring the Hunyuan brush, Chen Luo's life has undergone a dramatic transformation. He can foresee that as time goes by, he will be fully capable of rewriting his own destiny. The first thing Chen Luo did was to start working on perfecting the power system of the Western fantasy world. By unlocking the second-order gene lock, Shangtang can gain 0.5% of the divine gene. If 9 more second-order beings come, he will be able to unlock the first-order gene lock in reality. Therefore, Chen Luo plans to develop a clear power system as soon as possible, so that humans, orcs, dwarves, and magical beasts all have a direction for evolution. Chen Luo summoned the Hunyuan brush and began writing power levels on a blank sheet of paper. Following the order in which the gene locks were unlocked, Chen Luo named them the 1st to 5th tiers, followed by the 6th tier as saint, the 7th tier as epic, the 8th tier as myth, 9th tier as demigod, and the 10th tier as god. As Chen Luo put pen to paper, this memory was simultaneously imprinted in the minds of all creatures and players in the Western fantasy world. Even if other new races were to be born in the future, this memory would automatically appear in their memories. The emergence of the power system caused an uproar throughout the entire Western fantasy world. Every intelligent race, whether human, orc, or magical beast, knew that the ultimate goal of evolution was to become a god. Compared to the reaction of the natives of the Western fantasy world, the players were quite calm, simply assuming that the game had quietly released a patch that revealed the power system. You dog of a planner, you finally realized you need to add some game features, haven't you? Exactly. If we can't create powerful species, we'll only be able to start from ordinary humans or orcs, which is so frustrating. Now that the power system has been announced, It should be able to help us level up and fight monsters, right? I think the game designer probably never even considered doing this before, as someone who only cares about the scenery. All I want to know is when the public beta will start. +1. +1086. Just as the forum was buzzing with discussion about this power system, the system announcement sounded again. Announcement. Congratulations to player Hanfei for becoming the first person to advance to the first tier of Powerhouse and receiving a special reward. Announcement. Congratulations to player Shangtang for becoming the first person to advance to the second tier of Powerhouse and receiving a special reward. The forum users were once again shocked by these two announcements. The first person to advance will receive a special reward. At that moment, Sense Time, within the game, knew about it immediately. Sense Time paused for a moment, and without needing the viewers in the live stream to urge him, he directly opened the special reward as prompted by the system. Hanfei was extremely frustrated. The empire he had worked so hard to build had perished after only 2 generations. Anyone would feel aggrieved. Hanfei now wishes he could go in and slap that bastard Sun Hanyu to death, then kill Shangtang and restore the kingdom. Unfortunately, he lost the chance to play the game, so Hanfei could only go out for some fresh air to avoid seeing the game. Just then, my best friend Li Shun called. "Where are you?" "You're not replying to my WeChat messages." Hearing the excitement in Li Shun's voice, Hanfei asked curiously, "Taking a walk outside?" "What's wrong? Second Life has sent you a reward. Go back and log into the game." Hanfei paused for a moment, then turned and rushed towards home. "Do you know what the reward is?" Hanfei asked, panting as he ran. "I don't know. When I was watching the live stream, I saw a system notification saying that you were the first person to advance to Tier 1 and would receive a special reward. I contacted you immediately. Start your live stream as soon as you arrive. I need to know what the reward is." Hanfei and Li Shun entered the game at the same time, but Li Shun's race was eliminated in less than a day, so he kept watching Hanfei's live stream. "Okay, I'll hang up now." Hanfei hung up the phone and returned home a few minutes later. He turned on his computer, connected the device, and started a live stream. As soon as he logged into the game, he saw a pop-up notification. "Congratulations to the player for gaining the opportunity to experience a second life in the Marvel Universe. This world will open in 9 days. Please wait patiently." Millions of viewers in Sense Time's live stream saw the same message, and their eyes turned red with envy. "Wow, this is awesome. It's from the Marvel Universe again. Oh God, why wasn't it me? My heart is filled with envy and jealousy right now." Tears. Now I finally understand why the authorities initially wanted to wait 10 days. They thought one person wasn't enough, so they planned to throw a few more people in at once. That makes sense. Otherwise, why didn't they give us a choice this time? They just threw out the Marvel Universe. Game companies also need to consider costs. How many super servers does a game with such high realism need? It's such a waste to let just one person play it. After Chen Luo established the ranking system, he had already arrived on the Alban continent in the east. The Western fantasy world is composed of 4 continents arranged in a Xi shape. The largest is the continent of Yani in the west, which is roughly equivalent to the combined area of Asia and Europe. However, the human and orc races are currently few in number and have only developed less than 20% of its area. Next is the northernmost icy continent. Due to its harsh environment, only the southern part is suitable for the development of civilization, and its area is less than a quarter of the size of the continent of Ani. Next, beneath Chen Luo's feet lies the continent of Alvin in the east, which, together with the continent of Roman in the far north, forms the main map of the Western fantasy world. The combined area of these four continents is more than twice the total land area of the Earth. However, this vast area only occupies the eastern hemisphere of the Western fantasy world. The Western Hemisphere is still a vast ocean, which Chen Luo is reserving to prepare for future races. The sea is dotted with islands of all sizes. Apart from Dragon Island, Chen Luo is too lazy to name these islands, leaving them to be named by the life of the Western fantasy world itself. The continent of Alvin is located in the east of the Western fantasy world, where the sun rises. The climate and temperature are very suitable for life, and vast forests and wild beasts roam this land. Chen Luo arrived at the place, named Dar Forest by the elves, and entered it. The place was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, lush and verdant trees, and wild animals could be seen everywhere, full of vibrant life. Chen Luo didn't recognize most of the creatures and plants here, only some of which were similar to those on Earth. Chen Luo walked into the central area of the forest and found a beautiful valley. This was the core area of the forest, where a snow-white waterfall cascaded down from the valley, forming a lake as clear as a mirror below. Green grass covered the ground, red and yellow flowers bloomed, and dandelions were blown by the wind, scattering seeds all over the sky. On the shore of the lake, a group of elven children were playing in the water. They had long, pointed ears, exquisite features, and bright, jewel-like eyes, making them look like beautiful angels. With their embellishment, this exquisitely beautiful world is even more like paradise. But this beautiful scene was shattered when a sharp horn suddenly rang out. The group of elven children playing in the water froze for a moment, then quickly jumped out of the water and ran towards the treehouse in the towering trees of the forest. Immediately afterwards, countless elves dressed in light armor and wielding weapons rushed out. They are all handsome men and beautiful women, and any one of them is no less attractive than a real-life celebrity. At this moment, however, each of them wore an expression of great alarm, their eyes revealing hatred, clearly indicating that they had encountered some trouble. Those ugly trolls again. All of you, heed my command. Follow me to drive out those demons and protect the sacred tree. We swear to defend the sacred tree to the death. The elves on the giant tree and on the ground responded in unison, then quickly rushed into the dense forest. They moved with incredible agility, leaping between the giant trees, each bounding several meters, a sight to behold. Chen Luo's figure disappeared again, and he appeared in front of an extremely large tree in the center of the valley. It is the tallest tree in this forest, with a diameter of several hundred meters. Ordinary people standing below cannot see the top at a glance, making it as magnificent as a pillar piercing the sky. Hundreds of fully armed elves stood beneath the giant tree and on its branches, vigilantly watching their every move. When Chen Luo appeared, all the elves looked at this uninvited guest wearing a mask with wary expressions. The archers began to draw their bows and nock their arrows, and the others also drew their weapons and assumed fighting stances. "Who goes there?" Chen Luo didn't speak, but took a step forward, his figure already covering more than 100 meters, and instantly arrived at the base of the giant tree. All the elves were startled at first, but then they saw a dense barrage of arrows flying toward Chen Luo, while those elves wielding ice blades rushed forward anxiously, fearing that Chen Luo would attack the giant tree. But at that moment, the dense barrage of arrows suddenly froze in midair, and even the elves seemed to be frozen in place. All the elves were terrified, their eyes widening as they stared intently at Chen Luo. Although they didn't know what had happened, It didn't stop them from making a judgment, all because of the mysterious person in front of them. At the same time, Qi Wenwen excitedly posted on the game forum, "I saw the creator god too. My elf race is about to rise," and then attached a live stream link. The forum's players and viewers were all envious of Han Fei and Shang Tang's rewards. Qi Wenwen's post immediately caused a sensation. Everyone knows that when the creator god or the game planner appears, something is bound to happen. The first time, it created Emperor Han. The second time, it directly led to the collapse of the Great Xia dynasty, and it also created the first vampire. Now that the creator god has reappeared, the landscape of the game world may change once again. As a result, curious viewers and players flocked to the live stream of a player named Cute Little Mosquito. "Wow, it's you, Tree Man! Haha, I was wondering why that name sounded so familiar. It's that person in a vegetative state. Pieft, clearly a plant player. Is that the unfortunate, stupid woman who created a tree that grew on the ground and couldn't move?" Faced with the audience's relentless teasing, Qi Wenwen expressed her frustration and speechlessness, because the towering tree in front of Chen Luo was her. Qi Wenwen also studied biology, but after graduating with her bachelor's degree, she chose botany as her graduate major, so she has a deep understanding of plants. After entering the game, when creating species, she naturally thought of plants and trees. However, ordinary plants could not be judged as valuable by the Hunyuan Pen, so Qi Wenwen added powerful vitality and growth genes to this tree. Then Qi Wenwen gained the qualification to enter the Western fantasy world, but she regretted it not long after she entered, because she can't move. And so, Qi Wenwen grew up day by day, starting from a small sapling. At first, Qi Wenwen thought it was quite interesting, because the scenery of Dar Forest was picturesque and breathtaking. Even just looking at the scenery every day would be nice. But a day or two is fine. A month or two is no problem either. But after decades, even the most beautiful scenery becomes tiresome. Qi Wenwen felt like she was going crazy. She had come here to play games, but she had messed things up herself. She felt like she was in jail. So, Qi Wenwen chose to quit the game, since the tree would grow automatically regardless of whether she was there or not, and it wouldn't die. When Qi Wenwen had free time, she would come in to look at the scenery, take screenshots, post game videos, and invite a few friends and players who also liked the scenery to come in and take a look. A day passed by happily, which was also 100 years in the Western fantasy world. By the next day, Qi Wenwen's tree had grown to several hundred meters tall, its dense canopy blocking out the sky, and its thick branches spread out as wide as a road, large enough to accommodate a car speeding by. At this moment, Qi Wenwen was astonished to find that her tree canopy was beginning to produce fruit buds the size of basketballs. Qi Wenwen was dumbfounded. She knew very well that this tree was not a fruit tree, and even fruit trees usually flower before bearing fruit. She had never seen one that bore fruit directly. While surprised, Qi Wenwen suddenly sensed that these fruits all contained a life force. Qi Wenwen was stunned. She never expected that fruits would grow on her body, and these fruits even showed signs of life. So she added a new activity to her daily routine, coming in every day to observe these living fruits and trying to figure out what they were. As time went by, the fruit buds grew little by little. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The fruit buds have grown from the size of a basketball to over a meter tall, and the first fruit bud has finally ripened at this time. Qi Wenwen watched excitedly as the fruit bud bloomed, surrounded by layers of tender leaves. The bud slowly unfolded like a flower, and then a little elf appeared, looking about 3 years old. This little elf could walk as soon as it was born, and could communicate with Qi Wenwen through thought. The little elf had a child's attachment to Qi Wenwen and refused to leave her side every day. Qi Wenwen was dumbfounded. As a girl who didn't even have a boyfriend, she had absolutely no experience in taking care of children. But looking at this babbling little sprite and her beautiful, porcelain doll-like face, Qi Wenwen's heart melted, and she almost immediately decided to raise her. But soon the first problem arose. The little elf had no food and started crying from hunger. Qi Wenwen couldn't move or conjure food out of thin air. Looking at the little elf crying her eyes out, she felt a pang of heartache, yet there was nothing she could do. At this moment, the surrounding plants seemed to sense Qi Wenwen's thoughts and miraculously, and quickly gave birth to various sweet fruits that could be used. Qi Wenwen was both surprised and delighted, and immediately used her mind to tell the little fairy to eat the fruits. The first little elf found food and successfully survived. Then, under the powerful life force unleashed by Qi Wenwen's divine tree, one elf after another was born. Under the influence of vitality, a large forest and various flowers and plants grew around it, protecting Qi Wenwen, this sacred tree. These elves were born from Qi Wenwen, and they were born with an inseparable bond. The elf race naturally regarded her as their mother. This time, Qi Wenwen seemed to have found her own fun in the game. She treated these elves like family and began to teach them how to build houses, how to make clothes, how to make fire, and how to survive and thrive in this forest. Qi Wenwen certainly didn't know all that, but she started a live stream where many enthusiastic viewers provided guidance online, and she could search for answers to any questions she had. Even if you can't find it by searching, you can consult experts, just like the situation when Han Fei founded the country. However, Qi Wenwen is just a tree after all, and her perspective is always fixed in one place, so she can't see the world of elves clearly. At first, many people did come in to watch, with the number once exceeding 100,000. However, once their curiosity was satisfied, and they learned what the elves looked like, they left. After all, this place is too bland. Every day you just watch the elves build things up, which is nothing like the excitement of the human and orc world. Qi Wenwen didn't care. She was more concerned about the development of the elf race than the popularity of the live stream. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly decreased, and by the afternoon of the second day after the second closed beta test began, there were only a few thousand people left. At this time, 200 years had passed in the Western fantasy world, but the number of elves had only just exceeded 10,000. Qi Wenwen was also helpless about this situation. As more and more spirits were born, the life energy contained in her divine tree rapidly diminished. At this point, it is no longer possible to breed new elves. They can only rely on the elves themselves to reproduce. However, as a long-lived race, elves have a lifespan of up to 1,000 years and an absurdly low fertility rate. An elven couple, who usually only have the chance to have one child in their entire lives. Meanwhile, trouble also befell the elves. In the Dal Forest, not only one race was born, but also two other races created by players, trolls and goblins. There was no conflict between these two races and the elves when they were first created, since they were all players. The two progenitors of the trolls and goblins, who were neighbors, would often come over to visit and take a look at the beautiful elf ladies. However, trolls and goblins are ugly and have fierce appearances, while the elves have an unparalleled obsession with beauty, so they naturally dislike and even hate these two species. Being looked down upon every time they came, even in the game, was an unpleasant feeling, so the ancestors of these two races stopped coming. However, as the population of the three races began to grow, and the resources of the Dar Forest were limited, friction between the three races inevitably arose. In the beginning, the progenitors of the troll and goblin races were able to control their respective peoples, but their lifespans were short, only about 100 years. After they died of old age, the newly succeeded trolls and goblins unleashed all the pent-up anger they had been suppressing. What started as minor skirmishes gradually escalated into major conflicts, and then into a full-scale war, with trolls and goblins joining forces to fight the elves. However, elves are born to be the kings of the forest. They are agile and nimble, perfectly adapted to the forest environment, and even the other two races combined are no match for them. The number of dead and injured on both sides is increasing, and the hatred is growing deeper. What enraged the elves even more was that the trolls also ate elves, which instantly made them mortal enemies. The war initially favored the elves, but as time went on, the elves' low fertility became apparent. The number of dead elves far exceeded the number of newborn elves, which led to a decline in the number of elves and humans year by year. In contrast, trolls and goblins have a very high reproductive rate, especially goblins, who can have as many as 3 or 4 offspring at a time, and their adulthood period is also shorter than that of elves. With this shift in power, the Pokémon gradually found itself in a passive defensive posture. In a recent attack, trolls and goblins joined forces and fought their way to the sacred tree of the elves. The troll priest struck the sacred tree with voodoo, causing Hunyuan to fall into a state of poisoning. Although the angry elves repelled the attacking trolls and goblins, the sacred tree began to wither day by day, its vitality rapidly waning. Panic spread throughout the entire elven race as the condition of the divine tree worsened day by day. Its green leaves began to turn yellow little by little, and several wounds appeared on the trunk, from which black sap began to flow. This sacred tree, which gave birth to countless elves and embodied the faith and heritage of the elven race, has entered a period of decline. The Elf Council tried everything to find an antidote, scrape off the black sap, and even tested the poison on themselves, but nothing worked. The elves then began to prostrate themselves before the altar each day, praying to the gods to save their mother. To the elves' horror, the condition of the Tree of Life not only did not improve, but worsened. Every spirit could sense that it was slowly dying. As a botany graduate student, Hunyuan did try many things. She thought of many methods, and the viewers in the live stream also helped her find many antidotes online for the elves to implement, but none of them worked at all. Hunyuan was very frustrated. When her vitality was strong, she would not be afraid of voodoo at all. However, because of the continuous birth of elves, her vitality was exhausted, and she could no longer resist the poison. Or perhaps she could take these voodoos into reality and analyze them using experimental equipment, and she would definitely be able to come up with a solution. But right now, she can only stand there, helplessly watching herself die day by day. The elves grew increasingly uneasy, for they could not imagine the loss of the Tree of Life, which would leave all the elves without their spiritual anchor. Just then, Chen Luo appeared. "Are you the creator god?" Hunyuan released a mental wave through her mind. Although she phrased it as a question, the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo made her soul tremble. She almost instantly became certain that the being before her could only be a creator god. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what other creature possessed such a terrifying aura. Chen Luo could naturally receive this thought, and he said calmly, "Although you created the elves unintentionally, they have great potential and have contributed to enriching the species of this world. As a reward, I give you 2 choices. One is to cure your voodoo and grant you a lifespan of at least 3,000 years. The second choice is to bestow abilities upon the elves, allowing them to better adapt to the development of this world." Hunyuan was overjoyed. The voodoo that had troubled her for so long could finally be resolved. But she was quickly taken aback, because the second option Chen Luo offered was quite appealing to her. Qi Wenwen began to weigh the pros and cons. Even if Chen Luo saved her, the elves would still face pressure from trolls and goblins. They would fight to the last person to protect her, who was unable to move. This was unacceptable to Qi Wenwen. She would rather die herself than see the spirits she regarded as children die before her eyes. Anyway, it's just a game. Even if you have a lifespan of 3,000 years, in the end you'll still be stuck in the same place, unable to move. It would be better to choose the second option, allowing the elf race to grow stronger. When the game goes live, she can rejoin the elf race. Great creator, I choose the second one. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised by Qi Wenwen's choice, but quickly figured out her thinking. Qi Wenwen realized that she had become an obstacle to the development of the elf race, so she chose to sacrifice herself. Although it was just a game and there was no loss in dying, Qi Wenwen made this decision almost without thinking, which shows that she is a very kind girl. Great Creator God, could you please help us defeat those trolls and goblins? Chen Luo's gaze traversed thousands of meters, arriving at the border of the elven territory. Below, hordes of trolls and goblins, armed with all sorts of crude weapons, surged towards the elves in a massive, overwhelming attack. For every elf that fell, at least 10 trolls and goblins fell as well, and the blood on the ground had gathered into small streams. With a thought, Chen Luo silently created a transparent cyan shield in the sky, enveloping the entire territory of the elven race. All the trolls and goblins that crashed into it were automatically cut in two, but the elves could freely enter and exit this transparent shield. This scene stunned all the races present, who had no idea what had happened. The troll and goblin leader, refusing to believe it, ordered their men to continue trying to break through the transparent shield. They were immediately and cleanly cut through by the shield, and even their outstretched weapons were not spared. On the contrary, the elves moved freely and were not affected at all. The elves were both surprised and delighted, realizing that the passport was meant to help them. Under the command of Diana, the High Elder of the Elven Council, all the elves retreated inside the protective barrier and began attacking the trolls and goblins outside with their bows and arrows. Soon the trolls and goblins couldn't hold on any longer. Not only were their bodies unable to enter the shield, but their ranged attacks, such as arrows and thrown stones, were also blocked, making it impossible for them to attack the elves. But the elves can attack them without even aiming. They can simply close their eyes and shoot into the dense crowd. Seeing the situation was dire, the trolls and goblin leaders abandoned a large number of corpses and quickly ordered a retreat. Before the elves could even celebrate their victory or figure out what the cyan shield was, a guardian of the sacred tree rushed over, informing them that the sacred tree had been attacked by a powerful enemy and requesting immediate reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Diana was greatly alarmed and immediately led all the elves toward the Tree of Life. This barrier can only last for 3 days. After that, you will need to make your own choice, whether to stay here and continue to compete with the trolls and goblins for limited resources, or to develop in other places. Qi Wenwen immediately released a thought. Why can't you teach my elves this barrier so they can protect themselves? Chen Luo said calmly. What I need is not hothouse flowers. If they rely on this barrier to protect themselves in the future, they will become useless sooner or later. The only correct way for them to protect themselves is to adapt to the environment and keep evolving. Qi Wenwen fell silent. Chen Luo was right. Survival of the fittest is the same everywhere. Protect the Tree of Life. Diana led thousands of elven warriors over, only to see the eerie sight of the guardians of the divine tree frozen in place. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately shouted, ordering her men to launch an attack. Qi Wenwen was startled and hurriedly released a thought. Diana, don't attack. This is the creator god, not an enemy. Qi Wenwen's thought stunned all the nearby elves. They never expected that the person in front of them was actually the creator god. But by the time Qi Wenwen shouted, it was too late. Countless arrows had already been launched and were hurtling towards Chen Luo. The exact same thing happened again. The arrows froze in midair. Diana and the others stared in disbelief at the bizarre scene before them, finally realizing why the guardians of the sacred tree were so motionless. Chen Luo turned around and casually waved his hand, causing a hail of arrows to fall to the ground, while the frozen guards suddenly regained their mobility. Upon witnessing such a miraculous scene, and sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Chen Luo, the elves present had no more doubts, and all excitedly knelt down on one knee. Clearly, the great creator heard their prayers and came to save the Tree of Life. The cyan shield that blocked the trolls and goblins was clearly due to the intervention of the creator. All right, let's begin now. Chen Luo didn't waste any more time and closed his eyes to begin writing the basic abilities into the elf's genes. As a reward for the birth of the elf race from the Tree of Life, I bestow upon the elf race extraordinary artistic abilities, elemental powers, natural affinity, and the ability to see with eagle eyes. As Chen Luo's words resonated in the minds of all the elves, these abilities began to be generated. All the elves felt their spiritual power surge dramatically, able to sense many strange elements in the air and the subtle thoughts emanating from nearby plants. Their eyes also began to change, able to see farther and more clearly, even seeing the antennae of tiny ants on leaves. The elves didn't understand the meaning of the first few abilities, but the second ability, Eagle Eye, immediately made them realize how terrifying it was. This is equivalent to turning all the elves into natural archers. I feel the grace of His Holiness, the Creator God. Led by Diana, all the elves trembled with excitement, changing from kneeling on one knee to a respectful double knee worship. Great Creator God, we beg you to heal our Tree of Life. Diana knelt upright, her eyes fixed on Chen Luo, filled with pleading. As Diana uttered those words, all the elves joined in their pleas. Why? You should understand now that the Tree of Life is not indispensable to you. You can grow your race entirely through your own reproduction. Moreover, she has now completed her mission of creating the elf race and can no longer help you grow. Instead, she has become a shackle that binds you. With tears welling in Diana's eyes, her expression was resolute as she said, "No, she is everything to us, our pillar of strength. Without her, the elves would lose their souls, and all prosperity would be meaningless." Looking at the elves kneeling on the ground, their eyes revealing a deep longing, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He hadn't expected the elven race to be so dependent on Qi Wenwen, the Tree of Life. With his abilities, he could easily cure Qi Wenwen, but he could only save her temporarily, not forever. Even though the elves now possess the abilities he bestowed upon them, they lack powerful individuals with extraordinary strengths, and coupled with their low fertility, they will sooner or later be threatened by the vast numbers of trolls and goblins, falling into the same cycle as before. Chen Luo didn't have time to keep an eye on the development of the elves. The Tree of Life gave up the chance to be healed in exchange for the talents bestowed upon you, so there's no room for negotiation on this matter. All the elves looked shocked, and they all looked at the Tree of Life, which was Qi Wenwen. Please retract the power you bestowed and heal the Tree of Life. Moved, Diana said those words without even thinking. The other elves did not hesitate, and immediately echoed. Before Chen Luo could speak, Qi Wenwen's thoughts were released first, making all the elves aware of them. This is an opportunity for the elves to prosper and become strong, and it is also my opportunity to pray to His Majesty, the Creator God. You don't need to do this. With tears welling up in her eyes, Diana said, "Mother, if you were to pass away, no matter how powerful we become, it would be meaningless. No need to say more. My mind is made up." Qi Wenwen was actually very reluctant, but thinking that she would become a burden to the elves, she immediately gritted her teeth and severed all ties with the elves. Diana couldn't sense any fluctuations in the Tree of Life's will, and she immediately tensed up. She called out to Qi Wenwen several times, but received no response, so she had no choice but to turn her attention back to Chen Luo. "We beg you." Chen Luo waved his hand to interrupt Diana. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly walked up to the Tree of Life and placed his hand on its thick trunk. Just when the elves were full of anticipation, thinking that Chen Luo was going to save the Tree of Life, they found that the tree was shedding leaves one after another. Tens of thousands of elves raised their heads and looked up at the sky. The enormous Tree of Life seemed to have aged in an instant. All its life force was drained, and its leaves turned yellow and fell down. Fallen leaves danced in the air, a scene so beautiful it seemed like a dream world, yet also a lament for the cruelty of death. All the elves stared blankly at the Tree of Life as if struck by lightning, their souls seemingly lost. Soon, someone burst into tears, and the elves' cries of grief echoed throughout the heavens and earth. "Damn, this Creator God is such a jerk. These beautiful elf ladies are begging him so much, and he still wants to kill the streamer. Yeah, you damn planner, show some humanity for once." It brought tears to my eyes. "You dog planner, don't let me find out your company's address, or I'll chop off your dog head." Wait, it seems we've misunderstood the planner, just as the viewers in the live stream were cursing. The planners for having no compassion, the scene changed again. Ignoring the elves' cries, Chen Luo continued to place his hand on the Tree of Life, drawing life force from Qi Wenwen. Not long after, the Tree of Life, which had been like a pillar supporting the sky, disappeared, and Chen Luo found himself with a bright green seed in his hand. He walked up to Diana and handed her the seed that was radiating vitality. This seed was formed from the remaining life force source of hers. As long as you protect her and give her a good environment to grow, she can be reborn. Diana trembled with excitement, and tears welled up in the eyes of this beautiful fairy as she carefully held the seeds Chen Luo had given her, as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. "Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty, the great Creator." At that moment, Chen Luo's figure rippled, and he disappeared from the spot. In the end, Chen Luo couldn't help but give the elves a glimmer of hope, mainly because he was touched by the genuine feelings between Qi Wenwen and the elves. As for whether the elven race can prosper, Chen Luo no longer intends to interfere. He has already done enough. Compared to humans and orcs, elves are more blessed by nature, possessing long lifespans, beautiful appearances, and superhuman intelligence. In every respect, elves can be considered perfect beings, with almost no major flaws except for their low fertility. However, they started living too comfortably. The easy living environment can lead to a lack of ability to resist crises, and the current threat from trolls and goblins is the best example of this. Now it's up to the elves' own fate. Even if they encounter life or death crises again in the future, Chen Luo doesn't intend to care. After leaving the doll forest, Chen Luo casually posted a system announcement. Announcement. Congratulations to player Adorable Little Mosquito. Your evolved species, the Tree of Life, has shown considerable potential, earning you an achievement reward. After Chen Luo drained Shi Wenwen's life force, she was essentially dead, so she was forcibly redirected to the game login screen at that moment. Just as she was feeling a bit down, she saw a notification about the reward on the login screen. At this moment, there were still many viewers in Shi Wenwen's live stream. They stared at the reward interface with great envy, urging her to open it quickly and see what the reward was. Shi Wenwen was stunned for a moment, then excitedly opened the rewards interface to check her rewards. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title of progenitor of the elves, which will be forever remembered by the elven race. Equipping this title in the game will automatically grant the player the highest reputation level of the elven race. Worship, then. 3 options popped up on the game interface. 1. As the progenitor of the elf race, if you choose the elf race, you will be directly promoted to a first-tier powerhouse at birth. 2. You will retain your game eligibility permanently and will no longer participate in the preliminary elimination rounds. 3. Customize your second life. The audience in the live stream erupted in an uproar upon seeing the reward. Although Liang Xiaoyu's super electric eel also received an achievement reward, it did not receive the title of ancestor. However, this is easy to understand. Elves are an intelligent race, while the super electric eel can only be considered a magical beast at most, so it is not surprising that it does not receive a title. The next 3 rewards are the same, except for the first one. However, this very first step revealed the difference. Shi Wenwen, by choosing the elf race, immediately possessed Tier 1 strength. This is enough to make all players envious. You have to know that from the first test to the second test, out of more than 10,000 players, only Han Fei and Shang Tang advanced to the first rank. You can imagine how difficult it is. From the moment Shi Wenwen entered the game, she was able to leave other players far behind. Mosquito Girl, you absolutely have to choose the first one. You'll be able to crush ordinary players as soon as you enter the game. How awesome is that? The third reward is pretty good too. I would definitely choose the third one. I can't take it anymore. I can't watch the live stream anymore. The more I watch, the more envious I get, and the more I want to play. This damn official team still won't release the open beta. It's so infuriating. Come on, let's flood the forums and demand a public beta. Let the damn official team see just how strong our resentment is. I support it. I'll go too. I'm going to. What should have been a perfectly good live stream reward inexplicably turned into a forum overrun demanding the public beta launch. However, it's no wonder that the audience was excited, watching these players either dominate the game or evolve interesting species and have a great time. The longer they watch, the stronger their resentment becomes. Some people couldn't even wait to see Shi Wenwen choose her reward. They went straight to the forum to post about it. At this moment, Shi Wenwen only thought about it for a moment before choosing the first reward. As soon as she made her selection, another prompt popped up on the game interface. Elves are now an initial selectable race. As a reward, you will have the opportunity to experience a second life in the Marvel Universe, which will open in 7 days. Please wait patiently. As soon as the notification popped up, the viewers in the live stream immediately became envious and jealous. They never expected that Shi Wenwen would receive so many rewards at once. Then everyone started criticizing the official team and the game planners, believing that Shi Wenwen was a nepotism hire of the game company. Before long, one post after another appeared on the forum requesting a public beta test. We're begging for a public beta. If you don't release it, we'll flood the forums. This is a petition written in blood by one person. We beg for a public beta test. We've already started looking into your company's location. If you don't launch the public beta soon, I'll personally come to your door. This is a petition written in blood by 2 people. We beg for a public beta. You damned game developers. Isn't your job to make games just to make money? I have plenty of money, so hurry up and release the public beta. This is a petition written in blood by 3 people. The forum was suddenly filled with posts starting with begging for a public beta test, followed by X people's blood oath as a way to defuse the situation. The content in between was mostly threats, with a few cutesy and tantrum-like moments, and interspersed with lines like, "I'm very rich, I'm gonna bury you in money." Then more and more people. Without gaming, privileges joined in, and it instantly became a real flood of posts. No matter what they posted, it was immediately drowned out by begging for a public beta. Chen Luo initially ignored it, but after a day, the forum was completely taken over by these titles, and the number of posts continued to grow without any sign of stopping. Chen Luo's forum has no moderators or anything, so there's no one managing it at all. Moreover, even with moderators, these posts couldn't all be deleted, because at this point it become 457 people's petition. Seeing that continuing this commotion was not a solution, Chen Luo immediately used the administrator's account to create a pinned post. A message to all our enthusiastic players. We have received your earnest expectations, but your actions of flooding the forum have caused serious discomfort to the boss. Therefore, the boss made a rather capricious decision. From the date of this warning post, any further acts of spamming will result in permanent banning from this game. Please do not doubt the authenticity of this message. When you registered your forum account, you provided your ID card and mobile phone number. Accounts that post spam will have their ID card information automatically locked by the system and will be permanently unable to log into the game. Do you think the boss is very capricious? Do you think he's arrogant? Don't you really want to beat him to death? It's okay. Anyway, you can only think about it, you can't do anything about it. Oh, by the way, don't you also want to swear? It's okay. You can't reply to this post anyway. Okay, the above is the boss's original statement. I'm just relaying it. Dear friends, please be good and don't make our boss angry again. The forum exploded as soon as the post was published. Countless people on the forum were both amused and annoyed by the post made by this customer service representative, Wang Xiaoqi. This was the first time anyone had ever seen such an arrogant game company, directly confronting players and threatening to ban their accounts. They really thought they were the boss. However, the effect of this threat was almost immediate. Soon, the flood of posts disappeared and were replaced by neat posts criticizing customer service representative Wang Xiaoqi. You see, shocking news department. Okay, I admire your boss's capriciousness. I'm quitting. Anyone want to join me? The Grandmaster Baiman King. Is this game company boss really not interested in making money anymore, being so capricious? I'm your forever dad. I really want to punch this customer service guy named Wang Xiaoqi right now. He's so mean. Assassin's Creed. Give me your address, and prepare to die, you dog boss. Mountain emerges from water, game company boss. No matter how much you howl, I remain unmoved, suppressing everything with a flick of my hand. You mortals dare to challenge me, the creator god. If you don't believe me, keep flooding the forum and see if I ban you. Sherlock. Yeah, you guys should flood the forums and get the authorities to ban you all. Then there will be fewer competitors. Evil laugh. The posts demanding a public beta test disappeared, quickly turning into warning posts criticizing the official team for being domineering and arrogant. However, despite their complaints, it's impossible to stop them from playing the game. The game's high level of realism, coupled with its incredible time-lapse ratio and its incredibly rich gameplay and fun, completely surpasses all other games currently on the market. At this point, Chen Luo ignored the commotion on the forum and began to focus on other species in the game. This was already the 5th day of the game, which meant that 500 years had passed in the game world. Of the initial 10,000 species, only 10 have been eliminated. Apart from dwarves, elves, trolls, and goblins, the other 6 are not intelligent races. Instead, they are some plants and animals, such as the infinitely growing magic vines, the flamingos that are now the rulers of the sky, and Jiang Junhao, who has re-entered the game, just like the first time, has created chimera ants out of resentment, wanting to devour the whole world. However, by now, apart from Jiang Junhao, the progenitors of all other races have died of old age. After losing the control of their progenitors, some of these races continued to unite and develop into large groups, while others split into several branches, embarking on different paths of evolution. Chen Luo observed the 6 races briefly. After several rounds of elimination, they had fully adapted to the environment. As long as they did not encounter any natural disasters, they should be able to continue to evolve and grow. Chen Luo was about to go and observe the new chimeric ants that Jiang Junhao had created when he suddenly frowned and looked towards the direction of the Yani continent. He hadn't been paying attention to that side for the past 2 days. The Western fantasy world had only been around for a little over 100 years, and now someone was causing trouble again, and it had escalated into something big. The vampire progenitor, whoever provides milk is a wolf, refused the rewards bestowed upon him by King Tang of Shang after the Shang dynasty was established. Instead, he searched for traces of Han Yu, the second king of the Xia dynasty, within the human realm. His royal bloodline allows him to prolong his life and continuously grow stronger. Coupled with that invincible judgment sword, no one would easily let him go. Moreover, as more and more members of the royal bloodline came to feed on any milk available, his sense of royal blood became increasingly strong, and now he could smell their scent from several kilometers away. However, to his utter dismay, all he managed to capture were escaped royal bloodline warriors. Unconvinced, he spent over a decade searching the territories of both humans and orcs, but still couldn't find any trace of the second prince. After much deliberation, the author concluded that the second prince had likely escaped to those unexplored areas. Because now it's not just him searching for the second generation. Both humans and orcs are searching for the Judgment Sword, and it's a nationwide effort. As long as the second generation is in any place inhabited, he will always leave traces of his existence. But more than a decade has passed, and not only has there been no trace of them, not even a single hair has been found. Some believe that the second prince committed suicide in a deserted place, while others believe that he escaped to a secluded, secret base of the royal family, and so on. He didn't believe any of this, and began to search unexplored areas. However, it took him several years to reach the Poison Mist Swamp, at the southernmost tip of the continent of Yani, then westward to the farthest desolate desert, and even across the territory of the orcs to the northernmost 10,000 mountains. However, they found that the area was a wild wasteland, with various ferocious and dangerous animals, but no trace of human habitation. He wasted so much time and ultimately gained nothing, so he had to give up for the time being and start preparing for the future. Whoever provides the milk is the wolf, returned to the capital and began a new round of plans. Before leaving the human and orc territories, he handed over the 19 royal bloodline warriors he had captured to Shang Tang, asking him to help raise them for a period of time. This phrase is very apt, because whoever provides milk is a wolf means that the plan was to keep royal bloodline warriors in captivity, so that they would continuously produce royal bloodline warriors, thus allowing the ruler to achieve immortality. This inspiration naturally came from Recoba. But when they returned to the royal city full of hope, they found that not only had the number of royal bloodline warriors not increased, but only 5 remained. With a face full of apologies, Shang Tang apologized to whoever gives me milk for neglecting these bloodline warriors due to his busy state affairs, saying that many of them had committed suicide because they could not endure the long period of imprisonment. That evening, Shang Tang hosted a banquet for whoever gives milk is a wolf and offered him a sincere apology. Although he had some doubts, he didn't think too much about it. Soon, the wolf in sheep's clothing realized something was wrong, because Shang Tang had poisoned the wine, causing him to become weak and unable to move. Fortunately, the past 20 years have not been in vain. A few days ago, he broke through to the next level, greatly increasing his resistance to poison. The poison trapped him for a while, but he regained a lot of strength and immediately chose to transform and escape. However, Tang of Shang was different from Shi. When he overthrew the Xia dynasty, he demonstrated remarkable courage and wisdom. Having ruled the human race for over 20 years, his strategies and methods have long been honed. Once he takes action, he will not give anyone who offers the best treatment any chance. The moment the wolf flew away, layers of iron walls descended upon the palace, trapping him and Shang Tang inside the main hall. Although the whoever feeds me is a wolf, tactic boasts extremely fast movement speed. Once this impenetrable wall falls, it instantly becomes a sitting duck, rendering even the fastest speed useless. Moreover, his strength was 1 level lower than Shang Tang's, so he had no chance to resist and was captured alive. After capturing the wolf in sheep's clothing, Tang began a 3-year study. The research naturally focused on the blood of immortality. At this time, Tang was only in his 40s. Considering his lifespan of 200 years, he was still in his youth. However, he had already begun to consider things 100 years from now, which shows how meticulous he was. Over the course of 3 years, Shang Tang devoted a great deal of effort to researching this vampire, offering huge bounties among the human race and recruiting a large number of extraordinary individuals to study it. Meanwhile, he also spent hundreds of thousands of RMB on a reward in real life and consulted experts in biology and genetics in an attempt to obtain the blood of immortality, but all to no avail. Not only did they fail to obtain the method for creating the blood of immortality, they also got themselves into a lot of trouble. Because whoever provides the milk is the wolf, even though one is imprisoned, one can still leave the game. He angrily denounced Shang Tang's despicable and shameless behavior on the forum, accusing him of being ungrateful and forgetting his life-saving grace in the war against the rebellion in order to achieve immortality. Neither of them streamed live, so no one knows what has happened in the Western fantasy world over the past few decades. When whoever has milk is a wolf posted on the forum and started a live stream, everyone was in an uproar. Holy crap, is Shang Tang going to become the next Han Fei? Tisk, you two really are fake besties. Just a few hours ago you were all lovey-dovey, and now you're hanging up and dissecting each other for research. You, the progenitor of vampires, are truly pitiful. First you were a stud, and now you're a guinea pig. I feel sorry for you for a second. This reversal was too fast. The bromance shattered in a heartbeat? Oh my god, is Emperor Tang of Shang going to turn evil too? Please don't. This is about immortality, so who cares about turning evil? Besides, it's just a game. As long as he does something immoral, others can play with him however they want. In the live stream, those criticizing Sense Time and those supporting it were arguing heatedly. Sense Time had actually realized that anyone who offered benefits was a wolf in sheep's clothing and had started live streaming. He also knew that many people on the forum and in the live stream were criticizing him, but like Han Fei, he no longer cared. Shang Tang's status and vision have undergone tremendous changes. At the beginning, he may have cared about the number of viewers in the live broadcast room and other people's opinions of him. Now, Shang Tang is indifferent and just wants to say, hey. Besides handling state affairs, Shang Tang spent his days keeping a close eye on the research progress of the blood of immortality. 5 more years have passed, and there has still been no progress. Shang Tang was a very decisive person. Unlike Han Fei, he was not persistent about this. He thought of the words spoken by the Creator God when he appeared. Han Fei focused on power and neglected to improve his own strength, which led to his untimely death from old age. Shang Tang now deeply understands this statement because he can clearly feel that his lifespan is 200 years. This is only the lifespan limit of a second-tier powerhouse. If they advance to the 3rd tier, their lifespan will definitely increase significantly. Now that a clear hierarchy has been established, as long as one climbs the ranks step by step until becoming a god, one can naturally obtain eternal life. Therefore, Tang began to focus his attention on improving his own strength. But before that, he decided to make the wolf whoever has milk quit the game, and planned to throw him into the sunlight the next day to completely eliminate this potential problem. But to everyone's surprise, the wolf that feeds the sheep miraculously escaped that very night. Enraged, Shang Tang arrested all the guards and interrogated them severely. He eventually learned that one of the guards had drugged everyone's food, putting them all to sleep, and then rescued the wolf, who was willing to give milk. 8 years had passed, and the guards had become much more lax. The guard had the wolf put on guard clothes and easily escaped. After Shang Tang executed all the guards, he continued his investigation and discovered that the guard had been bribed by the orcs for an exorbitant price. At this time, whoever provides the milk as the wolf had already fled into the orc territory. Tang of Shang had no choice. He couldn't just launch a war against the orcs because they were all wolves, and by the time his army arrived, the orcs would probably have already disappeared by now, given their speed. The Shang dynasty reacted swiftly, immediately executing the royal bloodline warriors they had been raising and launching a nationwide manhunt for royal bloodline warriors, aiming to completely sever any chance of survival for those who were willing to be fed. Sense Time was well aware of the vampire's potential. If given enough time to grow, he would inevitably become a major threat. Just as he was bracing himself for battle, he learned from a group of fans that the wolf, who had just escaped from the human race, had been captured and studied by Rakoba. All the viewers began to sympathize with this tragic progenitor of vampires. He had just escaped one danger only to fall into another. No one could be more miserable than him. Seeing the man bound hand and foot and chained tightly, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter again. Pieft, streamer, you might as well just die. This game is too unfriendly to you. Yeah, if I were you, I'd just run into the sun and end it all. This life is unbearable. Are you devils? The streamer is in this state, and you're still gloating. Idiots! Haven't you noticed that the streamer can't even die if he wants to? Unable to live or die, the streamer is probably about to explode. Whoever gives me milk as a wolf is furious. He thought that Rakoba, his loyal older brother, would save him from his predicament, but he was tricked a second time. The hatred in someone's heart is so intense that they would probably quit the game altogether. But as long as there is milk, the wolf will be stubborn, or rather, inflexible. He had previously endured jumping into a cesspool to get revenge on the great Xie royal family, and now he could endure being used as a lab rat for research. As long as we live, we must have the chance for revenge, with the belief that whoever provides the milk is the wolf. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Compared to Sense Time, Recoba was better prepared. As the president of a listed company, the resources he possesses in reality are unimaginable to Sense Time. In real life, Recoba contacted professors of biology and genetics from many well-known universities, and even spent a lot of money to invite internationally renowned experts to join him in the live broadcast to help him with his research. When it comes to games, Recoba is serious, very serious. Recoba lacked knowledge in this area and could only follow the remote instructions of these experts. Coupled with the lack of professional equipment, he spent a year without making any progress. Finally, at his wit's end, Recoba suddenly remembered that the offspring born from the wolf and fox women were the ones who produced milk. Of the 20 descendants, there were both men and women. Only 10 of them awakened their bloodline. The others were ordinary Fox clan members with nothing special about them. Those 10 vampire descendants who awakened their bloodlines, for some unknown reason, did not awaken talents such as speed or the ability to recover through blood drinking, unlike those who are wolves in sheep's clothing. They are simply stronger and more agile than ordinary orcs, but they have no other abilities. Conversely, the offspring of Shang Tang and the royal family of the Xia dynasty and the beautiful foxwoman were much more powerful. Not only are their physical attributes far superior to those of ordinary orcs, but they have also awakened the genetic abilities of ancient animals within them. In addition, orcs are inherently much stronger than humans, making their bloodline warriors even more formidable on the battlefield. Take the furious bear cavalry of the Bearman race as an example. In the past, one furious bear cavalryman could take on 20 elite human soldiers. However, the bear men who have now awakened their bloodline are even larger and have thicker skin, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to pierce their skin. Even more terrifying is that they possess ancestral abilities, allowing them to transform into enormous, enraged bears that unleash terrifying combat power, making them a match for even 100 human soldiers. In comparison, these offspring of the whoever provides milk is a wolf mentality seems somewhat useless, to the point that Recoba has already decided to breed them as new stallions. However, now that the wolf has been captured, it's a good opportunity to have them study it together. So Recoba ordered his men to bring over the offspring of those who were said to be wolves because they had milk, and to extract their blood to begin a new round of research. But what happened next was beyond Recoba's expectations and also surprised the viewers in the live stream. Shortly after meeting with the 10 direct descendants, whoever has milk is a wolf cut off the live stream. Although the audience found it a bit strange, it didn't stop them from continuing to watch, since the Recoba was still running. Recoba's previous outrageous actions attracted a large number of fans. Whenever he went live, the number of viewers would exceed 1 million. However, with more fans, Recoba dared not act recklessly anymore, because he was afraid that the game planners would launch another Dragon Brawl. After finishing his experiment one day, Recoba arrived at the place where anyone who fed him milk was considered a wolf, only to find that he had escaped again. And this guy even took away the data he had painstakingly researched. Along with the wolf that feeds the sheep, the 10 Fox clan descendants also disappeared. Recoba was speechless. Logically speaking, since he hadn't seen the wolf and the Fox clan descendants for decades, there was no way they could have any kinship. Recoba didn't tell the Fox clan's descendants that the wolf in front of them, whoever provided milk, was their father. But judging from the situation at the scene, it was obvious that those 10 Fox descendants had rescued the wolf who would take any milk offered. Recoba realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately ordered the city of Chilo to be sealed off and a citywide manhunt for whoever has milk is the wolf and his offspring. As a result, Recoba sent his army to search the entire city for half a month, but they didn't find a single thing. Another half-month later, a Tiger Man warrior suddenly disappeared. When Recoba learned that the Tiger Man bloodline warrior was a descendant of the great Xia royal family, he knew he would be ruthless and began to seek revenge. Besides increasing his strength, this guy wanted to take revenge on himself by hunting down Orcish bloodline warriors. Recoba was both shocked and furious. He had gone to great lengths to create bloodline warriors for the orcs, and he couldn't let them be wasted by those who would take any opportunity to exploit him. He immediately dispatched his angry bear soldiers, who practically tore up every inch of land in Kiluo City, finally finding a hiding place for the wolves, who thrive wherever there is milk. After a fierce battle, 6 of the 10 Fox clan descendants, who were known for their loyalty to anyone who offered them milk, were killed, leaving only 4 to escape from Kiluo City with him. Recoba sent his army to pursue them, but they were no match for the vampires' speed and escaped because of their superior healing abilities. Another year later, through the research data obtained by Recoba and the 8 years he spent imprisoned by Shang Tang, he learned a lot about methods of purifying blood. Combining the methods from both sides, the wolf extracted its own blood into the essence of life and bestowed it upon the 4 Fox descendants. Those descendants of the Fox clan who obtained the essence of life's blood immediately possessed the 2 major characteristics of vampires, as well as the ability to transform into human form. However, they transformed into foxes, not bats. If Shang Tang and Recoba knew this, they would probably be so frustrated they'd vomit blood. All their hard work and research had been for nothing, and all that effort had gone to waste. Whoever has milk is a wolf began trying to use his own blood to create new vampires, but he soon discovered that ordinary people who received his blood would turn into a pool of blood in a very short time. After several experiments, whoever has milk is a wolf figured out the reason. It seemed that only those related to him by blood could fuse with the essence of life in his blood. Just then, the wolf unexpectedly discovered that the 4 Fox clan descendants had gained the ability to turn ordinary people into vampires. This left him completely bewildered. As the progenitor of vampires, he didn't have the power of the embrace, while the 2nd generation of vampires did. He couldn't understand the whoever feeds me is a wolf mentality, so he simply stopped thinking about it. His mind was now filled with revenge, and he couldn't care less about anything else. He immediately ordered the 4 descendants of the Fox clan to go to the human and orc territories, respectively, to begin mass-producing vampires. He's not afraid of the 2nd-generation vampires not obeying him, because when he saw the 10 Fun Fox clan descendants, he learned about his other ability, controlling vampire descendants. This feeling was similar to how he could clearly understand that he could control his own arm. So, whoever gives me milk is a wolf, cut off the live stream at that moment, allowing the 10 descendants to rescue him. They began calling themselves the Blood Clan, changing their name to Cain, the 1st generation of vampires in the real world, and naming this day the Blood Clan's blood beginning year. The 4 2nd-generation vampires, who entered the human and orc territories, faithfully carried out Cain's orders and began to spread the bloodline of the vampires. With their terrifying strength and speed, ordinary people have no chance to resist, so they can easily create the 3rd generation of vampires and the third generation of vampires can then embrace. The fourth generation. The number of vampires has exploded, reaching nearly 10,000 in just 1 year. These newly born fourth and fifth generation vampires had extremely poor control over their bloodlust, and having learned how to extract power from blood to make themselves stronger, they quickly became addicted to the taste of blood. As soon as night fell, they would scatter and attack, hunting down ordinary humans and orcs in the night, causing waves of bloodshed. This marked the beginning of a new wave of turmoil on the continent of Yani, with a massacre sweeping across the entire continent, drawing both humans and orcs into the catastrophe. This disaster immediately drew the attention of both races, because the fourth and fifth generation vampires were so arrogant that they were almost unscrupulous, often draining the population of a village or even a town. Wherever they went, corpses littered the fields. They never left anyone alive. Moreover, the corpses that have been drained of blood are extremely gruesome to die. Anyone who sees a place that has been invaded by vampires will think it is hell. These fourth and fifth generation vampires, after gaining immense power, amplified all the evil in human nature. For example, if you were bullied in the past, you might have chosen to swallow your anger and suppress your hatred because of cowardice. However, after becoming a vampire, the hatred in his heart was completely unleashed, and he became a complete slave to blood. Vampire quickly became synonymous with evil and terror. Just hearing the word was enough to stop a child from crying. Humans and orcs quickly assembled their armies and began to suppress the vampires who were wreaking havoc everywhere. Although the power of vampires gradually decreases from the first to the fifth generation, the speed and strength of the fourth and fifth generations are still unmatched by ordinary soldiers. In addition, they can replenish their strength by drinking fresh blood and can constantly conceive new vampires. The only ones who can deal with them are the bloodline warriors, but their numbers are far fewer than those of the vampires. Once surrounded by a large number of vampires, they will only face certain death. The orcs are in an even worse situation. The warriors with the bloodline of the great Xia royal family within the human territory have all been wiped out by Shangtang. Cain can only capture warriors with the bloodline of the great Xia royal family within the orc territory. At this time, Cain had reached the peak of the first tier and was about to break through to the second tier. The orc bloodline warriors had just grown up and did not even have a single first-tier bloodline warrior. How could they be a match for Cain? Even though Cain was very powerful before, he couldn't handle an army of hundreds of thousands, but things are different now. His descendants can all be born with new vampires, and the enemy's army is his own army. It just takes a little time. As time went by, the armies of humans and orcs dwindled with each battle, while the number of vampires grew ever larger. The vampire army began its advance into the heartland of the human and orcish territories, leaving devastation in its wake and leaving no living creature in sight. In just 1 year, the vampires, despite fighting on 2 fronts, have driven the humans and orcs into retreat, occupying half of their territories and losing nearly a third of their hard-won population. Humans and orcs were gripped by panic, sensing that the end was near, and fled their homes in an attempt to survive. If vampires weren't forbidden from appearing during the day, their army would probably have already reached the capital of the emperor and the city of Luo. This scene, of course, had already been noticed by people in the real world. Whether it's Shangtang's live stream or Rakoba's live stream, they are dealing with various battle reports every day, as well as discussing with their ministers how to deal with the vampire calamity. Seeing the hellish scenes created by the vampires shocked everyone. Holy crap! Emperor Tang of Shang didn't turn evil. But this guy is the one who's already suicidal. He's such a scoundrel. Even if Shang Tang and Rakoba betrayed him, he could have just sought revenge on those two. Is he trying to commit genocide? Actually, I can understand him. If you were betrayed by someone you trusted, and then captured and dissected for research for more than 10 years, anyone would have psychological problems, right? He should go and seek revenge. On Shang Tang and Rakoba. Right now, those two are completely unharmed, while it's all the ordinary people who are suffering. I don't think his actions are simply about revenge. Haven't you noticed that Cain has started to raise humans? He's clearly planning to let the vampires rule this continent, and then raise humans and orcs like livestock. Oh my God, the way you put it, it gives me goosebumps. That's terrifying. This reminds me of a movie I watched before, where vampires kept humans as food. It seems Cain really intends to do that. Emperor Tang of Shang had just risen to power when he was about to be killed by the Blood Clan Emperor. Who should take the blame for this? This is way too damn exciting. No emperor could survive a single day like this. They'd be overthrown in a heartbeat. What Chen Luo saw at this moment was the chaotic situation on the continent of Yani. Chen Luo immediately saw through Cain's plan. This guy really intended to let the vampires rule the continent, then raise humans and orcs as food for the vampires, and establish a vampire empire. The vampire army now numbers over 100,000, and no army can rival them. At this rate, Cain has a 90% chance of success. Chen Luo frowned. Logically speaking, he didn't need to interfere too much with the normal evolutionary process of this world. However, Cain was created through his own experiments, so ultimately, the root of the problem lies with himself. If things continue as they are, even if humans and orcs unite, they will not be a match for the vampires. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and felt it necessary to intervene. Chen Luo's figure began to change, and his will simultaneously envelop the entire human territory. Soon, his gaze sharpened slightly, and his figure stopped changing at that moment. He had now transformed into an ordinary young man within the great Shang dynasty. Then, with a thought, Chen Luo vanished from the spot. Dashang Dynasty, Galis County. Charles, a third-generation vampire, is leading an army of 3,000 vampires and enjoying a blood feast in the city. At this moment, the entire city of Garrus was like hell, with fire everywhere, screams, wails, and shrieks rising and falling, and humans running around in all directions. Meanwhile, the fourth and fifth generation vampires let out mocking laughs as they calmly pursued their prey. These vampires seemed to really enjoy hearing human screams. Even though they could easily catch up with humans, they deliberately lag behind, letting them run out of energy and scream in terror before laughing wildly and biting off their necks. Hey, kid, you're the first human who can hurt me. You've got me excited. What should I do? What should I do? I'm almost reluctant to eat you. A fourth-generation vampire licked the blood from his palm and let out a hideous, grotesque laugh. A boy of about 18 years old held an iron sword in his hand and stared intently at the vampire in front of him. His eyes were filled with deep hatred, but there was not a trace of fear. Behind him stood 3 teenagers, clutching the boy's clothes in terror, their bodies trembling. Wait a minute, I've got it. Those behind you are your younger brother and sister. I'll raise you, let you have children, and once you've grown them up, I'll eat them one by one right in front of you. How about that? Doesn't that sound interesting? The vampire chuckled, his crimson eyes sweeping over. To his surprise, the boy's eyes were cold, and he showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, the children behind him were trembling like leaves. The vampire's smile gradually faded. He wanted to see fear or pleading on the boy's face, but he clearly failed. I'll make you scream, make you yell, make you beg me to kill you." The vampire roared menacingly and pounced on the boy with lightning speed. Just then, a dazzling light, like the sun, shone into the room, illuminating the previously dim space in all its detail. The vampire suddenly screamed in agony as the light shone on him, setting his entire body ablaze, just like the sun. He wanted to escape, but the whole house was filled with holy light, and he had nowhere to run. In just a moment, the vampire was reduced to ashes. Alexander and the 3 children behind him watched in shock as the powerful demon before them was burned to death by the radiance without any ability to resist. At that moment, a man slowly stepped out from the doorway, bathed in holy light, and came before them. The young man had an ordinary appearance, with a faint smile on his face, exuding an aura that made people feel close to him. Alexander's tense nerves relaxed involuntarily, and he knew for no apparent reason that he and his younger siblings were safe. Are you a deity?" Alexander showed no fear in the face of the demonic vampires, but his voice trembled involuntarily when he looked at the mysterious man before him. Chen Luo was bathed in light, radiating a holy glow that made Alexander think of gods. "It was the gods who sent me to find you, Alexander." Chen Luo's voice was gentle yet magnetic. "The great goddess of light has chosen you, who possess a fearless and pure heart. You will save humanity from this catastrophe." Alexander's body stiffened, his eyes widening as he stared at Chen Luo, excitedly asking several questions in quick succession. "Goddess of light, are you a messenger of the gods? Have you come to punish those vampire demons?" Chen Luo nodded slightly and smiled faintly. "That's right. I am Lophis, the angel of judgment under the goddess of light. According to the trajectory of fate, both humans and beastmen will become food and slaves of the vampires. Therefore, Her Majesty the Goddess of Light has sent me to help the human race gain the power to fight against vampires." Alexander was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly, and his younger brother and sister behind him also showed expressions of shock and hope. "Your Holiness the Angel of Judgment, Your Holiness the Goddess of Light, why don't you just destroy those vampire demons? My parents, my relatives, have all died at the hands of demons, and more than 200,000 people in the city of Gallus are suffering. Why don't the gods save them?" Chen Luo looked at Alexander and said calmly, "Gods cannot arbitrarily interfere in the fate of mortals, so I have given you hope and a future. Whether it is revenge or saving the human race of Gallus, it is in your hands. How you choose to proceed in the future is also your own choice. But these demons are too strong. I can't even protect my younger siblings. How can I protect the people of Gallus City? I'm here to teach you how to deal with them," Chen Luo said with a calm smile. "Come with me." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the house. Without any hesitation, Alexander immediately took his younger sibling's hands and followed closely behind. When Chen Luo and his group went outside, the area was already packed with vampires, numbering at least several hundred at a glance. The light inside the room was so dazzling that vampires within a radius of several kilometers noticed it. They looked warily at Chen Luo, who radiated a holy light, a hint of fear unconsciously appearing in their eyes. All the vampires sensed a threat from that white light, a terrifying feeling that could endanger their lives. "You've come at just the right time." Chen Luo laughed and waved to Alexander. Alexander looked at the hundreds of vampires in front of him, but there was no fear in his eyes. He calmly walked up to Chen Luo. "Vampires fear sunlight, and all of Her Majesty the Goddess of Light's divine magic has a purifying effect, making her the nemesis of vampires." Chen Luo placed his hand on Alexander's head and said calmly, "Now open your mind and feel the presence of Her Majesty the Goddess of Light." Accept the will of the deity with your whole heart, and regard her as your supreme faith. You will then receive a powerful inheritance of the divine arts of light. Following Chen Luo's instructions, Alexander closed his eyes, opened his mind and body, and tried to feel the presence of the goddess of light. Before long, Alexander felt a tremor in his soul, as if some great being in the sky was responding to his call. A sliver of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark clouds above instantly dispersed, and a beam of light shone vertically down from the sky, landing on Alexander. This beam of light was even more astonishing than the sound Chen Luo had made inside the room earlier, so much so that hundreds of thousands of people in the entire city of Garrus noticed the commotion. Charles, the vampire leader, casually tossed aside a corpse and turned his gaze sharply to the soaring white light. He moved swiftly, leading a group of vampires in a charge towards that direction. As the holy pillar of light spread across the sky, all the vampires illuminated by this light instantly burned and turned to ashes. Bathed in holy light, Alexander was overwhelmed with a profound sense of emotion, and tears streamed down his face. Just now, Alexander truly felt the presence of the gods. The great goddess of light, residing above the heavenly kingdom, gazes down upon the earth with eyes full of mercy and compassion, seemingly heartbroken for the suffering of all living beings. Upon sensing the divine magic system emanating from his mind, Alexander immediately knelt down, prostrating himself at Chen Luo's feet, and excitedly said, "Praise be to the great goddess of light. I will serve you as your most loyal servant for life, and let your glory shine upon the world." Alexander stood up, and at this moment, a faint light emanated from his body, giving him an air of holiness. Alexander's younger siblings stared wide-eyed. The person in front of them seemed like their brother, yet also like someone else, exuding a sense of unfamiliarity and giving off a very strange feeling. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of vampires appeared in front of Chen Luo and the others. The moment Charles saw Chen Luo, his heart skipped a beat. It was even more terrifying than seeing his second-generation prince for the first time. He trembled all over, wanting to turn and run away, but his feet seemed to be rooted to the spot, and he couldn't move an inch. You have just begun to comprehend divine magic, and it is not yet proficient. I will now show you the power of the most powerful divine magic. Chen Luo placed his hand on Alexander's crown again and said slowly, "Feel the flow of my divine power. From now on, this will be how you cast divine spells." Yes. Alexander looked at Chen Luo with fervor and immediately responded respectfully. As soon as he agreed, he felt a warm and immense power surge into his body. Then Chen Luo calmly uttered two words, "Divine punishment." A light even brighter than before streaked across the sky and instantly shone on Alexander, after which a phantom began to condense above his head. In the blink of an eye, a massive white light, tens of meters high, floated up and looked down over the entire city of Garrus. Everyone in the city, from vampires to civilians running in all directions, stared in shock at the sky. For a moment, they even forgot about escaping and just stared straight at the enormous beam of light in the sky. The fear and panic that had been building in everyone's hearts gradually dissipated, leaving only peace and tranquility. Gods! God has come to save us! Miracle! Great God! Please punish demons! In the city of Gallus, nobles and commoners alike knelt on the ground, earnestly praying. The next moment, a sliver of white light shot out from their bodies and quickly flew towards the white light and shadow in the sky. The power of faith from the more than 100,000 people still alive in the city merged with the white light and shadow. The white light emitted a holy glow and began to rapidly grow to a height of 100 meters, while her figure became increasingly clear. Everyone could see that it was the image of a woman, but no one could see the true appearance of the deity. They only felt a sense of emptiness and tranquility in their hearts. "Your Majesty, Goddess of Light," Alexander wept with joy, gazing at the white light in the sky, and immediately knew who this god was. The Goddess of Light raised her enormous scepter in her right hand and opened her left hand, radiating holy light like the rising sun. At this moment, the entire city of Garrus was enveloped in this holy light, instantly illuminating every corner of the city. Even the dust in the air was reflected, drifting in the wind under this light. At the same time, all the vampires wailed and burned under the holy light, turning to ashes. Even if the vampires hide inside the house, the holy light can still penetrate the roof and shine on them. Some vampires, seeing the situation was dire, were terrified and tried to flee Garrus City, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun light. They had only been escaping for a few seconds when the holy light caught up with them. Watching the vampires around them vanish into thin air under divine punishment, everyone was too shocked to speak. They stood like statues, staring blankly at the radiant image of the Goddess of Light hanging high in the sky, each one of them bursting into tears of joy. After all the vampires were annihilated by the holy light, the enormous image of the Goddess of Light suddenly shattered, turning into countless fireflies that slowly disappeared into the sky. The city of Garrus was plunged back into darkness, followed by a deafening roar of cheers that shook the entire city. Soon, the city lights gradually came on and converged in Chen Luo's direction. Countless people flocked over, wanting to pay homage to the place where the divine spirit manifested. Before long, the survivors had completely surrounded the street. The first thing they saw was Chen Luo and Alexander, who were still radiating a holy light, a light that was as warm as the light of the Goddess of Light. "Did you see the look in their eyes?" Chen Luo pointed to the surging crowd and said to Alexander. Alexander looked toward the crowd and noticed the admiration and gratitude in their eyes. He nodded emphatically. "Your Majesty Lofus, I see. Don't let them down." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he originally wanted to move directly to the orc territory, but he quickly gave up. He decided to give Alexander another endorsement. Suddenly, 6 wings made of holy light stretched out from behind Chen Luo, radiating intense holy light that illuminated the world. A gasp rippled through the crowd, and their gazes toward Chen Luo were now filled with fervor. "Your Majesty, the Goddess of Light, has chosen you. Please remember your vow, and let your Majesty's glory shine upon the world, as His Majesty Lofus commands." Alexander knelt on one knee and respectfully responded. Chen Luo's 6 pairs of wings of light flapped in unison, and his figure transformed into a white streak of light, soaring straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds, and disappearing without trace. The remaining people of Garrus watched this scene in shock, and when they thought about what the god had said, the way they looked at Alexander changed. He is a messenger of the gods. He was chosen by the gods to save us. Praise be to the great Goddess of Light. A crowd of people shouted fervently and rushed to Alexander's side. They knelt down and kissed his shoes and the ground beneath their feet, where the gods had descended. The Holy Scripture of Light records, at the beginning of the Great Shang Dynasty, vampire demons ravaged the continent of Yani, and the fate of humans and orcs was in grave danger. The great Goddess of Light sent her divine messenger Lofus to bestow the divine arts of light upon Pope Alexander, establishing the Church of Light and saving humanity from peril. This marked the first year of the Holy Calendar. Chen Luo chose the natives of this world to save humanity, rather than the players, even though he was still being given a headache by these players. The human race's power structure is too fragile now, most players have been eliminated, making it difficult to influence the human race's situation. However, the power gained by the remaining players was too great, and the natives of this world were no match for them. And these guys don't know how to restrain themselves. For example, Han Fei in the past and Kane now, they really treat this place like a game world and mess around recklessly. Chen Luo always has to clean up the mess, which has made him a little impatient. Racial balance needs to be maintained, and the strength of players and the natives of the Western fantasy world also needs to be balanced, otherwise this world will be ruined by them sooner or later. Therefore, Chen Luo is now considering strengthening the natives' power, so that those players will have to think about the consequences when they cause trouble again. Alexander resolved the vampire crisis with his divine magic, and he will surely become a savior of humanity. Coupled with the status of divine messenger he bestowed upon him, his influence will be no less than that of the Shang dynasty. This is another way to restrain sense time. Chen Luo had already arrived in the orc territory, in the werewolf city of Rostock. Although the orcs are a diverse group of races, each race has its own stronghold, where they are mostly inhabited by their own kind, with very few people from other races. Rostock, the city where the werewolves gathered, is one of the earliest city-states of the orcs. It was here that the werewolf king was born, becoming the eternal pride of the werewolves. At this moment, all the werewolves in Rostock were fully armed. Whether they were adult men, the elderly, women, or children, everyone was armed, making it a veritable nation of soldiers. The werewolves were on high alert because they had received news from the front lines that morning that the pigmen's stronghold had been wiped out by the vampires. Rostock is the last line of defense in front of Quirrell City and a necessary route for the vampire army. It is now dusk, and once darkness falls, the demonic vampire army will be at the city gates. Chen Luo looked down at Rostock City from the air. The architectural style here was very different from that of humans, full of exotic charm. He looked up at the sky. The sun would set in at most an hour. Orcish bloodline warriors have only appeared for a short time, mostly within a few powerful races, and they are all just reaching adulthood and haven't had time to multiply. Therefore, no werewolves have yet developed bloodline warriors. Although Rostock has nearly 300,000 werewolves, each capable of fighting, they are facing a 50,000-strong vampire army led by Lilith, the second-generation vampire princess. Despite having 6 times the number of werewolves, the werewolves had no chance of winning. Vampires are far stronger than ordinary werewolves. They can also recover by drinking blood, and can even embrace werewolves to create new vampires. Even though their numbers now outnumber those of the vampires by dozens of times, the werewolves dare not say they are confident of winning. Moreover, the Beast King Rikoba has concentrated all his forces in the city of Kiro, clearly intending to sacrifice the werewolves to save the king and let them fend for themselves. Rikoba once ordered the werewolves to retreat to the city of Chilo, but the werewolf king Muto refused, saying they would live and die with their ancestral land. Chen Luo's choice to use werewolves to enhance their strength was simple. In television, movies, and novels, vampires and werewolves are always linked, portraying them as mortal enemies. There are already werewolves available. He just needs to make some minor modifications. This time, Chen Luo did not directly descend into Rostock City in his true form. He was getting tired of Chen Luo's constant tricks and antics. This time, with a thought, a beam of azure light descended from the sky and landed on the walls of Rostock. Muto, the werewolf king, stared at the sky with a grim expression, calculating the time until nightfall. At this moment, a cyan light pierced through the sky, and a vast and magnificent aura condensed above Rostock City. Then, a cyan figure appeared in the sky. The figure was over 10 meters tall, with a wolf's head and a human body. Its eyes were slightly closed, and the instant it opened them, lightning shot out. All the werewolves on the city wall looked at the shadow formed by the light, trembling under the powerful pressure of this aura, and they felt an urge to worship it. This is His Majesty the Wolf God. It really is His Majesty the Wolf God, exactly like the wolf god in the altar. His Majesty Fast has arrived. Each race of the orcs has a different belief system, making them very diverse. The werewolves, on the other hand, worship the wolf god Faust. Therefore, Chen Luo chose to descend in the form of the statue of Faust in Rostock. The werewolves stared in awe at the enormous figure in the sky. Led by Muto, all the werewolves knelt down, looking at the wolf god in the sky with utmost reverence. Chen Luo looked down at the werewolves on the ground, his expression indifferent, without any emotional fluctuation. My people, I foresaw in the kingdom of God that the werewolf race would encounter an evil force, and you have no power to resist it. Now I will bestow upon you great power. Are you willing to accept it? Chen Luo's magnificent voice resounded throughout Rostock City, and all the werewolves in the city heard it, which immediately excited them. Originally, the werewolf clan, from their king Muto to the ordinary old and weak, were all prepared to fight the vampires to the death. Now that the wolf gods sensed their crisis and descended in person, all the werewolves were filled with hope again. Omniscient and omnipotent wolf god, we are willing to accept and beg you to grant us power. Muto was the first to kneel down, his voice trembling as he spoke. The power I bestow upon you is immense, and with your frail bodies, the chances of death are over 90%, and the process of enduring this power will be extremely painful. Therefore, I need warriors who are fearless of death and possess true courage. Muto looked up at the enormous projection of the wolf god and shouted, Your Majesty Fast, none of your people fear death. They are all true warriors. Your Majesty Fast, we are not afraid of death to protect our people. Upon hearing Muto's words, all the werewolves present shouted in unison. Chen Luo was actually distracted. He started pretending to be a god or something and found it quite fun. But after doing it a few times, he started to get bored. He originally planned to finish the battle quickly, and after giving his opening remarks, he would bestow the abilities he had prepared beforehand upon the werewolf and then leave. Unexpectedly, the werewolves in front of them were not afraid when they heard that there was a 90% chance of death. Instead, they became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, shouting that they could do it, and that they would do it. Chen Luo glanced at the werewolves below with surprise, his tone becoming much more serious. I am pleased that my people have so many warriors. However, this power can protect you, but it can also harm you, so I can only select 300 people as successors to this power. Now, please have the strongest warriors step forward. If any of them fail to inherit the power, I will select new candidates. Upon hearing this, Muto was overjoyed and immediately knelt down again in respect. He then rose and ordered the werewolves behind him, All wolf riders, advance. Upon hearing Muto's command, most of the werewolves showed expressions of disappointment, but none of them displayed any jealousy or anger. Because the selection criteria for wolf riders are the same as those for raging bear riders, each of them must be the strongest warrior in the tribe. Under Muto's command, 3,000 wolf riders quickly gathered excitedly outside Rostock City, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Chen Luo in the sky, hoping that the gods would grant them power. I bestow upon you the ability to transform into ancient giant wolves. You will possess explosive speed, immense strength, and a poison capable of corroding your enemies. Chen Luo looked down at the 3,000 wolf riders below, and his loud voice rang out. His 3 abilities were specifically designed to counter vampires and were tailor-made for werewolves. Transforming into an ancient giant wolf greatly enhances physical strength, making them virtually invincible to ordinary people wielding common weapons, except for bloodline warriors. The explosive speed is designed to counter the vampire's speed, but it only lasts for a short time. If the attack misses, there will be no chance to pursue again. As for the toxin that corrodes enemies, it is a toxin contained in the teeth of the ancient giant wolf that only works on vampires. Anyone bitten will rot and die. The werewolves were incredibly excited when they heard Chen Luo's voice. They had witnessed the extraordinary ability of the bear men to transform into giant, angry bears, and now their gods were about to bestow upon them this powerful ability, which meant that the werewolves were about to rise to power. Seeing the werewolves howling excitedly, Chen Luo's calm voice rang out again. However, the process of transforming into an ancient giant wolf is extremely painful. Your body will be forcibly stretched, and your body structure will be altered during this time. In addition to having a strong enough body, you also need a strong will to survive. Moreover, you will lose your mind when you complete the transformation, leaving only the primal instincts of the ancient giant wolf, and you will not be able to distinguish friend from foe after. Chen Luo finished speaking. He found that the wolf riders below were not afraid at all. Instead, their eyes were shining, and they looked like they couldn't wait. Chen Luo was speechless, and could only continue. Then let the ancient wolf soul choose its successor now. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, 300 points of light split off from the wolf god phantom in the sky and rapidly drifted down. The wolf riders stared wide-eyed at the points of light above, with great anticipation, clearly already knowing that these were the ancient wolf souls Chen Luo had mentioned. If chosen by them, they could transform into ancient giant wolves. Soon, hundreds of cyan light spots selected the 300 strongest among the 3,000 wolf riders and merged into them. The remaining wolf riders looked on with envy at their chosen kin, while the walls of Rostock were also surrounded by werewolf soldiers, watching the chosen ones below with tension and anticipation. Roar! One of the chosen wolf riders let out a beast-like roar, and his body twisted and turned, his bones and muscles crackling and popping. In just a few seconds, his size more than doubled. He let out a painful scream and then collapsed to his knees. Silver fur began to grow on his body, and his hands and feet transformed into wolf claws, the sharp claws digging deep into the ground. Oh! To everyone's astonishment, the first chosen wolf rider had transformed into a giant silver wolf, 4 or 5 meters tall. Its fur shone like silver, its eyes were blood red, and it exuded a terrifying aura. It was raising its head and howling loudly in Chen Luo's direction, its face full of ferocity and provocation. The werewolves on the city wall were initially excited when they saw the giant wolf in disguise, but their expressions changed when they saw this ancient giant wolf actually provoking His Majesty, Wolf God. They then remembered that His Majesty the Wolf God had mentioned earlier that he would lose his mind when he transformed into a werewolf. But no one expected that it would go so far as to provoke the gods. The phantom of the wolf god in the sky let out a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure crashed down like mountain. The ancient giant wolf didn't even have time to react before it was blasted to the ground, unable to move even a single claw. The ancient giant wolf immediately became docile, and when it looked at Chen Luo in the sky, it let out a low wail, as if begging for mercy. Your Majesty fast, please forgive his disrespect. It was absolutely not his intention. Upon seeing this, Mudo hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness from Chen Luo in the sky. Seeing this, the other werewolves also hurriedly knelt down, begging for the gods' forgiveness. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting to the other werewolves who were transforming. The ancient giant wolves, driven only by animal instincts, immediately recognized him as the most powerful being in the area upon their arrival and naturally began to provoke him. By this time, werewolves below the city had completed their transformations one after another, but at least half of them did not survive and exploded into a mass of flesh and blood during the transformation. The blue light spots then separated from their corpses and selected the next werewolf. Before long, 300 enormous ancient wolves appeared below, and the wolf riders lost more than 1,000 men. Of these people, only a little over 600 died from the power, while the remaining nearly 400 were killed by the ancient giant wolves that had transformed and lost their minds. The remaining wolf riders retreated to the city gate, looking at the ancient giant wolves with a mixture of envy and wariness, fearing that they might be innocently implicated. After suppressing the 300 restless ancient giant wolves, Chen Luo allowed the wolf riders to enter the city and then looked into the distance. The sun had already set, and dust was billowing in the distances as the vampire army charged toward Rostock. Chen Luo glanced at the ancient giant wolves below, which looked as docile as little puppies, and casually pointed to the vampire army in front of him, saying, "Go!" As Chen Luo finished speaking, Cyan Wolf God Phantom disappeared into the sky. Muto and the others looked in the direction where Chen Luo had disappeared with a sense of loss, and knelt down again. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty fast. We, your subjects, will serve you for life." After standing up, Muto immediately looked nervously at the battlefield in the distance. Although they felt blessed by His Majesty the Wolf God, the vampires were so terrifying that they were no longer confident. At this moment, after the terrifying pressure on their bodies disappeared, the 300 ancient giant wolves were able to move freely again. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, the ancient giant wolves gleamed with ferocity, baring their teeth and assuming a fighting stance. As the vampires drew closer, the 300 giant wolves leaped up simultaneously and charged towards the vampire army. These ancient giant wolves range in size from 4 or 5 meters to 6 or 7 meters, but they are exceptionally agile, able to leap several meters with ease, and even more powerfully, flying 7 or 8 meters with a full-force jump. Ancient giant wolves are far superior to vampires in both speed and strength. With a swipe of their claws and a bite from their gaping maws, they can easily tear apart vampires of the 3rd generation or lower. The vampire's prized speed is of little use at this point. They now number 50,000, so the 300 giant wolves can simply rampage through the army, since there are enemies everywhere anyway. In contrast, even with their strength and weapons, vampires struggle to even pierce the tough, iron-like skin of giant wolves. The vampire army was completely stunned. From the start of their campaign, they had been invincible, with no orc being their match. They never expected to suffer such a devastating blow. Lilith, the 2nd-generation vampire princess, was at the rear of the army, staring in astonishment at the 300 silver giant wolves. As a member of the Fox clan, she had grown up in the city of Kuluo. Although she couldn't say she knew everything about the werewolves, she was quite clear about their strength. They definitely didn't have such a huge wolf before. What on earth is going on? These giant wolves are incredibly powerful. Apart from 3rd-generation vampires, 4th and 5th-generation vampires are completely ineffective against them, resulting in a one-sided massacre. However, there are only a little over 1,000 3rd-generation vampires, and even if they all attack together, they might not be a match for these 300 giant wolves. What shocked Lilith even more was that after 3 generations of vampires were bitten, The wounds began to rot rapidly, and within just a few minutes, they were corroded beyond recognition. Lilith sensed something was wrong and immediately took to the field to fight a giant silver wolf. After receiving Cain's life essence blood, Lilith's strength also broke through to the next level. Her strength and speed were above those of the ancient giant wolves, so she was not afraid of these giant wolves in a one-on-one fight and could even deal with several at the same time. The only problem was that Lilith was afraid of being bitten by the giant wolf's claws or jaws. Now that she's observed them up close, she understands that these giant wolves have highly venomous teeth, and if she were injured, she's not confident she could withstand it. After Lilith painstakingly killed an ancient giant wolf, she discovered that blue light spots flew out from the bodies of these ancient giant wolves and flew rapidly towards the city of Rostock. The blue light flew back to Rostock and once again entered the body of a wolf rider. Immediately afterwards, his body began to change, transforming into an ancient giant wolf. "Open the city gates!" Upon seeing this, Muto was both surprised and delighted. He quickly understood that even if the ancient giant wolf died, its soul would return to the werewolf clan and choose a new body to unite with. Fearing that the ancient giant wolf would cause trouble in Rostock, Muto immediately ordered the city gate guards to open the city gates. The ancient giant wolf that had just transformed seemed to have no interest in werewolves at all. It howled and charged out of the city gate, running wildly toward Lilith. Lilith had already killed 4 ancient giant wolves, and after their deaths, without exception, blue light spots flew out from their bodies. Lilith tried to grab the blue dots of light, but found that they were not solid and she could only grasp air with her hands. Just as she sensed something was wrong, she was shocked to discover that 4 more ancient giant wolves had rushed out of Rostock City. As if they recognized her, they didn't attack any of them, but only came after her. Lilith grew increasingly chilled as she fought. She vaguely understood that these giant wolves seemed unkillable, and the blue light spots flying back were there to resurrect. Lilith's fighting spirit vanished instantly, and her initial high hopes disappeared without a trace. Lilith looked at the battlefield again, and saw that the 300 ancient giant wolves were fighting against 100 of them, and had slaughtered the 50,000 vampire army, leaving them in disarray and rivers of blood. The vampires were terrified of being killed. Lilith, the only one who could kill the giant wolf, was being besieged. After several third-generation vampires were bitten to death, they dared not risk their lives any longer. In the blink of an eye, the situation on the battlefield turned completely one-sided, and the vampires began to flee in all directions. Lilith sighed inwardly. Most of these vampires were ordinary people before they were transformed, not professional soldiers. They were only brought together by the fact that vampires had strength that surpassed that of ordinary people, plus the control that higher-ranking vampires had over them. Now, when faced with a real enemy, they turn into a mob. 50,000 people against 300 beasts, and they still lost. Lilith was furious, but there was nothing she could do. While fending off the attacks of the 5 ancient giant wolves in front of her, she ordered the messenger to order a retreat. Upon hearing the retreat horn, all the vampires scattered and fled even faster. However, the ancient giant wolves suddenly unleashed a speed even faster than the vampires, transforming into streaks of silver light that repeatedly charged and tore through the fleeing vampire soldiers, leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses before the vampires finally managed to escape in a sorry state. When Lilith escaped the siege of more than 10 ancient giant wolves and regrouped her vampire army, she discovered that her original force of 50,000 had dwindled to less than 10,000. Lilith felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Not a single one of the 300 ancient giant wolves had died, yet 80% of the vampires had perished. Moreover, there were no wounded. All the vampires bitten by the ancient giant wolf had rotted away. Lilith had a bad feeling. Not only did it have more strength and speed than ordinary vampires, but it also possessed deadly toxins, and most absurdly, it was impossible to kill it. All of this made Lilith suspect that these ancient giant wolves seemed to exist specifically to restrain vampires. After ordering a third-generation vampire to lead the remaining troops, Lilith immediately set off for the vampire stronghold of Kalon Castle, intending to report the situation to her father, Cain, in person. A day later, in the highest council hall of Kellenberg, Cain sat on his throne, with the 4 second-generation vampire princes standing below him. Cain's appearance at this point was completely different from when he first entered the game. His skin was almost transparently white because he had never seen the light for many years, except for his lips, which were as red as blood. He sat there casually, yet he exuded a captivating aura. Cain was holding a wine glass, and a third-generation vampire behind him immediately and respectfully took out a wine jug and poured the wine into the glass. What flowed from the wine jug was not wine, but crimson blood. Cain casually took a sip, then said indifferently, "So you think those giant wolves were specifically planted by the werewolves to deal with us vampires?" Lilith bowed and said, "Yes, father." Other 3 vampire princes had different expressions upon hearing this, and soon another prince named Allard stepped forward. "Father, bad news has also come from within the human realm." Cain's expression remained unchanged as he indifferently said, "Speak." Charles and his 3,000 men who attacked Garlis were all killed. Rumors say that a god appeared in Garlis and brought down divine punishment, purifying them all. Cain narrowed his eyes. "Explain yourself." Upon seeing the cold glint in Cain's eyes, Allard dared not be negligent and quickly recounted the information he had gathered from Garris City. At that time, hundreds of thousands of people in the city saw the goddess of light descend. Her holy light was like the sun, capable of burning our people to ashes. Moreover, many humans witnessed the messenger of the goddess of light, the angel of judgment, Lophis, who appointed a human named Alexander as his messenger. Now, Alexander has founded the Church of Light, and all the people of Gallis have changed their faith and begun to worship the goddess of light. The Church of Light? Huh. Cain suddenly chuckled and muttered to himself, "These game designers are really something." To stop me? No, to maintain game balance. They created the Church of Light and the werewolves. Lilith and the others exchanged glances. They understood the first part of what was said, but they had no idea what the second part meant. But why don't they just summon a dragon or a god to descend to Earth? Cain continued muttering to himself, regardless of whether they understood him or not. Soon, a smile appeared on his lips. "I understand a little." With the high degree of freedom in this game, even the game designers can't interfere too much with the fate of the various races in the game. Cain suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the werewolves and the Church of Light. "Then let's have some fun." Cain suddenly stood up, his aura rising steadily, and an invisible burst of energy erupted from him. The 4 vampire princes present were forced to retreat repeatedly, while the third-generation vampire behind them exploded into a pool of blood. They stared at Cain in horror, bewildered as to what had happened. But soon, Lilith knelt down on one knee in surprise. "Congratulations, father, on your breakthrough. Our clan will surely rule the world." Allard and the others were taken aback, but quickly reacted and knelt down in unison. "Congratulations, father, on your breakthrough. Our clan will surely rule the world. Order all vampires to return to Kalunberg." 3 days later, They will join me on the expedition to annihilate humanity. A flash of bloodlust appeared in Kane's eyes. He had been staying in Karenberg, waiting for this moment to break through to the second tier. Now that he has broken through to the second tier, he has no more worries. Yes! The 4 vampire princes responded excitedly and disappeared from the hall like lightning. While the vampires were mobilizing their army, preparing to eliminate the human race first, Chen Luo had already appeared above a large island in the endless sea. This island is about the same distance from the continents of Alvin, Ice and Snow, and Yanni. If you were to use a modern dwarf or human ship, it would take about half a month to get here. Chen Luo landed from the air on the edge of a cliff at the northernmost point of the island. It was a barren, nameless mountain with no trees, no vegetation, and no animals. All that could be seen were the bare mountain ridges stretching out in the distance. The cliff was at least 300 meters above the sea. If Chen Luo took another step forward, he would fall off the cliff. As he looked around, he saw that not only this mountain peak was like this, but the entire island, surrounded by mountains, was devoid of any vitality, giving people a sense of death. Chen Luo waved his hand, and the originally barren and lifeless island suddenly underwent a dramatic change. Jungles and green vegetation grew at a visible speed, quickly covering most of the island. A clear, mirror-like freshwater lake appeared in the middle of the island, and various animals, including birds, fish, and insects, appeared around it. The once barren island suddenly became lively and full of life. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The scenery of green hills and clear waters was quite nice. He waved his hand again, and castles sprang up out of thin air from the cliff, instantly covering the entire cliff and spreading down the mountain. The castles are connected by walls and towers, forming a huge castle complex that is its own independent little world. The castle's architecture, with its numerous columns and arches of various shapes, gives it a solid, weighty, and powerful aesthetic effect, exuding the unique charm of a European castle. With a slight movement, Chen Luo flew into the air, looking down at the castle complex below. These castles, according to his own design, stretched all the way up to the mountainside, and roads were built all the way to the foot of the mountain. 7 red towers appeared in the middle of the castle, soaring into the clouds, looking tall and magnificent. Chen Luo became increasingly satisfied with the view from the air, and then slowly descended towards a tower below. He stood at the top of the tower, conjured a hammock with a wave of his hand, and lay down comfortably on it, gazing at the distant sea view. Others have a seaside villa facing the ocean, where spring is warm and flowers bloom. My brother has a castle, surrounded by the sea, and has everything he could ever want. Chen Luo snapped his fingers and felt a breeze carrying the smell of the sea blow by, causing the hammock to sway. The longer Chen Luo stayed in the Western fantasy world, the less he wanted to return to the real world. He had become somewhat fascinated by the gods' ability to do whatever they wanted. Sigh, what horrors await us in the next 3 years? Chen Luo sighed. He could only enjoy this peace for a short while. Let's get to work. Chen Luo didn't build the castle on the island out of boredom. He didn't do it just for enjoyment. The player's strength is increasing too quickly, and without checks and balances, it could easily disrupt the balance of the Western fantasy world. If the public beta is launched later, more and more players will join. If someone like Han Fei or Kane were to emerge, he'd probably be exhausted. Therefore, Chen Luo decided to improve the overall strength of the natives of this world and enhance their abilities. Firstly, it serves as a new force to balance the players, and secondly, it can stimulate players and motivate them to evolve. Most importantly, Chen Luo felt that his status as the creator god was too low level, and he had to personally handle every crisis. Chen Luo couldn't interfere too much, otherwise things would easily go astray. Cain was a living example of that. His unintentional action directly led to this catastrophe on the continent of Yani. Therefore, Chen Luo has decided that he will not interfere with the development of the Western fantasy world, unless absolutely necessary, and will let the natives of this world take control of their own destiny. The castle is modeled after Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Harry Potter, but it is 5 or 6 times larger and more magnificent than the one in the movies. Chen Luo plans to name this academy Extraordinary Academy, specifically to recruit native students from the Western fantasy world and impart extraordinary powers to them. As for which students to recruit, Chen Luo had already decided. Select 50 students from each of the existing intelligent races to fill the academy. How well they ultimately learn it depends entirely on the abilities of these races themselves. The selection process was also very simple. Chen Luo could sense the talents of these intelligent races and directly send them the admission notices. Whether they can seize this opportunity depends on their fate. Chen Luo's figure disappeared from the tower and arrived at a castle halfway up the mountain. The castle was empty, and there was nothing there. But as he passed through each place, those places would have more everyday living items, such as tables, chairs, benches, and beds. Soon, Chen Luo designated 6 castles as residences for the 6 intelligent races on the continent. In the following time, Chen Luo further divided up the space for classes, practice, and experiments. Even after all the items were filled, he still felt something was missing. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then waved his hand again, and 10 giant beasts appeared in the sky, each with the body and claws of a lion, and the head and wings of an eagle. Judging by their appearance alone, it is easy to identify these giant beasts, which are 3 or 4 meters tall, as the famous griffins from the fantasy world. These 10 griffins have sun-like plumage and fur. Their lion-like hindquarters are covered in yellowish-brown fur, while their eagle-like heads and forelimbs are entirely covered in golden eagle feathers. Their beaks and feet, like those of an eagle, are golden, and their claws are black. Their sharp eyes are as dazzling as jewels, shimmering with brilliant colors. Griffins are apex predators on both land and in the sky, and their aura is extremely terrifying. However, when they saw Chen Luo below, their eyes revealed a deep sense of awe, as if they knew what kind of being he was from the moment they were born. Let me add some magical bee stabilities to you. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then pointed at the 10 griffins. Wind control and wind attribute magic. The 10 griffins froze in midair at the same time, and soon they let out a joyful cry. Their bodies seemed to become much lighter, and they turned and circled in the air as lightly as birds, performing many difficult flips. If someone saw this at that moment, they probably wouldn't believe that such a large animal could do such a thing. You will guard this place for now. With a single cry, the griffins paired off and disappeared into the towers of the castle complex to take up their guard duties. As Chen Luo was pondering how to deliver the admission notice, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "You bunch of rascals! Can't you let me rest for a bit?" Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh, and his figure instantly disappeared from the Extraordinary Academy, arriving at the southernmost continent of Roman. Meanwhile, an eye-catching post appeared on a gaming forum. "Watch me, the Ant Emperor, rise again. This world belongs to me." When the forum players saw the familiar name, Ant Emperor, and the poster's ID start with a kun, they immediately flocked to the forum. Jiang Junhao, the Ant Emperor, introduced the game to many people through his game review, And the ant evolution path he created in the game was also very interesting, which made many people remember him. When the players entered the live stream, they were all dumbfounded, including Chen Luo, who was in the sky at that moment, who was speechless. All I could see were ants, red ants, black ants, golden ants. Countless ants are scattered across the sky, the ground, and the sea. These ants of different colors also possess different abilities. There are golden flying ants, red fighting blood ants, black worker ants, and in the sea, there are also mutant ants that are almost the size of a fist and can swim. What left players speechless was not the sheer number of ants, but the devastation of the world. The environment was drastically damaged, trees were devoured, and bones lay everywhere. Moreover, these ants kept advancing, and the green hills and clear waters they passed through instantly turned into a desolate wasteland. There are no animals here, not even plants. It's like a locust swarm has swept through, leaving the ground in a complete mess. Wherever the ant army passed, it left behind only pitted, yellow soil, as if it had been gnawed by a dog a dozen times, devoid of any life. All the viewers in the live stream could see were these barren, yellow lands. The only green spot in the world is being devoured by an army of ants. Dude, don't tell me you've devoured the whole continent? Damn it, Ant Emperor, you're even more ruthless than the Vampire Emperor. Is this like the Japanese invading a village? Not a single needle or thread is left behind. Dude, why don't you change your name to Awesome? Only that name suits you. Ha ha ha, the Ant Emperor is even more vengeful than the Vampire Emperor. He's still holding a grudge about what happened in the first test. He really wants to eat the whole world. This is a complete wipeout. But bro, you did a great job. You really infuriated those corrupt officials. Go, Ant Emperor. You're the fattest. Chen Luo was completely mesmerized. He sensed it with his mind and was speechless. Jiang Junhao, that rascal, really devoured the entire Roman continent, leaving nothing behind except for the two red dragons in the volcano in front of him. Jiang Junhao's decision to start a live stream at this time clearly indicates that he intends to save this appetizer for last, preparing for viewers to witness his dragon slaying. Sure enough, Jiang Junhao immediately started typing smugly in the live stream. There's nothing he can do. He's like an ant now, unable to speak, only able to type with his hands. Thanks for the support, brothers. Let me tell you, I really have eaten this entire continent clean, except for what's inside that volcano over there. Do you know what's in there? Without waiting for the viewers in the live stream to reply, Jiang Junhao immediately continued typing. There are two red dragons inside that volcano. Today I'm here to show you how I slay dragons. After I slay these two dragons and evolve again, I'll lead my ant army to the continent of Yani and devour it all. As soon as Jiang Junhao said this, the live stream exploded with countless people flooding the screen with comments. Meanwhile, viewers in Shangtang and Rakoba's live streams also received the news that Ant Emperor was going to slay the dragon, which immediately attracted many people to come over, causing the number of viewers in his live streams to skyrocket, approaching the 1 million mark. Author's note: please vote 666666. And Emperor, you are the first person in the world to dare to slay a dragon. I'm a fan for that. The Ant Emperor has been dormant for 100 years and has finally made his debut. Is he going to be at the peak of his career right from the start? Ha ha ha. And Emperor, you're really good at hiding. The second closed beta test has been going on for days now, and you've been developing your strength in a lowly way for hundreds of years. It's time for you to make a name for yourself. Brother Ant, hurry and lead your army to the continent of Yani to save humanity. Neither Emperor Shangtang nor the Blood Clan Emperor are your match. Game company boss. Damn it, I'm so unlucky to have run into you, you idiot and Emperor. Can you play normally? Did you get your head caught in a door? Do you even want to play the game anymore? Ban your account. You absolutely have to ban your account. The viewers and players in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably, completely impressed by the Ant Emperor. Chen Luo was having a bit of a headache. He had just decided to stop interfering in the world's progress, but Jiang Junhao was up to his old tricks again. He was also somewhat annoyed. He had spent almost 3 months of his lifespan creating the Roman continent, and now Jiang Junhao had devoured it all. It will inevitably need to be remodeled again, which will consume his lifespan. Moreover, judging from Jiang Junhao's attitude, he hasn't stopped after devouring the Roman continent. This guy is really planning to eat up the entire Western fantasy world. I'll see if you have the ability to do it first. After thinking it over, Chen Luo decided to abandon his plan to take direct action. He watched as Jiang Junhao devoured the last patch of green on the continent and led an army of countless ants toward the volcano. Roar! Before Jiang Junhao could get close, 2 red dragons covered in layers of lava flew out from a volcano 400 or 500 meters high in front of him. When they finally saw the devastated world, their enormous eyes widened in astonishment, still trying to understand what had happened. They followed Chen Luo's orders, sleeping and reproducing at the bottom of the magma. But I never expected to see this scene as soon as I came out. The red dragons soon discovered the culprits behind all this. A bunch of damned ants. What are they trying to do? They actually dare to challenge the dragon. The 2 red dragons, seeing the ants rushing in from all directions, roared in fury once again. Then, the 2 red dragons flapped their huge wings and flew towards the ant army. Before they even got close, the red dragons' bellies lit up, and then they opened their mouths and spewed out crimson dragon flames. The scorching dragon flames instantly ignited the ground, and the ant army was even less likely to escape, quickly being burned to ashes. The 2 red dragons don't need to aim. They can just breathe fire at the ground, since there are ants everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the world before my eyes transformed into a world of flames. The audience was stunned. The red dragon's ferocity and power could be felt, even through the screen. When the dragons first appeared, they were fighting in the sky, so the audience couldn't see them clearly. Now, under Jiang Junhao's high-definition perspective, they were finally able to see the dragon's appearance up close. Its deep red, armor-like scales, sharp claws, and enormous eyes that seemed to burn with flames sent shivers down the spines of many timid individuals. Holy crap, this is terrifying. It looks so real, I almost think they're going to pounce on me. And this flame, I feel like the screen is on fire. The Ant Emperor's rise wasn't to his peak. He was doomed from the moment he debuted. Haha, I have to feel sorry for the Ant Emperor for another second. Holy crap, the Ant Emperor was instantly killed. Ant Emperor, wake up! Ants challenging dragons sounds impressive, but reality is harsh. You have no chance. Just when everyone thought Jiang Junhao was overestimating himself, Chen Luo frowned, because he sensed an endless stream of ants swarming in from every corner of the Roman continent. Chen Luo's thoughts instantly enveloped the entire Roman continent. The next moment, he was both angry and amused. Jiang Junhao, that rascal, has used these hundreds of years to breed an army of countless ants spreading to every corner of the Roman continent. The number of ants was so enormous that he had to hollow out the mountain and dig tunnels all the way down into the earth, even reaching the magma layer. They even evolved ants that can survive underwater, truly filling the space to the brim. Jiang Junho's desire to devour the entire Roman continent was out of necessity, because there were simply too many ants. The Roman continent's existing resources were far from sufficient to support such a vast number of ants, which is why these ants evolved to be able to eat anything. The ants that were just burned by the two red dragons were less than a fraction of the entire colony. Seeing the ant army swarming over the hillside again, the two enraged red dragons immediately began to spew dragon fire, burning the ants to death once more. But soon, an endless, seemingly limitless army of ants appeared again. The two giant dragons burned wave after wave, but it seemed they could never burn them all, and instead they exhausted themselves. How many ants are there in total? Honglong realized something was wrong, and so did the viewers in the live stream, all wondering the same thing. A red dragon suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It looked down at the world around it and found that no matter which direction it went, there were countless ants that seemed to have no end. These damned ants actually dared to try and fight against a great dragon with sheer numbers. You lowly creatures, feel the wrath of the dragon. The red dragon's enormous eyes blazed with fury. With a roar, it swooped down from the sky and plunged straight into the lava of the volcano. What the hell? The dragon escaped? No way. They escaped. Impossible. That roar just now clearly showed it was enraged. It couldn't possibly be a flight. Besides, isn't the other dragon still here? I also think it's impossible. What's hidden inside that volcano? Just as the audience was speculating, the entire volcano began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. The camera started shaking slightly, then quickly became violently shaky, until finally the image was almost unreadable. Then, to everyone's astonishment, dark red magma erupted amidst billowing black smoke, a deafening roar pressing down on all sides. Red-hot rocks were pushed high into the air and then crashed down, leaving countless fiery streaks in the smoke-filled sky. The surging, fiery lava flow turned the sky red, as if it had set the air itself ablaze. Everyone, including Jiang Junhao, understood. The volcano had erupted. Dark red lava gushed out and fell in all directions from the sky. The crater was like a pool filled with water, with a continuous flow of lava that swallowed and destroyed large areas of land, and the ant army was also submerged in the scorching lava. But the volcanic eruptions did not stop there. The ground cracked open one after another, and magma bubbled up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the land within a radius of dozens of miles disappeared, turning into a world of lava, just like the end of the world. At the same time, the ants on the ground also disappeared. The viewers in the live stream were once again stunned by the breathtaking scene. Holy crap, this red dragon is awesome! It can even control magma, artificial volcano. No, Longgong volcano, PF'd. Now the ant emperor is completely out of luck, right? Wait, there seem to be ants in the lava. Holy crap, it really is. There really are ants. Some sharp-eyed viewers noticed that a large number of bright red ants suddenly emerged from the lava and were swimming in the lava, crawling towards the crater. Everyone was stunned again. There were even ants that could swim in lava. What kind of species was that? Chen Luo wasn't surprised at all. He had just retraced the evolution of the new chimeric ants. After Jiang Junhao dug into the magma layer, the ants that had been living near the magma for a long time quickly evolved to be heat-resistant, and then they evolved to be able to survive in the magma. Ever since Jiang Junhao learned that the dragon had appeared in the lava, he had been plotting to slay it, so he consciously made many ants evolve this ability. The ant army just now was deliberately burned to death by the dragon. The purpose was to weaken them first, since these ordinary ants are not worth much anyway. At the same time, The red dragon can reduce the burden on the ant colony, which can be described as killing two birds with one stone. Roar. A red dragon roared as it burst out of the magma in the volcano, only to be astonished to find that these ants could actually survive in the magma. The next moment, its angry eyes almost spit fire. The red dragon opened its mouth, and blazing red dragon flames roared down, surging into the fiery red ants in the lava. The temperature of magma and dragon flames are on completely different levels. Although these ants are not afraid of magma, they still cannot withstand the dragon flames, and are instantly turned to ashes. Just as the red dragon was about to continue eliminating the remaining ants, another red dragon in the sky suddenly let out an angry roar, twisting wildly in the air, as if it were having a seizure, and then fell into the lava on the ground. The audience was stunned again. How could this giant dragon, which seemed perfectly fine, suddenly go mad and appear to be in great pain? Seeing this, the other red dragon narrowed its huge eyes and, no longer bothering to eliminate the ants, quickly flew towards the dragon that had fallen into the lava. The people in the live stream didn't understand, but Chen Luo saw it clearly. Just now, when the volcano erupted, Jiang Junhao commanded countless golden ants to fly towards the giant dragon in the sky. They were unusually small and flew past in the dragon's blind spot. While it was spewing dragon fire, countless tiny flying ants seized the opportunity to burrow into its eyes and begin to bite them. The dragon, in pain, lost its sight and immediately rushed into the lava on the ground, trying to kill the flying ants in its eyes through the lava. But it forgot that there were even more ants in the lava. When the red dragon plunged into the lava, Chen Luo knew it was doomed. Sure enough, as soon as the dragon plunged into the lava, the fiery red ants, as if they had found their target, all turned around and rushed towards the red dragon. Soon, the dragon's mournful howl could be heard, and countless fiery red ants crawled into its mouth, nose, and eyes, beginning to bite it frantically. Although the dragon's scales were incredibly hard, its internal structure was not so sturdy, and it was quickly devoured by ants, causing it to bleed profusely. Scalding hot blood gushed out, and the ants didn't even spare the blood, swallowing it whole. The ants that received the dragon's blood became even darker in color, almost as dazzling as flames, and their power to devour the dragon seemed to have increased even further. The dragon's wailing echoed through the heavens and earth as it struggled frantically in the magma, causing the magma to boil and churn and spew out continuously. Another red dragon flew over, but seeing its mate in such pain, it was helpless and could only anxiously circle around in the lava. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. In less than half an hour, there were so many twists and turns that they couldn't keep up. I don't understand what happened. Can someone tell me what happened? How did that dragon suddenly collapse? I had to take a screenshot and zoom in to see it clearly. The Ant Emperor used a golden ant to crawl into the red dragon's eye. It really seems so. No wonder the red dragon's eyes are bleeding. Holy crap, these ants can kill not only elephants, but even dragons. That's fucking awesome. So the Ant Emperor won? It's not a good thing that he won. Didn't you hear him say he was going to eat the whole world? When Chen Luo saw this part, he couldn't bear to watch anymore. He created the dragon not so that Jiang Junhao could eat or play with it. This skin monster needs to be treated. This time, Chen Luo didn't cause any natural disasters. He simply issued a system announcement. This game is undergoing emergency maintenance. All players are requested to log off within 1 second. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Junhao was completely bewildered, as were the viewers in the live stream. The game live stream chat exploded the next moment. Jiang Junhao, in particular, was incredibly excited, on the verge of defeating the red dragon. You call this emergency maintenance? What a joke! You damn planners! You damn officials, I'll never forgive you! Jiang Junho roared inwardly in anger, unable to speak, which made him angrier and angrier, and he really wanted to kill someone. And what the hell is this about logging off in 1 second? You might as well not have said anything. Damn it! In an instant, while Jiang Junhao was still cursing wildly in his mind, the screen in front of him went black. Inside a villa in Beijing, Jiang Junho took off his VR glasses and angrily smashed the device to pieces. Still not satisfied after smashing the equipment, Jiang Junhao immediately logged into the game forum to post a complaint against the shameless behavior of the official game company. But as soon as he logged in, he felt a surge of heat rising to his head, and he was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Because SenseTime and Recoba are both still streaming live. Even Kane started at a live stream. In other words, all that so-called emergency maintenance resulted in him being the only one forcibly logged off. Jiang Junhao almost smashed the computer in front of him, and he really wanted to kill someone. He really wanted to chop off the dog, head of the game company boss. You damned official team, come out and explain yourself. Why did you kick me offline? Jiang Junhao posted a thread, quickly recounting what had just happened. Soon, countless replies appeared below, and it instantly became a top trending post. The imposing rat brother, PF'd, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. And Emperor, you're even more miserable than the vampire Emperor. A player with terminal singleness syndrome. Ha ha, the official team is clearly targeting you. Who told you to be so cheeky, trying to devour the game they worked so hard to make? Mingren Mingso. Experts have researched this. To support a game with such high realism, you'd need a massive server cluster costing at least several billion RMB. You've practically taken over an entire continent that could cost the development team tens of millions in funding. They're already being generous by not banning your account. You think you can complain? Manual sarcasm. Isn't it right to defend your rights? This is the second time already. It's clearly targeted retaliation. If you're afraid the Ant Emperor will eat up your funding, why did you let him into the game during the second beta test? This is the first time I've ever seen a game planner like this. When things aren't going well, they do emergency maintenance and kick people offline. I'm writing a petition with thousands of signatures, demanding that the programmers be killed as a sacrifice. The most cheeky person in the world, and Emperor, you'd better stop arguing with the official game developers, or they'll kick you out of the game again. Picking nose. One player started with a kun, a mythical fish. I'm going to stick with this. When the game goes live, I'm going to choose the end again. I refuse to believe in bad luck. Yushu Dangfeng replied to Kaiju Yatio Kun. I support you. The official team is really a piece of trash. We can just quit the game together. I don't have an account anyway. The forum suddenly became lively, with some people fiercely criticizing the game planner and others strongly supporting the game company. Despite the criticism, many people couldn't resist their enthusiasm for such a high degree of freedom in the game and gradually turned into asking for a public beta test in the comments section of the post. Jiang Junhao was speechless. His original post to protect his rights had inexplicably turned to a post requesting a public beta test, leaving him with a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. At this moment, in the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo was about to wave his hand and wipe out all the chimera ants. He hesitated for a moment before waving his hand again. All the ants on the Roman continent were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only a few hundred fiery red ants bathed in dragon blood. After naming the ants dragon blood ants, Chen Luo sent them away. Then, with a thought, the entire Roman continent trembled, as if emitting a soft hum, and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, everything on the Roman continent returned to normal. Chen Luo sighed. Restoring things to their original state was easier than creating a new continent, but it still cost him a week of his lifespan. At this moment, all the ants inside the red dragon's body below had disappeared, but its wounds had not healed, and it was still writhing in pain on the ground. The other red dragon was stunned when it saw the surrounding environment return to normal. Before it could understand what was going on, it saw Chen Luo's figure fall from the sky. The red dragon recognized the creator at a glance, and its eyes immediately showed a pleading look. Then it looked at the suffering mother dragon. Chen Luo, of course, understood the red dragon's consciousness. He immediately placed his hand on the mother dragon and instantly healed its injuries. The mother dragon was howling 1 second, but the next second she felt completely healed. She looked at Chen Luo with awe and gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, great creator." The mother dragon spoke in dragon language, which Chen Luo naturally understood. He nodded and said, "Let's go back." When Chen Luo finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the Western fantasy world and returned to reality, analyzing the genes of dragon blood ants. Analyzing, a primary life form that has mutated its genes after consuming dragon blood. It has some value and currently produces 0.33% divine genes. There is a chance that fusion will produce fire resistance talent. Rating: ordinary. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. After being bathed in dragon blood, the chimeric ants had mutated, and their genetic value was 3 times higher than that of the queen ant. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo didn't hesitate for long and directly chose to fuse genes. This time the reaction was much milder than the previous ones, and the physical changes were not as obvious. There was only a slight increase in physical strength, and apart from the familiar hunger, there was nothing else. Chen Luo suddenly had an idea, found a lighter, lit it, and brought his hand to the lighter. There was no burning sensation as expected, only a warm feeling. The flames did not cause him any harm. Chen Luo smiled, not paying much attention. Fire resistance wasn't exactly a strange ability, it was better than nothing. Chen Luo put away the lighter, walked to his balcony, sat down on the recliner, and began to rock back and forth, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, the feeling of being watched returned. Chen Luo sneered inwardly. He deliberately went to the balcony to see if the group of people were still there. "Since you're still up to your old tricks, let's just get rid of this problem, once and for all." Chen Luo relaxed and rested on the recliner for a while, then changed his clothes and leisurely went out. He wanted to give the other side a chance to make a move. When Chen Luo went outside, it was already getting dark. He left the residential area and deliberately headed towards a secluded place. Chen Luo wandered aimlessly on the street for a while, giving the people following him enough time. Just then, 2 men walked towards Chen Luo from the street. One of them, a burly man, was carrying something wrapped in a newspaper. He bumped into Chen Luo at an angle. Although the man moved quickly, Chen Luo had been genetically modified by the divine offspring, and his nerve reaction speed had long surpassed that of ordinary people. His eyes flickered, and he jumped away, but the man suddenly lunged forward, as if his foot had slipped, and still crashed into Chen Luo. Slap! The newspaper wrapped in the man's hand fell to the ground with a crisp cracking sound. Chen Luo suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at a shattered blue porcelain jar on the ground. "Damn it, you bastard! Can't you watch where you're going?" The man flew into a rage, stepped forward, and reached out to grab Chen Luo's collar. Chen Luo smiled, took a step back, and easily dodged the man's menacing grab. "If I'm not mistaken, you bumped into me yourself." You scoundrel! How dare you talk back? You bumped into me while you were walking and even damaged my family heirloom. The man said menacingly. Kid, didn't your parents teach you how to be a decent human being? You have to admit your mistakes, pay for the damages, or you'll suffer. He grinned maliciously and raised his hand to slap Chen Luo across the face again. Chen Luo sneered. To him, the man's movements were as slow as a snail. He calmly reached out and grabbed the man's hand. Ah! The man screamed in agony, his face contorted in agony, looking extremely pained. Chen Luo frowned slightly. He knew exactly how much force he had used. He had only grabbed the man's wrist and hadn't exerted any real strength. Yet the man was making such an exaggerated sound, clearly acting. Chen Luo noticed that passers-by had stopped and were looking in their direction. In an instant, he knew what the two people were up to. First, she deliberately bumped into him and smashed something, claiming it was an antique. Then, she preemptively struck him, just to test what kind of person he was, and to respond differently accordingly. If Chen Luo had been a coward, he probably would have given up, and they would have tried to extort him for hundreds of thousands or even millions. If Chen Luo is not afraid of trouble and takes action as he is now, then pretend to be the victim, attract the attention of passers-by, and position yourself as the one in the right from the start. Even if the police come, they will have a reason to argue their case. Chen Luo casually tossed the man's hand away and couldn't help but laugh. The mastermind behind this was quite shrewd. He wasn't just someone who knew how to threaten with violence. Hey kid, you broke our antique, and you still dare to hit us. Another bald man squeezed through the crowd, glaring menacingly at Chen Luo. Kid, trying to act tough. I'll play with you. The commotion had already attracted the attention of many people, but they glanced at it and hurriedly left as if nothing had happened. Seeing the two burly men's fierce appearance, who would dare to stay and say anything? Chen Luo turned his gaze and saw 3 or 5 men with unfriendly faces standing around with their arms crossed. They looked like they were watching a show. However, they intentionally or unintentionally formed a subtle circle, preventing others from approaching. Chen Luo smiled slightly, knowing without a doubt that these people were also part of their group. But Chen Luo showed no fear whatsoever. He said with a half-smile, "Oh. So what do you want?" "What do you want?" The burly, bald man roared as he picked up the broken blue porcelain from the ground. "Kid, you broke our family heirloom. Don't you want to pay for it?" "Trying to renege on your promise?" Chen Luo asked casually. "How much compensation do you want?" The bald man immediately shouted angrily, "This is a Ming Dynasty antique passed down in my family. We were just about to sell it to a businessman from Hong Kong. If my mother hadn't been sick, and we urgently needed money for treatment, we wouldn't have sold it at all. They offered 200,000. Now you've smashed it. You have to pay for it. Give me 200,000. Upon hearing the number, Chen Luo laughed. "Oh, do you have proof of this antique?" "I don't know if your antique is real or fake, or even if it's yours." "You can't just say how much it costs, can you?" Chen Luo asked this question for a reason, because nowadays antiques can hardly be proven to be ancestral, unless your family has always been a famous and prominent family or the artifact is very valuable. Of course. The bald man took out a paper certificate and handed it to Chen Luo. "This is an appraisal certificate we got from the Cultural Relics Bureau. It's written very clearly on it." Chen Luo chuckled to himself. This group was truly well prepared, even bringing their own certificates for authentication. "But I heard that the Cultural Relics Bureau doesn't authenticate cultural relics to the public at all?" The bald man's expression changed slightly. "Most people wouldn't know this. and seeing them take out certificates would definitely make them back down. But Chen Luo showed no panic in the face of the two of them. Instead, he kept smiling. Was he just ignorant and fearless, or did he have something to rely on? The bald man stared menacingly at Chen Luo. "Kid, so you're still trying to cheat, aren't you? Today I'll teach you a lesson." After the bald man finished speaking, he gave a look to his accomplices around him, and then threw a punch first. Chen Luo moved nimbly, easily dodging the bald man's fierce punch, and then smiled, saying, "We're all civilized people. Let's talk things out. It's not good to resort to violence. I'll talk your grandpa." Another man threw a punch at Chen Luo, and the 5 men who had been surrounding him rushed over to try and stop him. Chen Luo moved nimbly among the 7 people, like a fish swimming, never letting them touch a single hair. Chen Luo didn't make a move. As he walked towards the area with the security cameras, he chuckled and said, "Jiangcheng is still working on becoming a civilized city, cracking down on pornography and illegal publications, and eliminating organized crime. Let's not add to the trouble of our busy police officers, okay? We can't waste taxpayers' police resources." Seeing Chen Luo effortlessly dodge their attacks, the bald man and his companions were somewhat taken aback. They hadn't expected him to be as slippery as an eel, impossible to catch. Seeing Chen Luo's mocking expression, they were immediately enraged and pounced on him again. Chen Luo had already run to the area under the camera when he immediately stopped. Facing the bald man's fist coming at him, Chen Luo quickly grabbed the man's wrist with one hand, and with his right hand, he tightened his grip like an iron clamp and suddenly exerted force. The man screamed and his body was uncontrollably thrown towards his companion. As he staggered, Chen Luo seemed to accidentally step lightly on the bald man's instep. "Ah! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chen Luo had a panicked expression, but the bald man's face twitched and he fell to the ground, shouting, "I'm sorry," and then kicked him hard. The next moment, the bald man was rolling around on the ground, clutching his groin with both hands. "Ah! Holy crap! Holy crap!" Chen Luo took a step back with an apologetic look, looked at the others, and earnestly advised, "The country is currently cracking down on organized crime. If you join in, that would be considered inciting trouble. If it escalates, it won't be good for anyone. Why don't we continue talking?" Chen Luo's words, unsurprisingly, had the opposite effect, and the men, enraged, charged forward again. Chen Luo still looked like he was fleeing in a panic, and then continued, "If you feel that you can't just let the person who hurt your brother get away with it, then you should call the police. Look, now that I've hurt someone, if we call the police, it will only be me and him who are in trouble. If you get involved and go to jail together, your families will have to bail you out. That's not good. You must use legitimate means to protect your legal rights." Chen Luo's words did not make the others realize their mistake. They only fueled their anger, seeing the 6 people. Approaching him, Chen Luo said in a panic, "Since you're not going to call the police, why don't you let me call the police first, and then you can make your move." Upon hearing this, the 6 men were even more enraged. They had seen all sorts of people and taught many a lesson, but they had never seen anyone so despicable. Without any further words, they simultaneously swung their fists and punched Chen Luo. Chen Luo suddenly chuckled and said, "Since you are so stubborn, then I'll just have to show you what happens when you don't act like a law-abiding citizen." Chen Luo turned his head to dodge one of the men's punches, grabbed his fist, and pulled him back sharply. The man felt an irresistible force surge through his body, and then he staggered uncontrollably forward, his head making intimate contact with the ground, instantly knocking him unconscious. After easily taking down one person, Chen Luo quickly retreated a short distance, just inside the camera's range, and began to wave his hands frantically, saying, "Don't do this. I really don't want to fight." Actually, these people were captured by the camera when they appeared, but Chen Luo needed to be in a clearer position to make his move. His smug look only fueled the anger of the remaining 5 men, making them even less inclined to fight. "I can't avoid fighting." Chen Luo's rambling words finally got the better of one of the hot-tempered thugs, who rushed over and kicked him. "Fuck your mother. I'll teach you a lesson for your mother's bastard." Chen Luo looked at the man who was kicking her with feigned panic, then positioned herself at the best angle for the camera to capture the moment, and began to put her acting skills to use. Chen Luo suddenly seemed to be so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Just as the man kicked him, he hurriedly pushed his thigh away. The man suddenly lost his balance, fell face first to the ground with a loud thud, and howled in pain for a long time before finally getting up. I'm so sorry, you all right?" While apologizing, Chen Luo tried to squat down to help the man up, but another man approached. Chen Luo seemed startled and hurriedly dodged away. Unfortunately, her arm bumped right into the crotch of a man who lunged at her from behind. The man's eyes widened, and half of his body began to arch like a shrimp. A sharp pain shot from his groin directly to his brain, almost causing him to faint. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, too weak to even stand up, and collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to." Chen Luo started apologizing profusely again, then looked at the remaining 3 people and said, "Look, the weather is so nice today." "Oh, it seems to be getting dark, but it's okay. We can find a place to sit down and talk about our life ideals, discuss how to resolve this matter, or maybe talk about women or something. It's better than fighting and killing each other, don't you think?" The fact that 2 people were inexplicably knocked down in succession made all 3 of them realize that something was wrong. If the first 2 people were accidents, then it's highly unusual for 4 people to have accidents in a row. Especially the 2 men who had their testicles hit, who were now clutching their groins in pain, made the men feel as if they were experiencing the same pain themselves, as if a chill was also creeping up on their own groins. The remaining 3 watched Chen Luo's smiling face warily, hesitant to make a move. This guy was too troublesome. It seems you're not planning to make a move. Shall we find a place to talk? Chen Luo looked at the 3 people with a surprised expression. "Shut up!" When a man heard Chen Luo start rambling on again, like Tang Sanzang, he angrily pulled out a dagger from behind his back and stabbed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo seemed to be startled again, and hurriedly turned and ran away. "It's just a piece of porcelain. I'll pay you back. Why did you have to use a knife? What if someone got hurt?" The remaining 2 men were furious. This bitch still had time to babble. Enraged, they immediately pulled out their knives and charged forward together. Chen Luo showed no emotional fluctuations, but his face was filled with panic as he skillfully dodged the attacks of the 3 of them. At this point, some passers-by finally couldn't stand it anymore. They were using knives. Someone might die. Soon someone picked up their phone and called the police, then immediately hid far away. Then, following a series of accidents, the 3 people quickly collapsed to the ground and began to wail. Some of the knives in their hands, accidentally, pierced their companions' calves, while others pierced their arms, causing blood to gush out. Those watching from afar were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Chen Luo, who was desperately fleeing from the knives, would eventually meet with disaster. But what they saw before them was completely unexpected. 7 men against 1, and this was the result. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Chen Luo started apologizing again, and looking at the three people with pained expressions, he tentatively asked, "Should I call an ambulance for you?" Looking at the expressions of shock, anger, and pain on the faces of the three people, Chen Luo hesitated for a moment and said, "Judging from your looks, you've misunderstood. I really didn't mean to." The people on the ground were so angry they were about to vomit blood. Even physical pain couldn't compare to the feeling of being so angry they were about to die. Just then, a police car arrived at the scene. The police car stopped on the side of the road, and 3 police officers got out. 1 middle-aged officer and 2 young officers. The middle-aged policeman leading the team wore a 2-bar, 1 flower epaulette. Chen Luo didn't know what rank it was, but he looked serious and quite dignified. The 3 policemen saw the situation as soon as they got out of the car. Without even asking who had called the police, they walked straight over. When they walked in and saw 7 people lying on the ground, and 2 others with daggers sticking out of their bodies and bleeding, their expressions changed drastically. Injuring people with weapons could already be classified as a criminal case. Call 120. The middle-aged policeman gave an order to the other 2 younger officers, then immediately turned to Chen Luo, the only one standing in the room, and demanded, "What's going on?" "Did you call the police?" Chen Luo shook his head, looking completely innocent. "Officer, I didn't call the police. They all had an accident while attacking me and ended up on the ground." It must have been a concerned citizen who saw something was wrong and called the police. "I really didn't do anything." Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Luo only retaliated once, and it was always a passive defense initiated by others. He did not follow up with any further attacks after the opponent fell to the ground. These people were ganging up on the few, so it was perfectly legitimate self-defense. Moreover, there were not only eyewitnesses, but also surveillance footage, so Chen Luo was not afraid at all. Chen Luo's words stunned the 3 policemen. "What did you say?" 7 against 1, they were surprised to find themselves falling to the ground, and then even more surprised to find themselves stabbing themselves. "Even lying through your teeth isn't done like this, is it?" The middle-aged policeman stared at Chen Luo and asked, "You mean they beat you up, got injured, and you didn't do anything?" Chen Luo blinked, looking completely innocent, and said, "I knew no one would believe me. Anyway, the situation is exactly as I just said. If you don't believe me, you can check the security cameras over there. They should have captured everything." The middle-aged policeman turned his head and looked around, and found that there was indeed a camera up there. With this, things become much easier. Evidence from camera footage is more credible than human testimony. After all, people tend to favor themselves, and the camera simply records what happens truthfully. The middle-aged policeman didn't ask any more questions. After the ambulance took the 2 injured people to the hospital, he had a younger policeman retrieve the surveillance footage. Then he took Chen Luo and the others to the police station. After spending more than half an hour taking Chen Luo's statement at the police station, the middle-aged policeman reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that what Chen Luo said was true and that it was entirely legitimate self-defense. Now, we don't even have to pay for medical expenses. Generally speaking, if one acts in self-defense without being harmed, even if one is not criminally liable, one must still pay medical expenses. For example, if you cripple someone in a fight before you're even hit, you will definitely be held civilly liable. Chen Luo is different. He only acts when others have already made a move, and only when the other party fails to extort him and becomes increasingly aggressive, intending to use force. This was a counterattack launched after being attacked and having one's life threatened, and therefore does not require civil compensation. However, Based on his years of experience, the middle-aged policeman still had a nagging feeling that Chen Luo was doing it on purpose. He had been a policeman for over 20 years and had handled at least a dozen cases of legitimate self-defense, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a perfect act of legitimate self-defense. Chen Luo tried to escape when he was being extorted, but there were too many of them, and he couldn't get away. He stopped immediately after striking once, showing no intention of inflicting further harm, and even repeatedly begged the other party not to attack. After the other party was injured, Chen Luo kept apologizing and begging them not to fight back, but the other party continued to press them. After being surrounded, Chen Luo hurriedly ran under the camera and, quite coincidentally, stood in the clearest position that the camera could capture. When Chen Luo tried to help the enemy, who was accidentally injured, he accidentally bumped into the younger brother of someone who was trying to ambush him from behind. What's even more outrageous is that when the other party pulled out a knife, Chen Luo seemed terrified, but in reality, he was incredibly agile and always managed to dodge the attack at the last second. They even let the other side stab their own people in the back. Even a middle-aged policeman would never believe that all of this was a coincidence. But that's how things appear now. The surveillance footage recorded everything accurately, and there were also many eyewitnesses. The middle-aged policeman didn't ask any more questions. After sending Chen Luo out of the police station, he just looked at Chen Luo deeply and said, "Those people are not good people. Be careful lately. Call the police immediately if anything happens. Take my business card. You can call me directly if you encounter an emergency. Thank you for your concern, Officer Wu." Chen Luo glanced at the movie title in surprise, not expecting that he would care about him. Moreover, judging from what the other person said, he should know the background of those people. As for those few people, they will be detained for 15 days. I can't guarantee what will happen to them after they are released. Chen Luo nodded, put the business card away, and left the police station without giving it a second thought. As soon as Chen Luo left the police station, the familiar feeling of being monitored returned. He smiled nonchalantly, first went to a place to have dinner, and then went to a commercial area with a large flow of people to pretend to go shopping. A short while later, Chen Luo used his mental power to lock onto the stalker, and then quickly shook him off. When the stalker searched for Chen Luo in the crowd for a long time without finding him, his expression changed. He immediately left the commercial street, found a quiet and deserted corner, took out his phone, and made a call. "Brother Gang," he went into Hunyuan Commercial Center. "There are too many people. I lost him." After saying something on the other end of the phone, the stalker quickly responded a few times, then hung up and left the business center. Chen Luo followed him silently, entering the subway and transferring twice before exiting and entering a nearby residential area called Hunyuan. When Chen Luo saw the follower take out his access card and swipe it to enter, he couldn't help but frown. These high-end residential areas near subway stations have dedicated property management companies, and security guards would not have let him in without access control. If he says he's looking for someone, the other party will definitely ask him who he's looking for, and might even ask him to give the homeowner's phone number. Just as Chen Luo was in a bit of a dilemma, he suddenly saw a black car drive in from outside and head into the residential area. When Chen Luo's gaze inadvertently fell upon the driver's appearance, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned around and entered the subway station in a few steps. The driver was the same young man who delivered cash when Chen Luo went to Yanji Gold Shop to sell gold bricks. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to go in now. He already knew who was behind it all. The person who was following him entered the residential area, and just then, the people from Yanji Gold's shop returned. Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Chen Luo sneered. Sure enough, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. He had initially thought Yan Tingsheng was a noble and virtuous old man because of his kind appearance and scholarly demeanor, and because Yan Tingsheng had even advised him not to go astray when selling gold bricks. Unexpectedly, it turned out that he was the one who had designs on him. Chen Luo entered the subway and went home immediately. Today I just wanted to find out who the other party was, and now that I have figured it out, I need to think about how to deal with Yan Tingsheng. Chen Luo sat on the sofa in the living room, closed his eyes, and began to think rapidly. Not long after, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "You've actually reached the second tier too!" Chen Luo's tone was quite excited, and he didn't even care about how to deal with Yan Tingsheng. His figure suddenly disappeared from the living room and appeared in the Western fantasy world. At this moment, it was dusk in the Western fantasy world. In a dense forest within human territory, the vampire army of 150,000 was huddled inside, waiting for the sun to set. Cain stood in the shade of a tree, gazing at the distant sunset, and slowly brought his hand to the sunlight. With a crackling sound, like striking a match, a sound rang out. A plume of black smoke rose from Cain's palm, followed by the smell of burning. Father, Lilith, and the other vampire princes exclaimed in unison, looking at Cain with astonishment, wondering why he had done this. Cain calmly withdrew his hand, watching the burns on it quickly begin to heal themselves. He chuckled to himself. Sure enough, reaching the second tier has also increased my resistance to sunlight. Lilith and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out Cain was conducting an experiment. If it were a regular vampire, such as one below the third generation, their hand would probably have been burned off, but Cain only suffered a slight burn, and it didn't cause him much harm. Cain glanced at the sun, which had completely disappeared below the horizon, and calmly said, "Let's go to war." "Yes, father." At Cain's command, the 150-strong vampire army immediately set off, marching towards the city ahead. Cain was live streaming at this time, and upon seeing the vampire army set off, someone immediately ran to Rakoba and Shangtang's live streaming rooms to inform them. Although Cain's past experiences were pitiful, his subsequent actions brought profound disaster to both humans and orcs. Almost no one wanted the vampires to win and wanted to see humans and orcs become food and slaves. When Cain started his live stream, all he received were negative comments. Even the few who expressed sympathy were quickly overwhelmed. At this point, Cain no longer cared about the audience's opinions. Having experienced so many years and hardships in the Western fantasy world, he had become indifferent to everything. The only thing he wants to do now is to make Shangtang and Rakoba pay the price. As for the Vampire Emperor, he is dispensable to him. Cain didn't care about being tipped off in the live stream. He was confident that even if Shangtang knew his every move, they wouldn't be able to stop his vampire army. Shangtang learned immediately that Cain had gathered all the vampire army and was less than 200 kilometers away from the capital of the emperor. At this moment, Tang was talking with Alexander in the palace. Upon hearing the news, he immediately said, "Alexander, it is of utmost urgency to select suitable people to learn the magic of light. Go to the capital with Duke Bolton now to make the selection. He will fully cooperate with you. The vampire army has already arrived, and I must evacuate the civilians as soon as possible." Alexander rose and gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "I will not fail Your Majesty's expectations." Tang nodded, waved for Alexander to leave, and then a cold glint appeared in his eyes. The moment the Church of Light appeared, it had divine support, which was witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people. That very night, everyone in the city of Galis came to believe in the goddess of light, and they all became fanatical believers, spontaneously spreading the doctrines of the Church of Light to everyone they met. They spread the word that Alexander was a messenger of God, chosen by the gods to save humanity from crisis, and that those who wished to be saved should join the Church of Light. At first, everyone was skeptical, but when they witnessed the effectiveness of Alexander's healing spells and saw him burn the vampire to death with holy light, the Church of Light immediately gained countless believers. At this time, everyone was terrified by the cruelty and horror of the vampire demons. When they encountered someone who could punish the vampires, they immediately felt as if they had found a savior and began to join the Church of Light and become its loyal believers. In just a few days, hundreds of thousands of people joined the Church of Light, and the number is increasing rapidly every day. This was definitely not good news for Tang. As a modern man, he knew that divine authority and royal authority were in conflict. During the Middle Ages, the church and the king fought for hundreds of years, and in the end, the church gained absolute dominance. Even the king had to be crowned by the pope to be considered legitimate. With the Church of Light expanding at such a terrifying rate, it will sooner or later become the most powerful religion, and in severe cases, it may even endanger the rule of the Shang dynasty. Although Shang Tang had sensed the threat posed by the Church of Light, he was unable to act against Alexander for the time being, as he still needed the divine magic of light to deal with the current vampire crisis. As for the future, well, that depends on whether you live to see that time. The cold glint in Shang Tang's eyes vanished, and he immediately ordered, "Pass down the order. All humans must abandon their cities and retreat to the capital." "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately, a palace guard bowed and accepted the order, quickly going out to promulgate Tang's decree. Meanwhile, Recoba and Quiro City also learned that Cain had sent all his men to the human race, but he was not happy at all. Anyone with a brain knows that after Cain wiped out the humans, his next target would be the orcs. Recoba was really worried. Being the Beast King was a real pain, even more tiring than being a CEO in real life. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development of the orcs. He first used the stallion incident to give the orcs bloodline warriors, but the dragon brawl directly caused his prestige to plummet. Among the orcs, without prestige and strength, one cannot subdue other races, and no one will obey your commands. Recoba had no choice but to use his business acumen to vigorously develop trade within the orc territory, raising the orcs' living standards several levels in just 20 years. Orcs even had the leisure and inclination to develop art, and professions such as painters, musicians, and bards appeared earlier than those of humans. Although the orcs' talent in this area is appalling, at least it represents an increase in productivity. Recoba's reputation was restored to its peak, but then Cain started causing trouble again, moving through orc territory as if it were empty, slaughtering the orc army without any resistance. Recoba was helpless. Amidst the questioning from the various tribal kings, his position as Beast King began to waver once again. Just then, those lousy planners conjured up the wolf god Fast's arrival, giving the werewolves 300 ancient wolf souls, which killed as many as 40,000 vampires. This directly led to many orcs calling for Mute, the werewolf king, to become the Beast King in place of Recoba. Recoba felt really bad. If it weren't for the prestige he had built up over the years, he might have really been ousted. "Can't we just play the game in peace?" Recoba sighed. "These damn planners, why don't you create a bear god? That would make things much easier for me." Despite the criticism, Recoba still had to think about how to resolve his current predicament. Not long after, Recoba made a decision. He had to support the human race. Otherwise, if Cain converted tens of millions of human people, having more ancient giant wolves would be of no use. But before that, there is one more thing that must be done. Thinking of this, Recoba quickly logged off and returned to reality. Inside a luxury mansion in Shanghai, Lai Chengyang, who plays Recoba in the game, hurriedly removed his VR glasses and immediately said to a young man in his early 30s next to him, "Find Han Fei." After Lai Chengyang finished speaking, he put on the VR glasses again and logged back into the game, not wanting to miss a single second of the game's time. Xu Yaifei didn't care whether Lai Chengyang could hear him or not, and immediately agreed respectfully. He glanced at Lai Chengyang's IV drip bottle, which was almost empty, and immediately said to the 3 female housekeepers waiting behind him, "Change the IV fluid and help the boss wash up." "Yes." Assistant Xu, one of the housekeepers, responded and quickly began to change Lai Chengyang's IV fluids, while the other 2 went to the bathroom to fetch warm water. After testing the water temperature several times and confirming that it wasn't too hot, they carefully took out a towel to wipe Lai Chengyang's body. Xu Yaifei had already left the room and gone to the balcony of the villa, where he took out his phone and started dialing. Having worked for his boss for almost 8 years, Xu Yaifei sometimes only needs a glance from Lai Chengyang to know what he means, without even having to guess. Although Lai Chengyang's words were nonsensical, Xu Yaifei immediately understood who he was talking about. The boss is now obsessed with the game, Second Life every day, and Xu Yaifei naturally takes the boss's hobby as his own. He has now even moved into this mansion, and apart from eating and sleeping, he spends most of his time by Lai Chengyang's side, watching Recoba's live stream in the game. What I'm worried about is that Lai Chengyang quits the game, and I can't find him when I need something. In fact, when Recoba was being chased by royal bloodline warriors, it was he who helped Recoba deliver the rescue message, not Recoba himself. Xu Yaifei initially thought Lai Chengyang was just being impulsive, but he didn't expect his boss to be such a business genius. He quickly made a big splash in the game, which even made him famous in real life. The Stallion incident, the battle for the Beast King, and the in-game advertising incident all propelled Asia Real Estate and Lai Chengyang to the top of the trending searches. Since then, Asia Real Estate's stock price hit the daily limit, comparable to the effect of hundreds of millions of yuan in advertising. Lai Chengyang had no intention of hiding his real name, so now his fame is comparable to that of top-tier celebrities. Seeing the immense popularity and traffic that Second Life has generated, many celebrities and streamers from major platforms are eagerly awaiting the open beta and are spending large sums of money to purchase test access. The black market price once soared to 500,000 yuan each, 10 times higher than when Chen Luo sold them. Of course, no one has managed to buy it yet. When Lai Chengyang mentioned looking for Han Fei, Xu Yaifei naturally knew that he was referring to Emperor Han Fei of the Great Xia Kingdom in the game. What's more, coincidentally, Xu Yaifei knew that Han Fei would become his boss's rival when Han Fei killed the Beast King and became the founding monarch of the Great Xia dynasty, so he had already checked Han Fei's information beforehand. Han Fei posted quite a few things on the forum. Although the amount of information was not much, based on the posts made by his boastful best friend Li Shun, it wouldn't be difficult to find him. I never expected that my previous preparations would come in handy at this moment. While Xu Yaifei was waiting for the call to connect, he had already returned to his room and told Recoba in his live stream that he had found Han Fei. At the same time, the call was connected. "Is this Mr. Han Fei?" Han Fei glanced at the caller ID in surprise. "It's me. Who is this?" "I am Xu Yaifei, assistant to General Manager Lei Chengyang. You should know who he is, right? Han Fei on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. Of course he knew the famous Lei Chengyang. He was only 42 years old this year, but he already had 2 listed companies under his control and a net worth of over 50 billion. Han Fei learned Lei Chengyang's identity, but he felt neither fear nor flattery. However, Han Fei's mindset is now completely different from before. Back in the Western fantasy world, when he was the most powerful man in the world, Rakoba was still hiding among the bear people. During the first epic war, they were routed by him on the battlefield, and those big shots' auras had no effect on Han Fei. Han Fei quickly went through the thought process and vaguely guessed why Lei Chengyang was looking for him. I know. Is there something you need? Before Xu Yiming could speak, he saw that Lei Chengyang had already logged out of the game. Seeing that Xu Yiming was on the phone, he immediately asked, Han Fei. Xu Yiming nodded and immediately handed over his phone. Lei Chengyang snatched the phone and said urgently, You know how much time there is in the game compared to in reality. I can't afford to waste even a second. I'm not going to waste any more words. 10 million. I need information about the Judgment Sword. Even though Han Fei's mindset was already as firm as a rock, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat when he heard the price. Han Fei came from an ordinary family, had an ordinary education, an ordinary job, and an ordinary appearance, the kind of ordinary person you wouldn't recognize on the street. Since his experience in the Western fantasy world, Han Fei seems like a different person. Although he tries to reintegrate into real society, he can never quite manage it. Those who have reached the peak find it hard to bear the fall. Han Fei couldn't stand being bossed around by his disliked supervisor at the company, even though he achieved the top sales performance in just a few days after returning. However, that disgusting supervisor targeted Han Fei at every turn, making it impossible for him to stay at that company any longer. Han Fei could no longer bear living at the bottom of society, having to be urged to pay rent by his landlord every month. This was a world apart from his previous life. With 10 million, Han Fei, with his current intelligence and abilities, could make a name for himself. Han Fei had made up his mind and didn't waste any words. I want to receive the money first. Account. While Han Fei was giving out his account number, Xu Yifei had already started entering the account information and transferring money using a laptop. I'll enter the game first. After you confirm that you've received the money, tell Yifei the message. Lei Chengyang didn't need to worry about transferring money. He simply said a few words, tossed his phone to Xu Yifei, and re-entered the game world. Almost 30 seconds have passed now. More than 10 days have passed in the Western fantasy world, and he doesn't know how much has happened. He must get back as soon as possible. The moment Lei Chengyang entered the game, he opened the live stream room and set a password, allowing only Xu Yifei, who had the password, to enter. He waited a short while before Xu Yifei entered the room and quickly typed a line of text on the public screen. There is another secret chamber built by Han Fei in the palace, which stores a large amount of grain and gold and silver treasures. Xia or Shi should be hiding in the palace with the judgment. After typing this text, Xu Yifei uploaded another picture, which read, This shows the location of the secret room and how to open it. When Lei Chengyang saw the message, he was overjoyed. He had indeed guessed correctly. Decades have passed, and not only has there been no news of the Judgment Sword, but even the second emperor of Xia, Han Yu, has vanished without a trace. This is simply impossible. As long as someone is a normal person and has existed in the world, they will always leave a trace. But Han Yu seemed to have vanished into thin air. Cain searched for him for more than 10 years without success, and neither the humans nor the orcs gave up the search, yet he was nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead. That leaves only one possibility. Hunyuan is hiding in a secret location known only to royalty. That's why Lai Chengyang thought of Han Fei, but he didn't expect that Han Fei had actually prepared several secret rooms in the palace. No wonder they couldn't find him anywhere in the world. Hunyuan was hiding right under Shang Tang's nose. However, Lai Chengyang soon found himself speechless. He now knew about the Judgment Divine Sword, but how to obtain this divine artifact was a big problem. Leaving aside the vampire army guarding outside the city, Shang Tang now possesses second-tier strength and is not easy to deal with. Even if they manage to get in, they'll still have to deal with Hunyuan, who wields the divine sword. The orcs don't even have a single Tier 1 beastman right now. It's a real headache. The Judgment Sword was the only method Lai Chengyang could think of to deal with the vampires and solidify his own position, but without obtaining it, everything was just empty talk. Lai Chengyang sighed and looked at Muto below the throne. Chief Muto, the vampire army has been besieging the capital of the Emperor for 10 days now. If we do not go to its aid, once the vampires turn humans into vampires, we orcs will surely suffer annihilation. Above the main hall, there were 9 other seats reserved for the kings of the 9 most powerful races among the orcs. The closer a position is to the front, the higher the rank of that race among the orcs, and Muter is currently sitting in the first position on the right. Upon hearing Lai Chengyang's question, the eyes of the other race's leaders all turned to Muto. Because everyone knows that after the wolf god descended, the werewolf race, possessing ancient giant wolves, became the strongest race among the orcs. Although they all knew that Lai Chengyang was right, they also understood that if the werewolves didn't participate, they wouldn't be of much use even if they went, and they might even be turned into vampires by the other side. Muto looked at Lai Chengyang. He admired the Beast King. After all, Lai Chengyang had worked tirelessly to strengthen the orcs over the years, which everyone had witnessed. Therefore, Muto did not show any arrogance. He slowly said, "Your Majesty, our warriors are willing to go to human territory to jointly eliminate the vampire demons." Lai Chengyang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chief Muto is indeed a man of great principle. Then the other chiefs should be fine, right? When the tribal leaders of the other races saw that Muto had agreed, they exchanged glances and simultaneously said that there was no problem. But Muto spoke up at this moment. "Your Majesty, there is a problem I must explain beforehand." "Chief Muto, please speak. If one of our people, transformed into an ancient giant wolf, is killed, the ancient wolf spirit within them will return to the wolf god temple in Rostock City, awaiting new warriors to inherit it. Therefore, if they die within human territory, it will take at least half a month for them to get there. So we must also consider this risk. Once the protection of the ancient giant wolves is lost, all orcs will be in danger." Lai Chengyang and the other orc kings had different expressions, but none of them showed anything. When they heard about the Battle of Rostock, they were terrified by the power of the ancient giant wolf. Strength, speed, and poison completely counter vampires, and most abnormally, it also has the ability to resurrect infinitely, which completely surpasses other orc races. Hearing that there was another step involved in the resurrection process, they felt somewhat relieved. After all, the mortality rate for inheriting the ancient wolf's soul is as high as 90%, and the requirement to fly back to the wolf god temple to do so adds many restrictions. Lai Chengyang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I will take this matter into consideration. Please rest assured, Chief Muto." Lai Chengyang paused, feeling that he should give the people present some confidence, and immediately said, "Chief Muto is willing to sacrifice the werewolf warriors for the sake of our orcs. So let me also share some information. I know where the judgment sword is. Upon hearing this, not only were all the clan kings in the main hall shocked and looked over, but even the people in the live broadcast room started flooding the screen with comments. Really? Another divine artifact is about to be unearthed? Damn, Boss Lei is really patient, only revealing this news now. With this ruling, who can challenge it? A true master is a master. He always unleashes his ultimate move. However, it's probably useless for the orcs to have the judgment now. They don't have anyone who can unleash its power. That's right. Even with the judgment sword, the second emperor couldn't defeat Shang Tang. The orcs don't even have a single tier 1 beastman now, so they have even less of a chance. Is what your majesty said true? Muto asked in surprise. Lei Chengyang nodded. Of course it's true, but it's not in my hands right now. If this trip goes smoothly, we orcs will have a chance to get our hands on the judgment sword. The orcs had suffered greatly at the hands of the judgment, and now, upon hearing that they might obtain this divine artifact, their eyes lit up. It doesn't matter which race possesses the artifact. The most important thing is that it cannot remain in the hands of humans, as this concerns the future of the orcs. We are willing to follow your majesty on this expedition. We are willing to follow your majesty into battle. The kings of all the races stood up and shouted in unison. The Holy Scripture of Light records. In the first year of the Holy Calendar, vampires wreaked havoc on the world, and the human race suffered repeated defeats, besieging the capital of the emperor. King Rakoba, understanding the greater good, knew that the human and orc races were interdependent, and thus mobilized his entire army of 500,000 to aid the beleaguered human race. The Second Epic War erupted, as Lei Chengyang led his 500,000-strong army on their grand departure. Many people began taking screenshots and sharing them on WeChat Moments, Weibo, and various video websites. The sight of 500,000 fully armed orc soldiers together was extremely shocking, as no one had ever seen such a thing in reality. The scene showed a vast orc army stretching for hundreds of miles, with banners fluttering and war drums thundering, including vehicles, horses, provisions, and supplies. The army was bound for miles. Their mounts were large tigers, leopards, and wolves, which added to the fierce aura of the entire group. Even in TV shows and movies, when special effects depict war scenes like this, they only show them in one shot, because every second of such large-scale scenes burns through budget. But the developers of Second Life seem to have an inexhaustible budget. The army of 500,000 is incredibly realistic. Their expressions, armor, and weapons are so realistic that you can't tell they're special effects. Even the appearance and expression of each orc are different, making them no different from real living beings. Lei Chengyang kept the live stream running the whole time, and the 500,000-strong army was all in the frame. Some people even went so far as to calculate, based on the arrangement of the formations and the number of people in each row, whether there were really that many people. The conclusion that quickly came to was that there really were that many people. Everyone was stunned by the game company's extravagant spending. How much money would it cost to create such amazing special effects? The key issue is that the special effects are too exaggerated. You can't tell they're fake people at all. They look just like real people. It must be at least tens of millions. You are really ignorant. The special effects in Hollywood movies cost hundreds of thousands per second. The special effects in this game completely crush those Hollywood special effects production companies. I dare say that it's not an exaggeration to say that it costs millions per second. Millions per second? Wouldn't that mean the game company would collapse at any moment? That's right. We've been watching the footage of hundreds of thousands of troops for hours. According to you, that means billions were burned to ashes. The viewers in the game's live stream were stunned by the visuals and began debating how much the special effects cost. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in Lei Chengyang's live stream also skyrocketed due to this viral spread, quickly exceeding 5 million and continuing to grow exponentially. The Second Epic War. This title quickly rose to the top of the trending searches, attracting even more people to the live streams of Lei Chengyang, Sense Time, and Kane. Even many streamers on major live streaming platforms have started rebroadcasting their own live streams, but not many people watch them. Rebroadcasts are nowhere near as clear as live streams. Many people regretted missing the first epic war and could only watch the replay, which was still a bit of a disappointment. Now everyone realizes that an epic three-way war between humans, vampires, and orcs is about to break out, and countless fans have flocked in, pushing the fame of Second Life to a new level. Analyze this hidden gene. Chen Luo wasn't particularly concerned about these matters, since he had already decided not to interfere in the historical process of the Western fantasy world. He would only be an observer in this second epic battle and would not make any interventions. Ultimately, both players and natives in the Western fantasy world are essentially being kept in captivity by him. No matter how much commotion there was, Chen Luo could suppress it with a flick of his hand. All he cared about was the evolution of the species. Analyzing vampire, a rudimentary life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race. The second-tier gene lock has been unlocked, and it can currently produce 0.5% divine genes. There is a chance to gain self-healing ability through fusion. Rating: ordinary. Chen Luo was overjoyed. In addition to obtaining such high levels of divine genes, he also gained self-healing ability, which was an unexpected delight. Although Kane has caused himself a lot of trouble, raising him to this point and providing him with so much divine gene value is worthwhile. Fused genes. Chen Luo barely hesitated before choosing to merge with the other person after returning to his room. He thought of the Extraordinary Academy. After a while, he could select students from other intelligent races, teach them extraordinary powers, and once they grew up, more high-level evolved beings would emerge sooner or later. Although Kane still has room to evolve, Chen Luo can't wait. It had been almost 2 months since he obtained the Hunyuan brush, but he had only fused with 0.669% of the divine genes. This sense of urgency forced him to wait no longer. The instant he chose to merge, Chen Luo felt an endless surge of power flowing into his body from all parts. Immediately afterward, intense pain shot through his body from the inside out. He trembled and collapsed onto the large bed behind him. After an unknown amount of time, when Chen Luo got out of bed, he found that he had lost a lot of weight, looked radiant, and was in excellent spirits. His previously enhanced senses became even stronger, allowing him to see further and even clearly see the contents of a book on a desk several meters away. His sense of smell also became clearer. With a gentle sniff, he seemed able to distinguish various scents from the air. His mental strength also increased dramatically, and he can now sense how many people are in the elevator outside from inside his bedroom. Chen Luo clearly felt that his lifespan from creating the Western fantasy world had been restored, and his body had become younger and more energetic. Chen Luo was incredibly excited. Less than 1.2% of the divine genes had such an effect. He couldn't wait to see what it felt like to unlock the first-order gene lock. After waiting a moment, Chen Luo quickly went to the living room, opened the refrigerator, and used food to satisfy his hunger. While eating, he found a fruit knife in the kitchen and lightly made a cut on his finger. Crimson blood seeped from the wound, but it began to scab and heal in the blink of an eye. It really has such a powerful, self-healing ability. Chen Luo looked at the healed scars with surprise and used his mental power to sense the current condition of his body. At this moment, my heartbeat became stronger, and my blood seemed to carry a trace of inexplicable energy. When Chen Luo sensed this power, he understood that it was this energy that gave him the ability to heal himself. Chen Luo withdrew his mental energy, just as he was about to observe the developments in the Western fantasy world, when he suddenly frowned. At that moment, the Hunyuan Pen sent a notification that the game forum was under attack by hackers. Chen Luo squinted and thought for a moment, then quickly understood why this was the case. Most of these hackers initially attacked the Second Life game servers, only to find that they couldn't find the servers at all, so they chose to attack the forums instead. They probably never imagined that the Western fantasy world is a real world, so naturally there are no servers. Players are able to enter the Western fantasy world entirely because the Hunyuan brush sets up a teleportation channel, pulling a wisp of the player's soul into the Western fantasy world. The game forum was also generated using the Hunyuan Pen, so even if they attacked it for 100 years, they would never be able to crack it. As for why he was attacked, Chen Luo could guess without even thinking that it was exactly what he had been worried about. Second Life is so popular that it's impossible for such a high-tech and realistic game, which allows for adjusting the flow of time, not to attract attention. Anyone could be attacking gaming forums these days, a corporate spy, another gaming company, or even a nation-state. The thought of a game company whose registration information and address cannot be found, and whose owner has no information at all, is terrifying. But the more they do this, the more curiosity they attract, and the more attacks they will face. Chen Luo realized the seriousness of the problem. His eyes flashed, and he quickly recalled everything that might expose him. After much thought, Chen Luo could only think of ways to sell test accounts while concealing his identity. But now that I think about it carefully, this is not foolproof. Chen Luo's heart sank slightly. Although he was wearing sunglasses and a mask at the time, there were still security cameras in the internet cafe. If the government really starts paying attention, it can easily capture his movements through cameras all over the streets. They could even find out where Chen Luo bought his clothes, sunglasses, and mask by looking at them. Finding him then would be easy. The key is whether he's willing to put in the effort. Looks like I'll have to find another place to stay. Although Chen Luo didn't know how much longer he could live peacefully, he felt he needed to plan ahead. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. There was no rush. It wouldn't be too late to see how this epic battle in the Western fantasy world went. With a thought, he was back in the Western fantasy world. At this time, the combined number of viewers in Lei Chengyang's, Kane's, and SenseTime's live streams had exceeded 10 million, and the number was still rising. Outside the capital city, within a radius of dozens of kilometers, everything that could block the sunlight, whether it was dense forest or houses, had been destroyed by Shang Tang's men in order stop the vampires' offensive. Although vampires are all exceptionally powerful, sunlight is their fatal weakness. They can only launch an attack at night. The walls of the capital city of the Shang dynasty have been continuously expanded over the decades, and although they are not as tall as those of Luo City, they are still over 100 meters high. No matter how strong the vampires are, they can't fly up there. Once daybreak, they have to retreat to dense forests dozens of kilometers away to avoid the sunlight. They couldn't set up camp outside the city either, otherwise the human army would rush over during the day, smash the tents, and let the sunlight in. The humans were unable to leave the city to pursue them. Because even if the city had an army several times larger than the vampires, they could not confront the vampires head-on. The humans and vampires fought fiercely at night and ceased hostilities during the day, resulting in a stalemate that lasted for half a month. Cain was waiting for the food in the capital city to run out. Now, nearly 10 million human people were crammed into the city, and the daily food consumption was an extremely terrifying figure. If this drags on for a while, the human race will collapse without a fight. Meanwhile, Tang urged Alexander to race against time to select those suitable to learn the divine arts of light. Although Alexander inherited the light god magic, his strength was limited. He hadn't even reached the first rank. Currently, he could only use healing magic, holy light magic, and the holy appraisal magic to identify those suitable for learning light god magic. Since arriving in the capital, Alexander has only slept a few hours a day, and sometimes he doesn't sleep for several days in a row, all in order to select people with the talent to learn the divine arts of light as soon as possible. Alexander, however, did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he was excited every day as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He felt that this was the best time to spread the doctrine of light. Once the magic of light plays a crucial role in this epic war, the Church of Light will be forever recorded in history, and the glory of the Goddess of Light will surely shine throughout the world. Half a month later, Alexander finally selected 200 people with the talent to cultivate the divine arts of light. Next, Alexander led these 200 men to spread the doctrine and then taught them the art of holy light. Another half-month later, Lei Chengyang's army of 500,000 finally arrived at a place 100 kilometers away from the capital of the emperor. Along the way, Lei Chengyang did nothing but carry out one thing: demolition work. They demolished houses, burned down dense forests, and even filled in caves, leaving no place to block the sun. The army of 500,000 was like a bulldozer, leaving no intact land in its wake, comparable to the Ant Emperor. Lei Chengyang has acquired many new nicknames, such as Lei the Demolition King, Demolition Boss, and CEO of Demolition Home Real Estate. Cain knew, but didn't take it to heart. Lei Chengyang was planning to drive the vampires to their doom, which would also mean driving the orcs and humans to their doom. If the vampires knew that their only way out was to conquer the capital of the emperor, they would have no choice but to attack desperately, even if it meant risking their lives, since they were going to die anyway. This was far better than the orders of the progenitor of vampires, and it also perfectly suited Cain's expectations. With both enemies gathered, they could settle the score in one battle, saving him an extra trip to Querelle. That night, Shang Tang sat astride a tall, pure white horse, clad in golden armor and wearing a bright red cloak, looking dashing and heroic. He was surrounded by a group of bloodline warriors and elite cavalry in the center, his golden hair adding to his regal aura. Upon seeing this, countless fans in the live stream immediately began excitedly flooding the chat with messages. "Oh my God! So handsome! Does Emperor Tang of Shang need someone to warm his bed? I'm 36D, let's meet in real life. Pa! I'm 36E and I haven't said a word. What right do you have to say anything? You two idiots upstairs. Emperor Tang of Shang already had 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. You didn't even have a chance to get in line. This looks like a Saint Seiya wearing their gold cloth. You'll find out soon enough that he's a Super Saiyan. Wow, is this going to be a free-for-all battle royale? Holy crap, this is what a battlefield looks like. The special effects of a 1,000,000-strong army. How much money did they burn? It must have bankrupted the game company. As Shang Tang led his 300,000-strong army out of the city, Cain also appeared with 150,000 vampires. His black cloak contrasted sharply with his fair, snow-white skin. He rode on the back of a giant yellow tiger and strolled forward unhurriedly. Lei Chengyang, in the far north, also wore heavy armor and, protected by a group of orc warriors, left the army camp, heading towards Shang Tang and Cain. The three armies, numbering nearly 1,000,000, now stood facing each other from afar. Under the torchlight, one could vaguely see a vast army of soldiers crowding outside the royal city, stretching from the city walls into the distance, with no end in sight. In this place, the number of people has become just a number. A strong wind blew by, causing the flags to flutter and shake, creating a sound reminiscent of a bugle call before a major battle. The entire battlefield was filled with an extremely oppressive silence, causing the soldiers of the three races to grip their weapons tightly and involuntarily swallow hard. Nearly 1,000,000 people were present, yet the entire venue was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of flags waving and torches burning. Even the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream were shocked by the chilling atmosphere of the battlefield. No one typed, and the silence was eerie. Everyone just stared intently at the screen. Their eyes were all focused on a small hill outside the city, as if afraid of missing a single detail. The kings of the three races are slowly gathering in that place, Shang Tang, accompanied by dozens of fully armed bloodline warriors, slowly approached the center where the three races met. Like Shang Tang, they wore armor, wielded weapons, and had long cloaks trailing behind them, making them look like flags waving. Behind Lei Chengyang were 5 bloodline warriors of the Bear clan and 30 werewolves with ancient wolf souls. In contrast to them, Cain arrived alone in the center of the battlefield with a calm smile and began to look at Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang with interest. Shang Tang pulled on the reins, signaling the bloodline warriors behind him to stop, while Lei Chengyang also waved for the orc bloodline warriors to halt. He then steered his lion beast forward alone. Under the watchful eyes of a 1,000,000-strong army at the scene and over 20 million viewers in the live stream, the three races' champions finally came together. Brother Lei, you really are fearless. Do you know that from this distance I could easily take off your bear head? Cain said with a smile, looking at Lei Chengyang, who was 5 meters away from him. Lei Chengyang laughed. It's just a game. At most, I'll just quit and come back when the game is officially released. What courage do I need? Tieski, you've become more and more like a gigolo these past few years. How about I introduce you to a few rich women in real life? Despite Lei Chengyang's sarcastic tone, Cain's smile remained unchanged. All right, Brother Lei, why don't you tell me your address, and I'll come visit you in person? Looking at Cain's smiling face, Lei Chengyang's heart skipped a beat. This guy had changed too much. He used to be like a naive young man, but now he had become someone he couldn't quite figure out. Haha, you're not holding a grudge and want to challenge me to a real fight, are you? Lei Chengyang laughed loudly. You won't have the chance. My house is guarded by bodyguards 24 hours a day. Cain chuckled and said, It's all right, the more the merrier. Lei Chengyang narrowed his eyes. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this guy was joking or really intended to cause him trouble in real life. Lei Chengyang was speechless. Was this guy a primary school student? He was so vengeful. Let's end our reminiscing here. Shang Tang coldly interrupted their conversation. We've brought you here to find a peaceful way to resolve our current problems. War will benefit no one. Cain smiled faintly and shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, war only brings you no benefit. What losses could I possibly suffer? Even if all these vampires die, I won't care at all. Don't forget, I possess the blood of immortality and have the strength of a second-tier being. As long as I don't die, I can create a large number of vampires at any time. Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang's expressions changed simultaneously. Kane's expression didn't seem fake, and what he said was also true. Kane's current abilities are too abnormal. Apart from his fear of sunlight, he has almost no weaknesses. He has the manpower he needs, and in terms of individual strength, only Shang Tang can rival him. If things continue like this, the game world will eventually be dominated by him. So Kane wasn't worried at all. After all, these vampires were transformed from humans and orcs, so why should he feel sorry for them? Upon hearing Kane's words, the live stream chat quickly erupted with messages. This ability is so shameless, it's simply unsolvable. He can outlive Lai and Shang Tang, and then emerge. A Church of Light that hasn't even grown up yet is no match for him. That vampire emperor seems to be in the bag. Even if he can't win, if he wants to run away, no one can catch him. Damn, if we go into the game, won't the vampires rule the world? Hey game designer, can I choose the vampire faction once I'm in? I need an answer urgently. Then what are you doing all this for? Shang Tang found Kane's logic somewhat incomprehensible. Lei Chengyang also frowned, unable to understand why Kane would do such a thing. His goal was clear, to experience a life different from reality in Second Life, and at the same time, to indirectly extend his lifespan through this game. That's why he went to great lengths to improve the strength of the orcs and develop this place as his second home. Lei Chengyang didn't need to guess Shang Tang's purpose. It was likely very similar to his own thoughts. For what? Kane chuckled again. You actually ask me why. Kane's expression suddenly turned cold. You two were the people I trusted most, and even in reality, no one could earn my trust like that. Yet you treated me like this, for a bloodline of immortality. If you need to research the blood of immortality, you can simply tell me. It's just a little blood. Would I be reluctant to part with it? The ridiculous thing is, you still don't know why I'm doing this. I don't care at all about the things you care about, like power, wealth, and prestige, but you betrayed my trust, so I will destroy everything you care about. Hearing Kane's furious roar, Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang were stunned. They never expected that Kane would cause such a catastrophe, simply to take revenge on them. The people in the live stream were dumbfounded. They were speechless as they watched Kane loudly questioning Lei Chengyang of sense time. After all that fuss, the vampire emperor rebelled simply because he was bullied. He didn't even want to be emperor. What a waste of his million-strong army. Looking as wronged as a 200-pound child. This is the legendary tragedy caused by a vial of blood. I feel like he's really like a child. He's lived in the game world for decades. How come he's still so vengeful? Hey, you know what? It really does look like it. Is this game even suitable for minors? Just wondering, how old are you in real life? Lei Chengyang coughed and asked a question that the viewers in the live broadcast room were very concerned about. Kane sneered, my age in reality is irrelevant. I'm here to ensure you die knowing why, and that none of your conditions can stop your destruction. No, kid, it's just a game. How about I compensate you in real life? Shut up, Kane snapped angrily. I'm 16, not a little kid. After Kane uttered those words, the natives in the Western fantasy world couldn't understand them at all because the three of them had been speaking Chinese, so they didn't react at all. But the effect in the live stream was absolutely phenomenal. My God, I actually guessed right. He really is a minor. No wonder you're so vengeful and so mischievous. Wait a minute. So he was just a child when the stud incident happened. Boss Lei, you're ruining the future of our nation's flowers. You deserve this retribution. Holy crap! Holy crap! Boss Lei, Emperor Shangtang, are you guys even capable? You got beaten up like this by a kid. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. I said his behavior was so strange, sometimes like an evil villain, sometimes like a child. Turns out he really is a child. Ultimately, it's all the fault of the official game company. They're the ones who let minors play this game. Lei Chengyang and Shang Tang were speechless. They never would have imagined that Cain was really just a 16-year-old child. If it were a normal person, it would be easy to communicate with them. But what can you do with a stubborn kid like this, who only wants revenge? Chen Luo was also stunned for a moment in mid-air. He immediately used the Hunyuan brush to retrieve the identity information registered by Yin. She really is 16 years old. Cain's real name is Zhao Yi, a native of Guangzhou, Guangdong Province. He is currently a high school freshman and is on summer vacation. Chen Luo was so focused on setting up game channels and observing the evolution of various races that he forgot to set age restrictions and an anti-addiction system. Chen Luo frowned. It seemed this feature would have to be added during the public beta. It wouldn't be a big deal if these minors were eliminated as soon as they entered. The thought of someone living for decades like Cain before retiring is terrifying. Imagine a minor living in a fantasy world for decades, possibly even older than their own parents psychologically. There would definitely be problems communicating with them. At that time, what appeared were either monsters or madmen. Furthermore, minors are not yet mentally mature, and if they are exposed to the world of fantasy, they may not be able to distinguish between reality and the world of Western fantasy, which could easily lead to a mental breakdown. Chen Luo thought for a moment and realized that in addition to adding an age limit, the time-flow ratio also needed to be lowered. Otherwise, even adults would not be able to adapt to this mental change in a short period of time. Well, young Cain, how about this? I'll come find you in real life and apologize to you in person. You see, after all, millions of lives have been lost. You're so young, don't commit so many atrocities. You should learn our core values: civility, harmony, and friendliness. Shut up! Cain realized he had let something slip and said angrily, "It's no use saying anything now. The stage is ready. Of course, we have to start the performance." The atmosphere instantly became awkward and oppressive. Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang now looked at Cain as if he were a child throwing a tantrum. Unfortunately, this child also controls the most powerful vampire clan, which is really a headache. The room fell silent again, with only the howling wind audible. Everyone watched the negotiations intently. Whether it would end in war or peace depended entirely on Cain. He has now become the protagonist of this war, and even the entire continent of Yani. Cain was now filled with rage because he noticed the glances in Shang Tang's and Lei Chengyang's eyes. Cain had initially softened when Lei Chengyang said he would personally come to apologize, but what Lei said next was no different from what his parents and teachers had said, which greatly angered him. When Cain saw the way the two of them looked at him like he was a naughty child, he could no longer hold back. Cain immediately raised his right hand high and then swung it down violently. Upon seeing Cain's signal, Lilith immediately cried out, "Our people will prevail! Our race will prevail!" As all the vampires shouted slogans, they instantly split into two groups and charged towards the human and orc armies. Shang Tang and Lei Chengyang's expressions changed drastically. The vampires had already taken the initiative to attack, and the situation was no longer under their control. The two exchanged a glance, then, disregarding Cain, they immediately pulled on the reins, and together with dozens of bloodline warriors, quickly returned to their respective armies. Knights of Glory, heed my command. Shang Tang charged to the forefront of the human army, where tens of thousands of cavalrymen, dressed in golden armor, just like him, stood. He was the first to draw his longsword. Instantly, the knights surged forward, and all the soldiers drew their longswords. Glory is my life! A golden light began to emanate from Shang Tang's body, enveloping him like golden flames. He raised his sword with his right hand, pointed it towards the vampire army, and shouted a slogan. Glory is my life! All the soldiers of the Knights of Glory raised their longswords, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism, as they looked at the dazzling Shang Tang. One by one, the knights pulled off the visors from their armor. They all knew that this war was inevitable, and none of them knew whether they would survive or where the war would lead. When Shang Tang was the first to rush out, they cast aside all their doubts and fears, shouted the slogan of the Knights of Glory, and followed their king in the charge. This Glory Knights, which would later be recognized as the strongest knightly order on the continent of Yanni, made its first appearance on the historical stage. The sound of hooves rang out and began to accelerate, quickly raising a cloud of dust. The horses continued to speed up, kicking up thick dust, and swiftly collided with the vampire cavalry at the forefront. At the same time, the heavy infantry and light cavalry behind the Knights of Glory followed closely behind, thus beginning the war. The orcs, however, did not launch an attack. Instead, they had 300 werewolf warriors stand in front, while the rest of the army retreated to a safe distance. To protect the glory of His Majesty the Wolf God. Protect the glory of His Majesty the Wolf God. 300 wolf warriors roared in unison and ran towards the vampire army. As they ran, their bodies began to transform, and by the time they reached the front of the vampire group, they had transformed into ancient giant wolves, which then pounced on them with bared fangs and claws. As the ancient giant wolf charged into the vampire army, Lei Chengyang drew his longsword and ordered, "All troops, attack and support the wolf warriors." The three armies, each shouting inspiring slogans, watched as the enemy's faces drew ever closer. Their ferocious and murderous gazes clashed, and the two sides collided. The rapidly charging Knights of Glory were the first to collide with the vampire cavalry, and immediately a scene of men and horses falling to the ground was seen, with the knights on both sides slashing fiercely. Some were knocked off their horses and continued fighting on the ground, while others were knocked away along with their horses. In this situation, even if vampires possess self-healing abilities, it won't be of much use, because under the weight of thousands of troops, they could easily be chopped into mincemeat by countless weapons. Although vampires are stronger than humans individually, they were all ordinary people before they were transformed. In the end, they were just ordinary people whose basic attributes were amplified. However, these are all elite troops of Shang Tang who have been through many battles, especially the Glory Knights, which Shang Tang has spent countless efforts to build since the establishment of the Great Shang Dynasty. Each of them had grown up fighting against orcs on the border. They were the elite of the elite. The difference between professional soldiers and ordinary people was truly demonstrated at this moment. On the battlefield, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The sounds of swords and spears clashing, cleavers striking shields, weapons slicing through flesh, and screams all blended together. People were constantly being slashed to the ground, and more people kept rushing up after them. Centered on the open space in the middle of the battlefield, the armies of the three races converged, with the orcs and humans surrounding the vampires. Like interlocking wolf fangs, they locked in a fierce battle, once again igniting a destiny-defending war between their races. The brutality of the war had reached unimaginable levels. The battle had barely begun when corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a babbling brook. The most tragic scene was in the center of the battlefield, where corpses piled up like a small mountain. A large number of weapons and bodies were piled together, and people kept rushing over the pile of corpses and blood, only to quickly become part of the mountain of corpses themselves. At this moment, whether they were humans, vampires, or orcs, they were all bloodthirsty. They all knew this was a war concerning the life and death of their race, and they could only win, not lose. Hatred and madness surged in everyone's heart. They only saw the enemy, and the one in front of them would be the next, until they or the enemy fell. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Even those who had seen the first epic war were shocked. At that time, there were only two races, humans and orcs, and even combined they were less than the size of the orc army. With nearly 1 million people in front of them, the scene of the battle was too spectacular and terrifying, and the images were so realistic that many people were so frightened that their palms were sweating and they were staring at the screen, unable to speak. "This is terrifying. Is this what war is like? Don't say any more." I almost knelt down in admiration. I'm already kneeling. My palms and soles are sweating so badly. This is so realistic. I give this level of realism and special effects a perfect score. All I want to say is, how did such a bloody scene pass? Censorship? I'm begging for a public beta test. I'm begging for a public beta test. Wow. The Gold Saints have unleashed their Cosmo. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth on the battlefield, attracting the attention of the vast majority of people. In the center of the battlefield, the golden light emanating from Shang Tang surged once more, burning like flames and flashing intensely, soaring into the sky. A strange crimson hue appeared on Kane's body, comparable to the radiance emanating from Shang Tang, turning the sky red. Then, the two figures rushed out at the same time like lightning. The two forces, one gold and one red, collided and exploded like a meteorite impact, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and lifting the foundations of the surrounding area for several kilometers. The entire ground was shattered by this terrifying force. People, vampires, and orcs around them were all thrown into the air. Some physically weak soldiers were torn to shreds by this force. Both the soldiers of the three races on the scene and the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. The two beams of light, one gold and one red, collided rapidly on the battlefield. Ordinary people couldn't see how they made their moves. They could only see two bright colors, as conspicuous as the sun, intertwined and occupying the center of the entire battlefield. Where they fought, both enemies and allies were caught up in the chaos, with blood mist and smoke filling the sky. Is this the power bestowed by God? Oh my God! Long live the King of Gold! The soldiers on the battlefield even forgot to fight for their lives, staring in awe at the center of the battle. Between Shang Tang and Kane. As the light and blood mist dissipated, the figures of the two appeared. Shang Tang's golden armor was damaged in several places, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A long wound appeared on Kane's chest. As soon as the blood started to flow, the wound began to heal on its own, and in an instant, his skin became smooth and flawless, as if he had never been injured at all. A cold glint flashed in Shang Tang's eyes, which quickly turned serious. Kane's recovery ability was terrifying, and he did not have such an ability. If this dragged on, he would eventually be worn down and killed. With a raised sword, Shang Tang shouted, 10,000 swords come to pay homage. As soon as Shang Tang finished speaking, golden sword lights suddenly appeared behind him, each about 2 meters long, and they converged to form a huge fan shape. Moreover, the number of these golden sword lights continued to increase, soon becoming an overwhelming force that blotted out the sun, while the golden flames on Shang Tang's body dimmed considerably. Everyone stared in shock at this magnificent scene, speechless for a moment. At this moment, the live stream chat was flooded with messages. Holy crap! What happened to the promised Western fantasy world? Why has it turned into a world of swords and chivalry? Ask the game designer. This stuff is just randomly thrown in. Emperor Tang of Shang instantly transformed into a golden sword immortal. These special effects are amazing. Take a screenshot. Quick, take a screenshot. Haha, this is something else. Is the planner preparing a massive mix of stuff? 1,000 swords come to pay homage. How impressive! Chen Luo, who was in the cloud, also exclaimed in surprise. He immediately began to recall the process by which Shang Tang cultivated this move. Soon, Chen Luo sensed why this kind of sword energy, reminiscent of Xiangxia novels, appeared in the Western fantasy world. The problem still lies with that divine sword of judgment. When Chen Luo bestowed the judgment upon Han Fei, in addition to giving it the attribute of unparalleled sharpness, he also casually added the setting that the sword energy could be activated by power, since he was thinking of it as a sword. Therefore, only when Han Fei possessed the blood of rage could he unleash the sword energy within it and slay a large group of wolf cavalry. When Shang Tang repeatedly fought against Han Yu, who wielded the judgment sword, he also activated the divine blood within his body. As it continued to evolve, he also sensed the way the sword energy within the judgment sword operated. Over the next few decades, after countless experiments and explorations, Shang Tang finally grasped the sword energy in the judgment and created the move, 10,000 swords come to court. Chen Luo's heart stirred slightly. He could try out the cultivation method operating within Shang Tang's body in reality. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as he can reach the first level in reality, he will be able to unleash this sword energy. While we can't achieve the exaggerated feats of Shang Tang today, at least 1 or 2 sword strikes shouldn't be a problem. Unexpectedly, my casual action brought me a pleasant surprise. Chen Luo became more and more excited as he thought about it, and couldn't help but want to return to reality and try it out immediately, but he quickly restrained himself. This war should be over soon, and it's the same whether we go out to do experiments after we've finished watching it. At that moment, countless golden sword lights simultaneously flew into the sky, slashing down towards Cain from all directions. Each sword light trailed a long tail, its intense light like a dragging comet, carrying immense power. Cain stared intently at the sword lights in the sky, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from them, which caused his expression to turn serious for the first time. The invisible figure shifted, leaping into the air and transforming into a giant bat, flying high into the sky in an attempt to avoid the sword lights. But no matter how he ran, the sword lights seemed to recognize him and relentlessly pursued him. A flurry of sword lights swept across the sky, striking first and striking the back of the giant bat. A sharp sound came from the bat's mouth. It flipped in the air and landed on the ground, transforming back into human form. A long gash appeared on Cain's back, and blood gushed out, but it soon began to heal again. At this moment, the calm and composed expression on his face disappeared. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he rushed straight towards Shang Tang. Shang Tang's expression was cold. He could naturally see what Cain was planning. He sneered and swung his longsword again. The golden sword energy in the sky seemed to be commanded and flew towards Cain once more. Upon seeing this, Kane's size suddenly increased again, becoming so fast that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. The golden flames around Shang Tang's body once again enveloped him as he met the attack head-on without flinching. Boom! Golden flames and blood-red light, along with countless sword lights, descended simultaneously. The spot where the two were standing was easily torn apart like tofu, creating a giant circular crater with a diameter of nearly 300 meters. Everyone around them disappeared, leaving only Shang Tang and Kane in the middle of the giant pit. The two of them separated at this point, both covered in blood. Shang Tang's armor was tattered and torn, his body was covered in wounds, and his helmet had been knocked off at some point. His golden hair was scattered and fluttering wildly in the wind. Kane was in no better shape. The two used supernatural powers during their battle, which suppressed his self-healing abilities. Even though his self-healing ability could continuously repair his body, it still caused him severe damage. Kane knew that although he possessed self-healing abilities, he was actually the weaker party. He had only just advanced to the second rank. Compared to Shang Tang, who had advanced to the second rank decades ago and conquered the world on horseback, his combat experience was pitifully small. Now the only option is to continue dragging things out, using the blood of humans and orcs on the battlefield to restore their sight and slowly wear down Shang Tang. Kane's eyes flashed, and he was about to hunt his prey when he suddenly looked up in surprise at the edge of the giant pit. A young man with black hair, dressed in armor, was nervously watching the deep pit. "Father, are you all right?" When the young man saw Shang Tang, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. When Kane saw the young man and heard him call Shang Tang Father King, his face was full of strange expressions. After a while, Kane suddenly burst into laughter, becoming happier and happier as he laughed. Shang Tang frowned, wondering what Kane was laughing about, and suddenly acted like a madman. The viewers in the live stream were also completely baffled, clearly not understanding what was going on either. Kane asked, laughing and panting, "That's your son." Shang Tang slowly raised the longsword in his hand, and instead of answering asked, "What are you laughing at?" Upon hearing this, laughed even harder, tears streaming down his face. "Do you remember I told you before that I have a talent? I can smell the bloodline of the Han royal family." Shang Tang's expression changed drastically, and his gaze unconsciously turned to the young man, sizing him up and down a few times. Shang Tang now has more than 20 sons, so many that he sometimes can't even remember their names. The one before him seemed to be either the 17th or 16th son, but Shang Tang couldn't quite recall for the moment. Soon, Shang Tang's expression darkened. "Is he a member of the Han royal family?" Kane burst into laughter. "Ha! You don't even know you've been cuckolded. You might as well be called the cuckold emperor." After laughing, Kane suddenly felt something was wrong. He had long known that in order to eliminate future troubles and prevent him from becoming stronger, Shang Tang had already wiped out the bloodline of the Han royal family. So where did this kid come from? Shang Tang's expression changed several times. Besides being angry, he also had the same question as Shang Tang. If the bloodline of the Han royal family had been cut off long ago, then whose child was this kid? Meanwhile, the live stream chat was in an uproar. "Peft! Emperor Tang of Shang was cuckolded? It can't be fake, can it? Could it be that Kane, that little brat, is talking nonsense and trying to confuse Shang Tang? I don't think so. Didn't you see that Shang Tang's expression changed? That's not surprising. King Tang had dozens of wives, and there were no eunuchs in the palace. It's normal that he couldn't take care of them all. Then here is the problem. Kane was talking about the bloodline of the Han royal family, But the Han bloodline of the human race has been completely wiped out by Shang Tang. Don't forget, there's also Xia or Shi Han Yu. Oh. Yeah, damn it, how could I forget? Could it be? I think it's very likely that it's Han Yu. Think about it. Han Yu has been missing for decades. Why can't anyone find him? Since there's one secret passage, there's a possibility that there's a second one. Han Yu might be hiding in another secret passage in the palace, right under Shang Tang's nose, cuckolding him. Damn, the person upstairs is right. And what Boss Lai said, he found information about the Judgment Sword and then led his army here, which means the Judgment Sword is within human territory. Holy crap! Boss Lai has turned off his live stream and disappeared. He's nowhere to be seen on the battlefield either. This is confirmed. Boss Lai definitely went to find the Judgment Sword. The viewers in the live stream turned into Conan, deducing the truth of the matter in just a few moments. Shang Tang and Kane reacted quickly, realizing the problem in a very short time. Even though they didn't see the people in the live stream speaking, they noticed that Lei Chengyang was missing. The invisible figure flashed, quickly transforming into a bat and flying towards the royal palace in the capital city. He knew that place very well and wasn't worried about not finding it. Holy shit! For the first time, Shang Tang swore. He cursed and rushed out of the giant pit. Then he grabbed a horse and galloped madly toward the palace. His heart was burning with desire. As long as he could obtain the Judgment Sword, no one in the world, except the gods, would be his match. Ancient giant wolves and vampire emperors all have to step aside. As for being cuckolded, Shang Tang didn't care at all. He couldn't even remember the name of that son, so why would he care whether he was his own biological son? While Kane and Shang Tang were locked in a fierce battle, Lei Chengyang quietly led the orc bloodline warriors and wolf spirit warriors away from the main battlefield. They took a detour and, using the secret passage map drawn by Han Fei, quickly found a secret passage leading into the city outside the capital. Lei Chengyang excitedly led his men inside and followed the secret passage all the way to the secret chamber beneath the palace. Inside this secret room, most of the space was filled with money and treasures, while the rest consisted of clothes, tables, chairs, and other daily necessities, clearly indicating that someone had lived there for a long time. Seeing this, not only Lei Chengyang was excited, but the other orc bloodline warriors were also thrilled, as this meant that the Judgment Sword might really be here. There are 4 more passages in the east, west, south, and north of the secret room. They came in through the north passage, and they don't know where the other 3 passages lead. Lei Chengyang's eyes flickered, and he immediately ordered 4 people in a group, search the other 3 passages. The rest of you search the rooms. Remember, be careful. If you encounter Xia Ershi, signal immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. A bearman warrior following closely behind Lei Chengyang respectfully responded and immediately directed the orc warriors to carefully head towards the 3 passages. Meanwhile, in a grand hall of the royal palace, Winnie, the 154th concubine whom Shang Tang had married, was pouring wine. After the wine cup was filled, she smiled and handed it to Han Yu, the second king of Xia, who was now a middle-aged man. Your Majesty, when will you take my child and me away from this palace? It's like a cold palace. I can't stand it for another day. The Shang dynasty had more than 300 concubines in its harem, and every year a large number of new women would come in to replace those who had aged and lost their beauty. Winnie is now in her 40s. Although she still has her charm, she is naturally far less attractive than those beautiful young girls who are 18 or 19. So Shang Tang hadn't been here for many years, so long that she had almost forgotten what Shang Tang looked like. When King Charles Tai came to her door, Winnie initially resisted, but eventually gave up when she realized that no one came to see her in the desolate palace, even when she cried for help. Eventually, it became, since I can't resist it, I might as well try to enjoy it. Since entering the palace, Winnie has only been favored by Shang Tang a handful of times. After spending so much time alone in her boudoir, she naturally has normal physiological needs. Over time, the two naturally developed feelings for each other. Xia Ershi chuckled and countered, "Why do you want to leave here?" Winnie was taken aback. "I've heard that vampire demons are incredibly terrifying, and even if they team up with the orcs, their chances of winning aren't very high. Isn't this our chance to leave the palace?" Xia Ershi patted the judgment divine sword on the table and laughed. "So you women are short-sighted. This is a great opportunity for me to restore my kingdom." Xia Ershi smiled and continued, "When the battle outside the city is over, whether it's that traitor Shang Tang or that vampire clan, they will definitely be severely weakened. As for me, I am already at the second level and have the divine sword in my hand. Who in this world can be my match? But, Your Majesty, Shang Tang has ruled the human race for nearly 40 years, and people have long forgotten the great Xia." Xia Ershi's smile vanished, and he said coldly, "I will make them remember. Humans have always been creatures who bully the weak and fear the strong. As long as I possess unparalleled power, they will submit to me. Then, I will make them remember whomever I want." Winnie nodded hurriedly, then smiled with an expression of admiration, saying, "His Majesty will surely restore the glory of great Xia. Don't forget about us, mother and son, when that time comes." Xia Ershi laughed heartily and reached out to hug Winnie. "Of course. You've been with me for decades. Once I restore my kingdom, you will be the future king, and our son will be the crown prince." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Winnie exclaimed with delight, pouring another glass of wine for Xia Ershi. "Let me toast Your Majesty once more." Xia Ershi immediately smiled, took the wine cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Next, Winnie kept urging Xia Ershi to drink, one glass after another. The second king of Xia was overjoyed at the thought that after decades of forbearance, he had finally broken through to the second level and would soon be able to restore his kingdom with the judgment in his hand. After downing more than a dozen cups of wine, Xia Ershi suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, not the kind of dizziness that comes from being drunk, but rather a feeling of weakness and exhaustion in his limbs, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. Xia Ershi's expression changed drastically, and he quickly realized that there was something wrong with the wine. Just then, Xia Ershi saw a cold glint approaching. Winnie held a dagger in her hand, her beautiful face now contorted in a grotesque expression, and she plunged it towards his heart. Xia Ershi's pupils suddenly dilated, and with his remaining strength, he threw Winnie out of his arms. But he was a fraction too slow. The dagger missed his heart, but pierced his abdomen. "Ah!" Xia Ershi screamed and pulled out the dagger. He stared wide-eyed at Winnie in disbelief. "Why?" Winnie crashed heavily into the wall of the hall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and struggled to her feet. Although Xia Ershi was poisoned, her strength as a second-tier expert was still beyond what an ordinary woman like her could withstand. Just by casually tossing her, she was seriously injured, and it took her a long time to get up from the ground. "Why?" Winnie coughed up blood and gasped for breath as she sneered. "Your reputation for cruelty is known to all, and you still dare to dream of restoring your kingdom. Do you think you can make everyone submit through violence? You're dreaming." Once you take up the judgment sword and fight for the throne again, humanity will fall into civil war again. And who knows how many people will die because of you. Xia Ershi reached out and pulled out the dagger. Seeing that the blood flowing out of him had turned black, he knew that Winnie was afraid that he was not dead, so she also smeared a deadly poison on the dagger. Xia Ershi's vision began to blur. The burning and tearing pain from the wound in his abdomen quickly spread throughout his body, making him smell the scent of death. An unnamed rage was burning fiercely within him. He was unwilling to accept it. He truly hated it. After decades of lying low, he finally broke through to the second level and was about to restore his kingdom, but he was defeated by a woman. Ha 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 ha! Xia Ershi laughed maniacally, staring intently at Winnie. We know exactly what kind of person you are, so why bother with these high-sounding reasons? If I'm not mistaken, you want to use this judgment sword to curry favor with Shangtang, don't you? Winnie smiled charmingly and said calmly, "What's so strange about that? Back when you and His Majesty were both at the first rank, you were no match for His Majesty, even with the judgment. Now you are both at the second rank, but His Majesty has been at the second rank for over 30 years. Where do you get the confidence that you can defeat His Majesty?" Seeing that Xia Ershi could no longer hold on and collapsed from his chair to the ground, Winnie slowly walked over and said with a regretful expression, "It's not that I didn't give you chances. If you had agreed to take my son and me away from the palace just now, this wouldn't have happened. But when you said you were delusional about restoring the kingdom, I could foresee what would happen next. I lost all hope years ago, but our son still has a bright future ahead of him. For his sake, I can't let you leave alive." Xia Ershi lay on the ground, clutching his bleeding wound, a mocking expression on his face. "Did you think that by handing the judgment sword to Shangtang, he would make you queen and our son crown prince?" Winnie shook her head. "I will not ask His Majesty for these things. I will ask His Majesty to grant my son a territory, and we will leave this cold and heartless palace together. Haha, do you think Sense Time will agree? Although His Majesty possesses the ruthlessness of an emperor, unlike you, he always keeps his word." Winnie walked to the table and picked up the judgment sword. The divinely bestowed sword remained dazzling, and even through its scabbard, she could feel its unparalleled sharpness surging forth. Winnie slowly drew the judgment, and a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire hall like the sun. Winnie's eyes widened in amazement. Although she had followed Xia Ershi for decades, he had never allowed her to touch the judgment sword. So this was the first time she had seen the true face of the verdict. At this moment, Winnie also understood why Xia Ershi wouldn't let her watch. The judgment alone caused such a commotion when it was unsheathed, and it was said that Shangtang had some kind of mysterious connection with the divine sword because of his divine blood. Once the decision is made, it is highly likely that Sense Time will sense it. However, Shangtang was not in the palace at the time, and no one paid attention to this place. It was like a cold palace. Winnie was not worried at all about attracting attention. She held the judgment and examined it carefully, as if it were a rare treasure, and the more she looked at it, the more she loved it. No wonder everyone is crazy about this divine sword. Just holding it gives you a feeling of being omnipotent. Winnie muttered to herself for a moment, then walked up to Xia Ershi with the judgment in hand. "To die by this divine sword, you will die a worthy death." Xia Ershi was now unable to move. He watched helplessly as the judgment pierced his heart. He roared in anger and resentment, struggling to get up, but ultimately could not escape the fate of having his heart pierced by the judgment. The terrifying power contained in the judgment sword severed all of Xia Ershi's life force, instantly killing him on the spot. The second king of the great Xia dynasty, after decades of forbearance, finally broke through to the second level and was preparing to return to power to restore the country, but he died before he could achieve his goal at the hands of an ordinary woman. I'm afraid Han Fei would be so angry he'd vomit blood if he found out. Wonderful, wonderful. Just as Winnie withdrew her longsword, the secret passage in the main hall suddenly opened, and a tall orc with a bear's head and a human body walked out, clapping his hands, laughing. Following closely behind him were equally fierce-looking and burly orcs. Winnie's expression changed drastically. She never expected that orcs would appear in the secret passage. When she saw their gazes all fixed on the judgment sword in her hand, her face turned deathly pale. Winnie's heart sank. She turned to run away, but before she could even think of it, a bear-man warrior burst into action and rushed in front of her, his enormous hand slamming down towards her face. Although these bear-man bloodline warriors were enormous, they were by no means slow. With his current speed and strength, if that slap landed, Winnie would surely die. "Spare her life," Lai Chengyang said something indifferently, and the bear-man bloodline warrior immediately grabbed Winnie's shoulder. Winnie screamed and, in a panic, began wildly hacking at the judgment. But in front of the giant bear-man, she was like a chick. Her chaotic slashing was no threat at all. The bear-man bloodline warrior snorted, grabbed her hand, and then exerted a little force. Winnie had no chance to resist before the judgment sword slipped from her hand and fell into the hands of a bear-man bloodline warrior. At that moment, all the orcs' eyes shone with excitement, and their gazes all turned toward it. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on obtaining the judgment sword," the bear-human warrior threw Winnie aside, his eyes filled with surprise. He strode up to Lai Chengyang, knelt on one knee, and presented the judgment sword to him with both hands, holding it above his head. "Ha ha!" Lai Chengyang laughed loudly and reached out to grab the judgment divine sword. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Lai Chengyang gripped the sword hilt and felt a tremendous force surge into his body, which invigorated him. He glanced at the judgment sword in astonishment, never expecting it to be so wondrous. But he quickly came to his senses and immediately said, "Leave now," because he had already received a notification from Xu Yaifei. In the encrypted live stream room, Shangtang and Kane were rushing towards the palace. Lai Chengyang picked up the sword sheath on the table, put the judgment sword back into it, and turned to rush into the secret passage. "Take her with you." Although the bear-man bloodline warrior was confused, he quickly grabbed Winnie and followed Lai Chengyang into the secret passage. Not long after they left, a black shadow flew rapidly from above the hall and crashed through the ceiling. Kane quickly transformed into human form, and when he saw the already dead Xia Ershi, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. He rushed over as fast as he could, but he was still too late. Kane suddenly exclaimed in surprise, looking at Xia Ershi lying on the ground. He actually broke through to the second tier. With a swift movement, the invisible figure grabbed Xia Ershi's corpse and bit down on his neck. Even ordinary Han royal bloodline can significantly enhance his strength. The blood of a second-tier bloodline warrior can not only heal his injuries, but also greatly increase his strength. But as soon as he took a bite, Kane's expression suddenly changed, because he tasted a familiar flavor. "Damn it," Kane groaned, immediately tossing aside Xia Ershi's corpse and spitting out the blood he had just inhaled. Kane was still streaming live at this time, and the viewers were greatly surprised when they saw this scene, because many people recognized who the corpse was. Although more than 30 years have passed since the War of Dynastic Change, In reality, less than 10 hours have passed, and maybe people still remember what Xia Shi looked like. The corpse's appearance hadn't changed much. It had simply changed from a younger version to a middle-aged version. The audience never expected that Xia Shi, who had been hiding for decades, would die so mysteriously. Isn't that Xia Shi? Was he taken down by Boss Lei? Damn, is this even a guess? It must be Boss Lei's doing. He should have the verdict by now. However, if it's Xia Shi's blood, why would Cain spit it out? Doesn't he become stronger by drinking blood? I think I know the reason. Look, some of the blood coming out of Xia Shi's wound is black. He must have been poisoned. It really is! He died of poisoning? This must be Lei's doing too. He's so insidious and cunning. Did he deliberately leave the body here and wait for Cain to arrive? 66. The boss's moves are getting more and more amazing. Poor Cain, he's been tricked again. Lei Chengyang was unaware that he had been unfairly blamed. After arriving at the secret room with the judgment sword, he immediately ordered his men to put Winnie down. Of the 3 passages here, the east and west leads to the city. You should escape for your own life. After finishing speaking, Lei Chengyang ignored Winnie's reaction and immediately led his men to rush towards the secret passage leading to the outside of the city to the north. Winnie was stunned. She had only ever heard that orcs were brutal and cold-blooded, and that they ate humans. She had thought she was going to die, but she didn't expect Lei Chengyang to let her go. Winnie quickly came to her senses. Now that she no longer had the judgment sword, she also had no leverage to negotiate with Shang Tang. Staying in the palace would only mean growing old and dying. After thinking for a moment, she didn't hesitate for long and chose a secret passage leading into the city to run away. Not long after she left, the entire underground chamber collapsed. Not long after Cain arrived, Tang quickly went to the main hall where Winnie was staying. Cain had just drunk the blood of Jia too, and was poisoned himself. He was truly shocked and furious, and he blamed Lei Chengyang for this, clearly believing that the other party had deliberately set this trap to harm him. Cain sensed something was wrong the moment he took the first sip, so he immediately spat it out. However, Xia Shi's blood contained 2 kinds of deadly poisons. If he hadn't already reached the second level of strength and his blood didn't have the ability to heal itself, he would have died instantly. Just as he was desperately resisting the poison, a golden light came from afar, rushing towards him with unparalleled speed. Shang Tang had already abandoned his horses and was charging recklessly, smashing through walls and houses as he went, not wanting to waste a single moment. When Shang Tang saw the sickly Cain and then the lifeless Xia Shi, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he threw a punch at Cain. Cain was so frustrated he was about to vomit blood. His resentment and hatred towards Lei Chengyang had reached its peak, but his life was at stake at this moment, so he couldn't care less about anything else. He flashed away and fled out of the main hall. Shang Tang slammed his fist into the ground, instantly creating a huge hole and revealing the secret passage below. Shang Tang was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that this must be where Xia Shi had been hiding for the past few decades, and Lei Chengyang must have entered the palace through this place. Shang Tang's eyes flashed, and he immediately abandoned Cain, slipped into the passage, and began to track the movements of Lei Chengyang and the others. After Cain escaped, he was about to transform and run away when he saw that Shang Tang did not chase after him, but instead jumped into a pit in the ground. His expression changed slightly, and he understood in a very short time. Cain's gaze fell upon the countless palace guards who had surrounded him. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and plunged into the crowd, beginning to drink their blood to cure the toxins within his body. At this moment, Shang Tang had already arrived in the secret chamber. Looking at the 3 passages in front of him, he narrowed his eyes slightly and began to concentrate on sensing the movements within these 3 passages. In the blink of an eye, he could tell from the faint footsteps coming from the secret passage that Lei Chengyang and the others had left in the direction they had gone. His figure transformed into a golden streak of light and rushed towards a secret passage on the left. A few minutes later, Shang Tang saw a group of orcs ahead. A cold light flashed in Shang Tang's eyes, and his speed increased again, directly crashing into the last of the orcs. Ah! A series of screams rang out. The last few orcs could not withstand the terrifying power emanating from Shang Tang, and were sent flying against the wall of the secret passage, smashing the wall to pieces. Even with the orc's strong physique, it couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. It was instantly smashed to pieces and died a violent death. The remaining orcs, upon realizing what was happening, showed no fear in their eyes, but rather a resolute determination to fight to the death. They drew their weapons and charged towards Shang Tang, shouting in their Orcish language. Shang Tang's eyes were cold. With a simple punch, he killed all the orcs in front of him, without giving them any chance to resist. However, Shang Tang's face was so gloomy it was almost frozen, because he had only killed ordinary orcs, not even bloodline warriors, and there was no trace of Lei Chengyang. Rakoba! Shang Tang roared angrily, realizing he had been tricked. Lei Chengyang clearly knew that he was being pursued, so he deliberately had these ordinary orcs make a commotion to lure him over. Sense Time immediately realized where the problem lay, and without hesitation, he shut down the live stream. With Lei Chengyang's financial and material resources, he could easily hire a bunch of people to monitor his every move in the live stream, and then have those people report his location at any time. In the password-protected live stream, no wonder I'm always one step behind. That treacherous and cunning fellow. That's absolutely outrageous. Enraged, Shang Tang shot back, arriving at the secret chamber he had just been in. He looked at the remaining 2 passages and didn't know which one to choose, because there was no sound coming from either passage, so it was impossible to make a judgment based on the sound. Moreover, even at his current speed, no matter which passage he chooses, if the direction is wrong, by the time he returns, Lei Chengyang will definitely have already left the city and safely returned. To the orc army. Shang Tang gritted his teeth. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take a gamble. A fierce glint flashed in Shang Tang's eyes, and he rushed out towards the passage to the north. Following Lei Chengyang's decision to shut down his live stream, Sense Time shut down its live stream, again causing an uproar among viewers. Because there are only 3 players left in the game now, and only Kane is streaming. The viewers, unaware of what had happened and having no other choice, entered Kane's live stream, causing his viewership to surge to a staggering 20 million. Meanwhile, Kane was in the palace constantly killing palace guards to restore his strength, but most people weren't very interested in this and started complaining in the live stream. I want to see a battle of millions. I want to know how the battle will end. I don't want to see vampires drinking blood. Damn it, the official channels are rife with complaints. We've missed out on this epic battle. It's understandable that Boss Lai shut down his live stream. He's afraid of revealing the location of the Judgment Sword. But why did Emperor Shang Tang also shut down his live stream? You're so stupid. The reason must be the same as Lai's. Haven't you noticed that Lai always knows about Sense Time's actions in advance? Someone in his live stream must have tipped him off, so Sense Time is always a step behind, and they were just tricked by Lai again. No wonder Shangtang shouted Lei's name in a fit of anger and immediately shut down the live stream. This game is getting more and more interesting. Is it turning into infernal affairs? I think Boss Lei is incredibly cool. Although he doesn't have much strength himself, he managed to make 2 second-tier big shots run wild. You can't argue with that. Hey, Kane's been punished. Just as the viewers in the live stream were watching Kane's massacre with boredom, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong, because a white holy light suddenly appeared on the screen, instantly, illuminating the night sky. By continuously consuming fresh blood, Kane not only eliminated the toxins from his body, but also recovered most of his strength. He was about to chase after them to find the Judgment Sword when hundreds of people dressed in white emerged from all corners of the palace and blocked his way. Kane's expression changed slightly. These people exuded an aura that he found repulsive, though he couldn't explain why. It seemed to be something he was born with. Alexander slowly emerged from the crowd, his face solemn and holy. He looked at Kane and slowly raised his hand. The 200 white-robed cultivators simultaneously raised their hands, and a faint white light began to emanate from their palms. In the name of God, I hereby grant you judgment. As Alexander spoke, holy white light emanated from the hands of 200 white-robed monks, instantly illuminating the surroundings in minute. Detail. Kane was so blinded by the dazzling light that he instinctively reached out to shield his eyes. But once the cover was removed, it was discovered that all the exposed skin on his body began to smoke, and a burnt smell quickly arose. Kane cried out in pain, quickly shutting down his sense of pain. Then, in a flash, he smashed through the palace gates and rushed into the main hall to escape the holy light. Upon entering the main hall, Kane was immediately enraged, realizing that the people before him were indeed members of the Church of Light, whose holy light spells truly had the same effect as sunlight. Kane watched as his burned skin began to heal itself, while the members of the Church of Light caught up closely behind. His face quickly darkened. This holy light spell is extremely troublesome. If it were an ordinary vampire, it would probably have been burned to death by now. But for him, who is already at the second level, it can only cause some burns and stinging effects. It would be quite difficult to kill him. Seeking their own death, Kane snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping around the hall. He found some black cloth and covered all his exposed skin with it. Then he made a mask, poked 2 holes in it, and put it over his head. PF'd, is Kane going to rob a bank? Haha, this wig really looks real. I can stop those human light bulbs from the Church of Light by not showing my skin? We'll see when we get there. Kane is the progenitor of vampires, after all. He shouldn't be afraid of these humanoid light bulbs that aren't even first-tier vampires. However, with the Church of Light blocking his way, Brother Kane probably won't have a chance to snatch them. Judgment. Kane coldly watched the white-robed monks of the Church of Light rush in, quickly pulled his hood down slightly, even covering his eyes, and charged forward at top speed. Vampires are known for their speed, and with his full acceleration, he reached an astonishing speed. All the white-robed cultivators only felt a blur before their eyes, and a black shadow rushed in front of them like lightning. The man at the front was torn in 2 by Kane's bare hands, while the men behind him were sent flying into the air and crashed to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Then, Kane began to rampage through the 200 white-robed monks. He didn't need eyes at all. He just needed to sense a light source and charge straight at it. These cultivators were all ordinary people. How could they withstand the impact of Kane's speed and power? In the blink of an eye, at least 50 cultivators died tragically at Kane's hands. The remaining white-robed cultivators were thrown into disarray. After all, they were just ordinary people and had never seen such a terrifying scene before. Just as they were at a loss, Alexander's solemn voice rang out, "Great goddess of light, your people are suffering from the torment of demons. We beseech you to bestow your divine grace and punish the demons." Alexander's firm and fearless voice immediately inspired the white-robed monks, calming them down in a very short time. They thought of Alexander's teachings over the past 2 weeks and knelt down at the same time, reciting the prayer in unison with him. Cain sensed that all the monks had knelt down in prayer. He sneered and, without hesitation, changed direction and continued to ram into them. Upon hearing the screams of their companions, the white-robed cultivators showed no fear on their faces, only regret, and continued their prayers with unwavering resolve. Soon, dozens more white-robed cultivators died. At that moment, Cain suddenly felt a chilling aura coming from above him. The invisible man shuddered, pulled up the eye holes on his hood, and looked upwards. White specks of light emerged from the white-robed monks and began to converge above Alexander's head. In the blink of an eye, a woman entirely composed of these specks of light appeared above the hall. Holding a scepter, she was stunningly beautiful, standing about 3 meters tall, radiating a holy glow, looking down at the crowd below like a deity. The goddess of light radiated light as brilliantly as the sun, and her holy aura enveloped the hall, rapidly spreading outwards. At that moment, both the covered skin and the exposed parts of Cain's body began to burn. Cain cried out in surprise. In that short moment, he felt his cultivation level begin to become unstable, dropping directly from the second rank to the peak of the first rank, and it was still declining. He glanced in extreme shock and anger in Alexander's direction. Then his body swiftly transformed into a bat, and he dashed out of the hall like lightning. But the holy light relentlessly pursued it, scorching it until it was far removed from the area shrouded by the radiance of the goddess of light. Cain tumbled through the air several times before finally regaining his footing. "Damn the Church of Light!" Cain gritted his teeth and memorized the name. In just a short while, he fell from the second rank to the first rank, almost losing even his first rank strength. He looked up and saw the first light of dawn on the horizon. He immediately sent out a thought, telling Lilith and the other 4 second-generation princes to retreat and not to worry about the other vampires. Cain has no choice but to leave now. It's almost dawn, and if he doesn't leave now, it will be too late. Moreover, with his current strength, if he wanted to seize the Judgment Sword again, he would probably be crushed by Shang Tang in no time. At that moment, Cain also turned off the live stream. He originally wanted to live stream and let everyone witness him take down Sense Time and Lei Chengyang, but now he's fled in a sorry state, losing all face. Why would he still live stream and let others watch how he escapes? Tens of millions of viewers in the real world who were watching the live stream were immediately filled with despair, as the last clear shot of the epic battle was gone. They wanted to know the outcome of the battle and to see who ultimately possessed the Sword of Judgment. Tens of millions of people were so curious that they felt like they were being scratched by 100 claws, and their resentment reached its peak. They flocked to the forum demanding that an official live streaming channel be opened. Chen Luo saw that the crowd was in a frenzy, and the forum was flooded with posts from countless viewers who had no outlet for their emotions. After thinking for a moment, he immediately posted a bright red pinned post on the forum homepage using the name of Customer Service Representative Wang Xiaoqi. The official live streaming channel is now open. Please click the link to enter. The audience was surprised by the official action, but they were too eager to know the outcome of the epic battle to care about anything else. Overjoyed, they clicked the link and entered the official live stream channel. When they entered, they found that the scene was the main battlefield of the capital city, with a fierce battle still raging below. Unlike regular live streams, viewers can choose their viewing angle. For example, you can choose the perspective of Shangtang and Rikoba, who are currently in the game, or you can choose to be on the main battlefield, in the air, or on the battlefield. The audience was incredibly surprised. This feature was simply too powerful. It was like being able to watch the live stream from every angle. No ordinary game could do something so incredible. As a result, tens of millions of viewers began to choose their preferred perspectives, some choosing Rikoba, some choosing Sense Time, and some choosing the battlefield. Seeing that the forum had instantly calmed down, and everyone was marveling at the brilliance of this perspective, Chen Luo suddenly laughed. The reason why viewers can choose different perspectives is that when they click on the live stream link, they are essentially opening a teleportation channel, sending a wisp of their soul into the Western fantasy world. This live stream room isn't a server, it's actually a convergence point for the viewer's consciousness within the Western fantasy world. From a spiritual perspective, they can certainly see wherever they want. This is the same as for players, except that viewers don't have physical bodies, can't perform other actions, and are unaware that they are actually in a Western fantasy world. The words they say in the live stream are actually text generated in the live stream through their thoughts, but they mistakenly believe that they are being typed on a keyboard in real life. Therefore, even through the screen, they can feel the impact of the game's realism and type without ignoring the time-flow ratio between the two worlds, synchronizing in real time in the live stream. They felt that the passage of time in the Western fantasy world was merely a sensation of the soul. In reality, time still flowed at a normal rate. Just like the interludes in TV shows and movies, saying things like X years later or X months later, when in reality the scene only lasts for a second. At this moment, the view of tens of millions of viewers shifted to Lei Chengyang's side, because they all wanted to know if the judgment sword had really fallen into his hands. When the scene appeared, the audience was astonished to see Rikoba, holding a sword, emerge from a tunnel outside the royal city under the protection of dozens of orc warriors, and then ride his mount into the orc army. Holy crap, if I'm not mistaken, that's a verdict, isn't it? It's the ruling, that's right. I took screenshots before. I'll send them to you for comparison. Images. Boss Lei is really incredibly flamboyant. Despicable, shameless, treacherous, and cunning are your defining characteristics. Boss Lei, you might as well change your name to Lei Sassy. Do you want to die? How dare you insult our boss Lei? Kane, I'm 16. JPA. Wow. The person upstairs is amazing. When did you make this meme? It's so cool. I'm saving it. Haha, this meme is so damn accurate. A new generation of roaring emperor has been born. Watch out. The vampire emperor will challenge you to a real-life duel. Hilarious. Not long after Lei Chengyang rushed out with the Judgment Divine Sword in his hand, a golden figure suddenly broke through the stone door of the secret passage exit and appeared outside the royal city. Shangtang glared at Lei Chengyang, who was riding ahead, and then shot forward again. Sensing the movement behind them, several werewolf and bearman bloodline warriors did not hesitate and immediately began to transform. Then, earth-shattering howls of wolves and roars of bears resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The enormous ancient wolves and two angry bears, each 5 or 6 meters tall, pounced on the golden figure. Boom! The golden figure collided violently with several ferocious beasts, breaking through their formation and sending them flying. Then, without stopping, it continued to shoot forward. As Shang Tang rapidly approached, none of the dozens of bloodline warriors behind Lei Chengyang showed any fear or hesitation. They all transformed into giant beasts and once again stood in front of Shang Tang. Although the Orcish bloodline warriors are very powerful after transformation, their actual strength has not yet reached the first tier, so they do not pose a great threat to Shang Tang, but only cause some obstacles. If Shang Tang hadn't been so eager to seize the Judgment Sword, all these orc warriors would have died. The three races that were fiercely fighting on the battlefield also noticed the huge commotion. At the same time, all vampires received orders from the higher-ranking vampires to kill Shang Tang at all costs. This command came directly from Cain, the progenitor of vampires, who possessed the ability to control his offspring. No vampire could resist this will. All the vampires were stunned for a moment, then abandoned their original enemies and rushed towards the golden figure like madmen. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, somewhat bewildered as to why the vampires had suddenly gone berserk and charged towards Shang Tang. I see. I understand now. What the hell do you guys understand? I understand why you don't understand. Okay, let me explain to those of you who seem to be mentally challenged. It's almost dawn, and the vampires still can't break through the city gates, so they're doomed. Later, the orcs and humans will definitely fight again over the judgment. For Cain, is it easier to snatch the judgment from Shang Tang or from Lai Cao Cao? No wonder. If the judgment falls into Shang Tang's hands, not only the vampires, but also the orcs will be wiped out. Cain is making the most of the remaining value of the vampires, since they're all doomed. Anyway, under Cain's command, the vampires charged forward, one after another, to block Shang Tang's path. Of the 150,000 vampires, less than 50,000 remained after being besieged by the two races, but this number was still beyond what Shang Tang could handle. In particular, the vampires were all far stronger than ordinary humans and orc soldiers, and knowing that they were going to die, they all unleashed extremely strong fighting power. Shang Tang himself was injured in the battle with Cain, and faced with the endless and fearless vampires, he finally could not break through. Although the human army noticed something was wrong and rushed to support their king, Lei Chengyang had already returned to the orc army. The verdict belongs to my people. Lei Chengyang drew his sword, the judgment, and its dazzling divine light illuminated an area of several hundred meters in radius, appearing extremely bright in the dawn. All the orcs erupted in cheers, a truly uplifting piece of good news for them after a night of fighting. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The beastmen roared like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. Warriors of all races, heed my command. Retreat immediately. Upon hearing Lei Chengyang's order, all the orcs immediately began to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. The human soldiers were busy dealing with their king and had no time for judgment, so they could only watch helplessly as the orc army retreated like a tide. Shang Tang was furious. He watched as the orc army vanished without a trace, but he was entangled by countless vampires and couldn't break free. Moreover, his injuries were increasing. Excessive blood loss has caused him to experience mild dizziness. At this moment, the Knights of the Glory Knights charged in one by one, fighting their way to Shang Tang's side before he was able to catch his breath. And at this moment, the sun finally rose, and the vampires wailed as they turned to ashes under the sun. Even the corpses on the ground were no exception. When all the vampires disappeared, only the corpses of orcs and human soldiers remained on the ground. The blood had long since flowed into rivers, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air, making people want to vomit. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shang Tang disregarded his injuries, mounted his horse, and shouted, "Knights of Glory, pursue me, your majesty. If your injuries are not treated soon, they may endanger your lives. Please reconsider." The expression on the face of Ryan, the leader of the Knights of Glory, suddenly changed, and he urgently advised against it. Shang Tang was covered in blood, almost unrecognizable, except for his eyes which shone with a terrifying light. No need for further words. Set off immediately. With a sudden jerk, Shang Tang spurred his horse forward and charged ahead. But Shang Tang had only gone a few steps when, to everyone's astonishment, he fell headfirst off his horse. Ryan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men over to help Shang Tang up. "Pursue the judgment." Shang Tang uttered these words before fainting. Ryan paused for a moment, then hurriedly ordered his men to send Shang Tang back to the capital for treatment. He then mounted his horse, drew his long sword, and shouted, "Knights of Glory, heed my command. Follow me to retrieve our clan's divine artifact." "Yes!" The remaining 20,000 members of the Glory Knights answered the call in unison. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves rang out as tens of thousands of cavalrymen swiftly pursued the retreating orcs. Led by Ryan, the 20,000 Glory Knights, without any support, pursued the remaining 300,000 orc troops on a single order from Shang Tang. Thanks to their superior mobility, the Knights of Glory caught up with the orc army in less than half a day. Ryan knew that it was virtually impossible for them to fight against an army of 300,000, so he adopted a guerrilla strategy, launching surprise attacks whenever the orcs rested. Their targets for each raid were very clear, either the supplies or the orcs in the wounded soldiers' camp. In just a few days, the orcs suffered enormous losses. Lai Chengyang was extremely annoyed by the Knights of Glory. He repeatedly set ambushes to try and wipe out this troublesome cavalry regiment, but Ryan was very clever and always saw through his traps. He never took risks easily and was as slippery as an eel. Lai Chengyang never expected that after Shang Tang's passing, the human race would still have such a capable general. If it were just Ryan possessing leadership qualities, that would be one thing, but these cavalrymen of the Order of Honor were all fearless and ruthless, even regarding death as the highest honor. Shouting "Honor is my life" every time they charged. He's absolutely insane. To make matters worse, the orcs lost more than half of their food supplies in several attacks, forcing Lai Chengyang to order the orcs to travel overnight and quickly leave human territory. However, the Knights of Glory, like a persistent parasite, always launched surprise attacks when the orcs were most exhausted, leaving them constantly on edge, unable to eat or sleep properly. Their morale plummeting. The Knights of Glory pursued them for half a month, all the way to the border between the humans and orcs. Lai Chengyang was speechless. He really couldn't understand what belief had sustained these members of the Glory Knights in their pursuit, until now. Even the viewers in the live stream were stunned, deeply moved by the unwavering spirit of the Glory Knights, who valued honor above all else. The Knights of Glory's loudly proclaimed knightly faith also became known to the world at this time. Faced with a formidable foe, we are fearless, loyal, brave, and upright, with a clear conscience, protecting the weak and bringing glory to our people. When the orc army finally shook off the pesky Knights of Glory and returned to their territory, Lai Chengyang was furious when he counted his troops. The 300,000, only 200,000 remained. Although intelligence indicated that the Knights of Glory had also lost over 10,000 men, the disparity between the two sides was far too great, reaching a ratio of 1 to 10. This is the first time in history that the casualty ratio in a war between orcs and humans has reached such an exaggerated figure, although the Knights of Glory ultimately failed to retrieve judgment. They became famous throughout the continent and became synonymous with fearless heroism. Even the orcs, while hating them, couldn't help but admire their spirit. Even the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream were stunned and speechless for a long time because the Knights of Glory really lived up to their knightly vows. The more I look at it, the more this game seems like the real world. Yes, whether it's spirit, energy, or each person's unique personality, where can current AI replicate that? Although it's terrifying, it's impossible to call it a new world. Don't forget, we've watched these races multiply. I believe that no country in the world can currently achieve this kind of extraordinary technology. I just want to know when the public beta will start. I want to join the Knights of Glory. That's so damn cool. Just then, the official live stream suddenly shut down. Whether the audience liked it or not, the second epic war has finally come to an end. All three races suffered heavy losses in this battle. Except for Cain and the second prince who escaped, the vampire army of 150,000 was wiped out. Although the orcs obtained the Judgment Sword, they lacked bloodline warriors to unleash its power and suffered a loss of nearly 300,000 men, severely weakening their forces. The human race fared no better, suffering a crushing defeat. They lost 150,000 men on the battlefield, including 20,000 from their elite Knights of Glory. In addition, they lost the Judgment Sword. The outcome of this battle was quickly spread to video websites, Weibo, WeChat Moments, and other platforms. Various exciting screenshots and videos went viral, generating even wider publicity. What inexplicably became popular was the Knights of Glory and their knightly oath. It has been changed into many versions and has become the #1 trending topic. The second most popular thing was the animated GIF of Cain saying, "I'm 16 this year." The image perfectly captured Cain's exasperated and furious expression, and the line, "I'm 16 this year," added an unexpected touch of humor, instantly making it a wildly popular meme. The popularity of Second Life is not limited to China. It has even generated numerous shared videos on YouTube, the world's largest video website, and at one point reached the top of the view count chart. At this moment, Chen Luo returned to reality, and the first thing he did was to start testing Shangtang's 10,000 swords paying homage. Following the energy flow path within Shangtang's body, Chen Luo felt the energy in his blood begin to move, quickly flowing to his fingertips. The next moment, a sword beam several centimeters long silently appeared at Chen Luo's fingertip. Although it was far inferior to Shangtang's sword aura, which was several meters long, Chen Luo couldn't help but be very excited. This meant that his idea was correct. If his strength continued to improve, he would be able to unleash the 10,000 swords, paying homage move like Shangtang. Chen Luo tried to launch the sword beam, but after several attempts with his mind, he found that he could not control the launch of the sword beam at all. Chen Luo was speechless, knowing that this was because his strength was still too weak. However, Chen Luo was not discouraged. He casually sheathed his sword and walked to the dining table in the living room, looking at the glass of water he was drinking from. A white sword light reformed in Chen Luo's hand, and with lightning speed, he sliced down at the metal cup. When the sword's edge receded, the cup remained a cup, unchanged. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. He clearly felt the sword light hit the water glass, so why did it have no effect at all? Just as Chen Luo was feeling a bit puzzled, he suddenly noticed that a large patch of water had seeped out of the tablecloth under the water glass, and the water was spreading outwards as if the water inside the glass was leaking out. Chen Luo reached out to grab the water glass, wanting to pick it up and examine it closely. To his surprise, he found that the water glass was surprisingly light. With a whoosh, the tea in the cup spilled out, splashing across half the table. Chen Luo then realized that he had only lifted the upper half of the metal water glass. The lower half was still standing upright on the table. Chen Luo was overjoyed. He picked up the broken metal cup and brought it close to his eyes to examine it. The cut surface of the water glass was perfectly smooth, without the slightest roughness, as if the water glass was made in this way from birth. A look of delight flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. This power was already terrifying. If it were to cut a person, Chen Luo imagined the scene and couldn't help but shudder. The scene would probably be like this cup, where instead of water, blood would spurt out. After learning how to use the sword light, Chen Luo tidied up his desk and began to think about how to solve the problem of his own safety. With the immense popularity of Second Life, those with ulterior motives will inevitably come knocking sooner or later, so it's time to make some preparations. Actually, this isn't a particularly big problem for Chen Luo. If he wants, he can stay in the Western fantasy world and not leave. No matter who comes looking for him, it won't matter. However, this move has a drawback. He cannot stay in the Western fantasy world indefinitely. With his current strength, he can only stay in the real world for a maximum of 10 days before he has to come out, which is equivalent to 1,000 years in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo didn't know why, but he had tried to stay inside for more than 10 days in a while, but as soon as the time was up, he was forcibly pulled out by the Hunyuan brush. After being released, one must rest for at least 1 day before being able to re-enter. After thinking it over, Chen Luo decided to sell his current house so he could start realizing his childhood dream to travel around the world. Since he only needs to leave once every 10 days, Chen Luo can fly to the city he wants to go to, stay there for 10 days, and then have a good time there when he has to return to reality. He can travel at the same time, which is a win-win situation. In this way, you only need to appear in reality for a maximum of 3 days each month, reducing the traces of your activities and greatly improving your safety. And even if he were discovered, he could simply leave whenever he wanted. The world is so big, he could go wherever he wanted. Once Chen Luo made up his mind, he immediately began preparing to sell the house. However, when he checked the time, it was already 10 p.m., and there was no way to contact an agency. He could only wait until dawn the next day. Chen Luo immediately washed up, returned to his bedroom, and went to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes while he was asleep. He heard a rustling sound, and could tell that someone was using tools to open his door lock. Chen Luo instantly snapped out of his daze. He sneered, got up, turned on the light, and walked toward the living room.